Ning Xiaochuan once again played a sword wave that destroyed the world, and a translucent sword wave rushed out. Han Fu didn't dare to resist with Yingshi mirror any more easily. With a slap of his arm, he made a fire wave, which offset the sword wave of annihilation. Phew, phew. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized the 7 world-destroying qi in his body, separated a wisp from each other, condensed into a sword wave, ran around in his blood, and flew out of his fingertips. The coverage area of the sword wave is huge, and within a radius of 10 meters, it becomes the field of the sword wave. In order to test the power of this sword wave, Han Fu projected a second-class Xuanqi-level war sword. The war sword was instantly crushed by the field of the annihilation sword wave and turned into more than a dozen pieces of scrap iron. How strong! Han Fu hurriedly took a look at the Yingshi mirror in the direction of the heavenly palace, and a magnificent heavenly palace was projected on the mirror. The palace flew out of the mirror and stood in front of him. Bang! The annihilation sword wave blasted the palace into a hole with a diameter of 1 meter, which was blocked by the Yingshi mirror played by Han Fu. Before Han Fu calmed down, Ning Xiaochuan hit another wave of killing the world. Annihilation sword wave is the first form of annihilation kendo. The second form of Mishi kendo is Mishi sword soul, which is more powerful than Mishi sword wave. It can summon the virtual shadow of the founder of Mishi Taoism, and you can borrow a ray of the power of the founder of Mishi Taoism. However, Ning Xiaochuan has used the world-destroying sword spirit as Child Chuan. If he displays it again, his identity will be exposed. Therefore, he can only use the annihilation sword wave to attack Han Fu. Although Han Fu used Yingshi to block the world-destroying sword wave, his own Xuanqi consumption was huge. After blocking Ning Xiaochuan's 9 world-destroying sword waves, he was already tired and sweating, and most of the Xuanqi in his body was consumed. You can't use Yingshi anymore, or you will be consumed by Ning Xiaochuan. Han Fu thought so, and was about to put the Yingshi mirror away, but Ning Xiaochuan had stood on his side and slapped him on the shoulder. Chi chi! A flash of lightning cleaved into Han Fu's body, which made Han Fu shiver all over, his skin cracked, his hair stood upright, and dozens of blood vessels were broken in his body. Ning Xiaochuan, I think there are many suspicious things about your killing of your fellow disciples. You shouldn't jump to conclusions, but you still need to check. Han Fu suffered heavy losses and had to be subdued. Now I find something suspicious? Why didn't you say when you wanted to arrest me? Ning Xiaochuan waved another flash of lightning, cleaved Han Fu's arm, and cleaved Han Fu's arm into flesh and blood to imitate, straight out of smoke. Bang dang! Han Fu's hand bone broke into 6 pieces, and the Yingshi mirror in his hand fell to the ground. Ning Xiaochuan waved his sleeve and took away Yingshi mirror. This is a mysterious article of 7 grades, which is invaluable. Ning Xiaochuan also saw the power of Yingshi just now. If he was allowed to exert it, he would certainly have greater power. Han Fu ignored Yingshi and was afraid of being killed by Ning Xiaochuan. He kept retreating and said, "This can't be blamed on me. I was also bewitched by Ning Xiaojian. He is the one who really wants to wrong you." Finally, dog bites dog. Ning Xiaochuan struck another bolt of lightning, and Han Fu flew out and said, "So you know I'm wronged?" Ning Xiaochuan once killed dozens of students in Tiandi City, which shows that Ning Xiaochuan is definitely not a kind-hearted person. This is the reason why Han Fu took the initiative to be soft after being defeated by Ning Xiaochuan, because he knew that if he was not soft, Ning Xiaochuan would definitely dare to kill him. What is more important than life? Han Fu lay on the ground, dripping blood from the corners of his mouth, and said, "The little Marquis was naturally wronged." With Captain Han's words, I'm relieved. Ning Xiaochuan squatted down, extended his palm kindly, and patted Han Fu on the shoulder. Han Fu was trembling all over, for fear that Ning Xiaochuan's beaming magic skill would devour the mysterious qi in his body, and his whole life would be over. Ning Xiaochuan was just pressed on his shoulder by Ning Xiaochuan, sucked out of his body by beaming magic, and became a useless man. Little Marquis, this thing. Han Fu raised his head and squeezed out an ugly smile, with a look of prayer in his eyes. This is not a big deal. Captain Han, get up. Ning Xiaochuan stretched out a hand with a smile on his face. Is that all right? Is Ning Xiaochuan such a talkative person? Han Fu always felt uneasy, but he still held Ning Xiaochuan's palm and stood up until he saw Ning Xiaochuan disappear in the battle ruins, and Han Fu really confirmed that he was all right. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the middle of the street, running all his strength and bombarding the array. Pieces of inferior basalt suspended in the void were shattered, and the originally settled space was immediately unsealed. Ning Xiaochuan calmly walked out of the array and looked ahead. Princess Lanfei's car, escorted by a group of martial arts experts, had disappeared at the end of the street. Escape. Can you escape? Ning Xiaochuan stared at Princess Lanfei's car and didn't catch up. He has the most direct and simple way to deal with Princess Fu Lanfei. There is no need to fight with those martial arts masters under her seat. Ogawa. Yusasai came over and stood in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Wearing a light green dress, the fairy lotus heart palace inside her body emits a faint fragrance of lotus from inside to outside, just like a green lotus in the middle of the lake. Yusasai's martial arts cultivation has made great progress, and has reached the 9th weight of the divine body, which is greatly beyond Ning Xiaochuan's expectation. However, she is the princess of King Dajinpeng's mansion. Under her command, many strong martial arts men work hard for her, help her earn points, and she can easily enter the heavenly palace to practice. A martial artist who practices in the heavenly palace for a day is comparable to practicing outside for a year. It's no exaggeration that she can reach the 9th weight of the divine body. Yusasai thought that after seeing Ning Xiaochuan, she would have a lot to say, but after really seeing Ning Xiaochuan, she couldn't say another word. Finally, she restrained her emotions and said with a smile, "In fact, if you don't go back to the Tiandi Academy today, I will go out to find you." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Have you crossed the 7th floor of Tongtian Bridge?" Yusasai nodded and smiled, "Yes. Just today." "Congratulations." Ning Xiaochuan is only a simple word, but it already contains all his emotions at the moment. Being able to cross the 7th floor of Tongtian Bridge with the 9th level of divine body shows that her talent is not lower than that of famous sheep, which is really a happy thing. In fact, people like Han Fu, you should get rid of him, not leave him alive, and then suffer endless. Royal Sissy said. Ning Xiaochuan said with a smile, Han Fu's martial arts talent is pretty good. It's a pity to kill him. If it can be used by me, I don't mind leaving him alive. Ning Xiaochuan is confident that he can control Han Fu, so he leaves his life and plans to subdue him into the people of Spirit Mountain Manor. Rather than immediately break through the overpass, Ning Xiaochuan returned to the 3rd Division Martial Arts Academy with UCC, ready to visit Ning Shiner first. Little Red, Little Red. Ning Shiner chased out of the 3rd Division Martial Arts Academy, and saw Ning Xiaochuan and UCC standing outside. She immediately stood still, tears dripping from her big eyes, ran up, and hugged Ning Xiaochuan's neck. "Brother." Ning Shiner's clever face lingered on Ning Xiaochuan's chest, and her beautiful and clear eyes were a little red. Ning Xiaochuan also misses Ning Shiner very much. For him, Ning Shiner is his closest relative in the world. Ning Shiner's cultivation has also made great progress. She has reached the 7th weight of the divine body, and her cultivation speed is quite against the sky. If it weren't for Ning Xiaochuan, she would certainly become the first master of the younger generation of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion after 2 years of cultivation. Ow, ow. With a big red fruit in his arms, the red dragon stepped on a pair of short legs and rushed out. A little black tiger chased after it, with agate eyes, staring at the fruit in the red dragon's hand, and his mouth kept drooling. Suddenly, the red dragon stopped and stared at Ning Xiaochuan. His eyes suddenly lit up. He threw the fruit in his hand to the black tiger, and swaggered towards Ning Xiaochuan, shouting at Ning Xiaochuan, "Ow, ow." Ning Xiaochuan understood its words and stretched out an arm. Xiaohong flew to Ning Xiaochuan's shoulder along Ning Xiaochuan's arm, and there was another howl in Ning Xiaochuan's ear. "She has hatched." Ning Xiaochuan slapped Xiaohong and flew her. "This guy is so noisy." Xiaohong's eyes shone, and she hurried to Ning Xiaochuan's feet, stretched out a claw to pull Ning Xiaochuan's trouser legs, and asked Ning Xiaochuan to take it out of the Emperor's academy. "Not now. I'll take you out to see her in a few days." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Naturally, Xiaohong didn't do it. She stood up with her feet on the ground. She stared at Ning Xiaochuan with her head held high, and screamed in her mouth. "Xiaohong, don't bother your brother. When he finishes his work at the Tiandi Academy, he will definitely take you out." Ning Xiaochuan pinched Xiaohong's neck, lifted it up, and stuffed it directly into her sleeve. Ning Xiaochuan saw a little black tiger squatting on the threshold not far away, eating fruit, and his mouth made a botched sound, which looked like a black watchdog. "Eh? Why is it here?" Ning Xiaochuan stared at the little black tiger. Ning Xiaochuan's face was white and beautiful. She waved and called, "Xiaohei, come here." The little black tiger was sitting on the threshold, chewing the fruit very seriously. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's cry, he looked up cute and pointed at himself with a small claw. It was like saying, "Are you calling me?" Ning Xiaochuan nodded. The little black tiger bit the fruit in his mouth, then ran over with his fart bumping, sat on Ning Xiaochuan's vamp, and chewed with the fruit in his arms. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Xiaohei is Xiaohong's playmate, but they are very noisy and always restless. Not long ago, they ruined the medicine field that the deputy hospital master worked hard to manage and ate the mysterious medicine of more than 3 grades. The deputy hospital master heard the bad news, fainted on the spot, and now the murderer is still wanted everywhere. Fortunately, the deputy hospital master didn't know it was the 2 of them, otherwise we would have dragon and tiger meat to eat this evening." The little black tiger sitting on Ning Xiaochuan's upper, hearing the word eat, immediately his eyes lit up, like 2 little stars. It lifted up and stared at Ning Xiaochuan, with a happy expression on its face. It didn't know that Ning Xiaochuan was talking about eating dragon and tiger meat. Ning Xiaochuan didn't know the origin of the little black tiger, but Ning Xiaochuan did. This little black tiger is the mysterious beast king of Ghost Dream Forest, a 7-level mysterious beast, and a roaring tiger. If it becomes violent, its combat power will be comparable to Wu Zun. Ning Xiaochuan didn't tell Ning Xiaochuan the true identity of the little black tiger, and it was good for her to treat it as a cute pet. When Ning Xiaochuan is away, the little black tiger can at least protect her. "Hey, hey! Whose dog is this? Why is he so ugly? He's a vegetarian. Is there no meat to eat? Why don't I take you back to make some game?" Yu Mingsong, wearing a loose robe, touched 2 pieces of beard on his lips, a relaxed look. "Ow!" After hearing this, the little black tiger suddenly became angry, flew up, threw Yu Mingsong to the ground, and constantly waved his claws, tearing Yu Mingsong's robe to pieces. "Sleeping trough, whose dog? Uncle fought with you." Yu Mingsong got up, rolled up his sleeves, and was about to have a big fight with the little black tiger. Bang! Yu Mingsong was thrown to the ground again. Prick! Yu Mingsong's robe was torn to pieces. The little black tiger and Yu Mingsong fought with each other for dozens of rounds. Ning Xiaochuan saw that they were almost done fighting, so he called out, "Xiaohei, come back." Xiaohei let Yu Mingsong go, shook his fur, glared at Yu Mingsong, who was lying on the ground panting, and then turned around and left. "It's like a powerful whore, just say, 'Uncle, come back to visit you next time.'" Yu Mingsong lay on the ground, His robe was bitten into strands of cloth by Xiaohei, and there were red and swollen bite marks on his arms, chest and thighs. It took a long time to get up from the ground, holding his pants heads turned into pieces with both hands, and staring at Xiaohei with tears in his eyes. "You beast." "Ow." Xiaohei's mouth roared with a tiger roar. "Okay. I won't argue with you about this, sir. I'll change my clothes first." Yu Mingsong didn't dare to say any more. He covered his lower body with his hands and ran away in despair. Xiaohei originally wanted to catch up, but was stopped by Ning Xiaochuan. "Enter the 3rd Division Martial Arts Academy and come to the place where Ning Xiaochuan lives." Ning Xiaochuan took out a 6th-grade mysterious weapon of defense type and gave it to Ning Xiaochuan. This 6th-level xuanqi was obtained from the heaven and earth cloth bag of the Tian Chenzi. It has strong defense ability. With Ning Xiaochuan's current martial arts realm, if this 6th-level xuanqi was sacrificed, it would be enough to resist the full blow of a martial artist in the refined realm. Yusasai didn't need Ning Xiaochuan to give her xuanqi at all. Her own cultivation resources were much more than Ning Xiaochuan, and she couldn't use up at all. "More unparalleled?" Ning Xiaochuan asked. Ning Xiaochuan said, "He went to the Aboriginal territory for training. I'm afraid he won't come back for a while." Yu Mingsong changed a clean robe and came again. He stared at Xiaohei and snorted coldly, "Just now I just let you. In fact, I don't care to fight with an animal at all, which doesn't match my noble identity." Hey! Hey! Don't come here, Ning Xiaochuan, I'm just kidding with it, tell it not to take it seriously. Xiaohei is a 7th-rank mysterious beast. His wisdom is no lower than that of human beings. Naturally, he can understand Yu Mingsong's words, so he will rush up and fight with Yu Mingsong. Ning Xiaochuan hurriedly stopped Xiaohei and said, "Brother Yu, please sit down. In fact, there is one thing I have always wanted to consult you." Seeing that Xiaohei didn't rush up, Yu Mingsong immediately relieved, straightened his chest and looked like an expert. He sat at the table and said with a smile, "Younger brother Ning, ask me if you have any questions. Don't be polite to me. It's not my boasting. There are few things I don't know in this world. It's about calciners." Ning Xiaochuan has seen Yu Mingsong's ability to forge utensils, which is indeed beyond ordinary people. He is always able to refine some strange mysterious utensils, some of which are not even recorded in books. Yu Mingsong was more confident and said in a low voice, "Ning Xiaodi, you know, I'm the neighbor of the disciples of the world's first calciner master. If I don't even know about calciners, I'm afraid no one in the world will know. Shoo. Keep a low profile. This matter must be kept a low profile, and it must not be known by a third person." Although Yu Mingsong whispered, the room was so big that Yu Cece and Ning Xiaochuan naturally heard clearly. Even Xiao Hong, hidden in Ning Xiaochuan's sleeve, leaned out his head and stared at Yu Mingsong. In order to establish the Sword Palace, Ning Xiaochuan naturally wants to attract as many forging masters as possible. Relying on those forging masters of Situ family alone, it is far from being able to establish the world's first forging holy land. There are not many excellent forging masters in the Tiandi Academy. Ning Xiaochuan plans to recruit talents from the Tiandi Academy first. After Ning Xiaochuan told Yu Mingsong about this plan, Yu Mingsong patted the table and shouted, "Good. Good idea. Why do you recruit so many calciners? Just recruit me." "You. One is enough?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yu Mingsong whispered, "Think about it, what's my identity? I'm the neighbor of the disciples of the world's first calciner master. If I'm all in the Xinjian Palace, those calciners of the Jade Haze Empire will not all come to join in, and I'm afraid there are not a few people who want to worship me as a teacher at that time." Ning Xiaochuan's forehead sweat, dry coughed twice, said, "You don't like low-key." "I'm very low-key." Yu Mingsong immediately and solemnly said, "We have a lifelong friendship. For you, I can make a high profile. For friends, sacrifice myself, I think it's worth it." Ning Xiaochuan squeezed out a smile and said, "I don't know what height brother Yu has reached in forging tools. This height is not important. The most important thing for forging tools is mentality. What is the truth avenue of forging tools? It is summed up in 8 words: sincerity is caused by sincerity, and gold and stone are open. Shoo! Don't put these 8 words out. It's from the mouth of the world's first forging tool maker. Every word is worth thousands of gold." Yu Ming relaxed and looked a little more, saying, "If forget it." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Just say what you have." Yu Mingsong said with a dignified look, "It is said that the emperor left a book called The Classic of Strange Door Tools, which records not only the method of forging mysterious tools, but also the records of forging supreme imperial tools, secondary artifacts and artifacts. If we can get this book, The Classic of Strange Door Tools, we can forge higher-grade mysterious weapons and soldiers more easily, which will surely increase the prestige of the Divine Sword Palace and become the first sacred place of forging tools in the Jade Land Empire." Did the Emperor of Heaven really leave a copy of the Classic of Strange Doors? Ning Xiaochuan was a little suspicious, and always felt that Yu Mingsong's words were somewhat unreliable. Yu Mingsong shouted, "There must be. Otherwise, why did I come to Yulan Empire? Haha. I mean, the Emperor of Heaven's hometown is in Yulan Empire, and this book Chiman instrument code must be hidden in a secret place by him, not necessarily. It's hidden in the tomb forest of the Emperor of Heaven, or in the Palace of Heaven. Ning Xiaochuan's expression moved and said, "Brother Yu, aren't you from Yulan Empire? There are still 12 hours before the end of this month. Everyone has been voted by the monthly vote. Otherwise, it will be cleared in the morning tonight. Hey! This! Hey! Yu Mingsong rubbed his hands, took a sip of tea on the table, and said with a smile, "Yes. I'm from a small tribe in Nanman. You won't know it if you say it. It's better not to say it." Ning Shiner expressed doubts and said, "You don't claim to be the neighbor of the disciples of the world's first calciner master. Do the disciples of the world's first calciner master also live in the tribe?" In her opinion, Yu Mingsong didn't look like a warrior from the primitive tribe. She felt that Yu Mingsong didn't have a word of truth in his mouth. Yu Mingsong said calmly, "The idea of forging expert is not what we ordinary people can imagine. The disciples of the world's first forging master really live in the primitive tribe, in the cave next to my home. He said that there is a land vein in the deep mountains of our tribe, which is a treasure land for looking for raw materials, so I lived there for decades. I learned from him the skill of forging. Shoo! Low key. What he said is so serious that people have to believe it. If there is really a strange door or code in the world, it must not be in the tomb forest of the Emperor of Heaven. The tomb forest of the Emperor of Heaven is actually a cover, and it is not the tomb of the Emperor of Heaven." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Xiaochuan is still very concerned about the Book of Strange Door Tools. If he can really find this wonderful book of forged tools left by the Emperor of Heaven, it is only a matter of time before the Divine Sword Palace becomes famous all over the world. Yu Mingsong didn't ask Ning Xiaochuan why he knew that the tomb forest of the Emperor of Heaven was just a cover, and said with a dignified look, "So it seems that the classic of strange gate instruments must be in the Heavenly Palace. Ning Xiaochuan, you have a lot of connections with the head of the academy. We can't go into many places in the Heavenly Palace, and you can definitely go in. If you can find the classic of strange gate instruments, let me watch it for 3 days for free, and I can help you forge it for 3 years for free." The Heavenly Palace is a practice center left by the Emperor of Heaven. I'm afraid even the head of the academy didn't understand the Heavenly Palace thoroughly, and there are certainly not many places I can enter with my cultivation. However, I will try my best. Why worry if you have Ning Xiaochuan? Cheers. Yu Mingsong picked up the teacup and drank it in a forthright gulp. It's really a toast. Even the tea was drunk. After getting together with Yu Mingsong, Yu Cece, and Ning Xiaochuan, Ning Xiaochuan went to the deputy hospital owner, but he saw the deputy hospital owner sitting on the chair with a sad face, frowning deeply and sighing, like a poor old man who lost his spouse in middle age and his son in his later years. Ogawa. Are you back? Sit down. The deputy hospital owner said weakly. Ning Xiaochuan originally intended to ask the vice president if there was geocentric magmatic blood, but seeing the vice president's appearance now, he was a little embarrassed to ask. The vice president seems to have something on his mind. The deputy hospital master shouted, too cruel. The mysterious medicine I planted for most of my life was stolen overnight. If he caught the thief, he had to break him up. Isn't it strange to say that there are clearly enchantments and arrays outside the medicine field, and the thief was able to steal the mysterious medicine inside without breaking the array enchantments? It seems that he must be a martial arts master and master the array. Is it true that Zuanzenzi is immortal? Yes? If the deputy hospital master knew that the thief who stole his mysterious medicine was the little dragon and tiger in Ning Xiaochuan's hospital, I'm afraid the person who the deputy hospital master would first break up was Ning Xiaochuan. Ogawa, what are you nervous about? The deputy hospital owner stared at Ning Xiaochuan and asked, curiously. No. Ning Xiaochuan pretended to listen carefully and said blankly. The deputy hospital owner said, then why did your heart beat faster, just now? This. In fact, I'm also quite distressed. It's not easy for our mental hygienists to cultivate xianyao. We collect xianyao everywhere and cultivate it with all our heart, but it was stolen overnight. This little thief should have dragged out his body. Ning Xiaochuan's indignant way. Bang! The deputy hospital master slapped his hands on the table and said, yes. It's hateful. It's hateful. If I catch him, I'll break him up first, and then I'll divide him into 5 parts. Hey! Do you think the thief is an old devil? Now, let alone ask the deputy hospital owner to take out a geocentric magma blood, even if he casually takes out a 4-grade xianyao, I'm afraid it's a difficult thing. Ning Xiaochuan knew that the deputy hospital owner was now angry and suspicious. Everyone was the object of his suspicion, in order not to arouse his suspicion. Ning Xiaochuan immediately left. Ning Xiaochuan finally breathed a sigh of relief when he walked out of the alchemy room of the deputy hospital master. It seems that he is going to look for geocentric magma blood elsewhere. On the horizon, there was a bright red sunset, and half of the red sun sank below the horizon. Since he returned to the Tiandi Academy, Ning Xiaochuan planned to visit the mysterious woman living in the Ghost Dream Forest. The mysterious woman taught Ning Xiaochuan a lot of things, and she is basically half of Ning Xiaochuan's master. Ning Xiaochuan came to the valley deep in the Ghost Dream Forest again, which is the residence of the mysterious woman. However, after Ning Xiaochuan searched for a long time, there was no one in the valley. That huge golden silk nest is still suspended on the sparkling lake. It seems that no one has lived in it for a long time, and there is no breath of life in it. Ow! The little black tiger leaped out of the grass and fell on Ning Xiaochuan's side. His agate eyes were also staring at the nest on the lake. His mouth opened and said something to Ning Xiaochuan, but his mouth didn't make a sound. You mean she left 6 months ago? Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, where has she gone? The head of the little black tiger shook like a rattle. Obviously, it did not know the whereabouts of the mysterious woman. Maybe she has left Yulan Empire. With her cultivation, I'm afraid she can only seek a higher breakthrough by leaving Yulan Empire. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. Shua. Ning Xiaochuan's body took off and fell on the water. With a slight tiptoe, it stirred up circles of subtle ripples on the water. His body took off again and fell to the edge of the suspended golden silk nest. The golden silk nest is suspended above the lake, more than 10 meters high from the lake. Standing by the lake and looking at the golden silk nest, I don't think it's big. But when Ning Xiaochuan stood on the edge of the golden silk nest, he found that this nest was surprisingly large, with a diameter of more than 70 meters, which was as large as a standard football field. Which is a nest? It's like a sinkhole. I'm afraid even a dragon lying in the nest will not feel crowded. Ning Xiaochuan gently stretched out his hand. As soon as his fingers reached into the nest, a layer of golden halo appeared from the void, blocking Ning Xiaochuan's fingers. On the surface of the golden halo, there are seed arrays in operation, including not only defense arrays, but also high-level attack arrays. Fortunately, Ning Xiaochuan had been on guard and did not rush into the nest, otherwise he would definitely suffer a heavy blow. Through layers of array, Ning Xiaochuan could vaguely see a white palace suspended above the golden silk nest. That should be where the mysterious woman lives. Ning Xiaochuan bowed respectfully to the palace inside the golden silk nest for 3 times before he was ready to leave. But at this time a golden light flew out of that small palace, broke through many arrays, and suspended above Ning Xiaochuan's head. Ning Xiaochuan clearly saw that the golden light was wrapped in a reddish feather, which was 7 meters long and burning with flames. It's not like a feather, it's like a huge palm fan. Ning Xiaochuan stretched out his hand to get the feather, but a burning force came and burned his skin. He hurriedly ran the mysterious chi of dragon and tiger in his body, wrapped his palm, passed through the golden light, and carefully squeezed the feather in his hand. Although it's just a feather, it weighs more than 10,000 jin and is as hot as magma. If Ning Xiaochuan didn't wrap his palm with dragon and tiger xuanqi, I'm afraid his palm would be ignited by the high temperature and burned into fly ash. Ning Xiaochuan spread the wings of the angry wind, took off, flew to 100 feet high, waved the 7-meter-long red feather in his hand, and a wild heat wave was uploaded from the feather, sweeping the mountains and rivers within 100 miles. Chi. On the ground, mountains were ignited by flames, and the earth became a sea of fire. The whole ghost forest seemed to be burning. The mysterious beasts in the mountains ran in the flames one after another, and their mouths roared. They were all in a panic, thinking that it was the natural disaster. Ning Xiaochuan was startled. The power of this feather was too frightening. Just waving it, it even made the mountains within a radius of dozens of miles burn, and made the night sky red. Standing in mid-air, looking at the ground is completely a sea of fire, and the fire is still spreading. Xiaohei, put out the fire, quickly. Ning Xiaochuan hurriedly launched the martial arts magic of 10,000 swords melt rain, and suddenly it rained heavily on the sky. If we don't stop the spread of the fire, I'm afraid the whole ghost forest will be ruined. Xiao Tianhu also understood the fierce relationship, and quickly incarnated into the body. His body expanded hundreds of times, drank the water in a big river into his stomach, and then spit it out crazily. Under the firefighting offensive of Ning Xiaochuan and Xiao Tianhu, it took 2 hours to put out the fire. One person and one tiger are very tired. Ning Xiaochuan took out the feather again, looked carefully, looked in awe, and said, "What kind of bird's feather is this? I've never seen it before. It should be phoenix." The voice of Emperor Blade sounded. Phoenix? Ning Xiaochuan was startled. When he was on Earth, Ning Xiaochuan also heard of phoenix, but it was the legendary divine bird. Is there really such a divine bird in the world? The Emperor of Heaven Blade said, "So she's a phoenix. No wonder she can suppress me for 200 years. Boy, putting this phoenix feather on you will only cause you death. You'd better leave it to me." Ning Xiaochuan said with a smile, "I still have the blade of the Emperor of Heaven in my hand, and I haven't seen the trouble of killing myself." The Emperor Blade was a little confused and sighed, "Young man, you don't know much about the dangers in the world. The better the treasure is, the more evil it is. Give me the phoenix feather, and I'll help you bear all the evil, and I can shoot for you 10 times for free. The more Tiandi Blade wants it, the more precious it is. Naturally, Ning Xiaochuan will not give it. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the golden silk nest in the middle of the lake, and then looked at the phoenix feather in his hand. He thought to himself, this phoenix feather must have been deliberately left by the mysterious woman to me. She should have guessed that I would come here again. I worshipped it 3 times on the golden silk nest, and the phoenix feather would fly out automatically. If I hadn't worshipped it at that time, this phoenix feather probably wouldn't fly out of the palace. Ning Xiaochuan put the phoenix feather into the heaven and earth cloth bag, and try not to show it to others in the future. Tiandi Blade is right. The better the baby is, the easier it is to cause death. Ning Xiaochuan spent the night in the valley, practicing the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth. After practicing this skill to the 7th level, Ning Xiaochuan could no longer make progress, and could only absorb Xuanqi at 64 times the speed. Unable to find the 8th cultivation method of heaven and earth Xuanqi, the speed of absorbing Xuanqi and refining elixir can only stop at this level. Although Ning Xiaochuan's speed of absorbing Xuanqi now can be compared with many Wu Zun's, he is not satisfied with the current situation and wants to break through to a higher level. Ning Xiaochuan took out the white bone beads and put them in the palm of his hand. The mysterious woman said that this white bone bead can help him cultivate the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth, so this white bone bead must hide a secret. Ning Xiaochuan now finds that there are only 2 secrets about the white bone beads. First, when practicing the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth, holding the white bone beads in his hand can improve the speed of absorbing the mysterious Qi. Second, white bone beads can release a large amount of Xuanqi, forming a huge spiritual acupoint. Ning Xiaochuan also didn't know how to stimulate the white bone beads. The last time the white bone beads became spiritual acupoints, it was because he encountered the Spirit One Master in Taiwum. In the fight, the white bone beads became powerful and broke the cage of heaven and earth arranged by the Spirit One Master. Ning Xiaochuan put a dragon and tiger mysterious gas into the white bone bead, and wanted to control it by controlling the mysterious instrument. However, the white bone beads are like insulated from Xuanqi. No matter how much dragon and tiger Xuanqi Ning Xiaochuan plays, it has no response. Ning Xiaochuan used blood to melt white bone beads, but he still had no reaction. Calm down. Let me recall carefully that the reason why the white bone beads changed at that time was Spirit Acupoint. Yes, it is Spirit Acupoint. Ning Xiaochuan pinched the white bone beads in his hands, silently operated the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth, and felt the spiritual acupoints in the air. At the same time, the white bone beads in Ning Xiaochuan's hands slowly changed, and unexpectedly flew out of his hands, suspended in the air, emitting milky soft light. With the bone bead as the center, a strong dark gas gushed out, which was thicker than the dark gas in the valley, and it was almost liquid. The little black tiger was lying at Ning Xiaochuan's feet, staring at the bone bead stupidly, and his tongue stretched out to add lips, which seemed to be like rushing up to take the bone bead away. Ning Xiaochuan was still sitting on the ground, his eyes closed, but his mind had been separated, like a wisp of soul shadow flying into the air, staring at the bone beads. The surface of the bone bead is full of dense words, with millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of words, each of which is pitifully small and unrecognizable. Ning Xiaochuan turned his mind to the extreme and stared so wide that his eyes began to ache that he barely saw a few lines of words. The 7th heavy martial art in the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth can be seen. The Taoist, 6 ways and 5 skills. 6 ways, Fu Dao, Array Dao, Qi Dao, Wu Dao, Dan Dao, Heart Dao. 5 skills, spells, 5 elements, mind reading, divine power. Each way can lead to a road, and each skill can become a great skill. Ning Xiaochuan didn't finish reading this paragraph, but he had a headache and was almost distracted. The words on the bone beads are too small. Every time you read a word, you will spend a lot of attention. The mind returned to Ning Xiaochuan's heart, and Ning Xiaochuan immediately felt dizzy and swollen brain, which almost caused an internal injury that could not be cured. Ning Xiaochuan hurriedly ran the mysterious qi of heaven and earth and began to regulate his breath. When he opened his eyes again, the sky was completely bright. It took a whole night just to read a few lines. Ning Xiaochuan secretly tongue-tied. This bone bead is also too frightening. The things recorded on it are really incredible and shocking. According to the bone bead above, Wu Dao belongs to one of the 6 Dao, magical power belongs to one of the 5 skills. Ning Xiaochuan has never heard of this statement before. If it is spread, it will definitely cause a big shock in the martial arts world. Ning Xiaochuan temporarily put away the white bone beads and planned to study them later when his cultivation was stronger. Last night, it was extremely dangerous and almost caused heavy damage to himself. It was too dangerous. Ning Xiaochuan hurried back to the 3rd Division Martial Arts Academy, and then, Yu Cixi, Yu Mingsong, Ning Shiner, Jing Quexi and others rushed to Tiandi City. One of the purposes of Ning Xiaochuan's return to the Tiandi Academy is to test his talent. Breaking through the overpass is the best test method. The last time Ning Xiaochuan broke through the overpass was the 7th highest cultivation of the divine body, but now it has reached the 5th highest in the realm of immortality, and his cultivation has increased more than dozens of times. The news that Ning Xiaochuan gave Han Fu to defeat has spread all over the Tiandi Academy, causing a great sensation, and many people expressed disbelief. However, the news spread from the mouth of all the teachers, but people have to believe it. Coming. Ning Xiaochuan and Princess Cixi have entered Tiandi City and are going in the direction of Tongtian Bridge. Ning Xiaochuan must break through Tongtian Bridge. It is said that Ning Xiaochuan's physique is against the sky, and he defeated Han Fu, the law enforcement captain. In the Heavenly Emperor Academy, I'm afraid only the spiritual virtual venerable can compare with him. The spiritual and virtual venerable is an immortal, not a mortal constitution, so it can't be generalized. Ning Xiaochuan has been promoted from the Xuanqi realm to the 5th level of the refined realm in just 2 years, raising more than 10 realms, which is simply a little inhuman. A genius girl in the Marquis's mansion said in a way of being a flower addict, if only our Jilling Marquis could marry the Marquis's mansion in Jiangya. Elder sister, don't daydream. Ning Xiaochuan's heart is only Yuningxing, the first beauty of the imperial city. You didn't see Princess Cixi launch such a powerful offensive, and didn't take Ning Xiaochuan. Do you think you can compare with Princess Cixi? Someone splashed cold water. With an iron sword on his back, Mingyang stood on the 2nd floor, staring at Ning Xiaochuan, who passed through the street. A year ago, he could compete with Ning Xiaochuan. However, a year later, he was not even qualified to be Ning Xiaochuan's opponent. Ning Xiaochuan seemed to feel the burning eyes, raised his head to look at the famous sheep, smiled and nodded at him, and then continued to walk to the Tongtian Bridge. If it had been a year ago, Ning Xiaochuan would have killed famous sheep and uprooted them. But now he won't, not because his heart has softened, but because Mingyang has no threat to him. As long as the famous sheep don't mess with him again, he won't kill again. Ning Xiaochuan boasted too much about the step, so that we couldn't catch up at all. The natural enemy side. Not to mention the outstanding masters among the freshmen such as famous sheep and natural enemies, even the 2nd and 3rd old students can only sigh secretly. Although they are all top talents, they are no different from mediocre talents in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Boom! Princess Lanfei's car came from the other direction and stopped outside the Tongtian Bridge. She brought many martial arts masters to guard both sides of the car. Obviously, she was still a little afraid that Ning Xiaochuan would retaliate. Ning Xiaochuan just glanced at Princess Lanfei's car driver, smiled coldly, and went straight into the Tongtian Bridge. After Ning Xiaochuan entered the Tongtian Bridge, the Tiandi city was fried again, and everyone was talking about it. What floor of Tongtian Bridge can Ning Xiaochuan pass this time? I think he can at least pass the 11th floor, and Han Fu just passed the 11th floor. Han Fu's talent is also very high. With the 7th level of refined realm, he crossed the 11th floor of Tongtian Bridge. I heard that many martial artists with the 9th level of refined realm did not cross the 11th floor. Ning Xiner was quite concerned about Ning Xiaochuan and felt quite proud of his current achievements. She said, "Sister Cece, why can't the 9th weight martial artist in the secular realm break through the 11th floor of the Tongtian Bridge?" Yusasai said, "Tongtian Bridge depends not only on the realm of a martial artist, but also on the talent and potential of a martial artist. You know, the martial artist who is also the 9th most refined martial artist, sometimes the combat effectiveness will differ by more than 10 times. It is also normal for those who are not talented enough to break through the 11th floor of Tongtian Bridge. Can my brother cross the 11th floor of Tongtian Bridge?" Ning Xiner said. Sai stared at the Tongtian Bridge and said firmly, "He can definitely." She has absolute confidence in Ning Xiaochuan. Look, Ning Xiaochuan's speed in breaking through the barrier is so fast. 10 pillars of light have been lit on the Tongtian Bridge. He has broken through the 10th floor of the Tongtian Bridge. A woman with outstanding appearance exclaimed. In such a short time just now, Ning Xiaochuan broke through the first 10 floors of the overpass in a row. The speed of breaking through the overpass was unprecedented, which caused a huge shock to all the students present. Not long after the voice of the proud girl just fell, the 11th pillar of light lit up on the Tongtian Bridge. Ning Xiaochuan has crossed the 11th floor of Tongtian Bridge. Break through the 11th floor so quickly? This is too exaggerated. Many people think that it will be difficult for Ning Xiaochuan to break into the 11th floor. However, they all guessed wrong. Ning Xiaochuan broke through the 11th floor in less than 3 breaths. It's September 1st. Students who start school, vote for Lao Jiao for the guaranteed monthly ticket. Students who can't open school, also vote for Lao Jiao with guaranteed monthly ticket. Come on. Come on. Ning Xiaochuan came to the 12th floor of Tongtian Bridge and met the 12th man in white robe guarding the pass. The man in white robe stood in the middle of the bridge, carrying his hands on his back, and there was a thick, mysterious air in his body. He is just a soul, but his body is extremely solid, which is no different from real people. Defeat me, succeed. Be killed by me, fail. Let's start, said the man in white. Ning Xiaochuan naturally understood the rules of Tongtian Bridge. Without any unnecessary nonsense, he directly attacked it and hit dozens of swords. In the first 11 levels, Ning Xiaochuan rushed over with a sword, and no one could stop him. Only in the 11th level, I encountered a short resistance, but I only fought more than 10 moves to kill the keeper of the 11th level. It was very easy. However, after meeting the white-robed man in the 12th level, Ning Xiaochuan obviously felt resistance. The strength of the white-robed man in the 12th level is at least 4 times that of the white-robed man in the 11th level. Ow! The body of the man in white robe was wrapped by white light and expanded continuously, becoming more than 10 meters tall and turning into a double-headed giant lizard. Inside the left head of the dragon, 8 ice swords were spit out, arranged in a circle, like an array, trapping Ning Xiaochuan in the ice sword. Ning Xiaochuan rushed up and jumped into the air, but the dragon's tail swept over, like a thick steel rope, with a cold air. Unable to escape at all, Ning Xiaochuan slapped the dragon's tail, and a dense current rushed out of the palm. Boom! The dragon lizard turned into a white-robed man again. With extreme speed, it turned into a white light, rushed to Ning Xiaochuan's body, and cut it with one palm. Ning Xiaochuan's body was also extremely sensitive. His body turned sideways, his toes were a little, and his body catapulted 3 meters high. A huge Xuanqi sword condensed between his hands, and with the strength of his whole body, he chopped down with a sword. The white-robed man's hands became a circular light curtain, and 64 white balls appeared in the light curtain, arranged in an array. Bang! The Xuanqi sword bombarded the light curtain, shaking it violently and sending out ripples, but it didn't cut the light curtain to pieces. Ning Xiaochuan's response speed was so fast that he quickly mobilized the world-destroying gas in his body, pointing out a world-destroying sword wave at his fingertips and bombarding the center of the light curtain. The light curtain is broken. Annihilation sword wave smashed the head of the white-robed man. Wow! The body of the white-robed man turned into light spots, condensed into a dazzling column of light and rushed to the sky. Congratulations, you have crossed the 12th floor of the Tongtian Bridge. Your talent has at least reached the level of difficult to meet in 1500 years, which is quite amazing. I hope you will make persistent efforts to cross the 13th floor of the Tongtian Bridge. The man in white is suspended in the column of light. Ning Xiaochuan said, if I cross the 13th floor of Tongtian Bridge, what level of talent is it? Young man, go to the pass first. If you cross the 13th floor of the Tongtian Bridge, you will naturally know what level of talent you are. If you can't make it, it's quite amazing to have a talent of hard to meet in 1500 years, even in any part of the world, said the man in white. Ning Xiaochuan passed by the light column and headed for the 13th floor of Tongtian Bridge. Many martial artists in the 9th level of the secular realm cannot cross the 11th floor of the Tongtian Bridge. It can be seen that the more the Tongtian Bridge goes, the more difficult it will be. Ning Xiaochuan is not sure whether he can break through the 13th floor. Defeat me, succeed. Be killed by me, fail. Let's start, said the white-robed man guarding the pass on the 13th floor of Tongtian Bridge. His strength is 4 times higher than the white-robed man on the 12th floor. The white-robed man stood in place, showing a blue light behind him, and the virtual shadow of a blue divine bird appeared, with a body as big as a hill. The virtual shadow of the blue divine bird, guarding behind the white-robed man, stared at Ning Xiaochuan with sharp eyes. The breath emanating from the white-robed man was particularly powerful. After summoning the virtual shadow of the blue divine bird, it became more terrifying, locking the 13th floor of the entire Tongtian Bridge. Ning Xiaochuan was so oppressed that his heart had to stop beating. If he fought in his current state, he would be killed by the white-robed man in an instant. Destroy the world sword soul. Ning Xiaochuan folded his hands, and a dazzling light rushed out of the center of his palm, wrapping his body. Between heaven and earth, strands of mysterious air flow shuttled through the gap between space and time, gathered together, and condensed into a huge female demon shadow behind Ning Xiaochuan, up to 9 feet high, towering, with long hair of 3,000 feet. It's just the figure of a gentle woman, but it has the power to look down on 9 days, and all the gods in the world seem to surrender to her. A wisp of sword spirit of the founder of the world-destroying Taoism condensed, and finally helped Ning Xiaochuan break through the oppression of the white-robed man, exert the power of sword spirit, and cut off the white-robed man with a sword. Tongtian Bridge is left by the Emperor of Heaven. The world on the bridge is completely isolated from the outside world. Ning Xiaochuan can do all his tricks and is not afraid of being discovered. The white-robed man didn't have any emotion. Even in the face of the strong pressure of the world-destroying Taoist patriarch, he didn't frown at all. With a wave of his arm, hundreds of feathers flew out, like hundreds of mysterious weapons and swords. Bang! 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 Ning Xiaochuan didn't dare to be careless at all. He kept chopping out the soul of the world-destroying sword and collided with the feather made by the white-robed man, breaking the feather into wisps of smoke. The martial arts cultivation of the white-robed man in the 13th level was quite terrible. Ning Xiaochuan played more than 20 world-destroying swords in a row and didn't beat him back. You should know that Ning Xiaochuan's combat power is invincible in the same realm, which only shows that the martial arts cultivation of the white-robed people is much higher than that of Ning Xiaochuan. The man in white did not retreat, but moved forward, constantly breaking Ning Xiaochuan's world-destroying sword spirit, and the golden light appeared on his fist, breaking Ning Xiaochuan's cloud, returning to vitality, and punching Ning Xiaochuan's heart. This punch is simply unparalleled, and it definitely has the power to knock down the mountain. Ning Xiaochuan clearly saw that on the fist of the white-robed man, the virtual shadow of a divine bird was sinking and floating. Magic sword. Ning Xiaochuan's heart rushed out 7 blood-red airflow, condensed into a monstrous sword. Shua. Wave the magic sword. The white-robed man's fist was covered with blood, and all his strength was broken by the magic sword. After a flash, the white-robed man's arm became 2 pieces, the incision was extremely neat, and even the bones were evenly separated. Ning Xiaochuan lifted the magic sword, which was like the incarnation of the demon god. He flew up and kicked the white-robed man out with 1 foot. The magic sword waved and cut out again, pulling out a blood-red sword wave. Poof! The white-robed man was cut off by the magic sword. Ning Xiaochuan stood beside the corpse of the white-robed man, standing with a sword, with a murderous look of extermination in his eyes. If people who know Ning Xiaochuan see Ning Xiaochuan's eyes at the moment, they will certainly think that they recognize the wrong person. The corpse of the white-robed man turned into dots of light, converging into the 13th pillar of light. Congratulations on crossing the 13th floor of Tongtian Bridge. You have the talent of rare in 30 years and become the most talented person among the martial artists who broke through the bridge after the Emperor of Heaven. Ning Xiaochuan took the magic sword back into his body, and his eyes gradually recovered. The idea of killing in his mind still existed, as if he wanted to kill any living creature. This is the idea of exterminating everything in the world. Is this the true meaning of the way of destroying the world? Destroying the world. Ning Xiaochuan's heart trembled slightly, and he felt that he was practicing the way of destroying the world, and was simply walking towards the dark abyss step by step. After each use of the magic sword, Ning Xiaochuan's mind will produce a lot of negative emotions, which need to spend a lot of time to suppress and ease. Ning Xiaochuan walked towards the 14th floor of Tongtian Bridge while suppressing the negative emotions in his body. The white-robed man on the 14th floor of Tongtian Bridge stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply and said, "Young man, your talent is very high, but the realm is not enough, and you can't break through the 14th floor. If I take action, I can kill you with half a move." Yulan Empire finally gave birth to a young man with talent hard to meet in 30 years. I don't want you to fall on Tongtian Bridge. Go back. Ning Xiaochuan can also feel that the white-robed man is quite strong, and the breath emanating from his body is even more than Wu Zun. He is far from his opponent now. Ning Xiaochuan said, "If I beat you, what level of talent is it?" "You can't beat me now." White-robed humanity. What if? White-robed humanity, if you can defeat me before entering the territory of the earth, then you at least have the talent of 5,000 years. The lower your level is, the higher your talent is. In your current level, unless you have the talent of 7,000 years, it is possible to cross the 14th level of the Tongtian Bridge. But in fact, your current talent is only at the level of 3,200 years. Ning Xiaochuan also knew that with his current state, it was impossible to cross the 14th floor of the Tongtian Bridge. He secretly said, "It seems that he can only come back to this level after his cultivation is stronger." Being able to have the talent of difficult to meet in 3,200 years is already quite remarkable, even compared with those young sages in the era of apotheosis. However, Ning Xiaochuan is now the 5th cultivation in the refined realm, and there is still a lot of room for progress. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Before entering the territory of Dizun, I will definitely break through again." At that time I will kill you. It's good for young people to have this confidence. White-robed humanity. Ning Xiaochuan said, "What kind of talent is it if I cross the 15th floor of Tongtian Bridge before entering the territory of Dizun? By Pao humanitarianism, under the Reverend Earth, it is impossible to break through the 15th floor of Tongtian Bridge. This is the rule set by the Emperor of Heaven for Tongtian Bridge, and it is also the limit of Tongtian Bridge. No one can break this limit." Ning Xiaochuan said, "What if I break through?" The man in white paused. Tongtian Bridge can only test martial artists whose talent value is less than 10,000 years. If you can break through the 15th floor of Tongtian Bridge and break the limit of Tongtian Bridge before reaching the territory of the Earth, it means that you at least have the talent of 10,000 years. However, with the resource grade of Yulan Empire, it is impossible to support you to hit the level of 10,000 years. The level of 5,000 years should be the limit. If a martial artist wants to improve his constitution and talent, the acquired cultivation resources are very important. After all, Yulan Empire is only a 5-level civilization. It is the limit of civilization that can support the birth of a genius that is hard to meet in 5,000 years. Unless there is a quite adverse chance, otherwise the talent of martial artists cannot exceed the level of 5,000 years. If we can find the drop of divine blood left by the Emperor of Heaven, we should be able to break this limit. Ning Xiaochuan squeezed his fist tightly and swore to himself that he must find that drop of divine blood, which was his only chance now. Ning Xiaochuan didn't continue to rush into the 14th floor of the Tongtian Bridge, turned and walked out of the bridge. He saw the surprised eyes of everyone again. Many people stared at Ning Xiaochuan with the eyes of demons. At the age of 18, I crossed the 13th floor of Tongtian Bridge. This is simply unimaginable. There is no other way to describe him except by using demons. Many people have spread the news to the Tiandi Academy. Now many princes in the imperial city must also know that Ning Xiaochuan broke through the 13th floor of the Tongtian Bridge. This is not only as simple as crossing the Tongtian Bridge, but also represents the birth of a supreme genius. It is conceivable that in 10 years, Ning Xiaochuan is likely to become the first person in the Jade Haze Empire, invincible in the world. What influence will he have at that time? Princess Lanfei stood on the side of the car, wearing a peacock green expensive dress, wearing a jade white fox fur, with long black hair on her head, wearing Zhuyu, Qingjin, Xianshi Baochai, and other vows that her skin was like jade, and her wealth was pressing. Among the many princesses in the Jade Haze Empire, I'm afraid no lord could match her beauty and noble spirit. Ning Xiaochuan, do you still remember our bet? Hee hee. You didn't disappoint the princess. Now I'll go back to the imperial palace and ask my father to marry us. Although Princess Lanfei smiled, she was extremely serious. She got on the car and turned the car around. She actually drove in the direction of Tianmen. Yu Cixi tightly tugged at her fist, quite angry. "You Lanfei, do you think that if you recruit Ning Xiaochuan to be your son-in-law, he will really be driven by you? Controlled by you? You are dreaming." Princess Lanfei's jade hand lifted the curtain of the car, revealing a gorgeous jade face, and said with a smile, "Sister Cixi, I never thought of driving Ogawa. I really love him and want to be his woman, which means nothing else." Seeing Yu Cixi's angry appearance, Princess Lanfei was quite happy. It was like winning a battle. Yu Cixi was naturally angry. If Princess Lanfei really let Emperor Yulan marry, Ning Xiaochuan must not resist the decree, and must marry Princess Lanfei as his wife. This is not only angry, but also heartbreaking. Princess Lanfei's car, escorted by a group of martial arts masters, slowly left for Tianmen. Between Buizhong, Princess Lanfei's talent and royal Cixi have also reached the 9th level of the divine body realm, crossed the 7th floor of the Tongtian Bridge, and are qualified to enter and lead the Tiandi Academy. Xiaochuan, Princess Lanfei doesn't really love you at all. She just wants to use you. Yu Sisai was afraid that Ning Xiaochuan would be deceived by Princess Lanfei. Apart from other things, Princess Lanfei is really excellent. She is not only highly gifted in martial arts, but also famous for her dexterity. She is also a royal heavenly daughter. As an excellent and beautiful woman like Princess Lanfei, few men in the world can refuse to show their love. Yu Sisai was naturally worried that Princess Lanfei would take Ning Xiaochuan away, so she hurried to say, now the court has been divided into two camps. Princess Lanfei deliberately let Emperor Yulan marry, just to bring you and the whole Jiangnan marquis house under the command of Emperor Yulan's camp. Another point, Princess Lanfei actually focuses more on your martial arts talent. If one day your martial arts talent is gone, she will ruthlessly kick you away. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Yu Sisai calmly and listened to her anxious words. After waiting for her to finish, she nodded gently and said, I know. You all know? Then you won't promise her? Yu Sisai stared into Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, and her heart was very nervous. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, if Emperor Yulan really gives marriage, it represents imperial power. Do you think I have a choice? Yu Sisai's eyes also became gloomy. Beiqi gently bit her lower lip and said, yes. You have a royal decree, and you can certainly resist it. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, if you can disobey the imperial edict, with the imperial edict, then where is the emperor's prestige? The imperial edict can only correct the emperor's wrong decision, not affect the emperor's decision. What about that? Royal Sissy said. Yu Mingsong laughed and said, it's not like jumping into a fire pit to marry the princess. Your Highness doesn't have to worry about him. Besides, Princess Lanfei is also a beautiful woman, so we don't suffer. Get out. Yu Sisi was very angry and glared at Yu Mingsong fiercely, which made Yu Mingsong retreat repeatedly. Yu Mingsong retreated to the distance and said, younger brother Ning, if you are a man, you should be stronger. Don't be left or right by the princess. As a man, I know what you think now. If it's me to be pasted upside down by a beautiful princess, even if I know it's a fire pit, I don't hesitate to jump. If you dare to say more, believe it or not, I'll cut off your tongue. Royal Sissy kept grinding her teeth. Yu Ming dared not say any more when he relaxed, but he continued to inspire Ning Xiaochuan with his eyes. Ning Xiaochuan has a big enemy with Yulan Emperor. His parents were forced to death by Yulan Emperor. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan will never marry Princess Lanfei. Even if Ning Xiaochuan has no affection for Ning Qianni and Duan Muning, after all, they are Ning Xiner's parents. Since Ning Xiaochuan regards Ning Xiner as her married sister, she will naturally regard her enemy as her own enemy. I will never marry Princess Lanfei. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's affirmative reply, Yu Sisi's heart was speechless happy, but she immediately worried about Ning Xiaochuan. If Emperor Yulan really made an order, do you want to resist it? That's a great crime involving 9 families. There will always be a solution. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yu Mingsong said, if you don't marry, can you give her to me? I'm not afraid of marrying the princess. I'm brave, and I'm willing to help my friends. I'm willing to do all these things. Ning Xiner frowned slightly and said, I've only heard that you can do anything for your friends. Haven't you heard that you can do anything for your friends? Yu Mingsong coughed for 2 times, and said as if it were a matter of fact, double stabbing refers to an illusion, double stabbing refers to an action. It's normal for you not to know. Yu Mingsong was already very old. He was obviously a young man in his 20s, but he was very old. With a beard, he looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s. Once he became serious, he was like a well-educated pedant, which made people easily believe what he said. Ning Xiaochuan coughed and glared at Yu Mingsong fiercely. At the moment, he also had an impulse to cut off Yu Mingsong's tongue. Brother, what's the action of inserting a gun in 2 legs? Is it a way to cultivate martial arts? Can you teach me? Ning Xiaochuan asked, curiously. Ning Xiaochuan rubbed his temples and said, Xiaochuan. Don't listen to his nonsense. There is no such way of cultivation in the world. In order to digress, Ning Xiaochuan immediately said, I'm going to enter the Temple of Heaven to practice, which is expected to take 8 days. After coming out, I hope my cultivation has reached another level. You can also step up your cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan's entry into the Heavenly Palace is not only for cultivation, but also to find clues to the Book of Strange Doors and Tools and the Heavenly Emperor's Divine Palace. Tiangong is the practice center established by the Emperor of Heaven, and its real name is Baiyundong Tian. It's only a day outside after a year of cultivation in Baiyun Cave. Such a holy land of cultivation is only available in the Tiandi Academy. Of course, it's not easy to enter the Tiandi Academy to practice. At the same time, the Tiandi Academy can only accommodate 9 people to practice in it. Therefore, it is extremely valuable to enter the Baiyun Cave to practice for a day. When Ning Xiaochuan became the leader of the freshmen, the Heavenly Emperor Academy rewarded him with the qualification to enter the Heavenly Palace for 7 days. At that time, he only spent 5 days. Plus this time, he crossed the 13th floor of the Tongtian Bridge. Ning Xiaochuan had a total of 8 days of practice in the Heavenly Palace. It is equivalent to 8 years of cultivation in the outside world. Ning Xiaochuan climbed the ladder again, stood under the statue of the master of the school palace, spread his mind, communicated with the statue, and said, Master, I have found out the truth 12 years ago, and now I can return the imperial order to you. Where is the real body of the master of the academy? In this statue, there is only his martial spirit Dharma body. The martial spirit Dharma body of the master of the academy appeared, and his voice was old. He said, the imperial order won't have to be returned to me. Soon, I will leave the Yulan Empire. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly stunned and said, why does the palace master want to leave? My martial arts cultivation has reached a bottleneck and reached a limit 100 years ago. At that time, I should have left the Yulan Empire to find a more profound martial arts mystery. But because of my commitment to the former emperor, I sheltered the Yulan Empire for another 100 years. Now, my life is running out. If I can't break through the realm, I will run out of oil and die within 30 years. For the remaining 30 years, I'm going to look outside the Yulan Empire and look for opportunities to break through the realm in the depths of the mainland. Your talent is extremely high. Staying in the Yulan Empire will only limit your practice. Are you willing to leave with me? Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, Yulan Empire and my relatives and enemies, I can't leave. If my martial arts realm also encounters a bottleneck in the future, I may go to the outside world to have a look. The master of the academy said, you are a diving dragon, and your future achievements must be higher than me. Yulan Empire is definitely not your permanent residence. Maybe we still have a chance to meet again. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly said, there is a millennium-old demon in Yulan Empire, which is harmful to the world. Before the palace master leaves, it is best to get rid of this great demon, otherwise it may affect the foundation of the national fortune of Yulan Empire. Ask for a guaranteed monthly ticket. The master of the academy said, the millennium-old devil flew from heaven 1,000 years ago and was suppressed by the devil's palace. It was an eternal evil, which can't be subdued by ordinary people. In my early years, I went to the devil's palace in the Fire Devil Mountain, but finally stopped outside the devil's palace and didn't go in. The millennium-old devil escaped from the devil's palace, which was just what I expected, but a little earlier than I predicted. Ning Xiaochuan said, can't even the palace master subdue it? If there is selfishness, I can suppress him, but I can't kill him. If I spend the rest of my life suppressing him, I can't have the energy to cultivate martial arts. 30 years later, my life will be exhausted. You say, Do I want to use the last 30 years of my life to suppress ancient demons, or to find a higher realm of martial arts? The main way of the academy. Ning Xiaochuan understands the master of the academy very well. Avenue, as long as you are a person, you must have selfish intentions. Besides, the palace master is not selfish. He just wants to go further on the road of martial arts and pursue the extreme realm of martial arts. In fact, the palace master has done enough for the Yulan Empire. The palace master has been in charge of the Tiandi Academy for 200 years, and the potential of the Yulan Empire has been more than 10 times stronger. Martial arts are prosperous, princes emerge in large numbers, and the army is more powerful. It can be called the history of the Yulan Empire, to let the heroes bow to the head and let all countries come to court, the golden age of the world. The palace master could have pursued the extreme state of martial arts 100 years ago. But he spent another 100 years in Yulan Empire, because of a promise, wasting the best cultivation time of 100 years. The palace master's departure now is worthy of the world. If I were you, I would also choose to seek the extreme state of martial arts. The master of the academy said, although the millennium-old demon is fierce and cruel, there are also many hermit experts in the Yulan Empire. Some of them, you may not have heard their names, but their martial arts cultivation has reached a level you can't imagine. Therefore, even if I leave the Yulan Empire, you don't need to worry that the Yulan Empire will become a sure field, and there will always be experts to deal with him. If you can be called an expert by the master of the academy, you must be quite a great person. I don't know what level of cultivation you have reached. The head of the school palace added, Yulan Empire is the hometown of the Emperor of Heaven. There may be more opportunities here than outside, but it just needs real predestined talents to find them. Ning Xiaochuan said, what about the imperial decree? You can find a talent in the royal family for me and pass on the imperial decree to him. If you can teach him something, it's the best. Even if I lend you the imperial decree, you can repay my favor. What do you think? The main way of the academy. Ning Xiaochuan slightly arched his hand and said, I will pass the imperial order to a real hero. Ning Xiaochuan put away the imperial order and walked into Baiyun Cave. Baiyun Cave is shrouded in smoke all year round. You can only vaguely see some columns, tiles and cornices of the palace, and sometimes you can see some strange scenes, such as, when the clouds disperse, you can see 10 suns floating above the sky. In some places, you can see suspended peaks flying in the void. In the depths of white clouds, you can even vaguely see a 9-colored fairy pool. These scenes are shrouded in clouds. Only when the clouds become thin, can they be vaguely seen and do not know that they are real scenes? Or the illusion of nothingness? Ning Xiaochuan can only see 9 white palaces. On the top of the palace, there are plaques with words cast in blue gold, Tianqian Palace, Tianquan Palace, Tianjin Palace, Tianjin Palace, Tianzhong Palace, Tianshuan Palace, Tianli Palace, Tiankuan Palace, and Tiandue Palace. Among them, 8 palaces are closed, and jade plaques with the word quiet are hung on the gates. This means that there are palace disciples practicing in the 8 palaces. Only the gate of Tianli Palace is open, and a jade sign with the word enter is hung on the door. In Baiyun Cave, only 9 students can practice at the same time. The place of practice is these 9 palaces. There must be more than 9 students in Baiyun Cave, and there must be others practicing in it. In order not to be noticed, you'd better make some preparations first. Ning Xiaochuan walked outside Tianli Palace, stopped, and did not go in. Instead, he pulled the gate over and closed it, turning over the jade plaque hanging on the gate. From Jing to Jing. Ning Xiaochuan left the palace and walked cautiously towards the depths of the white cloud cave along a white jade path. There was white fog all around, and the eyes could only see the scene within 3 meters. The road on the ground became more and more blurred. With Ning Xiaochuan's eyesight, he couldn't even see the road clearly. I don't know how long it took. Ning Xiaochuan passed a total of 31 fork roads. When he met a fork road, he walked to the left and left a mark on the fork of the road. Even so careful, he finally lost his way. Jiu Dang Jia doesn't know how vast it is. Ning Xiaochuan walked for 5 days and 4 nights, but he didn't encounter any buildings, or even any life. The surrounding is a little scary quiet. Ning Xiaochuan finally stopped and planned to return the same way, but all the signs he left at the fork in the road disappeared. How can this happen? Is there someone who has been following me and wiped away all the marks I left? At the thought of this possibility, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help looking behind him and felt his scalp numb. Ning Xiaochuan told himself to be calm, or not only can't find what he wants, but also may be lost in the White Cloud Cave. Tiandi Blade, you are not the saber that Tiandi once wore. You must have entered the Baiyun Cave. Do you know where the Qiming Utensils Classic is placed? Ning Xiaochuan took out the Shan beast and knocked twice on the bone. The voice of the Emperor's blade sounded from the Shan beast mirror. Well, when the Emperor of Heaven established the White Cloud Cave, my wisdom was just born, and I was in a state of ignorance. I was not very familiar with the White Cloud Cave. However, I remember that there was a hanging mountain in the White Cloud Cave, where the Emperor of Heaven often practiced enlightenment. If I really left the strange door were code, probably right there. Don't forget, the purpose of our visit to Baiyun Cave is to find clues about the Heavenly Emperor's divine palace, which is the top priority. Ning Xiaochuan said, according to legend, the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven is suspended over the Yulan Empire, which must be controlled by the power of the array. The hanging mountain is also suspended in the White Jade Cave. Maybe there is a certain connection between the two. That makes sense. The Emperor of Heaven said, the jade path here is condensed by the mysterious qi, which is changing all the time. It's useless for you to engrave a mark on the jade path. Your mind is not strong enough. Come with me, I may be able to find the hanging mountain. Shan Beast Jian flew up from Ning Xiaochuan's hand and flew to the path on the right. Ning Xiaochuan said, aren't you unfamiliar with Baiyun Cave? Are you sure you can find the hanging mountain? Nonsense. Don't forget, I'm the sword of the Emperor of Heaven. I can feel some of the breath left by the Emperor of Heaven. The way that Emperor Blade swore. 12 days later, the Emperor Blade with Ning Xiaochuan found a 9-color river. What flows in the river is not water, but the mysterious qi of 9 colors, which looks like a river from a distance. Marching up the river, I saw a 9-color magic pool suspended between white clouds in the distance. The 9-color mysterious gas in the 9-color river is poured down from the 9-color divine pool, turned into wisps of air, and the air flow converges into the river. Do you see that 9-color divine pool? It is a huge spiritual cave, which is called 9-color spiritual cave in the spiritual cave treasure book of Daomen. This is already a very powerful spiritual cave, and the mysterious gas spewing out every moment is extremely massive. Even if it supports the cultivation of 100 martial masters, it will not be exhausted. The Emperor Blade said. Spiritual acupoints, like springs, can continuously emit xuanqi and provide it to martial artists for cultivation. The more powerful the spiritual acupoint is, the richer the mysterious qi of the surrounding heaven and earth is. Just like the 9-color spirit cave in front of us, the mysterious gas spewed out has become a liquid and turned into the legendary 9-color mysterious water. Even if you just take a drop of water from the 9-color divine pool, you can turn it into a xuanqi stream, which is comparable to the amount of xuanqi contained in a piece of inferior xianqi. The most important thing is that the xuanqi contained in the water of the 9-color divine pool can be directly absorbed by the martial arts, but the xuanqi contained in the inferior xianqi cannot be directly absorbed by the martial arts. Therefore, the value of a drop of 9-colored xian water is definitely several times, or even 10 times, that of a piece of inferior basalt. Ning Xiaochuan's heart is naturally quite moving, which is the treasure of cultivation and alchemy. He said, if you can collect some pool water back, you can definitely make Shiner's martial arts cultivation progress by leaps and bounds. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't need 9-colored Xian water to cultivate himself. After all, he now absorbs Xian qi at a rate of 64 times. The main purpose of collecting Jiu water is to refine pills and Ningxiner. The Emperor of Heaven said, Jiuzai Spirit Cave supports the Xuanqi supply of the whole Baiyun Cave and is the foundation of Baiyun Cave. For Taoist monks, Jiuzai Spirit Cave is simply a divine thing, which is the most useful for their cultivation. For martial artists, the effect is relatively weak. Someone. Ning Xiaochuan was rushing towards the 9-color divine pool. After hearing the voice of the Emperor Blade, he immediately stopped and restrained his breath. Sure enough, there are other people in Baiyun Cave. If they are found, it will be a big deal. Ning Xiaochuan looked in the direction of the 9-color divine pool. A piece of white clouds covering the divine pool just now scattered, and in the center of the divine pool, a scarlet pavilion appeared. Inside the pavilion, there was a woman in a white Taoist robe, with long hair like a waterfall and graceful posture like the moon, giving people a feeling of infinite ethereal and ethereal, full of mystery. She sat in the pavilion to practice and breathed the 9-colored, mysterious qi. There was always a layer of fog around her body, so that people could not see her clearly, as if she was in another time and space. It's her. Ning Xiaochuan opened his eyes wide and looked surprised. The 9-color magic pool is suspended between white clouds, and the 9 colors of Xuanqi converge into the pool water, transforming it into 9-color Xianque. For the precious soul between heaven and earth. There is a pavilion in this divine pool, and there is a woman in a Taoist robe in the pavilion. This feeling is like seeing a beautiful and holy fairy in the fairy mansion. This woman's talent is no lower than you, and her cultivation is very high. It's not easy to kill her. The Emperor's blade laughed coldly. Ning Xiaochuan could feel the murderous intention emanating from the Tiandi blade and said, don't mess around. The head of the academy hasn't left the Tiandi academy. If we disturb the head of the academy, we don't have to look for clues to the divine palace. Ning Xiaochuan knew the woman who was wearing a Taoist robe. She was the spirit virtual venerable who had an extraordinary position in the Emperor of Heaven Academy, Xue Lingxiu. Is she a disciple of the master of the academy? However, the master of the academy cultivates martial arts, while she cultivates Taoism. Compared with a year ago, the cultivation of the spiritual void venerable has stepped into another situation. Sitting in the pavilion, swallowing and spitting, the Xuanqi in the whole 9-color divine pool is changing like a wave. Moreover, Ning Xiaochuan can clearly perceive that there is an unspeakable subtle change in the surrounding space, which makes his heart beat faster and slower. In his current state, he can completely control the speed of his heartbeat in a balanced way, but he will still be affected by that mysterious force, and his heartbeat will become disordered. This is the power of time. The time around Jiuqiling acupoint is very unstable, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, and even I am affected by her. The Emperor of Heaven Blade said, unexpectedly, you can control the power of time. Your future achievements may be higher than you. Ning Xiaochuan said, she has a chaotic heart palace. With the growth of martial arts cultivation, space and time will be regulated by her. Ning Xiaochuan observed the spiritual void venerable for a period of time, and found that she seemed to be practicing some kind of supreme Taoism, closed the 6 senses and 5 senses, devoted herself to the practice, and did not notice what was happening around her. Take advantage of now, to collect the 9-colored Xian water. Ning Xiaochuan restrained his breath, spread the wings of the angry wind, flew over the white clouds, and fell on the edge of the 9-color divine pool. A layer of white halo appears on the periphery of the 9-color divine pool, like a huge light mask, covering the space where the 9-color divine pool is located. Border. This layer of enchantment is very powerful. You can vaguely see an array rotating on the enchantment. Martial artists with rare talents can enter. On the border, a heavy voice sounded. This sound is not emitted from people's mouths, but from the enchantment itself. Is this layer of enchantment still psychic? Ning Xiaochuan was a little surprised. The Emperor of Heaven said, every secret place in Baiyun Cave is equipped with enchantments, which sets the qualification to enter the enchantment. Only those who meet the requirements of talent level are qualified to enter the enchantment for cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan has the talent of difficult to meet in 3,200 years. Naturally, he meets the requirements and can enter the enchantment. Ning Xiaochuan stepped out, and the barrier did not stop him. It was like stepping over a water curtain. The 9-color divine pool is not big. Through the layers of 9-color Xuanqi, you can see the spiritual virtual venerable sitting in the pool and practicing. The Xuanqi here is surprisingly dense and of high grade. After entering the border, Ning Xiaochuan felt the blood boiling in his body, and every pore was breathing Xuanqi, and the 9-color Xuanqi was automatically integrated into blood, skin, bone, muscle, viscera, heart palace and heart. The body is changing at every moment. No wonder the spiritual virtual venerable cultivates so fast. He cultivates in the heavenly palace all the year round and sits on such a cultivation treasure land. Even if only an ordinary person stays here for a long time, his body will be washed and refined into a divine body. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan misunderstood that the spiritual virtual venerable did not stay in the 9-color holy pool for cultivation all the year round, but the master of the academy was about to leave the Jade Haze Empire and asked her to be called back. The master of the academy hopes that she can cultivate in the 9-color divine pool, break through the realm, and then take over as the new master of the academy of the Emperor of Heaven. If the older generation wants to leave, it is natural to find a new person to replace them first. Besides, if you have been practicing in the Baiyun Cave, you will inevitably encounter bottlenecks. Once you encounter bottlenecks, even if you have been practicing in the Baiyun Cave for 100 years, your accomplishments will only stand still. Ning Xiaochuan didn't think so much anymore. He took out the jade bottle and Xianling wooden box he had already prepared and began to collect 9-colored Xianshui. The value of a drop of Jiu water is several times that of a piece of inferior basalt, while Ning Xiaochuan is now packed bottle by bottle. If you are seen by other martial artists, you must be jealous and crazy. However, Ning Xiaochuan is still far from satisfied. After all, the jade bottle and Xianling wooden box are too small, and the 9-color Xianshui that can be filled is very limited. Ordinary utensils can't hold 9-colored Xian water. Even if 9-colored Xian water is put in, the Xian water will turn into Xian qi and dissipate. Heart-nourishing is really wonderful. Ning Xiaochuan called out the heart-nourishing tripod, which swelled and became a 7-meter-high tripod stove. Filling a whole cauldron of 9-colored Xian water, Ning Xiaochuan took back the heart-nourishing tripod. With such a large cauldron of Jiu water, not only can we cultivate many martial arts masters, but also the pills refined with Jiu water must be better than those refined by others. What a fortune! Hey! Where's the Xian Beast Jian? Ning Xiaochuan put away his excitement and looked around for Xian Beast Jian, but found that Xian Beast Jian had flown to the top of the 9-color divine pool and flew towards the spirit-empty venerable. Needless to guess, it must be the Emperor Blade in the Xuanzhou Jian that is playing tricks. What does it want to do? Ning Xiaochuan was so anxious that he scolded his mother. If he woke up the spiritual virtual venerable, then he didn't have to do anything in Baiyun Cave? Ning Xiaochuan spread out his body method, flew to the top of the 9-color divine pool, and chased the Xian Beast Jian. Boom! A huge whirlpool appeared around the spiritual void venerable, and the Xian Beast Jian, which had already flown to her nearby, immediately disappeared. Xian Beast Jian flew out again, and it had fallen into Ning Xiaochuan's hands. Ning Xiaochuan grabbed the Shan beast Jian, and immediately escaped from the 9-color divine pool, rushed out of the barrier, and hid in the white clouds. The whirlpool on the 9-color divine pool soon subsided, and the spiritual virtual venerable sat in the pavilion, did not open his eyes, and was still practicing. She seems to have no idea what just happened. Shit, filthy. Unexpectedly encountered a space collapse. This girl's means are not ordinary. The Emperor Blade is very angry. Ning Xiaochuan said, "What are you doing? We were almost exposed just now. Her talent is no less than you. I think it's also a good choice to take her as a knife slave." Tiandi Blade rode. Ning Xiaochuan was so angry that he was about to explode, and said, "Take your sister. I can't control if you want to take her as a knife slave, but that will have to wait until later. Don't forget our main purpose of coming to Baiyun Cave." "That's right. Go to the Hanging Mountain first." Tiandi Blade rode. Ning Xiaochuan set off again, and followed Tiandarin to the Hanging Mountain. Tiandi Blade doesn't know the specific location of the Hanging Mountain, so he can only rely on his own induction to find it. After walking in Baiyun Cave for more than 40 days, Ning Xiaochuan finally saw a vague mountain suspended in the void. Because it was covered by thick clouds, he could not see the true face of the mountain at all. This is the Hanging Mountain? After another day of walking, Ning Xiaochuan really stood at the bottom of the Hanging Mountain. In front of this peak, there are cliffs everywhere, covered with ancient spirit trees. Among them, there is a cyan ancient pine with a height of more than 300 meters, and the diameter of the trunk is more than 10 meters. The white roots hanging from the cliff are like a waterfall hanging in the void. At the top of the mountain, clouds filled the air, and a divine light was faintly visible, as if a god lived on it. To be exact, it was indeed a place where gods once lived. Ning Xiaochuan spread the wings of the angry wind and flew towards the Hanging Mountain, but just in mid-air, a hurricane swept him back to the ground. Ning Xiaochuan didn't believe this evil, and rose up again, wrapping his body with dragon and tiger xuanqi, like a white light rushing into the sky. Thunderbolt. A bolt of lightning cleaved down from the sky, penetrating the mysterious qi of dragon and tiger, and bombarded Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan fell back to the ground again, and a pain came from the position of his shoulder, and strands of lightning shuttled through the wound, invading the flesh and blood. "What a powerful lightning! If you don't hide in time, I'm afraid your body will be punctured." Ning Xiaochuan frowned. A deep voice came from the Hanging Mountain. "Martial artists with talent of difficult to meet in 400 years can enter." It's the voice of the border again. It takes 4,000 years to enter the Hanging Mountain. Ning Xiaochuan's talent, which is now only 3,200 years old, is no wonder that he will be blocked by the boundary of the Hanging Mountain. It's better not to break into it. This is the barrier left by the Emperor of Heaven, which can't be broken by my current realm. Moreover, the attack power of the barrier must be stronger and stronger every time. If you break into it again, you may be killed by the barrier. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. There is only one way to enter the Hanging Mountain, that is to improve your talent level. A drop of blood in Ning Xiaochuan's body can manifest 4 divine tigers. According to his speculation, if you can cultivate a drop of blood to manifest 5 divine tigers, you should be able to step into the talent level of difficult to meet in 400 years. Ning Xiaochuan took out a bottle of 9-color Shan water, opened the bottle cap, and a strong 9-color Shan gas rushed out of it. Absorb the power of Jiu water and condense the blood gas in the body. Jiucai Shan Chui is indeed worthy of the essence of heaven and earth. The mysterious qi contained in it is extremely rich, which makes the realm of Ning Xiaochuan improve rapidly. After spending a whole year, Ning Xiaochuan finally broke through the bottleneck and stepped into the 6th level of secularity, shedding the 6th layer of secularity. However, the blood did not reach the level of 5 god tigers, but it was stronger than before. It took another year and a half, and Ning Xiaochuan's blood finally boiled up and began to move towards the level of 5 god tigers, reaching the edge of breakthrough. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan's body sounded a loud cry, and his blood rolled. It seemed that there were thousands of troops marching in each blood vessel, causing great prestige. At this moment, if he drops a drop of blood on the ground, he will immediately turn into 5 blood-red tigers, enough to easily tear up the martial artists in the Xuanqi realm. A drop of blood can kill. After more than 2 years of practice, Ning Xiaochuan finally reached the realm of 1 blood turns 5 tigers. Talent has entered a level that is difficult to meet in 400 years. Sure enough, as the gatekeeper of the overpass said, I also began to encounter bottlenecks. It took me more than 2 years to cultivate to 1 blood turns 5 tigers, which is several times more difficult than before. I'm afraid it will be more difficult to cultivate to 1 blood turns 6 tigers. It's estimated that the talent level of 5,000 years will really become a barrier I can't break through. After this practice, Ning Xiaochuan had a deeper understanding. We must find the divine blood left by the Emperor of Heaven before we can break the limit. Ning Xiaochuan spread his wings and rushed into the hanging mountain again. This time there was no barrier to stop him, and he finally climbed the hanging mountain. This place, where the Emperor of Heaven once cultivated, is the place where martial artists all over the world dream of making a pilgrimage, and Ning Xiaochuan is now on this land. Ning Xiaochuan fell on the hanging mountain and felt his brain was clear, his mind was extremely clear, and his mind became extraordinarily clear. This is indeed a place where gods have stayed. Every plant, sand, and stone leaves the mark of gods, which is more suitable for cultivation than any holy land or spiritual place. Ning Xiaochuan walked forward along a path and passed through the jungle, mountain stream and canyon. He heard the sound of running water in his ear, so he walked forward quickly and saw a waterfall flying down from above, and there was a round blue stone platform below the waterfall. Ning Xiaochuan was very happy, but at the moment, he suddenly stopped and was shocked. There was a man standing on the blue stone platform. This is the hanging mountain. Only with a talent that is hard to meet in 400 years can we come in. Why is there a person here? That man was standing on the blue stone platform. He was a young man, wearing a white robe, with eyebrows like a knife and eyes like a sword. He gave people a strong pressure, just like a god standing between heaven and earth. He looks exactly like every gatekeeper of Tongtian Bridge. However, the breath emanating from his body is much stronger than those gatekeepers, as if he could break mountains and rivers and sink the earth with a snap of his finger. Tian Di. The voice of Tian Di Ren trembled. Ning Xiaochuan was even more shocked, staring at the man standing on the blue stone platform. Is he the Emperor of Heaven? Is he back? Facing a legendary god, Ning Xiaochuan's mood at the moment is very complex, and his heart rate has increased more than 10 times, so he can't be calm at all. No. It's not the real body of the Emperor of Heaven. This is a projection left by the Emperor of Heaven 10,000 years ago. It scared me to death, scared me to death. The Emperor Blade breathed a long sigh of relief. Ning Xiaochuan also breathed a sigh of relief and said, how can a projection be so powerful? It's no different from the real body. The Emperor of Heaven is not an ordinary person. Even if it's just a projection, he can kill everything in the world. Tiandi Blade Road. The projection of the Emperor of Heaven stood on the blue stone platform, looking at the sky, and spit out a sentence. The earth is the picture, the 9 palaces of Chimen, the array is in all directions, and the god is in the middle palace. 16 words, shaking in the void. Every word sounded like thunder, which made people's eardrums ache. With these words, the projection of the Emperor of Heaven became thinner and thinner, and finally disappeared from the bluestone platform. Ning Xiaochuan always felt that the 16 words spoken by the Emperor of Heaven had deep meaning, but he couldn't understand it at all. The 16 words were simply irrelevant. What does the Emperor of Heaven want to tell future generations? The Emperor Blade screamed wildly and said, I understand. I understand. I know where the Emperor's divine palace is. Sure enough, there is a clue. The Emperor left this projection, as if he wanted to tell us the location of the Emperor's divine palace. Where is the heavenly palace? Ning Xiaochuan rode. The Tiandi Blade was so excited that he said, the Tiandi divided the land of Yulan Empire into 9 palaces and regarded it as a 9-palace map. The Tiandi Divine Palace is located in the Middle Palace, which can condense the qi of the 9 palaces and gather the fortune of all directions. As long as you can find the location of the Middle Palace, you can find the Tiandi Divine Palace. Haha. Ning Xiaochuan knew that the 9 palaces must not refer to the 9 palaces, but a huge array. The array diagram arranged by the Emperor of Heaven is extremely huge, including the vast land where the Jade Haze Empire is located. In the eyes of other martial artists, this is a vast world, and you may not be able to walk around every corner of the world in your life, but in the eyes of the Emperor of Heaven, it is just a big map. Although we know the clues to find the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven, we still need to carefully consider the location of Zhonggong. After all, thousands of years have passed, the landform will change greatly, and the location of mountains and rivers may have become different from before. The most important thing is that 10,000 years ago, the Jade Haze Empire had not been established. At that time, the 9 palaces of the earth seen by the Emperor of Heaven were far more than the territory of the Jade Haze Empire now. Maybe it also included some places outside the Jade Haze Empire. Ning Xiaochuan walked to the bottom of the waterfall and walked towards the blue stone platform. Before walking to the edge of the blue stone platform, I felt the sacred spirit emanating from the blue stone platform, giving people an unspeakable sense of peace. Although it is only a stone, it is the place where the Emperor of Heaven once used to practice. It has long turned decay into magic, which cannot be judged by common sense. Phew! Blue stone, flowing wisps of white light, into a mysterious text, ups and downs on the surface of the stone. Jiu Dang Jia. Ning Xiaochuan ran Xuanqi, guided Xuanqi into his eyes, and his eyesight exploded, with dazzling brilliance in his pupils. He recognized the words on the blue stone with his powerful wisdom. Tiandi Blade and Tiandi have been together for a long time, but I have never heard the Emperor mention Jiu Dang Jia. I was extremely curious and pondered for a moment, saying, this must be something left by the Emperor, and I have to treasure it well. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at it and said, you have been abandoned by the Emperor of Heaven. How can the Emperor of Heaven leave this volume of stone book to you? I think this should be Ming Song's classic of strange doors and tools. Let me take it and study it slowly. Wait a minute. This volume of stone book must be left to me by the Emperor of Heaven. In fact, I have another secret I haven't told you. The Emperor of Heaven Blade is only named by outsiders. My real name is Jiu Dang Jia. The way that Emperor Blade swore. Ning Xiaochuan said, seriously? Hey! Why did I lie to you? The name of the Emperor of Heaven was also sealed by someone else, and his saber was naturally named the Blade of the Emperor of Heaven. Would the Emperor of Heaven give his saber such a true name? In fact, my name is really Jiu Dang Jia. Having been through the sea is difficult for water, and I finally remember my name. Hey! I said, that's the stone book left by the Emperor of Heaven to me. Boy, dare you his mother to move it again, believe me or not I killed you. Ning Xiaochuan naturally won't believe the words of Tiandi Blade. If he believes it, he is really stupid. Then why don't you give me a finger? Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to hear the nonsense of Tiandi Blade, so he put away the blue stone platform. The blue stone platform flew and turned into a palm-sized blue jade, which was crystal clear and bright. A white ancient text danced on the jade and arranged into words. This is a stone book. Generally, texts recorded in stone books are very old. Ning Xiaochuan didn't leave the Hanging Mountain and planned to practice here. This is the place where the Emperor of Heaven once cultivated. It is the most suitable place for cultivation in Baiyun Cave. It is better to cultivate here than in Tianli Palace. Ning Xiaochuan held the blue jade in his hand and studied it carefully, trying to find out what kind of treasure is strange gate Dang Jia. It took Ning Xiaochuan 3 months to finish reading the contents of the stone book. However, I just finished reading it and couldn't understand it at all. You know, Ning Xiaochuan can never forget and see 10 lines at a glance. Even so, it took 3 months. This shows how broad the things recorded in the stone book are. Ning Xiaochuan can roughly understand what kind of treasure book Dang Jia is. Dang Jia is one of the 3 supreme mysteries of Taoism. Qi refers to be, si, and Ding, Sanqi. Door refers to hue, life, injury, du, jing, death, surprise, open 8 doors. Dun refers to the hidden meaning. A refers to 6 jia, a zi, a su, a shen, a wu, a chen, and a yin. Qi can predict the future of ancient and modern times and sees the heaven and earth. Dang Jia can extend 6 instruments, 3 wonders, gates and 9 palaces. If you master Dang Jia, you can control everything between heaven and earth. Whether it is forging tools, refining pills, cultivating martial arts, arranging arrays, occupying the past, or calculating the future, it cannot escape the scope of Dang Jia. Ning Xiaochuan was also deeply shocked after filtering the stone books. Yu Mingsong's classic of strange door tools should be only a part of the chapter of strange door Dang Jia. The strange door Dang Jia is not only as simple as forging tools, but also of great help to the heart cultivator. If the things in the strange door Dang Jia are integrated into the Dan medicine, the Dan medicine I refine will certainly go up to a higher level. It may even surpass the great heart cultivator. After getting Dang Jia, Ning Xiaochuan was not greedy and didn't want to study forging tools, calculation and divination, just wanted to study the knowledge that was helpful for alchemy. If he is greedy and wants to learn everything, he may not be able to master one of them even if he has studied for 100 years. In Ning Xiaochuan's view, it is already a great thing to be able to cultivate the Dan Dao to the extreme while cultivating the martial arts. Ning Xiaochuan plans to practice the array method in Dang Jia first, and carve the array into the pill, which will certainly make the medicine of the pill change qualitatively. It took Ning Xiaochuan half a year to understand the essence of the array from some chapters in the strange gate Dang Jia. At the same time, through their own arrangement and practice, they can study the introduction of array. It took another 3 months to successfully arrange the first array. Song Yuan array. Ning Xiaochuan took out 8 pieces of inferior xianshi and placed them in 8 spiritual acupoints in the void. They operated according to the way above in the strange door Dang Jia, and the array was started. The mysterious qi in the surrounding heaven and earth converges towards the array. Boom! When the dark qi is dense to a certain extent, the array works. Xian qi began to slowly transform into vitality. Yuan qi is more advanced than Xian qi. Only Wu Zun's body can cultivate it. The power of array of vitality can easily defeat the Xuanqi barrier. Ning Xiaochuan now turns Xuanqi into vitality through the array arranged, which is beyond the reach of many Taoist masters. This is not to say that Ning Xiaochuan's attainments in array are high, but because Dang Jia is mysterious enough. Even if it's just a small array understood from above, it's a mysterious advanced array when you take it outside. Ning Xiaochuan was naturally quite excited when the array was successfully arranged, now engrave the Ning Yuan array into the elixir. Ning Xiaochuan plans to refine a kind of elixir to practice his hand. What kind of elixir will he refine? Yes. Yuyan Dan. He has already collected all the materials for refining Yuyan pill. However, because this pill can't help cultivation, it has not been refined. Ning Xiaochuan chose to refine Jiu Dan. First, Jiu Dan is an intermediate Dan with a high success rate. Secondly, refining this kind of pill can be given to Ning Shiner and UCC. I believe they will like it very much. As long as it's a woman, who doesn't want his face to never grow old. Ning Xiaochuan took out 7 kinds of alchemy materials, including Yuji, Yanhuolian, Bingjikao, Jade Essence, Yangxinko, and 5 kinds of alchemy materials, and lined them up. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan wrapped his palm with Wu Dao Shan Qi, crushed the heart-nourishing grass into powder, absorbed it into the body, and carried it to the heart-nourishing tripod. Although the heart-nourishing tripod is full of 9-colored Xian water, it does not affect Ning Xiaochuan's refining of pills. Because the essence of Jiucai Shanshui is Xuanqi, which is also needed to refine pills. Let the pill be refined in Jiuquan water, and the effect of the pill will be better. Ning Xiaochuan absorbed all 5 kinds of mysterious drugs into the heart-nourishing tripod, and the mysterious drugs began to condense, produce pharmacology, and produce Dan Qi. If in the past, when Dan Qi was born, Ning Xiaochuan would control Dan Qi, condense into Dan fetus, and prepare for Dan formation. However, this time, Ning Xiaochuan did not let the Dan Qi condense so quickly. Instead, he used his mind to control the Dan Qi, pulled apart the strands of Dan Qi, and arranged them according to the law of condensing element array to form a Dan Qi array. After the formation of the Dan Qi array, he began to absorb the 9-colored Xian water in the heart-nourishing tripod frantically, transforming the Xian Qi into vitality, which was absorbed by the array and integrated into the Dan medicine. Bang! Just when Ning Xiaochuan thought he was about to become a Dan, suddenly, the array collapsed, and all the Dan Qi dissipated. Ning Xiaochuan hurriedly stopped refining pills in case other mysterious drugs were also consumed. The array actually collapsed. Is there a difference between the truth of the array and the truth of the pill, and can't be integrated? Ning Xiaochuan checked the words on the blue jade again, and continued to understand the laws and principles of Qi Man Duan Jia. Then, he carefully controlled the Dan Qi and condensed the second Jiu Dan. Bang! Failed again. After the failure, continue to analyze the causes, and then continue to refine pills. Bang! The array collapsed again and failed again. To integrate the array into the elixir is a fantastic thing. Even the great heart-nourishing master who has studied pharmacology for decades can't do it. Ning Xiaochuan would never have dared to do so if he hadn't got Qi Man Duan Jia. 12 times in a row, the mysterious medicine in the heart-nourishing tripod has been digested half. If you continue to digest it, I'm afraid you can't even refine a jade face pill. He has failed 19 times. At the 20th time, Ning Xiaochuan finally succeeded. For the first time, Ning Xiaochuan integrated the array into the elixir. Although it was only integrated into a condensing element array, it was already a great progress. To be exact, it was a major event that affected the whole heart cultivation community. After refining the first jade elixir, Ning Xiaochuan's confidence increased greatly, and he refined 3 jade elixirs in a row. The mysterious medicine in the heart-nourishing tripod was finally exhausted. A total of 4 yuan pills flew out of the heart-nourishing tripod, only as big as soybeans, emitting a fragrance. There are strands of jade white brilliance flowing around the pills, like 4 bright stars flying in the air. Ning Xiaochuan transferred the mysterious qi to his eyes, and a mysterious light appeared in his pupils. He saw that there was a tiny array in each of the 4 jade elixirs, which absorbed the mysterious qi of heaven and earth into the elixir and transformed it into vitality. In the past, after the intermediate pill was refined, even if it was stored in a psychic wooden box, the medicinal properties and mysterious qi of the intermediate pill would be slowly lost. If the intermediate pill was stored for too long, it would probably become waste pills or Dan dregs. And the Yuan pill I refined is also an intermediate pill. However, the pills will not lose Xuanqi. Instead, they can absorb Xuanqi autonomously, making the grade of pills higher. The longer they are stored, the denser the Xuanqi they contain. Ning Xiaochuan naturally still has a sense of achievement. Although the Yuyan pill he refined is still an intermediate pill, it is far more effective and valuable than other intermediate pills. The value of Yuyan Dan integrated into the array is equivalent to the value of 3 Yuyan Dan not integrated into the array. Ning Xiaochuan roughly calculated that it has been more than 4 years since he entered Baiyun Cave. The integration of array and elixir has been improved. You can study it slowly later and integrate more arrays into Xiandan. It's not easy to enter Baiyun Cave to cultivate. Don't waste time. After the master of the academy leaves, Yulan Empire will certainly undergo great changes, and strive to improve martial arts cultivation to a higher level, so as to survive in the chaotic world. Ning Xiaochuan is very clear about his priorities, and plans to spend the remaining 3 years to hit the 7th level of refined realm. Ning Xiaochuan's physique and blood gas are far better than those of martial artists in the same realm. That means that if he wants to break through, he needs to spend more resources than others. It took 3 years for Ning Xiaochuan to absorb a whole bottle of 9-colored Xian water, and finally entered the 7th level of immortality. Boom! After the breakthrough, Ning Xiaochuan's body rushed to the sky and hit out with one punch, smashing a piece of white clouds into white fog. The clouds in Baiyun Cave are not ordinary clouds, and the degree of condensation is comparable to a mountain. In other words, Ning Xiaochuan's punch just now was powerful enough to blow a mountain apart. Afraid of being discovered by the strong of the Tiandi Academy, Ning Xiaochuan broke through to the 7th level of immortality, left the hanging mountain, returned to the Tianli Palace, and pretended to practice in seclusion. There are less than 10 days left from 8 years of practice. Ning Xiaochuan took out the white bone beads, operated the skill of mysterious Qi of heaven and earth, understood the spiritual acupoints between heaven and earth, and used his mind again to check the words on the white bone beads. After reaching the 7th level of martial arts cultivation, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation increased by about 10 times, and his mind was stronger. He could clearly see the handwriting on the white bone beads, but what he saw was only a small part of the text. The 7th level of martial arts in the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth can be seen. There are 6 ways and 5 skills for those who practice Taoism. There are 6 ways, including rune, array, instrument, martial arts, Dan, and heart. There are 5 skills, including spells, 5 elements, mind reading, and divine powers. Each way can lead to great roads, and each skill can become a great skill. Only those who cultivate the Xuanqi of heaven and earth to the 7th level can barely see this passage. This paragraph not only includes the general outline of heaven and earth Xuanqi, but also records the 8th practice formula of heaven and earth Xuanqi. Ning Xiaochuan immediately put away the white bone beads after he memorized the 8th cultivation formula of the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth. Ning Xiaochuan breathed out a long breath, feeling that his mind was consumed and his headache was splitting. Although painful, the harvest also made him extremely happy. He actually found the 8th cultivation formula of heaven and earth Xuanqi on the white bone beads. For Ning Xiaochuan, this is definitely a greater joy than breaking through the 7th weight of the realm of immortality. Once the 8th level of heaven and earth Xuanqi is successfully cultivated, you can have 128 times the speed of absorbing Xuanqi, which is faster than the absorption speed of all the divine power scriptures of Yulan Empire. With 128 times the speed of absorbing Xuanqi, Ning Xiaochuan has a greater confidence to impact to a higher talent level with limited resources. When I reach the 7th level of the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth, I can see the 8th level of cultivation. If I succeed in cultivating the 8th level of the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth, I may be able to see the 9th level of cultivation. My God! This white bone bead is indeed an unparalleled treasure in the world. If the bone bead records the whole article of the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth, then the value of the bone bead is probably not lower than that of blue jade. Ning Xiaochuan did not immediately begin to practice the mysterious qi of heaven and earth, but first restored the consumed mind. Every time you watch the words on the bone beads, you will consume a lot of mind, but after you practice your mind, you will greatly improve your mind. Maybe this is also a good way to cultivate your mind. Time passes fastest when a martial artist cultivates wholeheartedly. Soon, after 8 years of closed-door practice, Ning Xiaochuan opened the palace door and walked out of the white cloud cave. Standing outside the heavenly palace, Ning Xiaochuan stared at the huge statue in front of him and used his mind to communicate with the statue. However, the statue was dead silent, without any sign of life. The martial spirit Dharma body of the master of the academy has left the statue. It seems that he really left. After losing the protection of the master of the academy, can the Jade Orchid Empire, a huge country, still have good weather and peace as before? If it can withstand this storm, the Yulan Empire will certainly be able to inherit for hundreds of years, even thousands of years. If you can't withstand this storm, I'm afraid the Jade Haze Empire will be ashes and become the dust of history. Ning Xiaochuan stood at the top of the ladder and looked at the Tiandi city at his feet. It seemed that he could see the future of this chaotic world. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the stairs and stared at Ning Xiaochuan walking down. A look of joy suddenly appeared in her bright eyes. She rushed up and said, "Brother, the master of the school palace has left the school palace." Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "I know. Who will take over the Tiandi Academy now?" "Spiritual Void Venerable." Ning Xiaochuan said. "It's her." Ning Xiaochuan was a little surprised, and immediately nodded again. With the talent of the spiritual virtual venerable, she did have the strength to take over the Tiandi Academy, but she was still too young to control the Tiandi Academy. Who will take over the Tiandi Academy? Ning Xiaochuan was not very interested and said, "Where is Princess Cece?" "She left the Tiandi Academy 5 days ago, only half a day later than the head of the academy," Ning Xiaochuan said. It was also expected by Ning Xiaochuan that the departure of the head of the school palace would definitely cause great changes. This is a great opportunity for King Dajinpeng's mansion. It is said that King Dajinpeng may not challenge Emperor Yulan in advance. The situation in the imperial city must have changed dramatically. "Xiner, here are 2 things for you." Ning Xiaochuan took out 2 small bottles carved with white jade. On the bottle, there are wisps of cold and mysterious fog. Even if the bottle cap has not been opened, you can feel the mysterious gas emitted from the jade bottle. If someone gives something, Ning Xiaochuan won't accept it easily. However, she will not be polite to her brother's gift. Ning Xiaochuan took the 2 small jade bottles and held them in her hands. Her heart was extremely sweet. "Brother, what's in it?" In the jade bottle on the left, there is 9-colored Xian water, about 500 drops, which is enough for you to cultivate to the 9th level of the refined realm. Ning Xiaochuan added, "In the jade bottle on the right, there is a jade pill. After you take it, you can keep your face forever. It will always be so beautiful. So young. It will always be my little Xiaochuan." Ning Xiaochuan was surprised. She hadn't heard that there was a mysterious pill in the world that made people look old. If Ning Xiaochuan didn't say this from her mouth, she would surely think that someone was lying to her. Ning Xiaochuan naturally also wanted to take the jade pill, but after hesitating for a long time, she returned the bottle containing the jade pill to Ning Xiaochuan, blinked and said, "Brother, I think it would be better for you to give this jade pill to Sister Cece. Princess Cece is really good and beautiful. I can see that she really likes her brother." Ning Xiaochuan didn't take back the jade bottle and said with a smile, "You were bought by her?" "No. Xiner will always be her brother's good sister, but if you want to be Xiner's sister-in-law, you must pass Xiner first." Ning Xiaochuan pursed her lips, smiled sweetly, and had an unspeakable girlish feeling. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Take this jade pill." I still have 3 jade pills, and I can give her one. What that brother means is that you will really hand-deliver a Jiu Dang to Sister Cece? Ning Xiaochuan's face wore a playful smile. Yes. Ning Xiaochuan stepped down the stone ladder and walked towards the city of the Emperor of Heaven. What does N mean? Brother, are you going or not? If you're embarrassed, Xiaochuan can help you deliver it. Ning Xiaochuan catches up with Ning Xiaochuan and hooks Ning Xiaochuan's arm, like a slim kangaroo hanging on Ning Xiaochuan. Xiao Hong and Xiao He also caught up and followed them closely. Ning Xiaochuan came outside the law enforcement hall. The 2 sergeants guarding the law enforcement hall naturally knew Ning Xiaochuan. When they saw that he took the initiative to come to the door, they were startled and scared. One of the sergeants said in awe, "What can I do for you, little Marquis, when you come to the law enforcement hall?" "Tell Captain Han Fu of your law enforcement team to come out to see me." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Good. Good. Wait a minute, young Marquis. I'll go and invite the captain now. That sergeant hurried into the law enforcement hall and secretly shouted, "Bad." The living ancestor actually came to the door in person. It seems that the whole law enforcement team will be in great trouble. Ning Xiaochuan sighed in his heart that martial arts cultivation is the hard power. As long as martial arts cultivation is high enough, he will be respected by others. In places such as the Tiandi Academy, every student has a big background. They are all young masters of the sect, heirs of the marquis, princes of the palace, and even princes and princesses. As an heir of the marquis, if you don't have strong martial arts forces in the Tiandi Academy, it's fart, and you deserve to be bullied. Everyone has a big influence background. Whoever is afraid of, it's not negotiable to hit you. Only when you are powerful can you really defend your dignity. After hearing the report from the sergeant, Han Fu immediately sighed. I knew it wasn't so easy to finish. Let's go. Go out and see what he wants. Captain Han, how are you recently? Ning Xiaochuan has walked into the law enforcement hall and stood in the center of the law enforcement hall. Han Fu immediately stood up, his face sank, and said, Ning Xiaochuan, what are you going to do? Ning Xiaochuan said, talk about business with team leader Han. Business? Han Fu frowned. Ning Xiaochuan continued, does Captain Han want to be the law enforcement captain of the Tiandi Academy all his life? Don't you want to do anything else? Han Fu was a smart man. He immediately understood Ning Xiaochuan's meaning and secretly said that he was trying to attract me. After understanding Ning Xiaochuan's intention, Han Fu finally put down his heart, sat back on his seat, sneered, and said, do you want to take me as the minister of Jianghe's house? Kwa, do you know that Princess Lanfei once promised to make me a prince in the future, but I didn't promise her. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were cold, and a surging momentum rushed out of his body, saying, do you think I'm begging you? Today, you have only 2 ways to choose, first, surrender to me, second, die. Since he became the leader of Spirit Mountain Matter, Ning Xiaochuan has understood a truth, if you want to frighten a vicious person, you must be more vicious than him. Han Fu's cultivation was also very high, and he was arrogant and said, Ning Xiaochuan, do you think you can kill me? If I want to leave, no one can stop me. Really? Try it. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the law enforcement hall at will, and did not pay attention to Han Fu at all. Han Fu didn't escape, but seized this excellent opportunity to turn into a red flame with a lightning speed, and hit Ning Xiaochuan's heart with his fingers. Bang bang. Han Fu has the 7th level of cultivation in the realm of immortality, condensing his whole body strength and breaking out 7 palm prints, just like 7 clouds of fire. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan punched out and hit Han Fu's palm, smashing the flame on Han Fu's arm. Click! The sound of broken bones sounded. Then Han Fu made a muffled sound and flew out upside down, smashing a table in the law enforcement hall and falling to the ground. 8 days ago, Han Fu also had the strength to compete with Ning Xiaochuan. But now, he can't even bear Ning Xiaochuan's move. This is the result of Ning Xiaochuan's 8 days of cultivation in Baiyun Cave. Your strength is too weak. It seems that there is no need to subdue you. Ning Xiaochuan condensed a Xuanqi sword and walked towards Han Fu. The sword Qi swallowed and vomited, making a clank sound. Han Fu's heart was extremely shocked. He couldn't defeat Ning Xiaochuan's random move with all his strength. Did his cultivation grow so fast? He's only 18. Shua. With a wave of Xuanqi sword, he pointed to Han Fu's neck. No. I'm willing to conquer you. Han Fu was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Staring at the sword in front of him, his heart seemed to stop suddenly. Ning Xiaochuan dares to kill him. There is no doubt about it. Ning Xiaochuan said, so easy to give in? Han Fu swallowed his saliva and said, the little Marquis is a dragon and phoenix among people. He has such a strong martial arts cultivation at a young age and will become the supreme of heaven and earth in the future. It is Han's great honor to be able to work for the little Marquis. It's worthy of being Captain Han. He's quite talkative. Get up. Ning Xiaochuan put the Xuanqi sword away, patted Han Fu on the shoulder and said, I don't want you to be the minister of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, but to help me set up the law enforcement hall of Spirit Mountain Manor. Spirit Mountain Manor. You. Our child Chuan. Han Fu was shocked again and finally realized that he would be defeated by Ning Xiaochuan. He was simply not wronged at all. The sergeant of the law enforcement team standing in the law enforcement hall was also shocked, stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and then looked at Han Fu again. He ran to the outside of the law enforcement hall to pass on this amazing secret. Han Fu's eyes were cold, and a sword light flew out of his fingertips, piercing the head of the sergeant of the law enforcement team. Before the sergeant ran to the door of the law enforcement hall, he fell to the ground with a bang and died. Ning Xiaochuan nodded. Han Fu, a ruthless person, is suitable for Spirit Mountain Manor. He should be able to restrain those evil people in Spirit Mountain Manor to a certain extent by setting up the law enforcement hall. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan walked out of the law enforcement hall and shot a flame at random, making the whole law enforcement hall burn and become a sea of fire. Han Fu put on a black robe, covered his face, and followed Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the raging fire in front of him and said, from now on, Han Fu has died and become a ghost. Your new identity is the Lord of the Law Enforcement Hall of Spirit Mountain Manor. Subordinates understand. The black-robed man behind Ning Xiaochuan said respectfully. Ning Xiaochuan swaggered out of the law enforcement hall. No one dared to stop him. Everyone went to fight the fire. The martial arts expert of the law enforcement team spent half an hour to put out the fire and found a charred corpse in the ruins. Soon after, a news spread that Ning Xiaochuan forcibly broke into the law enforcement hall, killed Han Fu, the leader of the law enforcement team, and burned the law enforcement hall to ashes. The news shocked the whole Tiandi Academy. Everyone sees Ning Xiaochuan's strong side, which is a warning to everyone that whoever is the enemy of me will come to a bad end. The students in the Tiandi Academy are still making a lot of noise because of the death of Han Fu, while Ning Xiaochuan has gone out of the gate of heaven and came to the imperial city. With Ning Xiaochuan leaving the Tiandi Academy, there were two other people, Yu Mingsong and a man in black. Standing on Ning Xiaochuan's shoulder, Red Dragon kept scratching his paws, looking very excited. Sometimes he looked left, sometimes he looked right, and sometimes he shouted ow, ow. Hey! Did you find the Book of Strange Door Instruments? Yu Mingsong has asked this question 8 times. This is the 9th time. Talk about it when it's time. Ning Xiaochuan rode. In order to guard against the 1,000-year-old demon, Ning Xiaochuan immediately hid after going out of the gate of heaven, and went around the imperial city for 3 times. After avoiding those who followed him, he immediately put on a golden mask and changed into the identity of Xiaochuan. If the 1,000-year-old demon was still in the imperial city, he would definitely find Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan had no choice but to hide his identity. As for Han Fu, Ning Xiaochuan will take the postgraduate examination for him for a period of time, so he planted a world-destroying gas in his body, and sent a helmsman of the branch helm to personally send Han Fu to Spirit Mountain Matter. Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong sat in the green deer carriage and drove into the Guanyu building through secret channels. Guanyu building is a force under the magic gate seat, which is controlled by a trusted follower of Yu Ningxing. Ning Xiaochuan nature is familiar with the procuress and deacon of Guanyu building, so he can go in and out of Guanyu building at will. Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong, sitting in an elegant pavilion on the 3rd floor of Guanyu building, ordered a table of good wine and food, and also called a beautiful music prostitute to play piano music. Yu Mingsong asked for the 10th time and said, This strange door device classic. Huh? Ning Xiaochuan said, I found it. Really? Yu Mingsong's eyes lit up, so excited that he stood up, stretched out his hands, stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and said, Take it out, let me have a look. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head with a smile and said, How can such a profound calcined ancient books be handed over to you casually? Yu Mingsong sat back on his seat, his face suddenly became very calm, and said with a smile, Are you still afraid that I will take away the book of strange door instruments? Am I that kind of person? A bit like. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yu Mingsong stretched out 3 fingers and said, I swear, as long as you lend me the book of strange doors for 3 days, I promise to help you build the top calcining holy land of the whole Yulan Empire in 3 years. Believe me, I have this strength, my identity. You know. Ning Xiaochuan said, There are a total of 9,900 articles in the book of strange door instruments. Now I can give you some of them first. When you establish the Sword Palace, I will give you all the remaining chapters. The texts recorded in the Sapphire Stone Book are very diverse and mysterious. Among them, there are nearly 10,000 chapters on forging tools. Ning Xiaochuan did not deceive Yu Mingsong. Too stingy. Yu Mingsong rubbed his fists, and had an idea of trying to snatch Chiman Qidian from Ning Xiaochuan. This is the treasure of the forge industry. It is said that it records something that seizes heaven and earth. As long as it is an individual, he must want it very much. What do you want to do? Do you want to rob? Ning Xiaochuan glanced at him obliquely, and a wisp of current flew from the tip of his finger, ready to take action at any time. Yu Mingsong said, No. I'm a calm person. I saw your eyes look at my heaven and earth bag just now, but I'm still sophisticating? I can remind you that the stone book of Chiman Qidian has been hidden by me, and the content of Chiman Qidian is written in my head. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Brother, I really don't want to rob. Besides, even if I want to rob, I can't rob you. Yu Mingsong said wrongfully on his face. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head with a smile, and then casually took out a jade as big as a fingernail, mobilized the strength of his mind, and began to engrave words on the jade quickly, carving the chapter on the calcination part of Chiman Dang Jia on the jade. Ordinary people can only write on paper rolls. A palm-sized paper can only write hundreds of words at most. However, martial artists who have advanced martial arts skills can engrave words on stones, iron blocks, bones, and jade with their minds. A piece of jade the size of a fingernail can burn hundreds of thousands of words, or even millions of words. This is called stone book and jade book. Ning Xiaochuan handed the jade to Yu Mingsong and said, The first 900 articles of the strange doorware code are burned on it. First, see if it is the real strange doorware code. Yu Mingsong was so excited that he quickly picked up the jade, turned the xianqi to his eyes, and stared at the tiny words on the jade. The light in his eyes became brighter and brighter, and his hands couldn't help pinching together, and the blood in his body began to boil. Wow! Yu Mingsong's eyes became like two sharp swords, with sharp eyes and flashing light. Ning Xiaochuan sat by the side, observing Yu Mingsong from beginning to end, and said, "How about this book? Is it true?" Yu Mingsong kept nodding, and his eyes were still staring at the jade. In studying the content above, he was almost in a selfless state. Ning Xiaochuan's words turned, his eyes sank, and said, "Who are you?" Ning Xiaochuan flew hundreds of lightning between his palms, condensed into a lightning spear, pointing to the center of Yu Mingsong's eyebrows. In the distance, the woman who was playing the piano was so scared that her face turned pale, her fingers trembled, and she didn't dare to play any more. Yu Mingsong felt the murderous spirit on Ning Xiaochuan, and immediately shivered. He immediately put the jade away and hid it close to him. He said, "I'm the second student of the Heavenly Emperor Academy and Yu Mingsong of the 3rd Division Martial Arts Academy. Younger brother Ning, do you suddenly lose your memory?" Ning Xiaochuan sneered and said, "What, a second student of the Heavenly Emperor Academy? If you are really only the second student of the Heavenly Emperor Academy, can you see the words on the jade?" Ning Xiaochuan had long suspected that Yu Mingsong had a problem, so when burning jade books just now, he specially used his strongest mind to burn the smallest words on the jade. In other words, if the cultivation of martial arts is lower than that of Ning Xiaochuan, you will definitely not be able to see the words on the jade. On the contrary, if you can see the words on the jade book, it means that the cultivation of martial arts is still above Ning Xiaochuan. Yu Mingsong desperately wanted to get the Chiman Din. Naturally, he didn't expect Ning Xiaochuan to test him, so he exposed his horse's feet. Yu Mingsong immediately woke up and laughed. "Ning Xiaodi, you are too sensitive. To tell you the truth, I have good eyesight since childhood. When I was 3 years old, I could see Widow Li bathing next door across a wall. When I was 10 years old, I could separate the male and female of 2 ants on the ground. When I was 14 years old, I found that there were tadpoles hidden in my body fluid. Hey! Melancholy! They all say that I am a natural divine eye, the reincarnation of a god in the sky. Many big girls and little girls want to make love with each other, but I rejected them. Because at a glance, I can see that they are not in love with me, but with my natural divine eyes. What's the use of such a shallow woman? Melancholy. Loneliness." Yu Mingsong said and burst into tears, pouring a mouthful of muggy wine into his mouth. Ning Xiaochuan's lightning spear was still pointing at Yu Mingsong's neck. There was lightning shuttling around the tip of the spear and said, "Don't talk to me about the calf. Be honest. What's your purpose of going to the Tiandi Academy?" Yu Mingsong said, "Isn't the purpose of my going to Tiandi Academy not obvious enough?" Ning Xiaochuan's eyes shrunk and said, "Did you deliberately sneak into the Emperor's Academy to find the wonderful door and instrument code left by the Emperor of Heaven?" "Haha." I said, "You are so old that you even pretend to be the second student of the Emperor's Academy." "Who's old? Who's old? I'm just old. I'm 20. Yu Mingsong is quite concerned about his age, so he will slap the table and turn against Ning Xiaochuan. "I don't care whether you are really young or pretending to be young, I just want to know who you are." Ning Xiaochuan roared. Yu Mingsong sighed, "As I told you, I'm the neighbor of the disciple of the world's first calciner master. Why don't you believe me? Why are you so stubborn? Do you want me to swear to God?" "I swear now. If I Yu Mingsong told a half-lie, I'll be hit by 5 thunders." Boom! A thunderbolt sounded, making a loud crackling sound. Then, a figure hit a big hole in the wall, flew upside down, and fell on the ground. His hair was upright, his body was charred, his skin was still flashing, and his mouth spat blood. "My God! Who is it?" Yu Mingsong was startled, and his movements were very vigorous. He jumped onto the chair with a glass of wine. Ning Xiaochuan put away the lightning spear and stared at the young man, who flew upside down. Although he was seriously injured by someone, Ning Xiaochuan still recognized him as the fourth-generation son of the Marquis of Jianghe. Ning Heng. Ning Xiaochuan met him once in the Marquis mansion of Jianghe, so he was not familiar with him. Even if Ning Heng is just a dandy, who dares to hurt the people in the Marquis of Jianghe in the imperial city? In the next room, there was a sneering voice, "Dare to rob a woman with me, and don't weigh your weight?" Jianghe Marquis Mansion is a fart in front of me. Haha. Zhangzhua, Li Guang, go to strip the boy's whole body, break his legs, and throw him out of the Jade Tower. Jianghe Marquis Mansion wants to scare me, which is a joke. Two armed men in armor kicked the wall to pieces, holding an iron bar weighing 1,000 kilograms in their hands, swaggered into the elegant pavilion where Ning Xiaochuan was located, and pressed Ning Heng, who was seriously injured, to the ground. One of the burly warriors gave a grim smile, and his palm was wrapped in xuanqi. With one palm, Ning Heng's clothes were smashed into pieces of rags. He was so fierce that he broke several bones in Ning Heng's body. Outside, there were many onlookers, including princes and grandsons who came to look for flowers and willows, as well as young masters and sect disciples who traveled around the world. Of course, there are also famous prostitutes and maidservants in Guanyu Building. What the hell is going on? Unexpectedly, someone dared to move the children of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. It was said that Ning Heng and a big man in the army both took a fancy to a woman, and the two people had a dispute. Ning Heng thought that lifting out of the Jianghe Marquis house would scare the big man in the army. As a result, the big man in the army also had a background, and he was one of the 12 tiger generals of the Yunzhong Marquis house, Luo Mufeng. Others were not afraid of the Jianghe Marquis house at all, so Ning Heng naturally had bad luck. After all, the Marquis of Jianghe is one of the 13 hereditary marquis, and the top nobles in the imperial city. Luo Mufeng is only a senior general in the army. He dares to teach the children of the Marquis of Jianghe. This is tantamount to beating the face of the Marquis of Jianghe. Aren't you afraid of the revenge of the Marquis of Jianghe? A 13-year-old prince's son said coldly. The young man, with sword eyebrows and eagle eyes, was wearing a gorgeous gold-purple robe and a ring pendant around his waist. Behind him, followed by 4 servants. He was proud of Luo Mufeng's behavior with a sense of pride that only the children of the royal family had. For the descendants of hereditary princes' residences, they are born aristocrats. Their education since birth tells them that they are more noble than others and do not allow the dignity of Ho's descendants to be trampled. Recently, the situation in the imperial city has changed, and the fighting between kings and princes is very frequent, which is not surprising. Although the Marquis of the Jian Pavilion has a deep foundation, the talents wither. Only Ning Xiaochuan can be regarded as amazing, and the Marquis of the Cloud have a large number of sages, which may not be afraid to provoke the Marquis of the Jian Pavilion. Many people think that the Jade Haze Empire is about to usher in a big chaotic world. Even the once inaccessible royal residence may be destroyed and become a poor man. In particular, the noble Marquis, which has been inherited for nearly 1,000 years, has suffered the most. If you are not careful, your former glory will be burned. Although the noble boy was young and slightly immature, he was proud and said, if it weren't for the frame of Ning Qianni and his wife 12 years ago, they died in the ancestral temple. Then the Marquis of Jianghe fought with the Demon Gate, and the casualties were heavy. Otherwise, with the strength of the Marquis of Jianghe, would it be comparable to a Marquis of Cloud? Unexpectedly, even the 12 tiger generals in the Cloud are not afraid. The boy's background seems not simple. Ning Xiaochuan's heart moved slightly, and he couldn't help staring at the noble boy. The boy was only 12 or 3 years old, and the third level of cultivation was xuanqi. However, the pride on his body was that Ning Xiaochuan had never seen in other people. Luo Mufeng sat on a pear-colored chair, dressed in thick iron armor, with a beard on his face, holding a girl in his arms, drinking and sneering arrogantly. "Marquis, do you want to fight for this boy?" Everyone was shocked. "Marquis? Who is the Marquis?" The noble boy said, "Luo Mufeng, since you know the identity of the Marquis, you still don't kneel down. Don't you know that you must kneel down when you see the Marquis? Princes gather the qi of the whole empire, which is a symbol of dignity and status. Therefore, in Yulan Empire, there is a law that everyone who sees a prince must kneel down." Those martial artists around looked at each other. Was this 12-year-old boy really a prince? Even a big man like Luo Mufeng said he was a prince, so he must be a prince. Some lower-ranking martial artists, maidservants, and famous prostitutes all knelt on the ground to salute. No matter whether the young man in front of them is a prince or not, they must kneel and salute, because they can't afford to offend the prince. Of course, martial artists with a certain status did not kneel down, and some of them did not pay attention to the princes because of their high self-esteem. Other people recognized the identity of the boy in front of them, so they didn't kneel down with a good play mentality. Luo Mufeng laughed and said, "Do you kneel down?" "I, Luo Mufeng, never kneel down to the princes, but only kneel down to the people who can defeat me." "Ho Yi, do you have that strength?" "Zhang Zhua and Li Guang, what are you doing without hands?" The two warriors in armor laughed, lifted the kilo iron bar in their hands, and were about to wave it down to Ning Heng's legs. The noble boy was very angry and broke into the wing room and stopped in front of the two warriors, wearing armor. 2,000 Jin iron bars are hanging on his head. As long as the iron bar is waved down, his weak body can be beaten to the ground, but there is no fear on his face, and his eyes are very firm. "Marquis, let's go." There's no need to offend Marquis Yunzhong for a dandy in Marquis Jiangya. A servant wanted to drag the noble boy away. The noble youth said, "What are you afraid of?" "It's a Yu Wuyang, a hypocrite." "What's so afraid of?" "Luo Mufeng, you are so brave that you can't kneel down when you see the Marquis. Believe it or not, I can put you in prison tomorrow." Ouch. The Marquis is so majestic that he really scared me to death. Luo Mufeng stood up, his armor emitting a layer of scarlet light, stared at the noble young master, and said, "The Marquis in the clouds has made great contributions to the empire, which can be called the pillar of the country, but you abused him as a hypocrite. What crime should you commit?" The noble boy was oppressed by Luo Mufeng's huge martial arts breath and turned pale. However, he was not timid and bited his teeth and said, "Shit, the pillars of the country, but just a mean person." Luo Mufeng suddenly laughed and said, "The Marquis hates the Marquis in the clouds so much. Is it because the Marquis in the clouds has slept with your mother?" This was originally an abusive remark, but it made many people present snicker, and that smile was extremely playful. "You. Shut up. Don't scold my mother." After hearing this, the noble boy turned whiter with anger and rushed towards Luo Mufeng. Luo Mufeng slapped the noble boy out and left a red slap mark on his face. He walked over, grabbed the noble boy's hair, lifted his face, and said with a smile, "The whole imperial city knows that your mother is a real slut. Woman, many men have slept with her, and it's normal to be played by our Marquis." Haha. The noble boy's teeth clenched, and blood flowed from between his teeth. He squeezed a sentence out of his mouth, "No. Allow you. Insult my mother. No, I'll kill you." Bang. Luo Mufeng directly hit the noble boy's head on the ground, smashing his head into blood, and then let him go. He stood up, patted his palm, and snorted coldly, "A dang. The bastard of women also dares to take care of Lao Tzu's affairs. If it weren't for seeing you as a Marquis, Lao Tzu would kill you today." The 4 servants who had followed the noble boy were all trembling with fear and hid in the corner. No one dared to stand up and accuse Luo Mufeng. This is one of the 12 tiger generals of the Marquis in the clouds. He has the army in his hands. Who dares to blame him? The noble boy rolled up in pain and stared at Luo Mufeng fiercely. He tried to get up several times and fell to the ground again. Originally, I came to play with women. I wanted to be happy, but now my interest is mixed by you. Zhangzhua, Li Guang, why haven't you started? Zhangzhua, Li Guang. Luo Mufeng realized something was wrong and returned to the wing room just now, but he saw that Zhangzhua and Li Guang were nailed to the wall by a Xuanqi sword, and the wound was dripping with blood, tick-tock on the floor. Unexpectedly, someone can kill his two confidants under his eyes without knowing it. Luo Mufeng glanced at everyone in the room. It could not be Ning Heng, who was seriously injured, or the noble boy lying on the ground, let alone the 4 servants of the noble boy. Finally, Luo Mufeng's eyes rested on the 2 men sitting in the center of the room. The 2 men were drinking in the wing room from beginning to end, one with a gold mask on his face, and the other looked like he was in his 40s. Who killed my 2 subordinates? Luo Mufeng stared at the 2 men in front of him coldly, and his body sent out a thick murderous spirit. Both Ning Heng and the 4 servants around the noble boy were scared white by the murderous spirit of Luo Mufeng. Their hearts were afraid and they fell on the ground, afraid to move. Not me. I'm an honest person. Yu Mingsong quickly stated his position. Is that you? Luo Mufeng stared at the man wearing the golden mask. Ning Xiaochuan put it on the chopsticks and said simply, yes, it's me. Why kill them? Luo Mufeng murmured. Ning Xiaochuan said, this wing room has been wrapped by me. I can kill anyone who dares to break in. After a slight meal, he said, including you. Luo Mufeng immediately laughed and said, it's really big talk. Do you know who I am? Do you know the end of offending me? Those martial artists outside laughed and felt that Ning Xiaochuan hit the iron plate and dared to offend the 12 tiger generals of the Marquis in the cloud. This is simply looking for death. Ning Xiaochuan slowly said, sorry, I'm not interested in knowing. Then I'll let you be interested first. Luo Mufeng's mouth sent out a lion roar, forming a mysterious gas giant clock on the surface of his body, which kept rotating, and bombarded Ning Xiaochuan with a huge mysterious gas storm. This is a powerful martial magic power, causing violent mysterious gas fluctuations, shaking the whole jade viewing building. Phew! Ning Xiaochuan sat steadily on the chair, fingers a little, easy to break the huge clock. A sword wave with a thick bull mouth flew from the tip of his finger, bombarded Lu Mufeng's chest, and blew Lu Mufeng upside down. With a boom, the wall was smashed and rolled onto the guardrail outside. With just one move, Luo Mufeng, known as the 12 tiger generals in the clouds, will be defeated. Luo Mufeng tried to control the injury, but still couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood and said, Who is your excellency? Do you know the end of provoking the Marquis in the clouds? Ning Xiaochuan took a glass of wine and said, Then remember my name. In case you want revenge, you don't know who to look for. The wine in the glass in Ning Xiaochuan's hand flew out and turned into wisps of water mist, condensing the 7 big words Spirit Mountain Matter, Gong Zichuan, which were printed on Luo Mufeng's chest, and beat Luo Mufeng who had just stood up out again. Those 7 words, however, remained on Luo Mufeng's chest, and the handwriting kept bleeding. To everyone's surprise, the man who turned out to be really annoying turned out to be the man wearing a gold mask. Everyone saw the 7 bloody words printed on Luo Mufeng's chest, shocked and retreating. When they looked at the man wearing the golden mask again, they all felt that the vest was cold and their faces changed greatly, as if they had seen a demon. It is rumored that Prince Chuan of Spirit Mountain Matter ranks 17th in the list of evil spirits and villains. He dares to challenge the crown prince and make enemies with King Kiran's mansion. He is an evil giant. Luo Mufeng was unlucky. He was so unlucky that he actually met Gong Zichuan. Child Chuan dares to appear openly in the imperial city. Aren't you afraid that the prince will deal with him? Cut. How can a strong man like Ning Xiaochuan be afraid of the prince even if he can't be surrounded by thousands of troops? Guanyu building, I'm afraid there will be a bloody case. The weaker martial artists have fled and dare not stay here for a long time. Only those who are really strong in martial arts have not left. Do you want to see how things will go on? A grandson swaggered into the Guanyu building and saw many people watching on it. He asked, curiously, "What are you looking at? Who is up there?" "Master of Spirit Mountain Manor." A middle-aged man gave a cold smile. The grandson of the king was immediately scared and almost collapsed on the ground. Fortunately, the servant who followed him helped him. "Hurry! Hurry! Go back to the marquee. That grandson of the king has heard of the notorious Sun Chuan, which can be called the most powerful evil. It's better for him to leave immediately. The presence and absence of evil giants will certainly cause bloodshed, and may even infect the imperial city." Ning Heng and the noble youth in the wing room were shocked. Xiaochuan's martial arts cultivation was too strong. With one move, Luo Mufeng, a senior general in the army, was blown away and seriously injured. "Child Chuan, you will definitely come to a bad end if you offend our marquis in Yunzhong." Luo Mufeng fell with a broken head and blood flow. He got up hard and ran Wu Daoxian Qi to wrap his body and recover from the injury. Ning Xiaochuan picked up the jug, filled the glass with wine and said, "Welcome the marquis in the clouds to kill me at any time." "How brave! Today, the people of Marquis in the clouds will get rid of you." In the night sky, there was a loud voice, and martial arts masters came. Bang! Hearing this sound, Luo Mufeng's face showed joy, his body broke through the wooden wall and rolled to the ground. Boom! A group of Shan Beast cavalry galloped over and stopped outside the Jade building. A total of 4 of the 12 tiger generals in the cloud came, all wearing thick black armor, emitting dark war gas and releasing 4 war spirits. In particular, Lu Guiyan, who ranked first among the 12 tiger generals in the clouds, released the soul of war, just like the scene of thousands of troops floating above the head, making the sound of battlefield fighting, which was frightening. War spirit and martial spirit are both formed by the essence and spirit of the martial artist, but they are different. When a martial artist's martial arts cultivation reaches the realm of earthly respect, his essence, qi, and spirit will change, thus condensing into a martial soul. However, the soul of war is different. Only by fighting on the battlefield all the year round and killing opponents, can we build momentum. When the war spirit condenses to a certain extent, even if the cultivation has not entered the territory of respect, it can condense the soul of war. In addition to the 4 tiger generals, Ji Hanqing also rode the dragon elephant, his long sapphire blue hair swaying in the wind, a pair of crested eyes as bright as cold stars, and a dragon elephant halberd gun in his delicate hand, bursting with a strong sense of war. She was originally a disciple of Yu Wuyang. She came to capture Child Chuan with the 12 tiger generals in the cloud. "Eldest brother, you are here." Child Chuan deceived people too much and ignored the marquis in the clouds. "We must give him a painful lesson." Luo Mufeng limped forward, covered with blood, and the 7 blood words Prince Chuan of Spirit Mountain Manor were engraved on his chest, which could not be dissolved even with Xuanqi. The 12 tiger generals in the cloud are all ranked by martial arts cultivation, and Luo Mufeng only ranks 9th among the 12 tiger generals. Lu Guiyan ranks first among the 12 tiger generals in the cloud. He is 54 years old. He has deep vision, deep cultivation, and is particularly sophisticated. He said, "Come on, take the 9th master down to heel." In the army, 2 sergeants came out and helped Luo Mufeng leave. Lu Guiyan's eyes stared at Guan Yu Lu, his eyes shrunk, and said, "I've heard Child Chuan's name for a long time. It's like thunder through my ears. I don't know how my 9th brother offended you." Ning Xiaochuan walked out of the wing room, stood on the third floor of the Guanyu building, looked down at the large group of people below, glanced at Jihanxing, and said with a smile, "He disturbed my child to drink, but I didn't kill him. Isn't this not a face for the marquis in the clouds? Boast. What are you? You dare to hurt even a senior general in the army. I think you want to rebel." A slightly young man beside Lu Guiyan murmured. His name is Huahai, ranking 5th among the 12 tiger generals in the cloud and 7th in the realm of refined cultivation. Huahai took off from the back of Xian Beast, jumped more than 20 meters high, and a purple iron whip in his hand waved out, making a purple whip mark, cutting to Ning Xiaochuan's neck like a blade. Purple iron whip is a 4-grade Xian ware, forged from the meridians of 12 kinds of Xian beasts, containing the power of 12 kinds of Xian beasts. Ow! Roar! When a whip was waved out, the virtual shadow of 12 Xian beasts suddenly appeared, and Zhang Yaowu grabbed it and jumped on Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes sank and did not dodge. With a wave of his arm, a world-destroying gas flew out, forming a sword wave. Pa! Sparks burst out from the purple iron whip, and finally the sword wave cut Huahai's body, leaving a bright red blood mark in the center of Huahai's eyebrows. Wow! Immediately, Huahai's body split in two and fell to the ground. Just in a moment, a 7th-level martial arts master in the refined realm was killed. Ning Xiaochuan said coldly, "Do you people in the Marquis house in the clouds really think that this child dare not kill? Don't you get out of here?" Including Lu Guiyan, the remaining 3 tiger generals in the clouds are all red-eyed, angry, and full of war. Shua! 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 At the same time, the 3 played a martial magic, and rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan. Lu Guiyan made a raging sea of fire. Waves rolled in the sea of fire. A fiery red skeleton stood up and clawed down, as if to turn the whole jade viewing building into ashes. Lu Guiyan is the eldest of the 12 tiger generals in the cloud, and his cultivation is also the highest, reaching the 9th level in the realm of immortality. This is already the top master of martial arts. No one can compete with Wu Zun. The 3 tiger generals in the clouds are familiar with each other and cooperate with each other very tacitly. The 3 magic powers displayed are led by Lu Guiyan's flame bone god and suppressed at the same time. Ning Xiaochuan sighed and said, "Guanyu building is the best place in the imperial city, so you can't destroy it once." 7 blood-red lights rushed out of the heart and gathered in Ning Xiaochuan's palm, turning into a scarlet magic sword. The magic sword was born, with Guanyu building as the center, emitting bloody and evil light, converging into a scene of corpses. Wisps of sword qi revolved around the magic sword, forming a whirlpool of sword qi, which shook the vitality between heaven and earth. Phew! With a cut of the magic sword, the sword qi tore up the huge flame bone god. The flames flew back into disorder and fell into the army of the Marquis in the clouds. After a panic, dozens of sergeants were burned to ashes by the fire, and many other sergeants suffered heavy losses and screamed in the sea of fire. Ning Xiaochuan again waved a sword to break the world-shaking seal of the martial arts magic played by a Cloud Tiger general, and the sword gas was cut on the Cloud Tiger general's body, and an arm was cut off. Ah! The Tiger general in the cloud covered the broken arm that was constantly gushing blood and fell to the ground, trying to turn the mysterious qi of Wu Dao to stop the blood. Phew! Another sword flew over. The Cloud Tiger general, whose cultivation reached the 8th level of immortality, flew out with his head and a 3-foot-high blood spring gushing from his neck. Another tiger in the clouds will be killed. Many people feel frightened and stay away from Guanyu building. It's worthy of being a demon of evil. As expected, it's better to stay away from here. 2 tigers in the clouds have been killed, and the Marquis in the clouds has suffered heavy losses. They should never provoke the evil tycoon, Child Chuan. Lu Guiyan said in a deep voice, "Old 4, step back first." Let me meet the villa leader. The two Yunzhong tiger generals were killed. Lu Guiyan woke up and immediately ordered the Yunzhong tiger to step down the fourth-ranked Liaoqing so as not to die in the hands of Gong Zichuan. Lu Guiyan has the ninth cultivation in the secular realm, so he can be regarded as in front of Wu Zun and is sure to escape. Child Chuan, let's fight in the sky. Lu Guiyan sat on the back of a 6th-grade Xian beast, the three-headed Jiao, and flew up to the sky. He wants to use the advantage of mount to fight with Child Chuan. It's best to hold Child Chuan. When the Marquis returns to the city, the Marquis can deal with him personally. Ning Xiaochuan didn't mean to go to heaven with Lu Guiyan. He waved his magic sword and chopped Liaoqing down. Liaoqing was surprised. He didn't expect Ning Xiaochuan to come to kill Lu Guiyan instead of fighting him. After all, he was the 7th highest cultivation in the realm of immortality. His body turned sideways. Although he avoided the magic sword, he was still cut by the sword gas of the magic sword, his legs were cut out, and his thighs were cut in half. Child Chuan, are you still a master? It's obviously me who challenges you. Why do you still attack my fourth brother? Lu Guiyan trembled with anger, stood on the back of the three Jiaos, held a spear, and pointed to Ning Xiaochuan below. Sneak attack? Do you need a sneak attack? I killed him openly. Ning Xiaochuan, carrying a magic sword, flew down from the Guanyu building and stabbed Liaoqing with a sword. For the people in Yunzhongho Mansion, Ning Xiaochuan has always been shot to death. Seeing that the magic sword was about to stab into Liaoqing's heart, he killed a tiger general in the Marquis house in the clouds. Suddenly, a dragon-like halberd spear stabbed from Jihanqing's hand and bombarded the sword of the magic sword. Dang! The body of the magic sword vibrated violently, making a sharp and harsh sound. Jihanqing jumped off the back of the dragon elephant. Her figure was concave and convex and graceful. Her elegant royal blue hair and blue eyes could not hide her beauty even in thick armor. Holding a long gun, she pointed to Ning Xiaochuan's neck. Child Chuan, it's all right for you to kill innocent people in Spirit Mountain Manor. Now you unexpectedly led the war to the Imperial City. If you don't get rid of you today, I don't know how many people will die in your hands in the future. Her voice was deafening, announcing the crime of Child Chuan. Jihanqing really wants to take off the mask of Gong Zichuan, because she can feel a familiar breath on Gong Zichuan, déjà vu. She suspected that Gong Zichuan was a martial artist she knew, and might even be a prince in the Imperial City. Even Child Chuan dares to blame. Who is this woman? Didn't you see that even 2 tiger generals in the clouds were killed? Look at her riding a dragon elephant and holding a dragon elephant halberd gun. She should be a person in the dragon elephant's divine force. This woman is dead. Child Chuan is a giant of evil. He is cruel and will never let a little girl offend him. There were also many martial arts masters present, some standing on the Guanyu building with light demeanor, some sitting on the street drinking tea, and some hiding in the dark. They are all observing Gong Zichuan, trying to uncover the mystery of Gong Zichuan and see what kind of person he is. The appearance of an evil giant like Gong Zichuan in the Imperial City was originally a major event that attracted the 4 sides. Ning Xiaochuan really hates Hou Yu Wuyang in the clouds and wants to kill all the ups and downs of the Hou house in the clouds, but Jihanqing is an exception. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the ground, held the magic sword in his hand, smiled at the corners of his mouth, and bowed politely. It turned out to be the first beauty of the dragon elephant Shenwu camp. Miss Ji, I've heard so much about you. At the moment, Child Chuan is like a scholar, not like a bloody butcher at all. Jihanqing's Daimei frowned and thought to himself, he is not a great person. How can Child Chuan know my name? Jihanqing was more convinced that the owner of Spirit Mountain Manor must be someone he knew. I'm not the first beauty of the dragon elephant Shenwu camp. Jihanqing is simply like an iceberg, inhumane, and refuses people thousands of miles away. The chill emanating from his body freezes the ground. Ning Xiaochuan was not in a hurry to kill, but said with a smile, "Miss Ji is beautiful, so why be modest? I was lucky to meet Miss Ji once, and I was shocked. I have always wanted to pursue Miss Ji, but I want to invite Miss Ji to be the villa master's wife of Spirit Mountain Manor." This is an evil giant confessing to her. For other women, this is a great honor and a proud capital. It can be predicted that the name Ji Hanqing of Longshan Shenwu Camp will be known by all martial artists in the imperial city tomorrow, because the owner of Spirit Mountain Manor showed his love for her. The evil overlord fell in love with the Tianzhigio girl of the Dragon Elephant Shenwu Camp, which has always been a topic that good people like to talk about. Ji Hanqing could hear that Gong Zichuan was flirting with her. He was so angry that he kept grinding his teeth, his legs moved, and a half-meter thick stone slab on the ground broke. She waved the dragon-like halberd gun, pulled out a large cold light, and hit Ning Xiaochuan's heart. Although Ning Xiaochuan can't use the body method of rainbow moving, the speed is still very fast. Ji Hanqing can't catch up with him and easily dodge her shot. "Miss Ji, you can seriously think about it. Being the wife of the manor master of Spirit Mountain Manor is definitely more promising than being a dragon elephant, Shenwu. You can ensure that you have endless cultivation resources, rich clothes and food, and a large number of servants." Ning Xiaochuan used his body method and kept changing directions. There were virtual shadows everywhere in the air. "You want to die?" Ji Hanqing inserted the dragon elephant halberd gun into the ground, and the earth suddenly collapsed, and dozens of kilogram boulders flew up from the ground. Boom! The boulder was wrapped by Xuanqi, and became harder than gold and iron, and its weight increased 10 times. Even ordinary martial artists who are free from vulgarity will be hit hard by boulders. Ning Xiaochuan made a palm print and formed a mysterious gas barrier in front of him, which resisted dozens of huge stones and suspended them in the air. Ning Xiaochuan's mouth was slightly hooked, and with a wave of his arm, dozens of kilogram boulders bombarded Liao Qing. Ji Hanqing's face changed, his feet kicked, and rushed to Liao Qing's face. With a wave of his long gun, he shot a mysterious light, shaking more than 10,000 Jin boulders out and turning them into powder. However, Ji Hanqing, after all, rushed out and didn't block all the heavy stones. Among them, 9,000 Jin boulders bombarded Liao Qing's body, beating Liao Qing's body bloody and falling to the ground again. Child Chuan. Ji Hanqing was extremely angry and hated Child Chuan to the extreme. A pair of phoenix eyes shot 2 sharp swords. This is the sword in the pupil, which is a powerful martial magic. These 2 Tongzhong swords did not stab Ning Xiaochuan, because Ning Xiaochuan had fallen behind Ji Hanqing, and a sword cut off Liao Qing's head. Poof! The crimson blood dyed the boulders on the ground red. Ning Xiaochuan smiled at Ji Hanqing. Third. Lu Guiyan jumped from the back of the 3 jiaos, and the spear tip with fire hit Ning Xiaochuan's head. This is an angry blow of the 9th martial artist in the refined realm. Shua. With a wave of the magic sword, Lu Guiyan was split out, and the war anger spear in his hand was cut, leaving a magical wound on his chest, eroding his flesh and blood. Almost, it's time to go. Ning Xiaochuan put away the magic sword, stared at Ji Hanqing, and said with a smile, "Beauty, we will meet again." Death. Ji Hanqing waved his gun and cleaved. Phew! Ning Xiaochuan's body moved, and he moved out more than 60 meters, passed through the encirclement of the army, and fell to the end of the street. If you move your body again, it will completely disappear in the dark. Ji Hanqing angrily stared at Child Chuan, who calmly left, holding the dragon elephant halberd gun tightly in his fingers, and with a wave of the long gun, a boulder was broken. Ning Xiaochuan left because he felt a huge breath approaching Guanyu Building, and his heart guessed that Houyu Wuyang in the clouds must have returned. Therefore, he left immediately and dared not stay in Guanyu Building again. Ning Xiaochuan's current martial arts realm is not afraid even in the face of the ninth martial artist in the secular realm, but there is a big gap with Wu Zun. Moreover, Yu Wuyang is not an ordinary Wu Zun, and now is not the time to confront him head-on. Ning Xiaochuan came to Guanyu building with Yu Mingsong. Originally, he came to find Yu Ningxing and Xiao Linger. He didn't expect to encounter people in the Marquee House in the clouds. However, Ning Xiaochuan has learned from the population in Guanyu building that Yu Ningxing and Xiao Linger have not returned to Guanyu building, and do not know where they are now. Red Bruce Lee came out of Ning Xiaochuan's sleeve, waved his paw and shouted at Ning Xiaochuan. "Don't make noise. I don't know where they are now. Wait, slowly." Ning Xiaochuan gently touched the red dragon's head and stuffed it into his sleeve. In the dark, there was a footstep. Yu Mingsong crawled out of the ditch, covered with mud, and said, "Oh my God, fortunately I escaped quickly, otherwise I must have been torn to pieces by the army of the Marquis in the clouds." "Hey! Younger brother Ning, I didn't expect you to be the leader of the Spirit Mountain Manor. I've decided that I'll follow you in the future. What do you think? Do you have any other choice?" Ning Xiaochuan laughed. Yu Mingsong angrily said, "What do you mean? Yu Mingsong is also a talent from the Emperor's Academy. If I join a prince or sect casually, I will definitely be worshipped as an uncle." Ning Xiaochuan waved his sleeve and walked forward, saying, "Then don't follow me, and be your uncle Yu." Yu Mingsong stood in place, staring at Ning Xiaochuan's farther and farther back, stunned for a long time, and then caught up with him, laughing. "Ning Xiaoti, I'm a person who keeps my promise, and I'll definitely do it if I promise to help build the Sword Palace. I'm the kind of ungrateful person? In my opinion, honor, wealth and honor are clouds, and righteousness is the greatest wealth." Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "I don't think you want to part with the rest of the chapter of the Qimen Qidian. Of course, this is the extremely small reason. What I care most about is the loyalty between us. It's incumbent on me to do everything for my friends and put guns in my legs." "Stop." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "Say Ning Xiaoti, where are you taking me again?" Yu Mingsong chattered. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Sword Palace." Shortly after Ning Xiaochuan left, Yansong Hao's car came to Guanyu building and stopped in the middle of the bustling street. This is the arrival of a real powerful prince. All the martial artists in the Jade Observation building knelt down and saluted, and the martial artists in more than a dozen streets also knelt down one after another. This scene is like an emperor on a tour. Ji Hanqing and Lu Guiyan hurried up and bowed down to the driver. "I've seen the Marquis. I've seen the master." The Marquis in the clouds didn't come out of the car, but the imposing and domineering Marquis momentum was still powerful, as bright and dazzling as a scorching sun. Qua qua. At the foot of the emperor in Yulan Imperial City, 3 tiger generals in the clouds who made great contributions to the empire were killed by evil people. This is really a big joke. In the car, the voice of Ho in the clouds came out, which could be clearly heard by martial artists within 100 miles, shaking the city. Many big people in the Imperial City know that Ho in the clouds is really angry this time. "Ji Hanqing, do you know Child Chuan?" Ho's majestic voice sounded in the clouds. Ji Hanqing pondered for a moment, carefully recalling the experience of fighting with Child Chuan, and said, "His breath is very familiar. It must be a strong man I know." "Then do you remember the smell on him?" Ho Dao in the clouds. Ji Hanqing said, "According to his breath and my martial arts magic insight and beat recognition, there is a 40% confidence that he can be found." "That's good. Now let me get rid of this evil giant and return peace to the Imperial City." Ho in the cloud is very confident in Ji Hanqing's search, and believes that Ji Hanqing will be able to find the hiding place of Child Chuan. Welcome all book friends to join the official QQ group of God, Demon and God, discuss novels, give advice to Lao Jiao, and so on. QQ group number 376449065. After recent development, the Sword Palace has been quietly built in the imperial city. When Ning Xiaochuan was considering the construction of the Sword Palace, he had already made a decision to build the largest calcination holy land of the entire Yulan Empire. Naturally, he would spare no effort and money to build the Sword Palace. The Xinjian Palace is located in the bustling area of the imperial city, with brand new palaces, 99-story jade stairs, and palaces built of jade, nanmu, and gold pillars. Every place is making public the luxury and grandeur of the Xinjian Palace, which is comparable to the temple of the Emperor's Palace. Outside the Palace of Divine Sword, an 87-meter-long giant sword, weighing 3.7 million jin, was cast with black iron, inlaid with black stones, emitting ying sword light, and became a landmark building in this city. Many martial artists who passed by the Divine Sword Palace noticed this sprawling palace group and wondered where it was. At this moment, the night is thick, and the two figures come to the outside of the Sword Palace. Ning Xiaochuan came to the Divine Sword Palace for the first time. He didn't expect that the action of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion was so fast that the Divine Sword Palace had been established. Moreover, the grandeur exceeded Ning Xiaochuan's expectation. Who? 6 martial artists whose accomplishments reached the 9th level of Xuanqi leaped out of the Sword Palace. They all carried swords and surrounded Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong in the center. Yu Mingsong stared at the swords in the hands of the 6 warriors, glanced at Ning Xiaochuan, and said, "Is this what you call the Divine Sword Palace? Such a broken place also wants to build the world's first calcination holy land? Such a broken place?" 6 martial artists in the 9th level of Xuanqi looked at each other. Where was this crazy man who dared to say that the Divine Sword Palace was a broken place? Not only they, but also Ning Xiaochuan was speechless. If it's all broken here, then I'm afraid the Imperial Palace of Yulan Empire can only be regarded as a broken place. Yu Mingsong added, "Divine Sword Palace. Divine Sword Palace. Look, the weapons in their 6 warriors' hands? They are all vulgar weapons. Unexpectedly, they can hold all the vulgar weapons, and dare to claim that this is the first sacred place for forging weapons in the world? What do you think?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. "That's it." Yu Mingsong's body moved, turned into a streamer, and turned around the bodies of the 6th-9th martial artist in the Xuanqi realm. The swords in the hands of the 6 warriors fell into the hands of Yu Mingsong. "Bold! How dare you take my sword? Let's work together to kill this madman who dares to break into the Sword Palace." Before the 6th-9th level warriors in the Xuanqi realm rushed up, they found that the sword had somehow returned to their hands. To their surprise, the saber, which was originally just a vulgar weapon, turned into a mysterious weapon. They put the xianqi into the sword, and the blade suddenly rushed up a meter-high blade, which was more than 10 times stronger than before. They all stared at Yu Mingsong in shock. For a moment, no one dared to attack him. In just a moment, 6 swords and xuanqi were forged. This is the great master of forging tools. You should know that every mysterious weapon is extremely precious, worth more than 1,000,000 coins, and it is not owned by martial artists in the Xuanqi realm at all. To be exact, even some descendants of princes may not be able to own a xuanqi. Ning Xiaochuan was also surprised that Yu Mingsong was hidden. This is not something that a student of Tiandi Academy can do. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's shocked eyes, Yu Mingsong was very proud and said with a smile, "How? With my own strength, can I hold up the Sword Palace?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "Absolutely. Can I be worshipped as an uncle?" Yu Mingsong rode. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Aren't you Uncle Yu?" "Haha." Yu Mingsong laughed. Lu Wenyu, the deacon of the Divine Sword Palace, came out from inside, bowed respectfully to Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Palace Master, who is this elder?" Lu Wenyu also saw Yu Mingsong forge 6 mysterious objects in a flash just now, which shocked him. He has been engaged in the trading of xianware for many years, and he also knows some highly respected senior calciners. However, he has never seen such a strange person. His mind guessed that it might be a great master in the forging industry whom Ning Xiaochuan made friends with. Ning Xiaochuan said, "This forge master, Uncle Yu, who was specially invited by me to build the Divine Sword Palace, is a senior in the forge industry. In the future, you still have many opportunities for cooperation. Deacon Liu, you should take good care of this elder and invite more servants to serve him, just like Uncle." Lu Wenyu was even more surprised and said with great joy, "Without the command of the palace master, I will certainly regard Elder Yu as the most distinguished guest." "So, Elder Yu will sit in the sword palace in the future?" Lu Wenyu had never seen a craftsman of this level, and he was very excited. He collected the names of the top 10 craftsman masters in Yulan Empire in his mind, trying to guess the identity of the elder in front of him. The great master of forging utensils is a person with high moral integrity and can be on an equal footing with princes. Some princes may not be able to ask a great master of forging tools to help forge a mysterious tool. However, Ning Xiaochuan invited a great master of forging tools to the sword palace for a long time. Just publicizing this news can greatly promote the reputation of the sword palace. Yu Mingsong, with his hands on his back, was really like a big uncle. He walked under the 87-meter-high sword and shouted, "What is this?" Lu Wenyu regarded Yu Mingsong as a master of forging tools. He bowed over and said with a smile, "Tell me back, it's a huge sword that I ordered people to cast and refine, which is used as the symbol of the Divine Sword Palace." "What? The symbol of the Divine Sword Palace? This piece of junk? Are you sure it's not smashing the signboard?" Yu Mingsong shook his head and sighed. Shwa! Yu Mingsong soared and fell to the top of the giant sword. Boom! A purplish-red flame burst out at his feet, forming a cloud of fire to wrap the huge sword. In the flame, there are purple and red lightning shuttling. The flame burned the sword and made a crackling sound. "Purple flame electric fire!" Lu Wenyu exclaimed. Purple flame electric fire is a rare kind of dark fire in the world. It is said that this kind of flame can be bred only in the clouds with lightning. In the past, Lu Wenyu only saw records about purple flame electric fire in ancient books. This is the first time I saw this kind of mysterious fire in reality. I felt that I really deserved to be a senior master in the forging industry, which makes people can only look up to it. Half an hour later, the flame wrapping the giant sword slowly disappeared and was recovered by Yu Mingsong. Earth-shaking changes took place in the giant sword, and the whole body turned red. Wisps of flame burned on the sword, raising the temperature in the surrounding air by a large margin. Wow! Lightning fell from the sky and integrated with the giant sword. It was like a real divine sword standing on the earth, emitting a powerful sword power. Yu Mingsong fell to the ground, touched the beard on his chin, shook his head and sighed. "The material of this sword is too poor, and can only be forged to the level of 5-grade xuanqi, temporarily. After 2 days, add a few different iron precious materials, and strive to be promoted to the level of 7-grade xuanqi. After all, it is the facade of the Divine Sword Palace, and it can't be too bad." The 6 guards had already lost their chin. "So forge a 5-level xianware? Is it so easy to forge xianware?" After all, Lu Wenyu had seen the world, and soon calmed down and whispered, "Palace Master, if Elder Yu really refined the huge sword into a 7-grade xuanqi, would he be robbed? You know, even some Wuzuns don't have Qipin xuanqi, so we can see the value of Qipin xuanqi. A Qipin xianware is inserted in the street like this. I'm afraid many strong people will come to play with it." Ning Xiaochuan said with a smile, "Tell the old marquis about this." I believe the old Marquis will never dislike having an extra piece of cheap pin xianware. Let him have a headache. Yu Mingsong and the 6 guards began to talk about the key to forging tools. Whether the 6 guards could understand it or not, they just chattered endlessly. The 6 guards admired Yu Mingsong extremely and constantly praised him. No matter what Yu Mingsong said, they all nodded yes, which immediately made Yu Mingsong feel comfortable and his bones light. Ning Xiaochuan whispered to Lu Wenyu, "This elder Yu's forging means are not ordinary. Select a few young forging master seedlings, and give them to him for training, and try to let him teach several elites belonging to the Sword Palace." Subordinates understand. Lu Wenyu nodded yes. Ning Xiaochuan shouted to Yu Mingsong, "Yu Lao, if you have anything, talk to Deacon Liu. I have to leave first." Yu Mingsong was spitting with several guards. He answered casually and said, "Go. Go. Well. Remember to copy some more articles of The Strange Door Were Classic for me next time you come." Yu Mingsong didn't see if Ning Xiaochuan had left at all, so he continued to talk vividly with several guards about the key to forging tools. Like a highly respected teacher, he said, "What's the most important about forging tools? It's heart. It's caused by sincerity, and gold and stone are open." Hey. You know what it means? It means. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to see Yu Mingsong continue to force, so he left the Sword Palace. Late at night, the streets and alleys of the imperial city became very quiet, and no one could be seen in the wide streets. In the past, even at night, the imperial city was particularly lively. Since the appearance of the millennium-old demon, the martial artists in the imperial city have been afraid to go out at night for fear of being taken out of their hearts. On Wulong Street, a gorgeous car came, and the shaft made a rolling sound. A 13-year-old or 4-year-old noble boy was sitting in the car, his body was injured, and there was a blood hole on his forehead. Only his eyes were particularly bright. The people in the Marquis house in the clouds are so arrogant that a mere military general dares to hurt Ben Ho. I must repay this revenge. The noble youth felt very oppressed. He was obviously a prince, but he had no status at all. Yu Wuyang was also a prince, but everyone knelt down and saluted when they saw him. It's also a prince. Why is there such a big gap? Marquis in the clouds is a red man around the Holy Emperor. His self-cultivation is at its peak. No one in the imperial city dares to provoke him. We'd better hide from him in the future. A servant said timidly. The noble boy stared and clenched his fist tightly. Who says no one dares to provoke him? Don't Child Chuan dare to challenge the Marquis in the clouds? The servant rattled. Child Chuan is an evil giant who kills people without blinking an eye. Naturally, he dares to challenge the Marquis in the clouds. However, after all, our Chitin Marquis is not as good as before, so it's better not to provoke the Marquis in the clouds. Suddenly, the whole carriage shook violently, and then came the sound of Shan Beast screaming. The noble boy and the servant walked out of the carriage, but saw a shocking scene. The mysterious beast pulling the cart was split in two, and even the 3 servants driving the car were chopped off their heads and fell into a pool of blood. The rest of the servants screamed with fear, and then fainted to death. Who? The noble boy clenched his teeth tightly and stared at the dark night sky. His heart was cold. Dada. Heavy footsteps sounded in the dark. Luo Mufeng came out of the darkness with a bloody sword in his hand, and his eyes were murderous. He said coldly, "Lord, stop shouting. My martial arts mysterious chi is forbidden around. No one will hear you even if you shout loudly." Luo Mufeng, how dare you? Do you dare to kill Ben Ho? The noble boy stood on the car, with no fear in his eyes. Wearing heavy armor, Luo Mufeng rushed out of his body and condensed into a virtual shadow of a fierce beast behind him. He said in a deep voice, "If it weren't for you tonight, my third brother, fourth brother and fifth brother would not die. Just because of you, our marquis in the clouds suffered heavy losses and lost 3 generals. Don't you think you deserve it? The noble boy laughed. What are you laughing at? I laugh that you dare not seek revenge from Gong Sichuan, but instead come to kill me. Is there anything more funny in the world? Noble youth Wei. Luo Mufeng grinned his lips and said, what is Child Chuan? When our marquis arrived, he didn't want to run away? It's good that he wasn't found by me. If I found him. Luo Mufeng's voice suddenly stopped, felt someone behind him, and turned around. A man wearing a gold mask, I don't know when, stood behind him. Luo Mufeng's face changed slightly. General Luo is so heroic. If you find me, what will you do? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Seeing the appearance of Child Chuan, the noble youth was immediately overjoyed and excited. It was not like seeing an evil giant, but like seeing a great hero in his heart. Luo Mufeng knew that Wan was not Gong Sichuan's opponent. He looked around and bit his teeth and projected the knife in his hand. Then, with a push of the sole of his foot, he took off to an ancient building on the side of the street, stepped on the top of the ancient building and fled to the distance. Ning Xiaochuan flicked his finger and broke the flying knife into 9 pieces. Shua! Ning Xiaochuan almost instantly caught up with Luo Mufeng's head, condensed a Xuanqi sword, cut it down with a sword, and cut Luo Mufeng's body in half. Luo Mufeng's body fell and smashed the roof of a house. Another tiger in the cloud will fall. Ning Xiaochuan put the Xuanqi sword away and was about to leave. Wait a minute. Child Chuan, can you accept me as an apprentice? The noble boy limped up. Ning Xiaochuan stopped, stared at the young noble, who was still green, frowned slightly and said, how old are you today? 13. Noble youth Wei. At the age of 13, you reached the 3rd level of Xuanqi realm, and you are still a marquis of the marquis house, and you certainly do not lack cultivation resources. Without cultivation resources, you have such a low cultivation, which shows that you have no talent for cultivating martial arts. Without cultivation talent, why should I take you as an apprentice? Ning Xiaochuan rode. The noble boy said, because I hate Yun Songhao, I can see you hate him, too. You take me as an apprentice, and I can help you deal with him. Ning Xiaochuan was surprised and said, can you see I hate him? The noble youth said, if you don't hate him, why do you kill 4 generals of Yun Zhongho's house in a row? Even if you are a giant of evil, there's no need to offend Yun Zhongho's great enemy because of a small thing. Are you right? It's a little interesting. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, then why do you have to worship me as a teacher? A duke of the imperial court actually worships an evil giant as a teacher. Are you not afraid of being ostracized by the predecessors in the duke's house? The noble boy clenched his fist tightly, bit his lips, and said, I don't want to go back to that marquis house, let alone be this waste marquis. Ning Xiaochuan saw some of his own shadow on the noble boy, walked over and patted him on the shoulder, and said, Kid, are you always laughed at and despised by others in the marquis house? Even as a prince, you can't be respected by others? The noble boy's eyes were very bitter and said, not only in the marquis, but also in the whole imperial city, I'm afraid everyone is laughing at me. Ning Xiaochuan said, the main reason is that your martial arts cultivation is not high enough. If you have strong enough cultivation, who dares to laugh at you? And who dares not to respect you? So you promise to take me as an apprentice? The noble youth was very happy. Ning Xiaochuan neither promised nor refused, saying, leave here first, I feel that some masters dare to come. Ning Xiaochuan heard a rapid wind-breaking sound in his ear, which was extremely fast. He leaped several miles away in almost an instant. He was an absolute top master. It must be the people of Yun Zhongho's house who came to hunt you down. Go to my house, and even if Yun Zhongho is brave enough, he won't dare to break into my house. Noble Youth Way. Ning Xiaochuan picked up the noble boy, moved his body, and flew into the hazy night. Not long after, the noble boy took Ning Xiaochuan to the outside of a magnificent mansion. On the top of the gate of the mansion, there was a gold inlaid plaque with 4 golden characters, Duke of Qitian Mansion. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the 4 characters, stopped and said in surprise, "Are you the Marquis of the Duke of Qitian's mansion?" Qitian Marquis Mansion is also one of the hereditary Marquis Mansion of the 13th CPC National Congress. It has been inherited for nearly 1,000 years and is at the same level as Jiangnan Marquis Mansion. In some periods of history, the Marquis of Qi dynasty even had power to the court and the opposition, which was able to deter the throne of the emperor at that time. In all the Marquis, it could be regarded as the top power. Of course, what shocked Ning Xiaochuan most was not this point, but the identity of the teenager. If he is the Duke of Qitian, isn't his mother Jia? At this time, the door of the Marquis house opened, and a team of guards wearing black heavy armor rushed out. There were 80 martial arts masters standing in 2 lines, waiting to stare at Ning Xiaochuan. The whole Qitian Marquis Mansion became desolate. Then, surrounded by a group of maids, a 20-year-old beautiful woman in palace clothes came out, dressed in damask ribbons. The silky silk was bright and elegant, and she was so beautiful that she could be seen everywhere. Her body carries an elegant aura of wealth, which is more beautiful than the royal heavenly maiden. Her figure is as thin as the upper crescent moon, with a hazy beauty. "Minger, you're back. Who hurt you like this?" Mrs. Inchi came over with concern in her eyes, full of women's tenderness. She stretched out a pair of jade white hands and twisted a silk to wipe Qiming's wound. "I'm fine, don't worry." Qiming glared at Mrs. Inchi mercilessly, took Ning Xiaochuan, and headed for the middle of Qi Tianho's house. Mrs. Inchi's hand paused in mid-air, gently pursed her red lips, and there were tears in her eyes. She raised her slender neck, stared at the bright moon in the sky, tried to open her eyes, and took back her tears. "Madam." Behind him, a beautiful maid said with concern. "Nothing, go back to the Marquis." Mrs. Inchi put away her sadness in her heart and stared at Ning Xiaochuan's back. A look of doubt appeared in her bright apricot eyes. Why would child Chuan be with Minger? The situation in the imperial city was changing. In one day, 4 of the 12 tiger generals in the cloud died, shocking the government and the public. The arrogance of Spirit Mountain matter irritated many princes in the court. Yan Tonghao dispatched his army to guard the city gate and look for child Chuan everywhere, which made the whole city stormy. Ning Xiaochuan is temporarily staying in the Duke of Qitian's mansion. He wants to see the situation of the imperial city in front of him first, and also wants to check whether the millennium-old demon has left the imperial city. The millennium-old demon is Ning Xiaochuan's biggest threat now. If he doesn't leave the imperial city, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't dare to appear in the sight of everyone in his real body, and can only hide in the dark. Both Guanyu Building and Qitianhe Mansion are good places to hide. Ning Xiaochuan sat on the bed and began to understand the 8th mantra of the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth. Once refined into the 8th weight, you can have 128 times the speed of absorbing Xuanqi, display the power of the magic sword, and even devour the blood and gas of a Wuzun. If Ning Xiaochuan didn't become the 8th weight, he would only absorb Xuanqi at 64 times the speed. If he dared to swallow Wuzun's blood with a magic sword, he would be dead. In other words, if he becomes the 8th weight of the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth, Ning Xiaochuan will have the strength to kill a Wuzun in unexpected circumstances. Of course, every weight of heaven and earth Xuanqi is extremely difficult to practice. If the opportunity does not come, even 10 years of practice may not be able to successfully practice the 8th weight. The 8th weight of the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth is more than 10 times more difficult to refine than the 7th weight. Ning Xiaochuan had understood it for 2 days, and he didn't understand the meaning of those words. It's really too bitter and difficult to understand. Child, my wife wants to see you. The voice of a gentle girl sounded outside the door. Ning Xiaochuan stopped practicing, opened his eyes, and stared at the sunshine coming in from the window. It's been a night of practice again. Ning Xiaochuan had expected that Mrs. Yin Qi would definitely meet him. For Mrs. Yin Qi, a witch, Ning Xiaochuan was a little afraid. Facing her was even more stressful than facing a Wu Zun. Since I live in the Duke of Qi, I will face her sooner or later. Ning Xiaochuan put on the golden mask, opened the door and said, "Does your wife want to host a banquet for me?" The maid giggled and said, "You saved the life of the Marquis, and the lady will naturally treat you well." The maid led Ning Xiaochuan to a fresh and elegant courtyard, planted plum blossoms, and walked into a vermilion attic along a pond. Mrs. Yin Qi was wearing a thin silk gauze dress and half sitting on a wooden chair. Through the gauze dress, she could vaguely see that she was also wearing a pink close-fitting dress. On the ground, there is a table, a pot of wine and 2 wine glasses. The breeze came with a faint fragrance of pine and plum. "Please sit down." Mrs. Yin Qi's voice was soft, her eyebrows were like willow leaves, her eyes were like amber, her skin was as delicate as jade, and her arms were like lotus roots, revealing Sir Shiran's smile. That smile is so charming that it can almost invert all sentient beings. Ning Xiaochuan gently pursed his lips and sat down. "Madam, is this?" Mrs. Yin Qi smiled and waved softly, and the 2 maids in the attic retreated. Ning Xiaochuan had seen many big scenes, but at the moment, he couldn't help feeling a little nervous, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. "I've asked someone about that day. Thank you for your help to Minger. I'd like to toast you." Mrs. Yin Qi gently pursed her lips and smiled leisurely. Her bright eyes were bent into a pair of crescent moons. Holding the wine cup in her hands, she gracefully sent it to her lips and tasted it. Lady Yin Qi is indeed an elegant woman. In terms of etiquette, she is more standard, more appropriate, elegant and beautiful than Royal Sissy and Princess Lanfei. If Ning Xiaochuan didn't know her identity, if she didn't know that she had given birth to children, I'm afraid Ning Xiaochuan would also be impressed by her frowns and smiles, and thought she was a royal heavenly daughter with both talent and beauty. This is just a small effort, not worth mentioning. Ning Xiaochuan took the glass and drank it in one gulp. Lady Yin Qi's snow-white shell teeth gently bit her lips and said softly, "Minger said that he would worship the villa leader as a teacher?" Her face is very beautiful. She looks like she is only about 20 years old. Her skin is white and moist, full of elasticity. Her long black hair is as soft as a waterfall. If she smiles, she is like a green girl. Ning Xiaochuan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Madam, don't worry, it's just what the Marquis said casually." Mrs. Yin Qi shook her head and said with some sadness, "But I hope the villa master can teach him and become his master." She stared at Ning Xiaochuan pitifully, her beautiful eyes rippling, with a look of longing. No man can refuse her request, which makes people want to hold her petite body in their arms and caress her wantonly. Ning Xiaochuan couldn't stand her looking like this and said, "Why? There are so many masters in the Qi Tianhou mansion, can't anyone teach him? His wife is also extremely powerful in martial arts, can't she be his master?" Others may not know Mrs. Yin Qi's martial arts cultivation, but Ning Xiaochuan can clearly perceive that her martial arts heart palace is a heterogeneous heart palace called Cicada Ice Soul Heart Palace, and there are fluctuations in the vitality of martial arts in her blood, which shows that she has the cultivation of land dignity. A strong man of Wuzun level. After Ning Xiaochuan reached the 7th level in the realm of immortality, it seemed that some changes had taken place in the 7 orifices demon heart palace, and the power of the mind had risen by a large margin. As long as there is a heterogeneous heart palace, even if the other party hides well, he can clearly perceive it. Ning Xiaochuan can even calculate the strength gap between himself and Mrs. Yin Qi. If he fights with her, he will lose within 3 moves. Being able to suppress the powerful and prop up a marquee house with a woman's body, it really can't be done with only one face. It still needs a strong martial arts cultivation as the capital. Mrs. Inchi said softly, he doesn't want me to teach him, and he doesn't even want to see me. He hates everyone here. He prefers to secretly practice the low-level skill of heaven and earth xuanqi by himself, rather than let the people in the marquee house teach him. As you can see, he is now the 3rd cultivation of xuanqi, which is the xuanqi of martial arts he secretly cultivated. Of course, even if he doesn't want everyone to know, he can't hide it from me. Ning Xiaochuan poured another glass of wine and said, Madam, Qi Ming will hate you and everyone here. Doesn't Madam find the reason from herself? Mrs. Inchi stared at Ning Xiaochuan with crystal eyes. After a long time, she said, sometimes, we can't help ourselves. Ning Xiaochuan is still remembering her words. Lady Inchi then said, Villa leader, do you think I'm beautiful? Ning Xiaochuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva, touched his chin, and said, Madam is one of the 3 beauties in the imperial city. She is naturally as beautiful as heaven, which makes women all over the world jealous. Do you want to sleep with me? This. Ning Xiaochuan has an impulse to leave immediately, because Mrs. Inchi has said so frankly, if he doesn't leave again, I'm afraid he can't leave. Wow, dash. Mrs. Inchi didn't give him a chance to leave, stopped in front of him, and stroked Ning Xiaochuan's chest with her slender jade fingers. The white gauze on her body fell with the wind, revealing a pink close-fitting fragrant dress, a round and tight slender jade waist, and a beautiful curve, which stuck to him, like a sinuous female snake spirit. Her chest is wrapped with a layer of pink scales, wrapped with plump white and tender peaks, and her body emits a charming fragrance. Little birds cling to Ning Xiaochuan's arms. Ning Xiaochuan has never encountered such a big temptation. It is undeniable that Mrs. Inchi is indeed a very beautiful woman, and her figure is concave and convex, graceful and flawless. Her charm and seduction are not comparable to those green women, such as Ningxing and Ucc. Ning Xiaochuan's blood spurted out, and a evil fire burned in his lower abdomen. Immediately, his lips became dry, and the whole person seemed to be burning. He finally understood why so many men would be fascinated by her and willingly become her playthings. Encountered such a witch, Ning Xiaochuan's willpower can't bear it, let alone others. Lady Inchi's eyes were like silk, a soft jade arm was hooked on Ning Xiaochuan's neck, lips kissed Ning Xiaochuan's neck, fingers reached into Ning Xiaochuan's robe, gently stroked his back. Villa master, your hands are irregular. Ning Xiaochuan kept panting, and a fiery weapon under his robe kept strengthening, and put it on Mrs. Inchi's lower abdomen. His palm moved into the skirt along the slender and straight and pinched his elastic thighs to take off a layer of soft and smooth fur pants from the group. Lady Inchi's eyes were provocative and her mouth was seductive. Human groans. Reaching out to take off the golden mask on Ning Xiaochuan's face. No, restrain. Mrs. Inchi's cold fingers touched Ning Xiaochuan's cheek, which immediately woke Ning Xiaochuan up. Her palm stopped, withdrew from Mrs. Inchi's skirt, and pushed her away. Ning Xiaochuan hurriedly sat down and ran the mysterious qi of heaven and earth, which spread all over the body and suppressed the bath in the body. Fire, try to restrain yourself. That was close. It's too dangerous just now. If you can't suppress your inner desire, hope, your will become weak, and you will no longer be able to resist her temptation and become a servant under her skirt. It's too dangerous, which makes Ning Xiaochuan's heart throb. After Ning Xiaochuan suppressed the in his body, he dared not stay here and left immediately. Mrs. Inchi picked up the white thin shirt on the ground and split it on her body. Looking at the back of Ning Xiaochuan leaving, her eyes gave birth to a smile of admiration. There are men with such strong willpower in the world. This is the second time to escape from my face. Hee hee. I hope there is a third time. Ning Xiaochuan hurried away from Mrs. Yingqi's attic, exhaled a long breath, and said to himself, the more powerful a man is, the more temptations he meets. He has been forbidden again and again. It's not the way to go on, and sooner or later he will suffocate. Who? Although Ning Xiaochuan's willpower is very firm, after all, he is also a vigorous man with basic needs. If you practice blindly without releasing the evil fire in your body, the yang in your body will accumulate and flourish, and sooner or later you will die. Only Ning Xiaochuan is now strong in cultivation, so there are so many beautiful women who want to jump into his arms and seduce him in various ways. If he was still suffering from tuberculosis, could he have such a good thing? Therefore, as long as men are good enough, women will naturally throw themselves into the arms. Although Ning Xiaochuan was teased by Mrs. Yingqi to take a bath. The fire burned me, but I could restrain myself. I hurried back to the room and began to practice the mysterious qi of heaven and earth, running my whole body. Xuanqi of heaven and earth is an orthodox way of cultivation, which connects heaven and earth, harmonizes yin and yang, integrates into nature, and suppresses the bath. Fire is of great help. Apprentice, meet the master. Qi Ming came to Ning Xiaochuan's room and bowed down to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan said, I didn't say I wanted to take you as an apprentice. But my mother said, you have promised. Qi Ming glanced at Mrs. Yingqi standing not far away, with a look of joy on his face. Mrs. Yingqi saw a smile on her famous face for the first time, and her heart was speechless with joy. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly, put on the golden mask, opened the door and said, Madam, this thing? Mrs. Yingqi Shishiren came over and gently bowed to Ning Xiaochuan. Her beautiful eyes were rippling and she said softly, Villa Master, have you promised this? Ning Xiaochuan looked at Qi Ming's eager eyes again, sighed in his heart, hesitated for a moment, and said, well, I can accept you as a registered disciple as a reward for living in the Marquis of Qitian. Qi Mingda was so happy that he quickly knelt on the ground, kowtowed to Ning Xiaochuan and said, Apprentice, see the master. The most famous cultivator is Xuanqi of heaven and earth, which is the lowest cultivation skill considered by the martial artist of Yulan Empire. Moreover, he is still groping for cultivation by himself, and the cultivation level is naturally too low to be seen. Ning Xiaochuan didn't teach him other cultivation methods, but he still let him practice the mysterious qi of heaven and earth, but he gave him advice on how to better practice. Qi Ming is a teenager, with strong self-esteem. After being instructed by Ning Xiaochuan, he practiced extremely hard, and even practiced boxing and sword in the martial arts field late at night. In the distance, on an attic, Mrs. Yingqi stared at Qi Ming, who practiced boxing in the martial arts field, with a heartfelt smile on her beautiful face, and said, Thank you, really thank you, I've never seen Ming Er so happy. Ning Xiaochuan sat at the table and said, Qi Ming's cultivation talent is actually very high, mainly because he has never taken any mysterious medicine and has taken many detours, so now the realm is so low. Mrs. Yingqi said sadly, I used to send my servant to send the best mysterious medicine, but he didn't take it at all and poured out all the mysterious medicine. No matter how talented a martial artist is, if there is no resource assistance, it is difficult to improve his cultivation speed quickly. Madam is also an intermediate heart-nourishing master. Give me the refined Xianyao, and I may be able to help you. Ning Xiaochuan stood up, walked towards the attic, walked to the stairs, stopped and said, Madam felt that Qi Ming hated you very much, but in fact, Madam misunderstood him. You know why Qi Ming was injured by Luo Mufeng? That's because Luo Mufeng abused you, and Qi Ming fought with Luo Mufeng in order to defend his mother's reputation. Finally, he was beaten by Luo Mufeng and didn't give in. After saying this, Ning Xiaochuan walked down the stairs without looking back. Mrs. Yingqi stood in the attic, her delicate body was slightly shocked, and shell teeth bit her lips, emitting bright red blood. Lao Jiao has excess yang qi. Ask for a monthly ticket. Qi Tianhou Mansion, unexpectedly, there is magma blood in the center of the earth. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the medicine rack, a red fire cloud jade box. The lower part of the jade box is marked with fuzzy handwriting of magma blood in the center of the earth. It can be seen that this box of geocentric magma blood has been stored for a long time. This is the secret room of Tibetan medicine in the Marquis of Qitian. The space is very broad, and there are bronze medicine shelves and cold ice medicine pools everywhere. Some places are even covered with medicine fields, in which rare precious medicines grow. Mrs. Yin Qi brought Ning Xiaochuan here to take the mysterious medicine needed for Qiming cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan accidentally found the geocentric magma blood he had been looking for a long time. This kind of high-level mysterious medicine is the main medicine for refining the earth-only pill, which is very difficult to find. I didn't find it in the 3 heart-nourishing halls, but I found it in the Tibetan medicine secret room of Qi Tianhou Mansion. Ning Xiaochuan is naturally very happy. The Marquis house, which has been inherited for thousands of years, is indeed very important. If you find the magma blood in the center of the earth, you'll find all the mysterious drugs for refining the earth-only pill. Mrs. Yin Qi herself is the intermediate heart-nourishing master of the Imperial Heart-Nourishing Hall. She loves Shanyao for 10 minutes and naturally knows the properties of Shanyao very well. Xing Mao glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Is the villa master looking for this kind of Shanyao?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "To be honest, I have been looking for this mysterious medicine for a long time. If my wife can give up her love, I am willing to pay a high price." Mrs. Yin Qi took the red jade box down, wiped the dust off the surface of the box, stared at Ning Xiaochuan with moving eyes, and sent the jade box to Ning Xiaochuan. "Madam, this is..." Ning Xiaochuan said. Mrs. Yin Qi's lips were cute, her head was gently lowered, and she said with a smile, "The villa master can teach his name to cultivate martial arts, which has made me extremely grateful, and I don't know how to repay him in my heart. Money, shanshur, these worldly things, naturally despised as the villa master. This high-level shanyao is invaluable, and just what the villa master needs, so I gave it to the villa master to embrace the kindness of the villa master." Mrs. Yin Qi was so polite, but Ning Xiaochuan was a little embarrassed. Of course, Ning Xiaochuan was not a hypocritical person. He took the jade box and said, "You're welcome." Geocentric magma blood is indeed a treasure that Ning Xiaochuan urgently needs. Even if Mrs. Yin Qi doesn't give it to him, he will find a way to take it away. Mrs. Yin Qi stared at Ning Xiaochuan's eyes under the mask and said, "Although the earth magma blood is a rare treasure in the mysterious medicine, its use is not very wide. There is only one biggest use, that is, refining the earth's exclusive pill. Is it possible that the villa leader is still a heart-nourishing teacher?" Ning Xiaochuan knew that he couldn't cheat her, so he said, "Yes. I'm going to refine the earth-only pill. To be honest, the magma blood in the center of the earth is the last mysterious medicine. Now that the mysterious medicine collection is completed, I can start refining the earth-only pill. Are you a senior cardiologist?" Mrs. Yin Qi was slightly shocked, and her beautiful eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan. Because she is also a cardiologist, she knows very well the difficulty of becoming a senior cardiologist. In her opinion, Ning Xiaochuan hid his accomplishments and age. But her intuition told her that Ning Xiaochuan was definitely quite young and would not be more than 30 years old. Can a young man under the age of 30 become a senior cardiologist? Ning Xiaochuan said, "Madam, get the mysterious medicine ready, let's go out. I can't wait to refine the earth-only pill when I find the magma blood in the center of the earth. The mysterious medicine is ready. Let's go out." Mrs. Yin Qi put all kinds of mysterious medicine bottles into the Qiankuan cloth bag and walked out of the secret room where the mysterious medicine was stored with Ning Xiaochuan. When taking Ning Xiaochuan into the secret room of Shanyao, Mrs. Yingqi actually planned to seduce Ning Xiaochuan for the third time and use all means to take down the manor master of Spirit Mountain Manor in the case of lone men and women. However, after entering the secret room, she remembered what Ning Xiaochuan said to her yesterday. In fact, even she thought she was a fickle woman, but in front of Ning Xiaochuan, she couldn't even have a trace of deviant ideas. So, until she and Ning Xiaochuan both walked out of the secret room where the mysterious medicine was stored, she was still a little bit out of her mind. She even talked with Ning Xiaochuan about nourishing the heart and refining medicine from beginning to end, but didn't mention anything about the relationship between men and women. When she followed Ning Xiaochuan and listened to him talk about the pharmacology of Xian Yao, she couldn't help but have a wave of admiration and envy in her heart. Ning Xiaochuan said, "For intermediate mental health practitioners, the most important thing is melting the real tripod." Many intermediate mental health practitioners think melting the real tripod is very dangerous. If they don't pay attention to it, they will destroy all the foundations, so they don't dare to take that step. In fact, there are many tricks to melt and refine the real tripod. It also has something to do with the physical fitness of the martial artist, the activity of the heart palace, and the attribute of choosing vessels. The heart-nourishing tripod is made of metaphysical medicine and belongs to the nature of wood. The real tripod is made of gold and stone and belongs to the nature of gold. Wood and gold are mutually exclusive, so it is naturally difficult to melt the real tripod. However, as long as earth is added to the gold and wood, it is much easier for the two to blend. Ning Xiaochuan's reasoning is the elixir chapter of Jiu Dang Jia, which is of great help to the heart cultivator. If Ning Xiaochuan had gotten Jiu Dang Jia earlier, he would not need the help of the mysterious woman at all, and he would be able to refine the real tripod by himself. Mrs. Yingqi seemed to understand, and Daimei frowned slightly and said, "How can the mysterious medicine of earth attribute be integrated into the real tripod?" Ning Xiaochuan got Mrs. Yingqi's geocentric magma blood, and didn't want to take advantage of her in vain, so he continued to point her out, saying, "I heard that there is a kind of Xianling wood in this world, called fossil jinmu, which contains 3 properties of gold, wood and earth, and is the precious material for refining the heart-nourishing real tripod." With Mrs. Yingqi's attainments, if you find this kind of Xianling wood, it is absolutely easy to melt the real tripod. Mrs. Yingqi followed behind, with a thoughtful look on her face, asking from time to time, like a clever and beautiful schoolgirl. And Ning Xiaochuan is walking in front, like an old gentleman explaining the truth. Mrs. Yingqi's heart admired Ning Xiaochuan more and more, and said, "The villa master refined the earth's only Dan, my family. Can you watch it?" She knew it was taboo to watch other mental health practitioners refine pills, but her heart was to make a living, so she put it forward and stared at Ning Xiaochuan with expectant eyes. In the past, only other men begged her with such eyes. This is the first time she has stared at a man with such sincere and expectant eyes. "No," Ning Xiaochuan said flatly. "Then, leave quickly." Lady Yingqi's eyes showed a gloomy look and said, "Can the villa master tell me your name?" No comment. Ning Xiaochuan soon disappeared in Mrs. Yingqi's eyes. Mrs. Yingqi stared at Ning Xiaochuan's leaving figure, sighed secretly in her heart, and let him escape again. "I'm afraid it will be more difficult to conquer him again in the future." Mrs. Yingqi fought with Ning Xiaochuan 3 times. At first, she still had the upper hand and forced Ning Xiaochuan to flee. However, in the 3rd confrontation, she was completely suppressed by Ning Xiaochuan, and she almost fell. "Madam, have you taken Gong Sichuan?" A beautiful maid came out from behind the rockery and bowed down to Mrs. Yingqi. Mrs. Yingqi shook her head gently. The beautiful maid said, "Is it true that Child Chuan's real identity is not a man at all? Otherwise, how can she be frustrated repeatedly?" "You said he was not a man?" Mrs. Yingqi said, "On the contrary, I think he is the most charming man in the world." "Madam, don't be conquered by him. It's quite dangerous." The beautiful maid had a playful smile in her eyes and said, "Otherwise, the Lord of the Dead must be quite disappointed with her." "You take the city lord to pressure me? My business needs you to manage? Get out of here." Mrs. Yingqi's eyes were cold, and a force of Wu Zun broke out from her body, with a chill in her eyes. Just a cold wave rushed out, and the beautiful maid was shocked. Blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. She quickly knelt down on the ground and begged, Madame Atone, my subordinates have no intention of offending." Mrs. Yingqi didn't bother to argue with her, so she disappeared from where she was when her body moved. The beautiful maid watched Mrs. Yingqi leave. Her beautiful eyes were bloodshot, her pupils became bright red like fire jade, and her mouth made a cold, measured voice, "It's just a self-righteous bitch. Sooner or later, I will replace you and become the next yellow minister of the Dark Emperor city. If you can't subdue Gong Zichuan, let me subdue him. I want the city lord to know that I'm better than you." The stone slab under the beautiful maid was burned into a liquid state by the flames emanating from her hands and turned into a tumbling magma drop by drop. After Ning Xiaochuan returned to the room, he began to sort out the mysterious drugs, divided them into different categories, and prepared to start refining the earth-only pill. This is the first time Ning Xiaochuan refined advanced Shandan. Naturally, he was quite careful. Before refining the elixir, he set up a simple barrier outside the room to avoid being disturbed. Ning Xiaochuan understood strange Jiu Dang Jia and was able to arrange simple boundaries with the help of Shanshi. The heart-nourishing tripod flew out of Ning Xiaochuan's body and suspended in the room. Yin and Yang meet in the real tripod, forming a dazzling open fire. Ning Xiaochuan has studied the earth-only pill for a long time, and all kinds of pill theories are kept in mind. He only needs to put Shan Yao according to his steps and control the flame. He believes that the probability of failure is very small. Crackling. 64 7-grade heart-nourishing herbs flew into the cauldron furnace and melted in almost an instant, turning into 64 regiments of high-grade heart-nourishing liquid. The heart-nourishing liquid emits a faint blue glow, and the fragrant medicinal gas escapes from the cauldron. Yin and Yang opened fire, suspended in the center of the cauldron. 64 regiments of heart-nourishing liquid revolved around the yin-yang open fire and was quenched by the fire. Its color changed deeper and deeper, just like 64 blue pearls. There are 2 more chapters later. Ning Xiaochuan put another Kirin grass into the heart-nourishing tripod. Ow! Kailan grass is refined into powder by yin-yang open fire, condensing into 32 medicinal qi kailan, flying around the yin-yang open fire and making a roar. Boom! The 2 heart-nourishing liquids collided with the medicine qi unicorn and immediately merged into one. The white unicorn immediately turned blue, and its body became more solid, like 32 emerald unicorns flying in the heart-nourishing tripod. Ning Xiaochuan poured a large amount of xuanqi into the heart-nourishing true tripod, making the yin-yang open fire burn more vigorously, and then put a bottle of 9-colored shanshui and a wonderful flower of the earth into the heart-nourishing true tripod in a very fast way. Wow! After blending into the 9-colored shan water, 32 unicorns immediately became 9-colored. Combined with the medicinal properties of exotic flowers of the earth, the Kirin's body immediately shrunk in half and curled up to form a 9-colored Kirin ball, with only one Kirin head still exposed on the surface of the ball. Ning Xiaochuan seized the opportunity to put more than 10 kinds of auxiliary shan yao into the tripod in a row. After burning for an hour, pharmacology was born in the heart-nourishing tripod, and a trace of Dan Qi condensed. Ning Xiaochuan's forehead burst out a thin bead of sweat. The mysterious gas in his body was consumed very quickly, and he quickly swallowed 3 drops of 9-colored mysterious water. Jiucai Shanshui contains a lot of xuanqi, just like 3 intermediate pills exploding in the body, which can quickly replenish the xuanqi consumed by Ning Xiaochuan. After 3 hours of refining, the 32 9-colored unicorns in the heart-nourishing tripod collided with each other, merged in pairs, doubled in volume, and became 16 more luminous unicorns. If in the past, Ning Xiaochuan would continue to let Kailan collide until he completely became Dan. However, Ning Xiaochuan now has new ideas. He wants to burn the array in the elixir to make the Earth's exclusive elixir of elixir become higher. Of course, burning the array in the elixir is extremely risky. If you don't pay attention to it, the mysterious medicine in the cauldron will become medicine residue, and the painstakingly collected mysterious medicine will be wasted. The gain is not worth the loss. After hesitating for a moment, Ning Xiaochuan resolutely decided to take a chance. If you dare not try now, you will definitely dare not try in the future. You should always take the first step bravely. Burning an array in the elixir consumes a lot of energy. You must be very careful. If you don't pay attention, you will fail. When Ning Xiaochuan transferred his mind out of the body and burned the array, suddenly, the border outside the door was touched. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was startled. Don't go wrong at this juncture. If all the mysterious drugs in this furnace turn into drug residues, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't know where to cry? Who? Ning Xiaochuan tried to control his mind, burning the array while sinking his voice. Outside the room, the border is broken. A beautiful girl who looked only 14 or 5 years old walked in, with a light cyan dress softly draped over her fragrant shoulder and a jade-white carcass. Body, looming. The 2 huge peaks in front of her chest fluctuated with her breath, rippling out waves. It's amazing that this pair of plump jade peaks are out of proportion to her age. Ning Xiaochuan had been provoked by Mrs. Yin Qi to burn himself with evil fire recently. Seeing such a beautiful spring scenery, his blood suddenly boils, and the flame in the heart-nourishing tripod suddenly burns more vigorously, burning 16 9-colored unicorns. Ning Xiaochuan was shocked and hurriedly controlled the bath in his body. Fire, control the flame in the heart-nourishing tripod. Child, unexpectedly, he is also a heart-nourishing teacher. This beautiful girl was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan was refining pills. It seemed that she came at a bad time. Ning Xiaochuan knew this girl. She was the maid beside Mrs. Yin Qi, named Huairou, who had a good beauty and was absolutely no worse than those proud women of the marquis. Previously, Huairou followed Mrs. Yin Qi and was completely compared by Mrs. Yin Qi, so Ning Xiaochuan didn't pay much attention to her. However, a mere maid, unexpectedly able to break the barrier arranged by Ning Xiaochuan, immediately made Ning Xiaochuan alert to her. Get out! Ning Xiaochuan wore a golden mask, and his eyes under the mask were cold, and he scolded coldly. Huairou didn't mean to go out at all, but walked behind Ning Xiaochuan. A pair of delicate and soft jade hands hugged Ning Xiaochuan from behind, and her body exuded a charming female fragrance. Ning Xiaochuan is describing the critical moment of the array. His body can't move, but he can feel 2 soft things clinging to his back with a heat, full of elasticity, soft and silky. Ning Xiaochuan can be sure that there must be nothing in her, only wearing a layer of veil outside. Therefore, when she leaned on Ning Xiaochuan's back, the touch would be so strong. Child, who do you think is more charming, my wife and I? Huairou's voice was very soft, and her lips were next to Ning Xiaochuan's ears, spitting out warm air waves. Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath. If it weren't for the critical time of burning the array, he would have slapped her to death. How precious is this stove of earth only Dan? If it's bad in her hands, let's sell her to Guanyu Building. Customers are not enough to compensate Ning Xiaochuan for the loss of 1%. Tell you to. Get out. Ning Xiaochuan clenched his teeth tightly. Huairou didn't seem to see that Ning Xiaochuan was really angry at the moment. In her opinion, as long as Ning Xiaochuan is a man, it is absolutely impossible to refuse her. Prick. She tore Ning Xiaochuan's coat open, stroked Ning Xiaochuan's chest with her fingers, and then kept going down and stretched into her pants. Her sexy and ready lips, crazy kisses on Ning Xiaochuan's chest, and a small and flexible fragrant tongue gently adds to Ning Xiaochuan's neck. She is like an enchanting snake spirit wrapped around Ning Xiaochuan's body and teased Ning Xiaochuan's feelings in various ways. Desire, I wish rather Ogawa became a beast, threw her to the ground, and gave her to violent possession. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were cold, and he used his mind to mobilize the yin-yang open fire in the heart-nourishing tripod into a fireball with a diameter of 1 meter, and blew Huiro out. Huiro's body was ignited by an open fire, burning, and her mouth screamed. Mrs. Inchi flew to Huiro's side and put out the flame on her with a chill. Huiro's body was blurred by the open fire of yin and yang, and her whole body was scorched. Even her originally beautiful face turned into a lump of coke. She couldn't tell what was the eye and what was the nose. "Madam, help me." Huiro was so tired with pain that she kept begging Mrs. Inchi. Mrs. Inchi's fingers rested on Huiro's wrist. A force of yin and yang flames rushed out, sending out a hot flame and high temperature. Yin-yang open fire. Mrs. Inchi's heart was slightly shocked, and she quickly withdrew her fingers. Yin-yang open fire is a powerful dark fire, which is formed by the combination of yin and yang. It is more than 100 times stronger than the magma fire in the center of the earth. Huiro has been invaded by yin-yang open fire and cannot be cured at all. Poof. Mrs. Inchi waved a mysterious sword wave and pierced Huiro's heart pulse, ending her pain. Mrs. Inchi looked at the charred corpse on the ground, shook her head, and said in her heart, "If you want to blame, you can only blame you for your ignorance of heaven and earth. If Child Chuan is so easy to deal with, he will not be the owner of Spirit Mountain Manor." It took Ning Xiaochuan 2 hours to carve the array into the elixir, and then put the heart-nourishing tripod into the heart, using the heart fire to nourish the elixir. The earth-only pill has been trained into more than half, and now it only takes time to breed. "Madam, this time you did something very wrong. Your maid almost destroyed my whole furnace of the earth's only Dan." Ning Xiaochuan, wearing a golden mask, walked out of the door and stood on the steps, staring down at Mrs. Inchi. "I apologize to the villa master. Such a thing will never happen again next time." Mrs. Inchi was arrogant and never paid any attention to any man. Even she didn't understand why she had to bow to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan was also slightly surprised that Mrs. Inchi's cultivation would say such soft words, which was really beyond his expectation. The anger that was full of originally could not be sent out at the moment. For the next half-month, Ning Xiaochuan lived in the Marquis of Qitian. While cultivating the earth's only Dan, he practiced the 8th weight of the mysterious qi of heaven and earth, and sometimes directed the cultivation of Qi Ming. Qi Ming's talent is good. With a large number of resources provided to him by Qi Tianho Mansion, his cultivation improved very quickly. In only half a month, he broke through 2 levels in a row and reached the 5th level of Xuanqi realm. Although the cultivation speed was slower than that of Ning Xiaochuan at that time, it still kept Mrs. Inchi happy all night. She would come to Ning Xiaochuan every night to talk and exchange knowledge about heart-nourishing and refining medicine. The longer he met Mrs. Inchi, Ning Xiaochuan found that Mrs. Inchi was not as unbearable as the world said. She is good at poetry, which is more beautiful and artistic than the poetry written by the first talent of the imperial city. She is good at long songs, zither and orchestra, and her dancing posture is as beautiful as a fairy in the dust. In terms of talent, she is no worse than Yuningxing. Her attainments in cultivating heart and refining medicine sometimes make her a teacher of Ning Xiaochuan. A woman who is addicted to men's and women's affairs is absolutely impossible to cultivate to the realm of earthly dignity, let alone have such outstanding talents. However, Ning Xiaochuan is Ning Xiaochuan, and Mrs. Inchi is Mrs. Inchi. Ning Xiaochuan didn't ask much about her. On this day, the pills in the heart-nourishing tripod were gestated and formed, and 16 shandan were suspended in the tripod, emitting dazzling 9-color brilliance. Before the heart-nourishing tripod was opened, a strong fragrance of medicine could be smelled from inside. The fragrance spread all over the Chi Tianho mansion, forming a cloud of medicinal gas over the mansion. After Mrs. Yin Qi smelled the fragrance of medicine, she pushed the door and came out. Her jade-white oval face showed a happy look. He succeeded. The next moment, Mrs. Yin Qi fell outside Ning Xiaochuan's room and stood under a plum tree. Ning Xiaochuan took out the magma blood from the earth's core and stared at the heart-nourishing tripod suspended in the air. Only the last step is needed. Whether we can refine the earth's only pill is at this stroke. Boom! The heart-nourishing tripod was opened, and 9-colored divine lights were emitted inside, which turned into a 9-colored light column, breaking through the roof and straight into the sky. Ning Xiaochuan spilled the magma blood from the earth's core in a very fast way and fell into the heart-nourishing tripod. All shandan stained with earth magma blood immediately turned into a small unicorn, as if it had come back to life, and flew out of the real tripod. Kylan-shaped elixir. A total of 7 unicorns flew out, suspended in the 9-color light column, and made earth-shaking roars. The other 9 shandan were not stained with earth magma blood, turned into dead Dan, and finally refined into Dan ash by yin-yang open fire. Mrs. Yin Qi stared at the 7 unicorns in the 9-color light column, showing a surprised look. 7 unicorns, 7 earth-only pills, this is too incredible. General senior heart cultivators can only refine 1 earth-only pill at most at one time. Only the great heart-nourishing master can refine several advanced shandan at one time. Is Child Chuan the great heart-nourishing master? Mrs. Yin Qi shook her head. There were only 4 great spiritual masters in the whole Yulan Empire, and Gong Zichuan could never be one of them. The birth of 7 earth-only pills represents not only 7 pills, but also the birth of 7 martial gods. Mrs. Yin Qi's heart was struggling, and she wanted to take advantage of this time to rob the 7 earth-only pills. However, somehow, she was always unable to fight against Child Chuan. She felt that if she grabbed the earth-only pill, she would lose something more important than the earth-only pill. Yu Minghua, you can't be true to this man, can you? No, you can't be true, you can't be true. Mrs. Yin Qi's heart is very entangled and she is constantly struggling. If she had met Child Chuan 10 years ago, she felt sure she would fall in love with him and be willing to be the little woman beside him. However, she knew that it was too late for her to meet Child Chuan. It was really too late. Wow. Ning Xiaochuan put away the 7 earth-only pills and stored them in the Shanling wooden box. Ning Xiaochuan was quite satisfied with the 7 earth-only pills refined, because the pills not only integrated 9-colored Shan water, but also burned a Hua Yuan array, which must be better than the earth-only pills refined by other heart builders. Congratulations to the villa leader for refining into the earth's only pill. Mrs. Yin Qi stood outside the room and said with a smile. Ning Xiaochuan put the Shanling wooden box away, and was in a good mood. He said, Madam came at the right time. I've been bothering for many days, which has brought a lot of inconvenience to the Marquis of Chi Tian. I'm going to leave. Are you leaving? Mrs. Yin Qi was a little disappointed. Although she knew that Child Chuan would leave sooner or later, she was still a little gloomy. She immediately said, You should always say goodbye to Minger. He adores you and regards you as an idol. Ning Xiaochuan said, Please tell me on your behalf. I'm leaving. Ning Xiaochuan's body rose from the ground and turned into a ghostly ghost. In an instant, he leaped out of the Chi Tianho mansion and went to the outsiders of the imperial city. Naturally, the Marquis of Chi Tian couldn't stay any longer. He was seduced by Mrs. Yin Qi every day and had to constantly restrain himself. If you stay any longer, Ning Xiaochuan will be crazy. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan didn't have much prejudice against Mrs. Ying Qi, but he kept a state of lust every day. How can he still have time to practice martial arts? Since the Earth's only pill has been successfully refined, Ning Xiaochuan plans to return to Spirit Mountain Manor first. It has been almost a month since Gong Zichuan killed 4 tiger generals in the clouds. The imperial city is still under martial law and patrolling troops are everywhere. Ning Xiaochuan spent 50 large sums of money to rent a whooping boat and planned to sail out of the imperial city by water overnight. The boat went downstream, passed through the inner and outer cities, and entered the moat, just when Ning Xiaochuan breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he saw a red-tooth warship heading towards him. The red-tooth warship, forged from tens of millions of kilograms of red iron, has only 12 ships in the Yulan Empire, and only princes can take it. This big red-tooth ship is hung with lanterns, and there are soldiers in armor standing in the bow to guard this big ship. Ning Xiaochuan's boat is as small as a leaf in front of the red-tooth ship, and it will be knocked away at any time. Ning Xiaochuan thought it was just an accident, but when Ji Hanqing came out of the red-tooth ship, his face suddenly changed. Ning Xiaochuan immediately stood up, and the mysterious air of Wu Dao escaped from his feet, setting the boat on the river. Ji Hanqing stood in the bow of the boat, his long sapphire blue hair flying in the river wind, and his voice was mixed with Xian Qi. In a cold voice, he said, "Child Chuan, our marquis has been waiting for you for a month, and you finally came out of the Marquis of Qi Tian." Ning Xiaochuan ran his mind, and sure enough, he felt a huge breath entrenched in the red-tooth ship, which was like a scorching sun. If the light burst out, it would surely burn everything in the world to ashes. It seems that Yun Songhao is also on the red-tooth ship. Ning Xiaochuan tried to keep calm and said with a smile, "Miss Ji's tracking secret is really powerful. I admire her." This is Ning Xiaochuan's second experience of Ji Hanqing's tracking technique. The last time she saved Tian Chenzi, she was tracked to Haitang Manor. This time, she found a trace again. The ancestor of the Qitian Marquis mansion made great contributions to the Yulan Empire. It is a hereditary marquis mansion. Even the marquis in the clouds dare not easily break into the Qitian marquis mansion and arrest people. Therefore, they waited until Ning Xiaochuan came out of the Duke of Qitian's mansion to catch Ning Xiaochuan. Ji Hanqing said coldly, "The Ghost Villa leader has enjoyed the bliss of the world in Qitianho mansion this month. Now he should be captured and put in the prison of the imperial city, and be punished." "Yun Zhongho is so sure that he can catch me?" Ning Xiaochuan laughed. If it is true that he is against the marquis in the clouds, Ning Xiaochuan is not even sure of escaping. However, at this time, he must not be timid. There is no way to escape. "Child Chuan, today is your end, you can't go." A loud voice sounded, making the moat set off turbulent waves and beat the boat under Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly, glanced behind him and found another big ship coming. The prince was standing on the deck of the ship, wearing a golden robe, with a dignified look and a dignified pride in his eyes. 100 meters away from Ning Xiaochuan's left side, an old Taoist stood on a reed grass, hanging on the water, with a fairy breath on his body, staring at Ning Xiaochuan with a smile. 3 grade national masters, 1 Taoist spirit. In order to capture him, the 7th most refined martial artist, 3 martial masters, were dispatched. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't know whether to cry or laugh. With Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation, even in the face of the weakest Wu Zun, it is difficult to escape, not to mention the 3. The last time I was able to escape from the prince and the master of Lingyi country, the main reason was that it was the imperial city. The prince and the master of Lingyi country were afraid to use their great magic powers, afraid of causing havoc in the imperial city. However, this is a moat, which has been out of the imperial city. They can completely let go of the war. Ning Xiaochuan wants to compete with Wu Zun with the 7th cultivation in the secular realm. There is still a big gap. Today, he is indeed in a dead end. The prince hates Xiaochuan to the bone. Even the woman who should belong to him was kidnapped by Xiaochuan. This tone is simply hard to swallow. Boom. The prince took the lead and waved his sleeve. Dozens of meters of water waves rose in the moat. Shi Tian rolled the ground, turning into dozens of water dragons, roaring and rushing to Ning Xiaochuan. Martial artists who have reached the land reverence realm raise their hands and feet, and display extraordinary magic powers. Their power can easily destroy an important town and small city. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan took off, and the boat under his feet was instantly broken into pieces of sawdust by the waves. Ning Xiaochuan summoned the magic sword, chopped it down with a sword, and pulled out a bloody sword wave hundreds of meters long, smashing dozens of water dragons. This time, Ning Xiaochuan felt the terrifying power of Wuzun firmly, and his internal organs seemed to be violently pinched by an invisible hand. Although he chopped back the magic power of the prince's move, he was secretly injured and his face became very pale. Fortunately, he wore a golden mask, and no one could see his pale face, otherwise his cultivation level would be exposed immediately. At the moment, what people see is only the strong side of Ning Xiaochuan. They are all startled by the power of the magic sword, but no one knows that Ning Xiaochuan has been seriously injured. Ning Xiaochuan immediately launched his body method, and was about to fly away in the direction of Bianji, rushing out of the encirclement before the three Wuzuns reacted. However, Ning Xiaochuan still underestimates the power of Wuzun. In my ear, a channel signal sounded. A yin-yang diagram appeared out of thin air from the void, spewing a cloud of fire, bombarding Ning Xiaochuan, beating him back, and his clothes burned. Master Lingi's hands made Taoist seals, controlled the yin-yang theft map to fall down, and bombarded Ning Xiaochuan's head with an earth-shaking huge power. Ning Xiaochuan felt as if the sky was crashing down, making his scalp numb. His head was like being bombarded by a hammer. His eyes were dark and he almost fainted. Open it for me. Ning Xiaochuan clenched his teeth tightly, mobilized the 7 destructive qi, bombarded the yin and yang Taoist diagram, and tore the Taoist diagram apart. Ning Xiaochuan resisted the sense of collapse from his body and ran away quickly towards Bianji again. Lingi Master planned to perform Taoism again, but at this time a slim woman's figure flew out of the void, with long black hair swaying in the wind. Her figure was extremely graceful and attractive. Her martial arts cultivation was extremely strong, and she blew Lingi Master out with one palm. Ning Xiaochuan glanced back. With telepathy, he recognized the woman wearing the black veil at one glance. He was very surprised. How could it be her? She actually saved me? Go. The woman in black said to Ning Xiaochuan. She showed her martial spirit, intercepted the crown prince and the 2 great martial masters of Lingi, exerted the martial magic power of cold cicada ice spirit, frozen the whole moat into cold ice, turned into tens of thousands of cicada wing skates, and flew out. Shwa! Shwa! The prince and Lingi Master were terrified, so they hurriedly retreated and mobilized the martial spirit and Taoist spirit into a protective aura to protect themselves. Boom! Ho in the clouds rushed up from the red-toothed ship and fell in front of the prince and the master of Lingi. He stretched out a powerful hand and crushed tens of thousands of cicada wing skates into ice particles. How strong! The woman in black was injured by Ho in the cloud, and her body was shocked. She vomited blood from her mouth. Her body turned into a light shuttle and ran away towards the darkness. Still want to escape? Ho Lung snorted in the cloud, and the situation above his head changed into a vast black cloud. A lightning palm hundreds of meters long, stretched out from the black cloud, like a hand of heaven, rushed down towards the fleeing woman in black. In the future, the daily updates will be sent together in the early morning. Lest some book friends say that Lao Jiao is lazy, only a chapter or something. Sometimes, I'm still very depressed. Haha. The clouds on the sky are getting lower and lower. Black clouds gather and condense layer by layer, as if they were going to press onto the ground. Lightning shuttled through the clouds, and the roar of thunder rolled out. Boom! The huge fingerprints, which are hundreds of meters long, are all formed by the intersection of lightning. Every trace of power can kill martial artists, not to mention the palm prints of millions of threads of power. The power is simply unimaginable. Standing under the palm print, the woman in black looks extremely small, like a small ant, which will disappear at any time. Although the woman in black was wrapped in black, she couldn't hide her peerless posture. She was as graceful as a willow, and her body was covered with a layer of blue mysterious mist, like a magic cloud wrapping her body. She stood on the ground, her long black hair flying in the wind, a pair of beautiful eyes with a determined will, stretched out a slender finger, pointing directly at the sky. Boom! With her body as the center, 5 icicles were raised on the ground. The diameter of the icicle is more than 10 meters, like 5 icebergs rising from the ground. In the iceberg, a biting cold air was sent out to confront the huge palm pressed down. Grunt! 5 icebergs collapsed, the earth shook, and the ice stones in the kilogram rolled down and fell on the woman in black. The woman in black cut out 72 cold shadow sword chi in a row, and her body was disordered and turned into 72 beautiful virtual shadows. The sword chi shattered the ice stone, and the enchanting body flew out of the air. Shua! Yu Wuyang's powerful body, wearing armor, wrapped in the vitality of martial arts, fell from the sky, with strong eyebrows and eyes like electricity, like a peerless god of war. His palm, turning cyan gold, bombarded the woman in black like a blade. The woman in black has a flexible posture, agile movements, deep cultivation, and the vitality of martial arts in her body is like an ocean surging, which is simply endless. She stabbed 360 sword chi in a row, forming a big net of sword chi, blocking Yu Wuyang's palm, cutting the sky and the earth. Phew! The sword chi was like a startling goose, shuttling through a distance of 20 feet in an instant, and a sword stabbed Ho's palm in the cloud. This is the martial magic power of the woman in black. A sword is like a rainbow, and the speed increased by 13 times. The combination of terrifying speed and the power of Wu Zun level erupted into an attack power beyond ordinary people's imagination. If it were any other martial artist, he would be stabbed into pieces by a sword and become a pile of broken meat. However, this sword did not pierce Yu Wuyang's palm, and was resisted by a layer of annular light and fog played by Yu Wuyang. This is the Xuanwu War Qi cultivated by Yu Wuyang. It is the first defense magic power of Yulan Empire, which can be called unbreakable. Yu Wuyang said coldly, colluding with Xiaochuan to murder the prince on the spot is a capital crime. The woman in black changed her face and felt a huge force coming from the sword. Her arms were numb and almost unconscious. Pa! The sword tip of the war sword broke into a crack, and soon the whole war sword collapsed into pieces. Sword fragments fly backwards. Each fragment is a killing blade, which can break the protective vitality of Wu Zun. The woman in black launched the cloud trace step and stepped on the void, as if she were idling in the air, and instantly retreated to 100 feet away. Bang! Bang! Although the speed of cloud trace step is very fast and the body method is mysterious, there are still 5 sword pieces hitting her, passing through her body, leaving 5 bloody holes. Her body was punctured and severely damaged, but the blue mist on her body still did not disperse, wrapping her beautiful posture. Obviously, she doesn't want others to know her identity. Yu Wuyang walked steadily, his body seemed to weigh tens of thousands of kilograms, shaking the ground. The armor emitted a reddish glow, shining the night sky into a reddish red, and the earth and rock on the ground seemed to melt into magma. As an accomplice of Xiaochuan, it is also a capital crime. The prince and the master of Lingyi came from the other 2 directions and besieged the woman in black in the center. The master of Lingyi took out a blue top-grade xianqi and drove it into a spiritual cave hundreds of feet high, forming a huge blue moon, scattering 72 rays of brilliance, blocking the space and turning it into a huge heaven and earth cage. Last time, Xiaochuan escaped from the heaven and earth cage of Lingyi National Master, which made Lingyi National Master learn from the pain and spend a huge price to buy a top-grade basalt. With the top-grade basalt to display Taoism, a cage of heaven and earth is formed. Even the Wu Zun is difficult to break. It's hateful to let Xiaochuan escape again. Take down the demon first. The prince's eyes have a fierce look, and his hands emit a stinging golden on, which converges into a huge golden dragon. This is the dragon spirit of the 9th five-year plan. The royal family can cultivate magical powers. It is extremely overbearing. Its attack power is the first among the martial arts in the same realm. Ow! The body of the golden dragon is winding, with a huge head, eyes like lanterns, teeth like swords, and a huge claw out of its mouth, rushing into the cage of the Emperor of Heaven. The woman in black stood in front of the golden dragon, just like a weak grass. With a trace of blood on her mouth, her chest, legs and cheeks were cut by the sword blade. She slowly raised her arm and condensed a xuanqi sword. The beautiful eyes sank, and with the power of destroying the withered and decaying, cut down with a sword. Bang! The dragon head was smashed by the sword gas and turned into golden rain. The crown prince, Lingyi National Master, and Yu Wuyang turned into three shadows, which impacted on each other and played martial arts magical powers. Boom! The earth was blasted into cracks, the moat burst, and large waves poured out of the river, flooding the fields and forests, rushing towards the far side, and I don't know how many houses were submerged. 4 figures at the level of Wu Zun fought, and each of the martial arts magical powers bombarded out, with extremely terrible power, making the sky change color and the earth gush magma. Ning Xiaochuan had fled hundreds of miles away. Looking back, he saw dark clouds and lightning in the direction of the imperial city, and a blue moon suspended in the void, blocking the space. Even standing hundreds of miles away, this kind of war can be seen, which is very shocking. Ning Xiaochuan stopped and didn't run again, with a worried look in his eyes. You can't leave her behind. She's definitely not the opponent of the 3 martial masters. Ning Xiaochuan gritted his teeth and rushed back to the direction of the imperial city. He soon stood on a hill and stared at the battle not far away. The ground kept shaking, and the body was almost unstable. During the 4 martial masters' war, each force escaped, flattening a hill and smashing the earth into a pit with a diameter of 10 meters. Ning Xiaochuan took out the incapable mirror and took a light in the direction of the imperial city. On the mirror, the projection of a huge ancient city immediately appeared. The projection flew out of the mirror and turned into a real huge city, bombarding the blue moon. Bang! The blue moon, falling from the sky. The cage of heaven and earth arranged by National Master Lingyi was suddenly smashed, and the woman in black flew out of the forbidden space. Her body slid on the ground for tens of meters, smashed the ground, and fell into the dust, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lingyi Master's body turned into a cyan light, holding a dust brush, hit the eyebrow of the woman in black and nodded down. The woman in black has suffered heavy losses under the siege of the 3 martial masters, and her blood vessels have broken more than 10 places in her body. It is difficult to fight again, and she absolutely closes her beautiful eyes. Shua! Ning Xiaochuan fell in front of her, pinched his hands to the handle of the knife and drew a circle. Cut down with a knife. The sword gas of the emperor's blade gushed out, with a king's authority, splitting the dust in the hands of the Master Lingyi into broken whiskers. Master Lingyi was swept back by the knife gas, and there was a bloody wound on his arm. He was shocked. What a domineering knife technique. Ning Xiaochuan cut down with another knife, and the master of Lingyi country was blown dozens of feet away. The Taoist robes on his body were torn and turned into pieces of rags. Ning Xiaochuan gave the Ingshi mirror to Tiandi Blade, which became the rations of Tiandi Blade, and Tiandi Blade lent his strength to Ning Xiaochuan. It is definitely the most profitable business that Ning Xiaochuan has ever done to exchange a piece of 7th-grade Xianware for a moment of strength. However, he had to do so. Without the help of the power of the Emperor's blade, he could not compete with Wu Zun at all. Tiandi Blade is quite principled. If there is not a 7th-grade Xuanqi, you will never lend strength. Boy, I can remind you that the power I lent you is quite limited. It can only protect your life, but it is not enough to kill the 3 martial masters. With a proud smile in the voice of the Emperor Blade, he began to refine the 7th-grade Xuanqi Ingshi mirror. Every time a Xuanqi is refined, the grade of Tiandi Blade will be improved a notch, and it is naturally quite happy. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want Zhu Wuyang and the Crown Prince to know that he had the Emperor Blade, so he changed the shape of the Emperor Blade and turned it into a 2-meter-long ancient narrow knife. Why did you come back? The woman in black climbed up from the ground. Although she was embarrassed and weak, she was still beautiful and dust-free. Every inch of her skin outside the black robe was like crystal jade carving, without any defects. I'm not a person who only knows how to run for my life. If you want to go, go together. Ning Xiaochuan stood in front of the woman in black. With the help of the power of the Emperor's blade, his cultivation increased at least 10 times, enough to compete with Wu Zun. No one can go. Child Chuan, if you don't go there is a way to heaven, but there is no door to hell, you break in. With a wave of the prince's sleeve, 18 bright pearls the size of a wash basin flew out, suspended in the sky, and illuminated the night very brightly, emitting 18 dragon spirits. These are 18 longans. This is the eyes of a real dragon. 18 longans collided together, and immediately formed a wild dragon more than 70 meters high. Its legs were like pillars, and its scales were as big as a water tank. It was full of chaotic barbarism. Man Long stepped down and immediately left a pit larger than human body, shaking the ground. The prince's tiptoe, a golden martial spirit rushed out of his feet and flew to the top of Man Long's head. His momentum was Ling Jiuxiao and his prestige shook the world. He held a dragon subduing sword in his hand. The blade of the sword flowed with dragon patterns. A sword chopped down, and the sky and the earth seemed to be separated. Ow! At the same time, Man Long's mouth spits out a purple dragon breath flame, condenses into dozens of fireballs, and falls from the sky. Ning Xiaochuan held his knife in both hands and chopped on the ground. A 5-meter-wide ground fissure suddenly appeared on the earth. Boom! Taking the earth crack as the starting point, the earth was lifted, and earth and stone flew all over the sky, falling down towards the prince and Man Long. Shua! A domineering knife light broke the earth and stone, cut the prince's shoulder with a knife, and beheaded the prince. The golden wisp on the prince's shoulder was torn out. This is the royal treasure dress, which has been inherited for thousands of years and has never been damaged. It was torn open for the first time, which made the prince stunned. The prince's body, twisted in the air, flew backward, and stabbed Ning Xiaochuan's left rib with a sword, which was the position of the heart. Ning Xiaochuan calmly fell on Man Long's back and blocked the emperor's blade in front of him to resist the prince's earth-shattering sword. Bang! Man Long's tail swept towards Ning Xiaochuan, and its strength was very strong, not weaker than Wu Zun's all-out strike. Destroy the world sword soul. Ning Xiaochuan used the blade of the Emperor of Heaven as a sword, displaying the soul of the Sword of Annihilation, and mobilized the strength of the founder of the Annihilation Taoism, condensed behind him, and formed a huge magic shadow. When the shadow appeared, the prince's heart trembled and he felt a wave of fear from his heart. Wow! A wave of knife light. The Fulong sword in the prince's hand was cut off, and half of the blade fell to the ground and was inserted upside down. The huge knife chi, passing through the golden wisp, bombarded the crown prince, making the crown prince numb, and he could only blast back quickly. Fortunately, he has a treasure coat to protect his body. Don't be badly hurt by this knife. Bang! Man Long's mouth uttered a wail, and his body was torn apart into 18 shining longans. Ning Xiaochuan is naturally not polite. Longan is a treasure of great value, which is difficult for ordinary people to see. Only people with noble status like the crown prince can take out 18 longans. Ning Xiaochuan waved his sleeve and put 18 longans into the Qianquan cloth bag. Let's go. Ning Xiaochuan reached out and picked up the woman in black and stopped her slender and soft waist. Her body is light and does not let Ning Xiaochuan work hard at all. Still want to go? The voice of Yu Wuyang was cold, which made the mysterious qi in the air disordered, such as the thunder and the roar of the bell. He walked out of the darkness, and the martial spirit emanating from his body was many times stronger than the crown prince. He was a real king like the god of war, which was awe-inspiring. Every step he takes, a 10-foot-high wall will rise on the ground. 16 steps, 16 walls will rise. This is not an ordinary wall, but a divine wall condensed by the vitality of martial arts. It is stronger than the walls of many cities and can trap martial artists in the wall. Ning Xiaochuan felt strong pressure and ran his dark qi all over. He split 7 knives in a row and rushed towards Yu Wuyang. At the same time, he immediately turned around and chopped on the wall, forcibly breaking the wall, breaking the 16-story wall, and Ning Xiaochuan's arm was numbed by the reaction. Fortunately, the soldiers in his hand are the legendary Tiandi blade. As a mysterious weapon, I'm afraid they have been shattered by the earth wall. Ning Xiaochuan, holding the woman in black, flew into the dark and disappeared. 7 turbulent knife qi flew 3 meters away from Yu Wuyang's body and disappeared automatically. Yu Wuyang chased into the darkness for dozens of miles, but he couldn't find the trace of Child Chuan and the woman in black. The prince and the master of Lingyi caught up, and there was no trace of Child Chuan. Master Lingyi showed his insight and dharma of Daomen and looked thousands of miles around, but he didn't even find the footprints of Gong Zichuan. Don't look for it, they are running away. Yu Wuyang rode. Lingyi master's face coagulated and said, what should we do now? Once the evil giant like Gong Zichuan escapes, there will be endless trouble. They have all suffered heavy losses, and will never escape far. As long as the army of major towns is ordered to surround this area and carry out carpet-like collection, they will be able to be found. Yu Wuyang's calm, with deep eyes, seems to be in control. Master Lingyi looked at the knife wound on his arm and said, Child Chuan's cultivation is so strong that the Marquis is sure that he is really injured? Yu Wuyang stared at the master of Lingyi country and said, well, Child Chuan's cultivation may not be as strong as you think. With these words, Yu Wuyang turned and left. 200 miles away from the imperial city, there is a mountain depression. The soil on the ground wriggles and forms a vortex. Wow! A giant beast with a Kailan head and a pangolin body, drilled out of the soil, is the Taisui beast of the underground royal family. Ning Xiaochuan held the woman in black, jumped off the back of the Taisui beast, and carefully laid her delicate body flat on the ground. The mist on her body has completely dissipated, revealing white and slender arms, slender and round, dark and smooth hair. The whole body is concave and convex and exquisite, and every curve is perfect and enchanting. Even if the black yarn covers the face and the black robe covers the body, it makes people palpitate. Ning Xiaochuan took out a healing intermediate pill, slightly raised the back of her head, and fed the pill to her small red lips. The elixir enters the lips, melts, penetrates into the blood, flows through the whole body, and protects her injury. The woman in black blocked all 3 Wu Zuns with one person's strength, and suffered heavy losses. The heart palace of Wu Dao became dilapidated, and her vitality became quite weak. Fortunately, she had the cultivation of Dizun Jing. Her physique was far superior to that of ordinary people, and she also had a hetero heart palace, so she saved her life. If it were for another martial artist, I'm afraid it would have already disappeared. The Dan Chi of healing intermediate Dan escaped, completely wrapped her body, and the skin of her legs, arms, and neck turned bright white, which was free in the air of automatic breathing. The injury of the woman in black gradually stabilized. She opened her eyes, her eyelashes were slender, and her palm was on the ground. She sat up. She looked around, staring at Ning Xiaochuan, standing under the tree with round eyes. Her fingers hurriedly touched her cheek, and the veil was still on her face, which reassured her. Ning Xiaochuan also took the healing intermediate pill, stared at her, pursed his lips and said, "Thank you." "Yes." The woman in black gently responded, bit her teeth, and forced herself to stand up and leave. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Can you take off your veil?" "No." The woman in black seemed very stubborn. She didn't want Ning Xiaochuan to know her identity. She limped forward and said, "There is only so much I can help you. Whether you can escape from Yu Wuyang and the prince depends on your luck." She slipped under her feet, screamed, and rolled down a steep slope. The wound hit the corner of a stone, causing her to lose consciousness, with pain. Ning Xiaochuan flew over, hugged her slender waist and fell back to the ground. Wow! Dash! A cool wind blew, and the black yarn on her face fell to the ground, revealing a beautiful and elegant jade face. Under the moonlight, the skin on the face is particularly white, reflecting a layer of jade wax like luster, scattered dark long hair, fine eyelashes, crystal clear nose, such as two peach blossom lips, all give people an unspeakable beauty. She quickly bowed her head, and then turned around. She had only wanted to save Ning Xiaochuan, so she left silently, and didn't want Ning Xiaochuan to know that the woman in black was her. However, she didn't expect Yu Wuyang's cultivation to be stronger than she thought. If Ning Xiaochuan hadn't saved her, she would have almost no chance to escape today. Ning Xiaochuan let go and seemed a little embarrassed. Although Ning Xiaochuan had known who she was for a long time, he was still at a loss when the veil fell down. Before Ning Xiaochuan spoke, Mrs. Inchi said first, "Don't get me wrong, Villa leader. The reason why I saved you is entirely for Ming'er. If you die in the hands of Yu Wuyang, Ming'er will have no master, and he will be very sad." Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "Anyway, thank you, madam. Now that you have escaped, I will return to the imperial city." As soon as Mrs. Inchi took a step, her legs softened, she fell to the ground, spit out a mouthful of blood again, and her face was as white as a piece of paper. Her petite body rolled into a ball, covered her chest, and tears came out of her eyes, as if she was suffering great pain. Ning Xiaochuan squatted down hurriedly, his fingers pressed on Mrs. Inchi's wrist, his face slightly changed, and said solemnly, "Mrs. Wu's heart palace has suffered from wounds that are difficult to heal. Even if he recovers, it is difficult to make progress in Wu's cultivation. Mrs. Inchi is an intermediate mental health teacher, who knows her physical condition very well. She said, Yu Wuyang and the prince's men will certainly be found soon, and we must leave here as soon as possible. My injury is very serious, and it takes 7 days to cultivate." Ning Xiaochuan carried Mrs. Inchi on his back, immediately launched the fast body method, rushed out of the depression and disappeared into the dense forest. Mrs. Inchi lay on Ning Xiaochuan's back, put her hands around his neck, put her face on his back, slowly closed her eyes, and there was an unprecedented peace in her heart. Even if Wudoxin Palace suffers from an irreparable injury, at this moment, it seems that it is no longer important. She knew that she and Child Chuan were completely two kinds of people and could not be together, so she cherished the peace now more. Her mind was thinking, what exactly does Child Chuan look like? Is he an elegant Confucian or an ugly warrior? These don't seem to be very important. Even if Child Chuan is extremely ugly, she doesn't care at all, because she doesn't care about this. Thinking about it, her eyelids became heavier and heavier. Finally, with a smile, she fell asleep on Ning Xiaochuan's back. When Mrs. Yingqi woke up again, she found herself lying on a small boat with a man's robe on her chest, with a smell of familiar men. The bright sun shines down, and it's still a little dazzling. She covered the sun with her hands and sat up slowly. Seeing Child Chuan sitting in the bow of the boat, she seemed to be practicing some kind of skill. He sat in the bow of the boat, motionless, like a rock, and could clearly see that a trace of the mysterious qi of heaven and earth was converging into his body, like a long smoke bridge. The medicine of healing intermediate Dan was completely absorbed by Mrs. Yingqi's body. The injury has almost healed, and her physical strength has recovered a lot. At least she can stand up and walk. Where is this? Mrs. Yingqi asked softly. Her voice is very beautiful, delicate and moving, just like the spring breeze blowing on her face, making people feel that she is like a 16-year-old girl, just at the age of innocence. Ning Xiaochuan put away the skill of mysterious qi of heaven and earth and said, Yulan River. Our boat has been drifting downstream for 2 days, and it should be thousands of miles away from the imperial city. Ning Xiaochuan knew that Ji Hanqing's tracking skills were very good, so he didn't take Mrs. Yingqi to Spirit Mountain Manor. If Yu Wuyang was led to Spirit Mountain Manor, it would be a big deal. The best way to avoid Ji Hanqing's tracking technique is to go by water. Use water to dilute the breath on your body and avoid tracking. Mrs. Yingqi's hands were thin, folded her robe neatly, handed it to Ning Xiaochuan, and said respectfully, Thank you. Ning Xiaochuan took the robe and didn't say anything else. After wearing it on his body, he continued to practice. Mrs. Yingqi stared at him and began to cultivate and recuperate. Yu Wuyang and the Crown Prince may catch up at any time. If their own strength can be strong, they will naturally have more opportunities to protect their lives. She is now on the same boat with Child Chuan. She can only wait for her injury to heal before returning to the imperial city. The boat went downstream. On the 4th day, it had left the area where the imperial city was located and entered the area of White Dragon City. At dusk, the setting sun hangs on the river, reflecting the river golden. On both sides of the river, there was a rustling sound, which startled a group of waterfowls to fly. Finally, another ship. A one-armed man stood on the top of a red tree, standing in the air, with his toes on the leaves, showing strong martial arts cultivation. His eyes were like hawks and falcons, with lightning in his pupils, staring at the boats falling on the river. Boss. This ship is a little small, and it is estimated that there is no oil or water. Under the tree, there was a group of warriors, who were also carefully staring at the river. The one-armed man snorted coldly, Yulan River. The current is so fast that even a large ship may be broken by waves and sink to the bottom of the river. However, this wooden boat can safely get here. I'm sure that the people on board are definitely not ordinary people. The boss is wise. I hope it's 2 fat sheep. An old man in his 60s was holding a cane, half of his teeth fell out of his mouth, and his words were a little leaky. He said, This time, I'll try them by myself. The one-armed man nodded. Ning Xiaochuan was originally sitting in the bow of the boat to practice. Suddenly, his mind seemed to feel something and immediately opened his eyes. Mrs. Yingqi's cultivation has recovered 3 levels. Her mind is not weaker than that of Ning Xiaochuan. She also notices something, and her bright eyes stare at the water. Ning Xiaochuan stood up, 6 wisps of mysterious gas rushed out of the palm of his hand, condensed into 6 dragons and tigers, and flew into the water. In the river, the water waves suddenly rolled, the whirlpool was dense, and the sound of struggle came from the bottom of the water. 6 martial artists flew out of the water and used their martial arts skills to break the mysterious qi of the 6 dragons and tigers. They stepped on the water waves, their bodies did not sink, and surrounded the boat in the center. The 6 martial artists are all first-class masters in the martial arts world. They can be independent and have a cold and fierce murderous spirit. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the 6 people indifferently and said, "Are you the prince's person or the person sent by Ho in the clouds?" Instead, the eyes of the 6 warriors showed a look of doubt. An old man in his 60s leaped out of the jungle, by the river, and walked on the waves. His body was as light as a feather. He stood steadily on the water, with a proud momentum. "We are the people of Yulan Water Palace. If we know each other, we will hand over our treasure, which may save your life." A short warrior stared at Mrs. Inchi sitting in the boat with a greedy look in his eyes and said, "The man can go, and the woman must stay." When the 6 warriors surrounded the boat, they all paid attention to Mrs. Inchi and couldn't move their eyes at all. "No way, Mrs. Inchi is really too beautiful, and her temperament is particularly elegant and charming. She looks like a female goblin, which is 10 times more beautiful than the most beautiful red girl in White Dragon City. She is a beauty they can't see at all. Where is the Jade Haze Water Palace?" Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly. He thought it was the prince and Yun Songhao who caught up, but he didn't expect to kill such a place halfway. Mrs. Inchi scoffed, "The Yulan River is the river of life of the Yulan Empire, running through the north and south of the empire. There are many unimaginable gang forces on both sides of the river, and the Yulan Water Palace is estimated to be one of them." The 60-year-old man said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency is so big. Don't you know that Yulan Palace has strongly suppressed the 16 gangs in the past year, and has become the most powerful force in this area, with more than 10,000 people? You also think Yulan Palace is not a climate?" Mrs. Inchi smiled like flowers, nodded and said, "There are only tens of thousands of gang members, but they are just mobs." The imperial court's army rolled over and immediately turned into a mess. One of the martial artists laughed and said, "Beauty, you know at a glance that you are a big man from the imperial city and have a wide range of knowledge. However, I'm afraid you don't know the real power of our Yulan Palace. I'm afraid even some marquis in the imperial city may not be comparable. You know, our palace master is a martial master. A warrior." Ning Xiaochuan and Mrs. Inchi were slightly surprised. After looking at the cultivation of these martial artists, they were indeed masters, not like the General Water Gang. Any force with Wu Zun in charge is not simple. If you don't pay attention, you may capsize in the gutter today. A martial artist whose cultivation reached the 5th weight of the divine body smiled and said, "Beauty, follow us to the water palace. As long as our brother is comfortable, we will let your man go." Mrs. Inchi's eyes were like silk, and she looked at Ning Xiaochuan with all kinds of charm and said, "I'm afraid my man won't agree." It's okay that Mrs. Inchi doesn't show a charming smile. Once charming, she is like a peerless witch, which makes the 6 martial artists present scream that they can't stand it and simply want to take a bath. Fire burning. Even the old man in his 60s stared at Mrs. Inchi's white and beautiful cheeks, and his eyes became very hot. A thin warrior chopped Ning Xiaochuan with a knife to kill the guy who was in the way. Several other martial artists also cut their swords at the same time. The mysterious chi rushed out of the blade and chopped the vital points of Ning Xiaochuan's body. Death. Ning Xiaochuan propped up a layer of clouds returned to vitality, sending out towering waves, pushing the water on the lake 3 feet high, forming a water wall. Bang, bang, bang. The 6 warriors in the divine body realm were hit by the mysterious spirit of martial arts, played by Ning Xiaochuan. The body immediately turned into powder, and there was not even a complete bone left. The old man in his 60s was stunned. Although he stood in the distance, he was still shocked by the huge dark air waves for more than 100 meters. If he hadn't been far away, and his martial arts cultivation had reached the first level of secularity, he would certainly encounter adversity and fall on the Yulan River. "You? Who the hell are you?" The old man was shocked and knew that he had met a master today. Ning Xiaochuan. A vicious sound sounded, shaking the whole Yulon River upside down, raising tens of meters of water waves, impacting on the river bank, making a deafening roar. Ning Xiaochuan quickly stopped the boat. However, the boat was still shaken out by the surging force and fell into the rolling waves. Who actually recognized my true identity? The reason why Ning Xiaochuan just showed his rejuvenation of clouds is that he was sure that Mrs. Yingqi didn't know that he would have this kind of magic power, and he was not afraid to be guessed by Mrs. Yingqi's true identity. However, it seems that there is another extremely strong person here, who recognizes him through martial arts magic. Who? Ning Xiaochuan felt a huge pressure exerted, and the surrounding space was suppressed. The vast river seemed to be covered with a layer of ice, which made people's bones numb. A middle-aged man with a broken arm fell on the water, stood opposite Ning Xiaochuan, and said with a cold smile, "Boy, even with a mask, I can recognize you. Do you still recognize me?" Ning Xiaochuan naturally recognized the middle-aged man with broken arms, bowed his hands and said with a smile, "It turned out to be the master of the wooden altar of Tianmido. This middle-aged man is the former master of Tianmido, Mu Honglai. He failed to fight for the Taoist master of Tianmido, and was given an arm by 9 girls. After escaping, he took the residual forces to form the Jade Haze Water Palace. Although Mu Honglai broke his arm, after all, he had the cultivation of Wuzun level, which strongly suppressed the gangs on the Yulon River, and soon became the master of dozens of water gangs, with tens of thousands of gangs under his seat. This is the advantage of self-cultivation. Even if you change places, you can immediately become a hero. Mu Hong will come to this end. Most of the reasons are attributed to by Ning Xiaochuan. He was quite angry and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, you have made me miserable. I could have become the Taoist master of Tianmi Taoism, but now I can only become a bandit. Today I don't kill you, it's difficult to dispel my hatred." "Master Mu, calm down. Don't be calm. I'm now the heir of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. If you kill me, you will completely offend the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. At that time, not only will the Demon Gate have no place for you, but also the Imperial Court will hunt you down. The gain is not worth the loss." Ning Xiaochuan sighed. Mu Hong sneered and said, "The revenge of killing my son is unpalatable. Do you think I'm afraid of offending the Marquis of Jiang'a?" The Wu soul from Mu Hong rushed out of the body, suspended on the top of the head, condensed into a human form, controlled the surrounding space, and pressed down with a huge field force. I heard that another author from the starting point died of overwork. Lao Jiu was immediately frightened and softened. His heart was thinking that the code words could not be spelled too much, and his body was more important. In the future, if there are only 2 chapters in the morning, I hope you will understand that Lao Jiu doesn't want to follow the footsteps of that little Jiuer, the pseudonym of the deceased author. If his book friends don't believe it, they can go and collect it. Shit. Pseudonym seems to be more frightening. Ning Xiaochuan has the spirit of Wuzun level, secretly running the world-destroying gas, and condensing into a huge demon shadow behind him to resist Mu Honglai's Wuzun power. The demon shadow is like a martial spirit. Its breath is cold and evil, which makes people tremble. Ning Xiaochuan had a demon shadow on him, but he seemed very calm and said quietly, "I can tell you very responsibly that your son didn't die in my hands. I have no hatred with you. Because of you, I lost an arm, lost the position of Lord Tianmi, and lost everything. How dare you say we have no hatred?" Mu Hong was very depressed, and felt that Ning Xiaochuan was his disaster star. If he didn't get rid of this son, he would be relieved. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "It's natural for you to become king and defeat the enemy. Master Mu is a strong man in the territory of the Earth Honor, and there are thousands of masters under him. I was just a martial artist in the spiritual realm at that time, and how can I harm Master Mu? Therefore, Master Mu failed to compete for the position of Taoist leader Tianmi at that time, and I can't blame me at all, but Master Mu's good fortune is not enough. It's not a fault of soldiers to make people suffer from bad fortune. My luck is not enough? Mu Honglai had an impulse to crush Ning Xiaochuan to death. It was obviously because of him, but it was his personal nature. Mu Honglai's hair rushed backward and hit the sky against it. The vitality of martial arts in his body continued to expand, burning the entire Yulon River, showing the tremendous power of terror. The Yulon River is 300 meters wide, and the water waves can lift dozens of meters. Some huge aquatic creatures in the water are lifted up, and their mouths roar. The prestige of Wuzun made these Xian beasts in the water feel panic. Mrs. Yingqi sat in the boat, swaying in the wind and waves, letting the river wet her clothes. Her bright eyes stared deeply at the man wearing the golden mask in front of her, showing unspeakable resentment. His real identity is actually the little Marquis of Jiangnan Marquis Mansion. Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's name as a genius has been spread all over the imperial city, and everyone knows it, so does she. Moreover, she even met Ning Xiaochuan once. However, at that time, she never dreamed that so many things would happen between herself and him one day. She had guessed the age and identity of Child Chuan for many times, but she never thought of Ning Xiaochuan, because Ning Xiaochuan was too young. Even if he was a top genius, how could he be the owner of Spirit Mountain Manor? She always felt that Child Chuan should be at least a man of about 30 years old. If only he could be ugly, he might still be worthy of him. However, the real identity of Child Chuan is so noble, and his talent is extremely beautiful. He can be called the first pride of Yulon Empire. There is no shortage of excellent women like Yu Ningxing, the first beauty of the imperial city, and Princess Cece of King Dajinpeng's mansion. She's just a woman with a bad reputation who doesn't know how to love herself. Why is she worthy of him? For the first time, Mrs. Yingqi felt that the distance between herself and Child Chuan was so far away that it was simply a sky and an earth. If she had met Ning Xiaochuan 10 years ago, when she was the most beautiful, holy, and gorgeous, maybe she and Ning Xiaochuan would have a spark and a good future, but now it's too late to say anything. Mu Honglai is the overlord of Wuzun of the older generation, a figure of Wuzun level, and his combat power is quite terrible. A warrior who has not become a Wuzun and wants to fight with Wuzun is simply looking for death. Without a trace of suspense, he will be suppressed. If war can be avoided, Ning Xiaochuan hopes to solve this problem in a peaceful way. However, it is obvious that this is Ning Xiaochuan's wishful thinking. Mu Hong has long wanted to break him into pieces. How can she be fooled by him in a few words? Boy, I want to frustrate you to dispel my hatred. Mu Hong raised her arm, condensed the vitality of martial arts, turned into a palm knife, and was about to chop Ning Xiaochuan. Wait a minute. Mrs. Yingqi stood up slowly. Her jade body was soft, concave and convex, and a smile appeared on her flawless cheek. She said, "If you let him leave, I will be your woman. Do you think this transaction can satisfy you?" Mu Hong stared at Mrs. Yingqi. She only saw that the woman in the boat was graceful and tender, with ribbons wrapped around her slender body, and a wisp of light cyan mist shrouded her body, making her like a Lingbo fairy. Mu Hong has never seen such a beautiful woman since she came here. It's absolutely not too much to describe her with a closed moon and shame on flowers. How could there be such a beauty in the world? Mu Hong swallowed a mouthful of saliva and felt that she had lived in vain for the first half of her life. There is no way. No man can resist the charm of Lady Yingqi as long as she likes. Of course, except Ning Xiaochuan. Mu Hong dispersed the vitality of Wu Dao on her arm, laughing and saying, "You must be the first beauty in the imperial city, Miss Yu Ningxing. The girl is the fairy daughter in the sky. Are you sure to sacrifice yourself to save Ning Xiaochuan?" Mu Hong came to hear about Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Ningxing, so she thought Mrs. Yingqi was the first beauty of the imperial city. If she can't be called the first beauty of the imperial city, who deserves to be called the first beauty of the imperial city? In Mrs. Yingqi's eyes, there was a gloomy look, staring at Ning Xiaochuan and swallowing. I would have liked anything for him. She only saw a golden mask, and could not see at all. Under Ning Xiaochuan's mask, what was the expression? I don't know if he cares about me, a woman who doesn't know self-respect? Although Mu Honglai has the cultivation of Dizuanjing, he is still a man after all, and it is impossible to resist the temptation of Mrs. Yingqi. He said, since Miss Yu is willing to die for his lover, Mu will spare him a dog's life for the time being. Miss Yu, now follow me back to the water palace and be my wife, and tonight we will enter the bridal chamber. Haha. In Mu Honglai's view, the woman who slept with Ning Xiaochuan was definitely happier than killing Ning Xiaochuan. Who allows you to take her away? Ning Xiaochuan's cold way. Ning Xiaochuan took off the golden mask on his face and threw it into the water, staring at Mu Hong coldly. Under the golden mask is an old handsome face, with beautiful eyebrows and eyes, no white face, handsome and abnormal, with long hair tied behind him, just like a relegated fairy standing on the river. Mrs. Yingqi stared at Ning Xiaochuan, but she was a little crazy. Mu Hong sneered, boy, I was going to spare you a dog's life. Now it seems that I want to catch you and let you see that I am ravaging you. You. Mu Hong's chest ached, staring at Mrs. Yingqi's gorgeous jade face close at hand, and her eyes were full of surprise and pain. Just a moment ago, Mrs. Yingqi launched the cloud trace step, stabbed her palm into Mu Honglai's chest, broke the bone on Mu Honglai's chest, and Wu Zun's blood continued to flow out of her chest. This is the most beautiful jade hand in the world, but now half of it has been stabbed into Mu Honglai's chest, becoming the most terrifying killing weapon in the world. Under Mu Honglai's surprised eyes, Mrs. Yingqi's hand kept opening his chest, like cutting his chest and digging his stomach. Stabbed. Lady Yingqi's hand turned blood red. From Mu Hong's chest, she tore off a bloody lung leaf and threw it into the river, which was swallowed by the mysterious beast's royalties in the water. If ordinary people suffer such a heavy blow, they must have died. Bitch, die. Mu Honglai is a peerless Wu Zun. His body has been extraordinary and refined. Even if he loses a lung leaf, he will not die so easily. A red glow rushed out of his body, forming a circle of martial clouds, condensed into a huge flame claw, and bombarded Lady Yingqi. Lady Yingqi's injury did not heal, and her strength only recovered 3 layers. It was impossible to resist the angry blow of Mu Hong and launch the cloud trace step, just like stepping on the clouds and retreating quickly. Ning Xiaochuan summoned the magic sword, mobilized the power of the founder of the world-destroying Taoist priest, cut down with a sword, smashed the red clouds, and stopped the murderous spirit of Mu Hong. Today, you both have to die. Mu Hong's mouth spits out a mouthful of crimson blood, which immediately turns Wu Dao's vitality to repair the injury. His injury was slightly stable, so he slapped his hands out, hit the virtual shadow of 2 vitality war beasts, and killed Xiong Ning Xiaochuan and Mrs. Yingqi. Lady Yingqi used her martial arts magic power to condense the river into ice, forming an ice shield with a diameter of 100 meters. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized the power of the magic sword, rushed out of his body, cut down with a sword, and cut the bleeding red sword gas. Bang! The 2 were injured by Wu Zun's vitality and flew backwards at the same time. Ning Xiaochuan slapped his palm on the water, rolled his body, and then cut off Mu Hong with another sword. Mrs. Yingqi stretched out a slender, jade finger and rode on the river. Suddenly, earth-shaking waves surged up hundreds of meters high, turning into a blue ice sword, with tens of thousands of handles. After all, she is a genuine warrior in the territory. Although her wound is not healed and her combat power is greatly reduced, she is still extremely strong and has the potential to sweep with her martial arts magic. Bang! Mu Honglai's Wusol Dharma body burned up, boiling the water in the river, making a fiery palm in the shape of a beast, and once again blowing Lady Yingqi and Ning Xiaochuan out. Ning Xiaochuan rolled up and stood on the water. His evil spirit surged in his body, and his evil spirit was even stronger. Although Mu Honglai was injured by me, he didn't hurt the source. Even if we work together, we are definitely not his opponent. It's quite disadvantageous for us to fight like this, Mrs. Yingqi said. Ning Xiaochuan glanced in the direction of the imperial city, vaguely felt a huge breath, and was coming in this direction. The battle at Wuzun level must not be concealed from masters like Yunconghao and the Crown Prince. It is likely that they are coming in this direction. Go. Ning Xiaochuan and Mrs. Yingqi fought with Mu Hong again, and then fled in two directions. Mu Hong hesitated slightly and chased Ning Xiaochuan. Although Mrs. Yingqi is a peerless beauty and very attractive, he has a stronger hatred in his heart. He must first get rid of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan launched the rainbow shift, and colorful lights appeared in the leg bones of his legs. His body was wrapped by lightning, shuttling on the cliffs. With a move of his feet, he flew several kilometers away. If only the 8th layer of heaven and earth Xuanqi was successfully cultivated, Ning Xiaochuan dared to swallow Mu Hong with the power of the magic sword. However, it can't be done now. Although there is only one realm difference between the refined realm and the revered realm, the gap is thousands of miles. If it weren't for the power of the magic sword, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't insist on a move in Mu Honglai's hands at all. The warrior in the territory of Dizun can be called Wuzun. It's because the territory of Dizun is not only a little stronger than the territory of refined life, but also a big watershed in the cultivation of martial arts. Ning Xiaochuan, you can't escape. Mu Hong came after her and stepped on the ground with the sole of her foot. She could rush hundreds of meters high and span thousands of meters. This is not flying, just the jumping power of a martial artist. Ning Xiaochuan cut out a sword again, and the evil spirit surged in his body. He cut out across the air. A hill hundreds of meters high was cut open by the magic sword, and a sword canyon appeared in the center of the mountain. The magic gas surged in the canyon, and did not completely disperse for decades. Wood red came to incarnate into a red flame cloud, blocking the sword, and at the same time, it made a huge flame palm print, and at the foot of Ning Xiaochuan, it bombarded a scorched black pit dozens of meters deep. Ning Xiaochuan spread a pair of 7-meter-long wings on his back, and his body broke through the air and flew to the direction of White Dragon City. From a distance, he could see the White Dragon City lying on the plain. Mu Hong came to catch up with the outside of the White Dragon City, and immediately stopped, and then quickly retreated. In the White Dragon City, there is a sworn enemy of his. If he shows up, he will be targeted by that sworn enemy and will take his life. Therefore, White Dragon City is a forbidden place for Mu Honglai. Ning Xiaochuan knew that Mu Hong didn't dare to get close to the White Dragon City, so he specifically fled to the White Dragon City. Ning Xiaochuan and Mrs. Yingqi made an appointment to meet in White Dragon City. However, Ning Xiaochuan arrived in White Dragon City and waited for half an hour, but Mrs. Yingqi didn't appear. With her cultivation, she should have arrived at Bailong City one step ahead of herself. Did she encounter trouble on the way? Ning Xiaochuan didn't continue to wait, and went straight to the Great Elder's house of Tianmi Road. The Elder's mansion is quite magnificent. Outside the mansion, there are 2 stone dragon statues. 2 masters of the demon sect stood under the stone carving to frighten the people who dared to rush into the Elder's mansion. Little Marquis finally came to White Dragon City. I thought that little Marquis had forgotten the agreement between us. Qiu Xinghui, the elder of Tianmido, said with a smile. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to talk so much nonsense with him. Standing straight in the center of the lobby, he took out a Shanling wooden box and said, "The Earth-only pill has been successfully refined, 2 months later than the agreed time. However, the Earth-only pill I refined is more effective than other senior heart therapists. You have at least 70% chance to impact the Earth with the help of the pill. Qiao Xinghui has stayed in the 9th level of the secular realm for decades, and he never thought he could impact the land of reverence. Before that, he didn't have much hope that Ning Xiaochuan could refine the Earth's only pill. The little Marquis is indeed a dragon and phoenix among people, and someone Qiao admires him. Qiao Xinghui was overjoyed and excited. He stretched out his hand to receive the Xianling wooden box in Ning Xiaochuan's hand. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "If Elder Qiao wants the Earth to respect Dan alone, he has to promise me one thing." Haha. Little Marquis, don't hesitate to mention anything. There is nothing I can't do in the soul domain. In the view of Qiao Xinghui, nothing is more important than the Earth's only Dan. Ning Xiaochuan said, "To tell you the truth, I was chased to White Dragon City by Mu Hong. Mu Hong is now guarding outside White Dragon City. If I don't get rid of him, I can't sleep and eat well." Mu Hong, how dare the traitor return to Bailong City? Qiao Xinghui was furious, his eyes stared round, emitting a cold momentum, and said, "Don't worry, little Marquis, Mu Hong Lai is not only the enemy of little Marquis, but also the traitor we Tian Mido want to kill. It's good that he doesn't appear. Once he appears, it's his death date. I'll go to tell the Taoist priest now, and ask the Taoist priest to kill him himself." Ning Xiaochuan's heart was just sneering, and Mu Hong's coming to Qiao Xinghui and 9 girls was originally a big trouble. Tell them the news. They probably want to get rid of Mu Hong more urgently than themselves. Therefore, it is not that Ning Xiaochuan is asking for help from them, but that Ning Xiaochuan has helped them a lot. Ning Xiaochuan handed the box containing the Earth's exclusive Dan to Qiao Xinghui and reminded him, the Jade Haze Water Palace, which has recently gained popularity in the Soul Domain, is the force established by Mu Hong. He wants to establish the Jade Haze Water Palace to fight against Tian Mido, and the ultimate goal is to kill the White Dragon City and recapture everything that once belonged to him. To establish a mere water gang, you want to fight against Tian Mido? Mu Hong is really going back more and more. I promise to get Yulan Water Palace removed from the Soul Domain tonight. Qiao Xinghui opened the Xianling wooden box for a moment, and the 9-colored light emitted from it, emitting a sweet and pleasant Dan Qi. Qiao Xinghui's old face had a few fewer wrinkles, and he was so excited that he wanted to take this pill of Laning now. Tian Mido has been inherited for thousands of years, and its influence covers 8 domains, including Soul Domain, Cloud Bao Domain, and Big Money Domain. The 49 sects and 81 families of these 8 regions are all subject to Tian Mido. The strength of any sect or family is no weaker than that of Yalanchui Palace. Ning Xiaochuan naturally believes that the huge influence of Tian Mido in the Soul Domain is enough to easily raise the Jade Haze Water Palace to the ground and turn it into ruins. I'm going to tell the Lord now that I have to get rid of the traitor Mu Hong Lai as soon as possible. Little Marquis, or wait in the elder's house for a day first, maybe Mu Hong Lai will fall dead tonight, and then hold a celebration banquet. How can you get little Marquis? Qiao Xinghui put the Xianling wooden box away and said with a smile. Although Ning Xiaochuan has a cooperative relationship with Tian Mido, he is not a person who fully believes in Tian Mido. To cooperate with the Demon Gate is to seek skin from the tiger. It's better to have a long mind. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, I have other things to do, so I won't attend the celebration banquet. Not long after Ning Xiaochuan left the big elder's house, he saw a large number of masters of the demon sect leaving the city, riding on Xian beasts, rolling up a large amount of smoke and dust, and disappearing on the horizon. Boom! In the mountainous area not far from Bailong City, fighting broke out at the level of Wuzun, which made the ground tremble and the sky change color. All the martial artists in the White Dragon City were shocked. Some martial artists with high cultivation secretly rushed to the place where the battle broke out. They were shocked to find that the original mountain area was razed to the ground, more than a dozen mountains collapsed, and the air still exuded martial vitality. It was the Taoist master of Tianmi Dao who was fighting with a man with a broken arm. The Taoist master of Tianmi Dao sacrificed an ancestral mysterious weapon of Mishi Dao, causing great damage. No wonder more than a dozen mountains collapsed. It turned out that the Taoist lord used the ancestral Xuanqi. According to legend, that Jiuping Xuanqi, which has been handed down for thousands of years, once bombed a big city into ruins. Ning Xiaochuan also came, and saw that the earth was destroyed beyond recognition, mountains collapsed, rivers changed their course, and some mountains were burning flames, which were not extinguished for a long time. The destructive power of Wuzun is so terrible that they are truly extraordinary, and can't be measured by ordinary martial artists. Was the one-armed man killed? Ning Xiaochuan asked a gray-haired old man to confirm whether Mu Honglai had been defeated. The old man's cultivation is very strong, with white fluorescence flowing in his eyes and an amethyst crown on his head. He is an elder-level figure of a large sect in the Soul domain. He was one of the first fighters to come to this battlefield. The old man shook his head and said, when he reached the end of the war, he only saw that the other arm of the one-armed man was cut off and fell into the abyss. As for whether he was killed by the master of the world-destroying Taoism, it is unknown. It should be that she escaped. If the Taoist master of Mishi Dao killed the one-armed man, she must have returned to the White Dragon City. However, the Taoist master of Mishi Dao did not return to the White Dragon City, which can only show that she continued to pursue and kill the Wuzun. A middle-aged man in his 30s came out of the ruins with a great momentum, and he seemed to be a martial arts master with an unusual background. Yulan's empire is vast, with numerous clans, families, and martial arts. There is no lack of strong people. The imperial city is only a small part of the empire and cannot represent the whole Yulan empire. Luo Jingfei of Yanhua sect found Wuzun's arm. Wuzun's arm must contain Wuzun's blood essence, which is comparable to dozens of intermediate pills. The old man with the purple golden crown and the middle-aged man in his 30s rushed to grab Wuzun's arm immediately. If Wuzun's blood essence can be extracted, it will be of great help to practice. Many warriors converged to the canyon in the distance, and a war broke out, competing for the arms of Wuzun. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head. These warriors were really terrible. If they heard about the burial ground of Wuzun, I'm afraid they would collectively go to dig graves. Big brother. Is your name Ning Xiaochuan? A barefoot little boy came behind Ning Xiaochuan, holding a letter in his hand and staring at Ning Xiaochuan with round eyes. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly surprised and said with a smile, "Little brother, how do you know my name is Ning Xiaochuan?" The little man handed the letter in his hand to Ning Xiaochuan and said, "A beautiful big sister, let me give this letter to you." She said, "You will give me 10 big money as a reward for delivering the letter." Big sister? Ning Xiaochuan took out 10 large silver coins from the Qiankuan cloth bag, handed them to the little boy, and took the envelope. The little boy had never seen so much money. Holding 10 big coins, he smiled happily. The big sister really didn't cheat me. Sending a letter can really earn 10 big silver dollars. If only he could find me next time he sends a letter. For an ordinary family, 10 large silver coins can be used for a year, which is naturally a considerable wealth. 3 chapters a day is indeed too reluctantly, staying up until 1 or 2 o'clock every day, and the update time is not right. In the future, it's still 2 chapters a day. If you can write more, you will send more. It will explode from time to time. The little boy sent the letter to Ning Xiaochuan and left straight away. Ning Xiaochuan took the envelope to the tip of his nose and smelled it. He smelled a faint and familiar orchid fragrance, which was the fragrance of Mrs. Ying Qi. Mrs. Ying Qi has a cold cicada heart palace with ice soul. She has a natural mellow bone and a natural fragrance. At the same time, she also loves bathing with purple orchid petals. There is a faint orchid fragrance on her skin, which is extremely unique. Open the letter and write Zhuanxiu's words. Master Ning, thank you for taking care of me these days. This is the happiest few days for me in 10 years. Please forgive me for not coming to Bailong City to meet you. After thinking about it, I finally decided to go back to the Imperial City first. Please rest assured that I won't tell anyone your secret. Yu Minghua. Yu Minghua is the name of Mrs. Yin Qi when she was young. She was once a beauty who was famous all over the world. I don't know how many heroes in the world miss her day and night and fall in love with her. This was once a legendary woman. Everything about her was full of mystery, and at the same time it puzzled everyone. Originally, she was the most holy and beautiful fairy in the world. She was extremely talented and beautiful, but she fell to the lowest level. Woman. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the back of the letter, which read 2 lines of poems, floating a dream, where drunk, dare not forget it is with you. She went back to the Imperial City. It's also a good thing. Now Yunconghao, Crown Prince, and Mu Hong all want to kill me. On the contrary, it's safer for her to return to the Imperial City. Ning Xiaochuan put the letter away. For Mrs. Yin Qi, Ning Xiaochuan is not annoying. After all, everyone has the right to choose their own life. As for, she said that she was involuntarily, and Ning Xiaochuan didn't care too much. After all, he also had too many involuntarily. The voice of the Emperor's blade rang out and said, Ning Xiaochuan, now that we have left the Imperial City, we can now go to find the Emperor's divine palace. Once we find the Emperor's divine palace, we will be able to get many ancient treasures left by the Emperor. When our cultivation progresses, by leaps and bounds, and then return to the Imperial City, we will naturally kill all directions. Ning Xiaochuan said, the clue we have now is only to know the location of the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven in the Middle Palace. However, where is the Middle Palace? The cultivation of the Emperor of Heaven in those days has been quite mysterious. He peeps into the heaven and earth, sees the universe, and his wisdom is as high as a god. How does he see the earth as a scroll of 9 palaces? It's shocking to think of the earth as a picture. The 9 palaces, derived from the strange gate Jiu Dang Jia, rehearse the past and future, and look for the mysteries of time and space. It is an extremely profound metaphysics. Without decades of understanding, it is impossible to penetrate the mystery. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't have decades to understand Jiu Dang Jia at all now. If he wants to find the legendary Heavenly Emperor Temple, it will naturally be even more remote. The Emperor Blade said, it's very simple. Let's go to find the descendants of the Emperor. They must have studied Jiu Dang Jia. Let them help us find the temple of the Emperor. We will get twice the result with half the effort. Descendants of the Emperor of Heaven? Ning Xiaochuan was surprised. Tiandi Blade Road, although the Emperor of Heaven has become a god, he has family members. These people have lived in this land for generations and have never left, guarding the treasures left by the Emperor of Heaven. In those years, the Emperor of Heaven family was extremely powerful and awed the mainland. Even some super strong people outside the Yulan Empire came to worship in admiration of their names. Only in the past 10,000 years, a lot of accidents have happened, and even the Emperor of Heaven family, which was once strong, has declined, and even disappeared in the Yulan Empire looking for traces. Ning Xiaochuan said, it's been so long that I'm afraid the descendants of the Emperor of Heaven have died. No. The descendants of the Emperor of Heaven are definitely not dead, absolutely impossible. They must be hiding, do not want to contact the outside world, isolated from the world, and are concentrating on cultivation. Emperor Blade is not very sure. Ning Xiaochuan said, everyone knows that the hometown of the Emperor of Heaven is on the land of Yulan Empire, but not many people know where the hometown of the Emperor of Heaven is. Hanqing Lake. Tiandi Blade Road. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, where is the Cold Star Lake? He had read the geography books of Yulan Empire and memorized the mountains, forests, and deserts of Yulan Empire in his mind, but he had never heard of Hanqing Lake. Tiandaran said, a long time ago, a star fell to the earth and smashed a huge lake. The lake was filled with cold air. Even in summer, the water in it was freezing. Many martial artists felt that there were treasures in the lake and dived into the bottom of the lake to look for treasures. However, without exception, all died in the lake. When the Emperor of Heaven was young, he also dived into the lake and fished out a piece of cold iron from the bottom of the lake, which was refined into a peerless saber. Ning Xiaochuan has heard this story. It is said that this is the source of Tiandi blade. I didn't expect this story to be true. All the way north, you can definitely find Hanqing Lake. If you find Hanqing Lake, you can find the hometown of the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor Blade said. Although Tiandi Blade doesn't remember the specific location of Hanqing Lake, it has innate induction and can perceive some things related to itself in nature. Ning Xiaochuan is also eager to get the drop of divine blood left by the Emperor of Heaven, which is a drop of blood left by the gods, enough to help him purify the essence and be extraordinary. Only by getting divine blood can we break through the limit and reach the top talent constitution. In order to avoid the enemy, Ning Xiaochuan rode a double-headed stone beast and specially walked through the sparsely populated mountains. While walking north, I practiced the 8th weight of the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth. After absorbing a large amount of Jiu water, the red dragon has been sleeping on Ning Xiaochuan's wrist. On this day, it finally woke up, its scales glowed red, auspicious clouds appeared on its head, and its body grew fat in a big circle. Its power seems to have become much stronger. The red dragon yawned, spit out 9 colorful lights, flew up, fell on the ground and jumped twice, and his body changed back to its original shape. Ow, ow. The red dragon howls at Ning Xiaochuan, asking why Ning Xiaochuan has left the imperial city. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the red dragon, shook his head repeatedly, and said, "You're okay. When you really need your help, you're sleeping. After you get rid of the enemy, you wake up. I really doubt if you're pretending to sleep." The red dragon stood on his feet, stunned for a long time, and then screamed again. "It's no use shouting. I can't go back to the imperial city for the time being. If I want to reunite with Shaolinger, I can only wait until I find the Heavenly Emperor Temple." Ning Xiaochuan ignored the red dragon and continued on his way. Over mountains and mountains, all the way north. Imperial City. Under the dark ground, there is a cold, bone-chilling pool, which emits wisps of white smoke. In the smoke, you can see white bones floating on the water. Dada! Footsteps sounded. Mrs. Ingqi was wearing a black robe, with purple-rimmed cuffs and neckline. Her eyebrows were beautiful, slender, and a silver hairpin was inserted in her head. As she walked, the silver hairpin collided with a sweet voice. "Huang Qinzi, meet the city lord." Her eyes were respectful, half kneeling on the edge of the cold pool, and her long black hair fell to the ground. Voila! In the cold pool, the water spring surged, and the cold air gathered into a ball of light the size of a wash basin. In the ball of light, it seemed that there was a small figure suspended. A dignified voice sounded from the ball of light. Yu Wuyang and the Crown Prince joined hands to deal with Child Chuan. "Are you the one who saved Child Chuan?" The city lord's cultivation and wisdom are unparalleled. Nothing in the world can be concealed from the city lord. Mrs. Ingqi's voice is very beautiful, just like mountains and rivers, orioles singing, with an ethereal tranquility. The voice in the light ball rang out and said, "Otherwise, I don't know some things in the world. For example, I still don't know the real identity of Child Chuan. You escaped from the imperial city with Child Chuan and stayed together for so many days. I believe you already know his real identity?" There was no difference in Mrs. Ingqi's eyes. Her lips and teeth were crystal clear. She opened her lips and said, "Child Chuan is not an ordinary man. He is very defensive to me. Slaves don't know his true identity." Qua qua. Cold laughter broke out in the light ball, and the voice became very harsh, saying, "Do you know how miserable it would be to betray me?" A surge of momentum was suppressed on Mrs. Yin Chi, like 9 stars pressing on her head, and the ground under Mrs. Yin Chi's knees suddenly cracked. Slaves. No, dare not betray the city lord. Poof. On Mrs. Yin Chi's forehead, there was a fine cold sweat, her face was pale, and a mouthful of blood came out of her mouth. The cold retreated like the tide, and the voice in the sphere of light sounded again, saying, "Your injury is really not light. Just a little injury, don't bother the city lord." Lady Yin Chi's weak way. Where is Child Chuan gone now? Why are you the only one who returned to the imperial city? Mrs. Yin Chi said, "Young Master Chuan is resourceful and watertight. He is very protective against me. I don't know his whereabouts, so I came back in vain. Please convict the city lord." Qua qua. Child Chuan is a person. Yu Wuyang, the crown prince and the master of Lingyi, can't keep him together. If he can be accepted as the man of the dark imperial city, I intend to let him fill the position of Tian Chenzi. Since he has promised to be a famous master, I believe he will go to the Duke of Qi. If you can't accept him again, I can only do it myself. Soundtrack in the light ball. Lady Yin Chi was shocked and said, "The city lord knows. Ming'er has become his disciple? Didn't you say that I know everything? I really know everything about the Duke of Qi." Soundtrack in the light ball. Lady Yin Chi's heart and hair are cold. If the city lord of the dead really knows Qi Tianho's house like the palm of his hand, aren't he in control of himself and Ming'er's life? Subordinates understand. Lady Yin Chi's eyes were full of hidden worries, but there was nothing she could do. She can't disobey the will of the city lord of the dead at all. In the eyes of the city lord of the dead, she is just a chess piece controlling the Duke of Qi Tian's mansion. Ning Xiaochuan has been on the road for half a month without stopping. The speed of the double-headed stone beast was not slow. It grew stronger in the Xian beast mirror. After half a month, it was quite far away from the imperial city, more than 10,000 miles apart. According to the speed of our journey, we should have come to Qingming region. It is estimated that Yunzhong Ho and the prince cannot catch up. Marquis Yunzhong and the crown prince are important figures in the imperial court. Without special tasks, they cannot leave the imperial city for too long. Ning Xiaochuan took the double-headed stone beast back to the Xuanzhou Jian and entered an ancient city piled with stones, intending to purchase some mysterious medicine and food. This ancient city is located in the north of Qingming region, bordering on Ten Forest. Compared with the imperial city, it is not prosperous. However, the history of the ancient city is quite long. There have been people who are not strong in martial arts who have come here and left footprints. I heard that a little prince in the court almost subdued a small pterodactyl, but it was a pity that he failed in the end. An adult pterodactyl appeared, and a flame made a mountain burn, and the master of the palace was seriously injured. It's not easy to subdue a dragon. It's great to be able to subdue a dragon. Ning Xiaochuan came out to buy Shan Yao and sat down in a restaurant for lunch. He heard that the topics discussed by everyone were related to dragon and dragon elephant. Either the young master of a certain sect subdued a dragon elephant, or the general of a court fought with the wild dragon and took the wild dragon as a mount. Hearing the word dragon, the red dragon was restless. He got out of Ning Xiaochuan's sleeve, sat on the table and listened to the talk of those martial artists. It's relatively easy to subdue the dragon elephant. As long as it's strong enough, it can become a mount. However, the real dragon is different. The wisdom of the real dragon is even better than that of human beings. With dragon nature, it will only choose a warrior with strong talent as a combat companion. A rather old man said. However, the Dragon Clan has signed a millennium contract with the Imperial Court. Only people from the Imperial Court can go to the Dragon Valley to find the real dragon as a mount, and the success rate is still quite low. In fact, as long as you are lucky enough and powerful enough, it is still possible to subdue the real dragon. The red dragon sat on the table with his back against a big plate and his small claws holding a wine glass. He tasted the liquor, which seemed to be very appetizing, so that it could not provoke him to put down the wine glass. King Menjiu, did you come to the edge of the MTO forest? Ning Xiaochuan was a little surprised. Rattan Forest is the largest wild ancient forest in the Yulan Empire, occupying more than half of the Qinghai Mongolia region and covering thousands of miles. It is sparsely populated and densely populated with ancient trees, leaving many ancient relics. Of course, the most important thing is that more than 70% of the real dragons of the Dragon Clan live in the depths of the MTO forest. This is an area demarcated by the Dragon Clan in the Yulan Empire. Here, the Dragon Clan is the master. In addition to the Dragon Clan, there are also a large number of dragon elephants and ferocious Xian beasts living in the MTO forest. Some of the Xian beasts can carry mountains and even fight with real dragons. They are extremely fierce. Brother, your mysterious beast and pet are very similar to the dragon. A bloated man came over with a smile and a folding fan in his hand, thinking he was very elegant. His face is very round, his eyebrows are thick and black, and his eyes are as small as mung beans. He is very impolite to sit opposite Ning Xiaochuan, staring at the red dragon on the table, and a trace of fine light flashed in his pupils. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Yes? Have you ever seen such a small dragon? This product is just a confused beast, which has nothing to do with the dragon." Ow. Red Bruce Lee can naturally understand Ning Xiaochuan's words, and appears very angry. He stands up, holds the wine cup, and wants to smash it to Ning Xiaochuan. It seems to say that you are the beast, and your family are all beasts. Seeing this scene, the man with a folding fan in his hand was more happy and said, "I'm going to work in the next history." "I don't know what to call you, brother?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "Ding Xiaosan." Shi Jin said with a dry smile, "It's Brother Ding. I've heard a lot about him. To tell you the truth, I really like this little beast of Brother Ding. Can Brother Ding give it up and sell it to me?" Ow. Red Bruce Lee clenched his teeth and directly splashed the wine in the glass on Shi Jingan, splashing Shi Jingan's face. Cluck. Red Dragon burst into laughter and rolled on the table. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "Brother Shi also saw that although Xiaohong is only a beast, she is also spiritual. I can't sell it." Shi Jingan wiped the wine on his face with his sleeve. Not only was he not angry, but he was more happy. He said, "Brother Ding, don't hurry to refuse first. The price is easy to negotiate." Shi Jingan saw that the red dragon was extraordinary and decided to pay a high price to buy it. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Brother Shi doesn't have to say much. Xiaohong is already my playmate. Even at a higher price, I can't sell it." Wow! What a lovely little dragon. It's really a dragon. A 16-year-old or 7-year-old girl walked into the restaurant. There was a string of mysterious bells hanging on her gold belt. Her skin was tender, her eyelashes were slender, and her eyes were bright. She also noticed the red dragon and walked quickly over. The girl's cultivation was not bad, and she was very fast. She stood beside the table almost in an instant, with bright eyes staring at the red dragon, and the exquisite ring on her slender jade waist kept ringing. Behind the girl, there are more than 10 martial arts masters, including young and handsome young heroes and white-haired martial arts elders, all of whom have extraordinary bearing, which makes the martial arts masters in the restaurant very surprised. In the eyes of these more than a dozen martial arts masters, they looked respectful and humble in front of the girl. It can be seen that this girl must have a high status, and her background is not simple. The Dharma Protector Elder of Tsuiyan sect, she This is the martial overlord of the older generation. He hasn't walked out for decades, but he actually came here. Inside the restaurant, there was a cry of surprise, which immediately caused heated discussion among all martial artists. Mo Xiaolong, the first genius of Moism, is a master of the younger generation. It is difficult to meet an opponent in the Green Mongolia region. The supreme elder of Yanhua sect, Wang Daoyi, is another old monster who hasn't walked out for many years. What is the identity of this girl? Why she, Mo Xiaolong and Wang Daoyi are all behind her. The masters of the three forces of Hualong City have become her followers. Suiyin sect, Mahist sect and Yanhua sect are the three most powerful forces in this area. They are awe-inspiring, 8 dermas, and masters like clouds. Other martial arts practitioners can only look up to the disciples of these three forces. Someone whispered, "I've heard that this girl comes from the Heavenly Voice sect, and she is the direct disciple of a big man of the Heavenly Voice sect." What Heavenly Sound sect? No wonder. In the martial arts circle of Yulan Empire, there are many sects, and there are no less than 10,000 martial arts sects. Some of the powerful clans are no weaker than the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. Tianyin sect ranks second among the 10,000 sects in the world, and has a high prestige in the martial arts world, which is comparable to the influence of King Dajinping's mansion in the imperial court. When disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect travel, masters from all sects will naturally come to escort them. Although the girl is still young, she has red lips and white teeth, apricot eyes, and peach cheeks. At a glance, she knows that she is a beauty. Her body has a aura twining, her skin is like jade, her eyelashes are thin and slender, and her golden pupils stare at the red Bruce Lee. She looks very fond, saying, "I want to buy this Bruce Lee, and you can offer a price." Ning Xiaochuan said flatly, "Don't sell." With a round belly, red Bruce Lee walked lazily on the table, picked up Ning Xiaochuan's glass, put it to his mouth, took a sip, sneezed, and sprayed Shijin dry face. The girl of Tianyinzong liked it more and more, and said, "I'll produce a medium-grade basalt, will you give it to me? If you don't sell it, don't sell it." Ning Xiaochuan put a large piece of silver on the table to settle the bill, picked up the red dragon's tail, and planned to leave. A young man in a dark blue robe stopped him and said coldly, "How dare you? Miss Niao likes your Xian beast and pet. It's a blessing you've cultivated for several generations. Don't be shameless, you boy." Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to argue with them at all, and walked out of the restaurant without looking back. Mo Xiaolong's face was a little embarrassed. In the territory of the Mahist family, someone dared not give him Mo Xiaolong's face. Miss Nia of Tianyin sect is a disciple of Wu Zun, with a noble status. Mo Xiaolong has always wanted to please her, hoping to win her favor and hold the beauty back. Since Miss Nia likes the red dragon, Mo Xiaolong naturally wants to help her win her hand. Phew! The Xuanqi ancient sword on the dragon's back of Mo dynasty flew out of the sheath and was wrapped by Xuanqi. In a moment, 15 sword chi virtual shadows were cut out. Mo Xiaolong is the first master of the younger generation of Moism. His martial arts cultivation is naturally very deep. He has not been defeated since childhood and has a great reputation in the whole Qingming region. Ning Xiaochuan's footsteps sank, and the mysterious chi of heaven and earth around his body formed a vortex, blocking the sword chi split by Ning Xiaolong out of his body and crushing it into black smoke. Ning Xiaochuan turned his head and stared at Mo Xiaolong fiercely, saying, "This time I don't care about you. If you make trouble again, don't blame me for being rude to you." Mo Xiaolong laughed scornfully and said, "It's a big tone. Don't think a little strength is great. I've seen too many people like you. To tell you the truth, I just used only 10% of my power. If the power is fully deployed, you can't resist it at all. Then come and try." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "Brother Ding, don't fight with them. The strength of Moism in Hualong City is very strong. Endure the wind and waves for a while, and take a step back. Shi Jinggan came out to be a peacemaker. Young man, sell that little mysterious beast to them. You can't fight them. Even if you fight Mo Chaolong, can you fight Moism? Even if you fight Moism, can you fight Tianyin sect? When your strength is not enough, you should bear it. You can't fight for a moment and lose your life. Many people are persuading Ning Xiaochuan. After all, they can see that Ning Xiaochuan is still very young and comes from other places. If he is not careful, he may die in the hands of Mo Chaolong. The Mahist family has a great cause, a long history, and many masters. Killing one or more martial artists is simply too normal. Many people think Ning Xiaochuan is too straight and intolerant. Today, he is likely to hate Hualong City. Shi Jinggan advised again, Brother Ding, why don't you sell this little beast to me, and let me bear the blame? Shi Jinggan saw that the red dragon was full of spirituality, and was by no means ordinary. According to his countless experience of reading dragons, it was likely to be a dragon cub. Ning Xiaochuan glanced slightly and said, Brother Shi, aren't you afraid of killing yourself? Facing Mo Chaolong, a genius of the Mahist school, Shi Jinggan looked very calm, with a smile on his face, and said, I'm just a wild crane with a big sky and a big earth. I can be home anywhere. Even if I offend the Mahist school, I can go elsewhere. What a big tone. Do you think you have offended the Mahist school and may escape from Hualong City? Mo Chaolong stared at Ning Xiaochuan murderously, trying to kill Ning Xiaochuan and take away the red dragon. At this moment, he stared at Shi Jinggan again, and felt that this fat man was not a good stubble, and could be removed together. Shi Jing said with a dry smile, this little brother's anger is too big. It hurts his body and his kidney. If you want to buy this little beast, as long as you can afford a high enough price, I believe there is still a chance to buy it. Shi Jinggan's body is very fat and full of fat. However, there is a bright brilliance like the sun in his eyes, and his martial arts cultivation is probably still above Mo Chaolong. In Hualong City, do Mo Chaolong still need to spend money to buy what he likes? Get out of here, or I'll kill you. As soon as Mo Chaolong's voice roared, it spit out deafening sound waves, shattering the wine cups and teapots on the table one after another. Shi Jing angrily pursed his lips and said, Ding Xiaoti, why don't you find a quiet place? The flies here are really annoying. That's what I mean. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Mo Chaolong was so angry that he couldn't expose it. He rushed out of his body into the red and golden sword. This 4-grade Xuanqi level sword exploded with dazzling rays. Zhang Jian chopped it out, pulled out a more than 10-meter long sword, and stirred the tables and chairs in the restaurant to pieces, turning them into sawdust flying in the air. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to provoke trouble, but the other party wanted to bully the door, which was unbearable. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan stood in place, motionless, and made a palm print. The palm rushed out the mysterious gas of dragon and tiger, and turned into a 7-meter-long hand print, which blasted through the sword gas. He turned his hand and suppressed Mo Chaolong to the ground. Bang! The ground was cracked by the earthquake, and Mo Chaolong lay on the ground, his body hard to move, as if pressed by mountains. Turning your hand over is cloud, covering your hand is rain. I'm afraid this is the only sentence that can describe everyone's mood at the moment. Mo Chaolong, who had beaten the invincible hands in the Green and Mongolian regions, was slapped over with a slap, which made many people don't believe their eyes and think they are dazzled. Mo Chaolong propped up the sword and condensed it into a sword net, trying to rush out from Ning Xiaochuan's palm print. Ning Xiaochuan waved his palm, and Hualong City crashed through the wall, flew out, rolled down the street, and coughed up blood in his mouth. Ow! 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 Red Bruce Lee patted his paws and kept shouting. He looked very excited and was cheering for Ning Xiaochuan. The girl surnamed Jia, from the Tianyin sect, liked it more and more. Her eyes were full of joy and she wanted to take Red Bruce Lee as a pet. The spirit of this little Shan beast is so cute. Young man, I don't see your cultivation is so good, but Hualong City is not an ordinary small place, and no one can cause trouble here. Among the more than a dozen strong martial arts men behind the girl surnamed Jia, out came an old man with half-white hair. His steps were very heavy, his martial arts cultivation was thick, and his eyes were not good at staring at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan was very calm and said, "It's not me who caused trouble, but you." The half-white-haired old man's eyes showed a trace of white light, and said, "My name is Shi, and I have some status in the Hualong City area. If you sell this little mysterious beast to Miss Jia, today's matter, the three major forces in Hualong City will not be investigated. What do you think?" She is the Dharma protector elder of Tsuyin sect. He has a superior position in the Hualong City area. Many family owners want to give him a third face. This is a real martial overlord. No one dares to offend such a person easily. Wang Daoyi also came out, stood opposite Ning Xiaochuan, and said, "Young man, please don't make a mistake. In your identity, you don't have enough resources to feed the Shan beast, and eventually it will only become a mortal beast. Miss Nie is a disciple of the Wu Zun of the Tianyin sect. If the little Shan beast follows her, it may grow into a real dragon in the future. Wang Daoyi is the supreme elder of Yanhua sect. He has been closed for many years and rarely walks out. His status is higher than that of Shi. It's quite a great thing for the two overlords of the older generation to come forward. If this young man still dares not to appreciate it, it's estimated that he will die." Ning Xiaochuan said humbly, "I say it again for the last time, Xiaohong is my friend, and I can't sell it. If the two predecessors have to force others to be difficult, the younger generation can only offend." Boom. It's boiling. How dare this young man dare to challenge two old overlords? Is he young and energetic, or does he really have good cultivation? Just now, Ning Xiaochuan's strong suppression of Mo Chaolong did show great combat power, but I'm afraid it's far from challenging the overlord of the older generation. Shi's body sent out a cold breath, his eyes were burning, and said, "Young people like you are rare. I'll come and see what ability you have, and how dare you be so arrogant." Between Shi's fingers, blue lightning appeared, and the thick dark air was sent out, shaking the air and rolling. Ning Xiaochuan gently stepped back and sealed all the Xuanqi in the west. If a battle really breaks out at this time, Ning Xiaochuan can defeat Shi with only one move. An old man who has practiced for decades still fights with a young man, and he is not afraid of being laughed off. A crisp woman's voice rang out and echoed in the restaurant. Her voice was very ethereal and at the same time extremely pleasant. Shi's eyes stared at a box upstairs and said in a deep voice, "Who? Get out. The door of the box is closed, and you can't see who is inside? Shi, you are too brave. You really think that if you dominate Hualong City, no one can rule you?" The woman's voice is very sweet, but the sound waves are mixed with Xuanqi, with strong power, overwhelming toward the west. Xianqi rushed to his face, condensing a layer of white frost on Shi's body. The girl surnamed Jia of Tianyin sect exclaimed, "Xianin Zhenqi. She is the demon girl of the demon door." The eyes of everyone looked into the box again, and their eyes showed a look of fear, and they couldn't help but step back. Everyone knows the evil name of the demon sect. Even an ancient large sect like Tianyin sect dare not easily offend the demon sect, let alone others. The demon girl of the demon gate actually came to Hualong City. No wonder she didn't pay attention to the old strong men like Shi. Papa. On Shi's body, there was a layer of white Shangang qi, which broke the cold frost. She was extremely angry and said, "Demon girl, dare to come to Hualong City, so you can't leave here alive today." West took out 2 pieces of black iron and combined them to form a black spear. The spear, like a poisonous dragon, roared and blasted a 3-foot-long dark gas light, bombarding the box. This black spear is a mysterious weapon of the 4th grade, which has been infected in the water of the 100 poison pool. When the spear is waved, it brings a poisonous wind. Inside the box, it seemed that there was a huge vortex, which sucked the mysterious gas in the air crazily, almost vacuuming. Boom! Even if a palm print bombarded out, it was extremely cold and earth-shaking, forcing she to retreat, almost frozen by the palm print again. She broke his palm prints, his hands were numb with cold, and his mouth kept panting. Shining God's palm. This is the supreme magic power of the blood-devouring Tao of the demon sect. Unless it is an important figure of the blood-devouring Tao, there is no chance to cultivate this magic power. The background of this demon girl must be very complicated. I'm afraid Zuiyin sect and Yanhua sect have provoked people they shouldn't have provoked. What are they afraid of? Even if the sky falls, there is also Tianyin sect supporting it. The leader of Tianyin sect, Yun Jingchu, known as Channing Fairy Queen, any musical instrument in her hand can be turned into a Jinsher killing soldier, with 100,000 corpses lying between her fingers. Even the demon sect may not dare to easily provoke Tianyin sect. The appearance of the demon girl in the demon gate did cause a huge storm, which made some of the older generation strong men look dignified and dare not act rashly. After all, she was an old man who lived for decades and soon calmed down. Although Zuiyin sect was strong, if he offended the demon sect, he would still be unable to escape the disaster of destroying the sect. He arched his hand and said, "She has no intention of being an enemy of the demon gate. He just wants to help Miss Nya of the voice sect, by a mysterious beast. I hope you don't interfere in this matter." She lifted the girl surnamed Nya out, just to get rid of the relationship. Even if she provoked the demon girl of the demon gate, the demon girl could only go to Tianyin sect for revenge. What if I have to intervene in this matter? The demon girl sneered. She's face was embarrassed, and the demon girl of the demon gate didn't give him face, which was forcing him to work hard. Dada! On the stairs, 2 rhythmic footsteps sounded, causing a commotion. At the entrance of the stairs, a man and a woman came up, all wrapped in thick xuanqi. The man was handsome and bright, and looked like Panin. The woman's jade body is delicate and beautiful. Seeing this man and woman walking up the stairs, Sidon was overjoyed and hurried to meet them. He bowed to them and said, "Young Master Yi and Miss Nya have come so well that only you can subdue the demon girl." The man surnamed Yi is probably in his 20s. His hair is blue, his eyes are bright, his nose is like a gall, and he carries an ancient sword around his waist, which is like a sword fairy in white. Demon girl. His eyes, looking at the box upstairs, showed a frightening sword in his clear pupils. "Sister, I want to buy that little dragon, but he doesn't sell it." The girl surnamed Nya looks pitiful, staring at the red dragon, and she is very fond of it. The woman called sister by the girl surnamed Nya came along with the man surnamed Ji, carrying a green wood guqin on her back, with a veil on her face, and a dark blue aura on her body. Her temperament was dusty, and every inch of her skin didn't seem to belong to the world. She was half a head taller than the girl surnamed Nya, with a soft body and plump breasts and hips. All the female martial artists present were ashamed. A martial artist exclaimed, "Are they Nyesher Xuanshu? Why are you surprised? You can't be quiet when you see a beautiful woman. What do you know? Nye Xuanshu has a great reputation. Her sister Nya Lanqin is a disciple of the Queen of Thousand Sounds and the first beauty of the Heavenly Voice sect. She claims to be comparable with the Jade Ningxing, the first beauty of the Imperial City. Her sister's name is Nya Lanji. She is a disciple of the Wu Zun of the Heavenly Voice sect. She is young, but her reputation has spread far and wide. When she grows up, her beauty will certainly be no worse than her sister." Speaking of beauty, all martial artists were excited, and their hearts could not be calm. Some martial artists with high martial arts cultivation even have the idea of going to uncover the mysterious veil of Niao Lanxin and want to have a glimpse of the fairy face, but they are afraid of her unpredictable cultivation. Because she is a disciple of the Queen of Thousand Sounds and the strongest of the younger generation of Tianyin sect. Even the martial overlord of the older generation has been defeated by her. Young strong men such as Niao Lanxin can't go anywhere in the whole Yulan Empire. Even the strong men of the older generation will only become dust under her feet. While marveling at the beautiful eyes of Nia's Tu Shu, the eyes of everyone couldn't help staring at the man surnamed Ji. Just now, everyone saw that Niao Lanxin walked in side by side with the man surnamed Ji, and his status must be not low, which made people have to guess the identity of the man surnamed Ji. Niao Lanxin's eyes were clear, with wisps of mist, staring at the red dragon, and he really noticed the spirit of the red dragon. This is definitely not an ordinary species, and it may really grow into a real dragon in the future. Child, I don't know what conditions you need before you are willing to transfer this little Shan beast. Niao Lanxin's cultivation is very high and his temperament is very dust-free. His voice is like the notes on the string, especially ethereal and beautiful. Compared with that slightly immature sister, Niao Lanji. She is more like a lotus out of water. She can be called a peerless beauty, just like a fairy in the dust. Shi Jing'an's eyes stared at Niao Lanxin, added lips, and smiled. Brother Ding, even I want to lose all my money, just for Beauty Bo to smile. Otherwise, it's quite happy to give the little beast to Nia Xianzi and make friends with Beauty. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to say any more. Holding the red dragon's tail, he turned and walked downstairs. Brother, can you stay a step longer? I'm willing to exchange a top-grade basalt for this little mysterious beast. The man surnamed Ji stood in front of Ning Xiaochuan with an easygoing smile on his face. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was slightly surprised. The man's cultivation was so strong that he moved in front of him without making any sound and stopped his way. Just because he showed this skill, even Tenshi, I'm afraid they are not his opponents. A top-grade basalt. People's hearts shook again, and they had to re-examine the identity of the man surnamed Yi. The value of a top-grade basalt is at least 500 million coins. It can be called a priceless treasure. Martial artists can directly extract the xuanqi in the top-grade xianqi to increase cultivation. Therefore, no martial artist will sell top-grade basalt at all. Buy a small mysterious beast with a top-grade basalt. Is this small mysterious beast really a real dragon cub? Ning Xiaochuan said, a top-grade basalt can't buy Xiaohong. Brother, you make a price. No matter what conditions you put forward, I'll try to meet them. The man surnamed Ji said. Really? Ning Xiaochuan said, if I want to know the location of the Heavenly Emperor Temple, can you help me find it? The divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven is the palace left by the Emperor of Heaven. It's ethereal and hangs on the 9 heavens. It's not what we ordinary people can expect at all. Brother, this condition is really difficult for people. Otherwise, I'll give you a sword formula treasure book in exchange for a small mysterious beast. The man surnamed Ji said. The value of this sword code is definitely more than a top-grade basalt. Because the man surnamed Yi attached more importance to this sword formula treasure book, which should be his last price. If Ning Xiaochuan didn't agree, I'm afraid he wouldn't be so talkative as now. Ning Xiaochuan's world-destroying swordsmanship is already an ancient and modern sword formula, so naturally he will not be rare for other sword formulas anymore. He said, since your excellency can't meet my conditions, then I have to leave first. Ning Xiaochuan bypassed the man surnamed Ji and walked down the stairs. The man surnamed Yi showed a sharp sword in his eyes and said, this mysterious beast is a young god dragon. Its future achievements are unimaginable. If it follows you, it may bring you disaster of killing. Ning Xiaochuan had long seen the extraordinary of this man surnamed Ji. Unexpectedly, he had seen through the source of the red dragon. It seemed that he was underestimated. However, by telling the true species of the red dragon, he is also undermining Ning Xiaochuan. If everyone knew that Ning Xiaochuan had a dragon cub, he would definitely be killed. Sure enough, after the man surnamed Yi said this, the eyes of all the martial artists present became hot and greedy. Yi Nantian, you underestimate our people in the court. Can't our people in the court even guard a young dragon and need you to mind your own business? A man with a dragon's head and a golden crown came to the bottom of the restaurant and stood prominently in the middle of the street, dressed in dark iron armor. He was tall and had an air of domineering majesty emanating from his body, which made the sky covered with a layer of golden fog. This is the realm of connecting chi with clouds. Only those who have reached a certain realm of cultivation can have this ability. Behind the golden crown man stood a group of martial artists in official clothes, who were very respectful to the golden crown man. This is the little lord of the Dragon Palace, who will inherit the title of the Dragon King in the future and become one of the 4 lords in the imperial court. I heard that he wanted to become a dragon warrior and entered the MTO forest many times. Some time ago, he almost surrendered a pterosaur. Just now, the little lord called the man surnamed Yi Nantian. Is it the Yi Nantian of a Yuan sect? A young warrior thought of a person in his mind, and his heart was extremely shocked. He stared at the man surnamed Yi tightly, and his eyes almost stared out of his eyes. When the little prince of the dragon mansion arrived, it became more restless here. Are you a member of the court? Yi Nantian stared at Ning Xiaochuan and frowned slightly. He originally thought Ning Xiaochuan was just a stronger casual cultivation, but he didn't expect that the other party was born in the imperial court, which was difficult. The little prince sneered, he is naturally a member of our court, and if he really wants to fight, you may not be his opponent. Ning Xiaochuan once offered sacrifices in the ancestral land of Jiangna Marquis Mansion, and almost all princes went there. It's not strange that the little prince of Shenlong Mansion could recognize him. Boasting is almost the same. Can anyone in your court be an opponent of Elder Martial Brother Yi? Niao Longji said boldly, without much fear of the little prince of the Dragon Palace. In her view, Yi Nantian, a young generation, is simply invincible, and there can be no one to be his opponent. Her heart worships Yi Nantian extremely. If it weren't for her sister's engagement with Yi Nantian, she even wanted to marry Yi Nantian as a concubine. This is a kind of girls' worship and Shinai. I'm afraid there are only 3 or 5 young people in the court who can compete with me. If the little prince really wants to verify Yi's cultivation, why not do it himself? Yi Nantian's face showed a leisurely smile. The sun was bright and his eyes were deep, which made many women present envious and moved their hearts secretly. The little prince smiled and said, I don't fight with you once or twice, and I can't tell the difference, because of other things, every time. I won't fight today. You don't call yourself Yunconghao, and there are no martial arts talents in the imperial court anymore. Then don't be afraid to fight with my friend. If you can defeat him, I will admit that you are better than me. In the future, I will automatically retreat and give up. What do you think? Being able to make the little lord of the Dragon Mansion pay so much attention to this shows that this boy must be outstanding, and Yi Nantian's face is also dignified. Ning Xiaochuan said quietly, Little prince, are you helping me or hurting me? The little prince laughed and said, Naturally, I'm helping you. You know, if you don't show some real skills, this young Xia Yi can't let you leave. Of course, since you want to fight, you can't fight casually. What should you do if Yi Nantian loses? Yi Nantian's smile was like the spring breeze, blowing on his face and said, If he fails, what should he do? If he loses, he will give you this dragon cub, said the little prince. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, Why don't you give him the dragon golden crown on your head? Good. Plus the dragon golden crown on my head. The little prince was very heroic, without affectation at all, and his face was full of laughter. Ning Xiaochuan was a little surprised. Just now he was just talking casually, not seriously. You should know that the meaning of Dragon Golden Crown is extraordinary, which represents the identity of the heir of the Dragon Palace. If the Dragon Golden Crown is lost, it will not be qualified to become the heir of the Dragon Palace together. This little prince is too rash. Ning Xiaochuan is a cautious person who doesn't like gambling. Even if he knows it's a sure thing, he won't easily take risks. This is the basic quality of a doctor. Ning Xiaochuan always felt that the little prince must want to make such a big bet, and he didn't know what was worth taking out the Dragon Golden Crown to bet on Yinantian. Although Yinantian's state of mind is very stable, it is also difficult to resist such temptation. This is the cub of a dragon, which is of great significance. It is more precious than anything, and it is definitely worth gambling. Moreover, he is extremely confident in his martial arts cultivation. Everyone is talking about the hostess. Now there are many female characters with compound requirements in the book, and you can choose several of them, but Lao Jiu plans to wait and decide. Yinantian said, "Okay. If I lose, I'll give you a top-grade basalt and a treasure book of sword formula." The little prince laughed. "Yinantian, in your opinion, a dragon cub and the king's dragon golden crown are only worth a top-grade basalt and a sword formula treasure book? When you are the prince and grandson of our court, are you poor?" Yinantian naturally knew that what he took out was far inferior to the dragon cub and the dragon golden crown, so he took out the sword around his waist. When the sword came out of its sheath, a purple light rose up and broke through the clouds. Plus this purple cloud flying sword, do you think it's heavy enough? This is indeed a rare ancient sword. There is a sword essence inside. The sword meaning is surging, just like a purple dragon, which can fly away through the clouds at any time. This is a 7-grade Xuanqi level sword. Obviously, Yinantian was confident in his martial arts cultivation, so he took out his sword as a bet. However, for the little prince who was born in the Dragon Mansion, a 7-grade Xuanqi had no attraction for him, so he shook his head and said, "If a 7-grade Xuanqi can replace the Dragon Golden Crown on the king's head, can't anyone be the prince of the Dragon Mansion?" What Yinantian cares most is not the Dragon Golden Crown, but the Dragon Cub. This is a natural strange species, but it can't be found. He said, "Then what do you think I should take as a bet?" Ning Xiaochuan is also curious about this problem. After all, the little prince dared to take out the Dragon Golden Crown as a bet. He was definitely not kind-hearted. It is estimated that he had been calculating Yinantian for a long time. The little prince's lips curled. "The dragon cub is my best friend for my friend, and it is more important than my own life. The Dragon Golden Crown is more important to me than my life. Unless you can also come up with something more important than your life. For example, your unmarried wife, Niao Lanqin. Miss Nie is known as the first beauty of Tianyin sect. In my opinion, only she can deserve me to bet with the Dragon Golden Crown. No one can gamble with his fiancée. This is really a good way to solve the problem." Ning Xiaochuan nodded secretly. It seemed that the little prince had calculated at the beginning, and he didn't really want to take out the Dragon Golden Crown as a bet. Shi Jinggan laughed. "This is really a good idea, which makes me want to bet." Yinantian's face sank and said, "Yuqing, are you provoking me?" Yinantian called the little prince's name directly, which showed how angry he was at the moment. The little prince Yuqing said with a smile, "Even if you are provoked, how can you win me? Even if we fight 10 more times, I'm afraid we won't win." Niao Lan said, "What if you add me?" There was a cold light in Niao Lanqin's eyes, and there was a bright spot in the center of his eyebrows. The white palm of his hand flowed out wisps of mysterious gas and mist, which could explode earth-shaking power at any time. Her body is plump, her chest and hips are full, and the veil on her face floats with the wind, revealing a corner of her beautiful face, which is perfect. If Niao Lanqing and Yinan Tian join hands, the little prince is really not sure that he can retreat all over, but he is not afraid. If you want to join hands, the grandsons of our court will also have to join hands with the enemy, but I'm afraid it will be you who will suffer at that time. If you accidentally scratch Miss Lanqing's skin, my king must be very distressed. Niao Lanqing's jade fingers were tightly pinched, and in a pair of golden pupils, it seemed that a flame was burning, clenching Bei's teeth. The princes in the court are as frivolous as you? No. You haven't seen this friend around me. He is a little marquis of the Marquis house, and his status is too noble to speak of. He is serious and never flirts. If Miss Niao likes his type, she can talk more with him and communicate with him. I will never mind. The little Prince Yuqing laughed. Niao Lanqing couldn't help glancing at Ning Xiaochuan. Is he really a little marquis? The descendants of princes in the imperial city always give others an image of a dandy. Just like Yuqing, although his martial arts cultivation is very high, he still doesn't look like a prince at all. Everywhere he goes, he must leave an affair. Therefore, the disciples born in the clan have no good impression on the descendants of princes who came out of the imperial city. I think they are all the second-generation ancestors who are domineering. It is the wealth resources accumulated by their ancestors that make their cultivation strong. They are not real genius heroes. However, Ning Xiaochuan gives people the feeling that he is really ordinary, not like people in the imperial court, not to mention the sons of princes with a flamboyant personality. Ning Xiaochuan said calmly, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Ning Xiaochuan took the red dragon and left. Knowing that he was a little marquis, no one dared to stop him. In the open, no one dares to rob a young duke of the Xian beast war pet. However, the value of the dragon cub is immeasurable. Since it has been known by people, someone will surely kill and seize animals behind their backs. Brother Ding, wait a minute, I'm on your way. Shi Jing'an's body was like a big ball. He jumped down from the upstairs and bounced twice, catching up with Ning Xiaochuan. His body is bloated, but his speed is not slow. The little Prince Yuqing also caught up and left with Ning Xiaochuan and Shi Jing'an. They didn't leave Hualong City at this point and came to a quiet other courtyard of the Shunlong Palace in Hualong City. Yuqing ordered his servants to send meals and good wine to entertain Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan can't refuse, because Yuqing really helped him out today, otherwise it will inevitably be a fierce battle. Brother Ning, did you come to Hualong City this time to subdue a real dragon and become a dragon warrior? Yuqing rode. Shi Jing'an stared at Ning Xiaochuan slightly, and secretly said that his surname was Ning. This is not a strange thing. After all, it is normal to walk in the martial arts world and hide your identity. I already have a dragon cub. Naturally, I don't need any other pet. Ning Xiaochuan laughed. Red Bruce Lee walked on the table, picked up the wine jar and poured it into his stomach. The stomach grew bigger and bigger, rising like a ball. Ning Xiaochuan said, who is that Yinan Tian? Yuqing said, his background is not ordinary. Since he is seen through the real body of the dragon cub, he can never give up. His master is a very great person. Even all martial masters respectfully call his master Sword Saint. Swordsman Yuan Luo. Ning Xiaochuan was surprised. The name of the Sword Saint is well known in the Jade Haze Empire. He is a legendary martial arts master. The Sword Saint Yuan Luo is a quite legendary figure. He is the supreme lord of the One Yuan sect, the first of 10,000 sections. It is said that he has lived nearly 200 years. The Sword Saint Yuan Luo, together with the Demon Emperor Duanmian, the king of the great Jinping Yuzhongmi, and the Taoist patriarch Taichu Wenhua, are called the four top masters in the world. Yinan Tian turned out to be a disciple of the Sword Saint Yuan Luo. No wonder the cultivation of martial arts is so extraordinary. He can be called a young hero. If he really came from a different background. Ning Xiaochuan narrowed his eyes and said, Yinan Tian is the disciple of the supreme leader of the Yuan sect. Niao Lanqin is the disciple of the leader of the Tianyin sect. The Yuan sect and the Tianyin sect are the first and second sects, respectively. I'm afraid the marriage of these two clans can already threaten the court. Yu Qing laughed and said, on the surface, a Yuan sect and Tianyin sect claim that the two marriages are to resist going south to the Demon Gate. In fact, their real purpose is estimated. As Brother Ning said, it is enough to threaten the court. He continued, in today's world, the situation is changing. All the major ancient civilizations in the northwest are gathering troops and hoarding them in the frontier fortress. When there is chaos in the Yuan Empire, they will surely send troops south and cross the country. On the other hand, the Demon Emperor Duan Muhan has been closed for 10 years. After leaving the customs, he immediately held a Demon Gate conference and marched south into the imperial city, which is already an inevitable trend. The marriage between a Yuan sect and Tianyin sect makes all the sects in the world bow down. The forces gathered are strong enough to compete with the imperial army. They can resist the invasion of the demon sect when they retreat, and can drive straight into the imperial city when they enter, and cut the foundation of the national fortune of our Yuan Empire. Their hearts should be killed. The empire has been strong for 800 years, the country is rich and strong, martial arts are popular, and all countries have come to Korea. But now they are suffering from internal and external troubles. It is likely to flourish and decline, collapse overnight, and usher in a troubled world that is difficult to encounter in the ages. Yu Qing looked very serious at the moment, without the slightest look of a dandy, sighed, the most important thing is that the pillar of the Yuan Empire, the Lord of the Academy, has left. If his old man still sits in the Academy, who dares to move the foundation of the national fortune of the Yuan Empire? I heard that Brother Ning has an unusual relationship with the Palace Lord, and I don't know where the Palace Lord has gone now. I have left the Jade Haze Empire to find a higher realm of martial arts. Immortal figures like him can't be guessed at our current realm. Now, the Emperor of Heaven Academy is taken over by the spiritual and virtual venerable, and I don't know whether I can withstand the pressure and hold the tide. Ning Xiaochuan showed a thoughtful look. Yu Qing frowned and said, the spirit empty venerable is still too young after all. Yes. The spirit virtual venerable is still too young. Maybe she can be invincible to the younger generation, but compared with the Demon Emperor and the Sword Saint, she is still too far away. Ning Xiaochuan said, if the Jade Orchid Empire collapses, the first to bear the brunt is our king's residences. In everyone's eyes, our king's residences have accumulated thousands of years of wealth, mines, and troops, hidden more than half of the cultivation resources of the Jade Orchid Empire, and enjoyed aristocratic treatment that others can't enjoy, which will definitely make countless people jealous. Once the empire collapses, we will definitely be chased and beaten by the martial arts of the world. Yu Qing nodded, his face was not good-looking, and said, yes, so all our kings and home mansions should unite and be monolithic. No matter how powerful the external forces are, they can't shake the foundation of the empire. Of course, it would be better if we could start first. Ning Xiaochuan raised his eyebrows and said, what does little prince mean? Yu Qing smiled, a Yuan sect and Tianyin sect want to marry and form an alliance, so we just don't let them be happy. Are you still thinking about Niao Lanqin? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yu Qing patted Ning Xiaochuan on the shoulder and laughed, a man who doesn't want to sleep with the most beautiful woman in the world is not a good man. Is Brother Ning really only devoted to Ningxin girl and doesn't have any thoughts about other women? I think it's impossible. I solemnly recommend to you Jun Luohua's Supreme God of War, an absolutely hot-blooded work. In the Shenwu continent, the strong are respected, and the martial people are born with a kind of martial spirit. The 5 elements grow and overcome each other, and ice and fire are incompatible. The golden scales are the things in the pool, and the ice and fire will turn into dragons. An ancient ice crystal, a genius of the flaming holy body, makes a legend trembling in the world. Li Ling Tian, a youth of the earth, encountered hail and crossed the Shenwu continent. He possessed a genius youth, and genius became waste. From then on, the phoenix was not as good as the chicken. It was a blessing in disguise. An article on the reincarnation of heaven and earth made him rise strongly, soared with the wind and cloud, and became the supreme god of war. Shi Jinggan patted the table and laughed. Nia's two Shu are beautiful women in Qingqing. If we can rob them into our accounts, even if we let them dance and sing to us, it will be quite pleasant. Yu Qing's eyes lit up and said, "Dear friend, I just have this idea. Why don't we conspire? If it's really successful, how happy is it that we turn clouds and rain one by one? Brother Ning, are you interested in conspiring with us? This kind of thing hurts my character, so I won't join in." Ning Xiaochuan smiled and left with the red dragon. Yu Qing shouted, "I bought 6 young girls from Tianji dynasty. Their skin is fresh and delicate. Do you want me to send 2 to Brother Ning later?" "No." Ning Xiaochuan has walked out the door. Shi Jinggan coughed twice and said, "Character determines the happiness index. He doesn't understand interest and is destined to make many women feel sad. But I'm different. I take care of girls' feelings very much. The little prince doesn't want to send 2 young girls to my room. I'm going to talk about life philosophy with them." "Okay, no problem. Let's talk about the way to deal with Ning Xiaochuan first. If we can take them down, we will be famous all over the world." Yu Qing and Shi Jinggan whispered, secretly talking about how to abduct Ning Xiaochuan, and the room always made a strange laugh. Even the maid who was waiting outside the door felt creepy and her vest cooled when she heard the laughter. Ning Xiaochuan is not a respectable gentleman. The reason why he didn't deal with Ning Xiaochuan of the Tianyin sect with them was that he didn't want to have more rights and wrongs. As soon as he entered the residence, he felt a cold breath. There was no one in the room, but the breath condensed and did not disperse, which was real. If other martial artists are not aware of the abnormality, only Ning Xiaochuan, who has the magic heart palace of the 7 orifices, can have such a powerful mind. "Come out. I know you will come," Ning Xiaochuan said quietly. In the air, there are ripples, forming a mirror illusion. Duanka Suzuki came out of the mirror illusion, dressed in black gauze, wrapped in an amethyst belt on her slender waist, with her hands behind her, showing her proud chest and standing in the center of the room. Her beautiful apricot eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and Daimei curled slightly and said, "Yes. You actually saw through my mirror illusion, and your mind was so strong. Did you know that I was in the box during the day?" Ning Xiaochuan's mind is so powerful that even Wu Zun can see through, not to mention Duan Mulinger. During the day, when in the restaurant, Ning Xiaochuan knew that she was the demon girl of the demon gate who shocked she, so she was sure to come to find herself at night. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Why did you come to Hualong City instead of hiding in the Marquis of Jiangya?" Duanka Suzuki stood under the lamp. The light reflected her skin white and said, "I came to Hualong City with Her Highness, the Saint. I have something very important to do." Ning Xiaochuan was surprised and said, "She has also come to Hualong City? Where is she? Take me to see her." Duan Mulinger was very bored and said, "I'm your cousin, and I don't see you so eager to see me. Why do you suddenly want to see the Holy Lady? Is it true that, as everyone said, you really love her so much that you can't extricate yourself? I can tell you, the Holy Lady is arrogant and jade, and may not fall in love with you. Don't worry so much about it. I just want to know if Xiaolinger is with her." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Red Bruce Lee was originally drunk. When he heard that Ning Xiaochuan mentioned Xiaolinger, he immediately understood something. His face showed joy, his eyes widened, and he stared expectantly at Duanki Linger. Duanka Suzuki said, "Your Highness and Zaya Suzuka have both gone to MTO Forest and have extremely important things to do. I'll stay outside to meet them. As for how long they can come back, I'm not sure. Let's go to Mudo Forest now." Ning Xiaochuan couldn't wait. Holding Duan Kipling's hand, he flew directly out of the other house of the Dragon Palace and rushed to the Mudo Forest outside Hualong City. Ning Xiaochuan didn't go to Yuqing to say goodbye. After all, he entered the MTO Forest to find the Saint of the Demon Gate. It's better not to let the people in the court know about it. As soon as Ning Xiaochuan and Duan Mulinger came out of Hualong City, they were ambushed by a group of mysterious martial arts masters. More than a dozen martial arts magical powers flew out of the darkness, some with sword qi, some with virtual shadow of Xian beast, and some with mysterious weapons. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan immediately propped up the clouds and returned to his vitality. In the air, colorful clouds filled the sky and wrapped his body, forming a huge magical mysterious gas cover with a diameter of 10 meters, which blocked everyone's attack from the mysterious gas cover. The stars change. Ning Xiaochuan formed a huge vortex in front of him, which turned into ripples and waves, controlled all martial arts powers, chose around his body, and then fought back to break into the dark forest. Boom! More than a dozen martial arts magical powers exploded in the dark, and there was a scream of martial artists. Ah! The little Marquis of the Imperial Court was really strong. They attacked together and were so easy to be broken by him. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, with a cold light, said in a deep voice, "Get out. Just because of you mob, you can't kill me." Really? You're too confident. Mo Chaolong came out of the darkness, and his body was completely wrapped by xuanqi, forming a huge xuanqi cover. Obviously, he also knew that Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation was strong and very cautious. Behind him, there are 4 elders with quite long grades, all of whom are elders of Moism. They have a high status in Hualong City. Stamping their feet can make the ground tremble. Behind them, there are many martial arts figures flashing, and obviously there are many martial arts strong people hiding in the dark. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Mo Chaolong, glanced at the darkness again, and said with a smile, "It's you. How did you know I was going out of town?" Mo Chaolong smiled coldly, "If you have a dragon cub, you will be coveted by many martial arts giants. Hualong City naturally can't stay, so I'm sure you will escape from Hualong City overnight." So it is. Ning Xiaochuan was still wondering why the Mahists knew in advance that he was going out of the city and set an ambush here. It turned out that Mo Chaolong's thinking logic was so simple. To be honest, Ning Xiaochuan was really not afraid of Moism. If he hadn't learned that Yu Ningxing had entered the MTO Forest, he might have stayed in Hualong City for a few days. Duanka Suzuki's eyes were cold and said, "Why are you talking so much nonsense with them? A mere Mahist dares to have the idea of a dragon cub. I really don't know how to write the word death. She is the granddaughter of the Demon Emperor. She has a great temper. Naturally, she doesn't pay attention to a mere Mahist school." An old man standing behind Mo Chaolong snorted coldly, "Little girl, you are so arrogant. If you are caught today, you will be sold to be the cheapest slave." Duan Mulinger was so arrogant that her eyes showed a strong sense of killing. The dark air in her blood vibrated, and a cold air rushed out of her body, freezing a thick layer of frost on the ground. Her figure is concave and convex, full of beauty. Schwa disappeared from the original place, flew to the old man's body, and played a cold martial magic. The old man's heart was slightly shocked, and immediately stirred up xuanqi, condensed more than a dozen metal soldiers, all knives and guns, and flew out at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. More than a dozen metal soldiers were all cut off by Duanka Suzuki's palm and fell to the ground. She slapped the old man in the palm of his hand and shook him back 5 steps. "Xianin God palm." The old man felt cold all over, like falling into an ice cellar. Duenka Suzuki's speed was extremely fast. He leaped up again and made a big cold handprint. The old man watched helplessly as a very cold palm print bombarded his heart, and a tearing sound came out of his body. The heart was shattered by the palm print and turned into ice in the body. The elder of the Mahist family was shocked. His body was wrapped in a layer of cold ice, and then fell straight to the ground, breathless and dead. Duan Mulinger retreated like lightning again, stood beside Ning Xiaochuan, and stared at the martial artist of the Mahist school with cold light. Only a Mahist school dared to claim to sell me as a slave. I can guarantee that within a month, the Mahist family will die, and there will be no one alive. She is a demon girl. Mo Chaolong's heart was shocked, and he clearly felt that there was Xianing Qi surging on Duan Mulinger. How could the demon girl be with the little marquis in the court? Ning Xiaochuan knew that Duenka Suzuki's identity had been exposed and said, "Do it. Don't leave any." Ning Xiaochuan unfolded the rainbow and moved, turning his body into a colorful rainbow, which instantly fell in front of Mo Chaolong. In Mo Chaolong's frightened eyes, a sword wave pierced Mo Chaolong's heart, leaving a wine glass-sized blood hole in his heart. Mo Chaolong fell to the ground, his eyes widened, and he didn't know who he had offended in the end. If you let him know that the person you want to kill is Ning Xiaochuan, even if you lend him a courage, he won't dare to be an enemy of Ning Xiaochuan. The Marquis of Jiang'e is not an ordinary marquis, and it is not just a Mahist school that can afford to be provoked. The other three elders of the Mahist school were all surprised by the speed Ning Xiaochuan showed. It was simply not a martial arts cultivation that a young man should have, and was even stronger than the demon girl of the demon door. Before they reacted, Ning Xiaochuan's palm turned into a blade and beheaded one of the elders. The head rolled to the ground like a ball and fell into the grass. In front of a young boy, the Mahist elder, who was usually high above, had no power to fight back, and was hacked and killed with only one palm. The remaining two elders showed a miserable look in their eyes, and were shocked by Ning Xiaochuan's strength. A torrent of mysterious qi poured out under their feet. At the same time, they launched a rapid body method and ran away in two different directions. I solemnly recommend to you Jun Luohua's Supreme God of War, an absolutely hot-blooded work. In the Shenwu continent, the strong are respected, and the martial people are born with a kind of martial spirit. The five elements grow and overcome each other, and ice and fire are incompatible. The golden scales are the things in the pool, and the ice and fire will turn into dragons. An ancient ice crystal, a genius of the flaming holy body, makes a legend trembling in the world. Li Ling Tian, a youth of the earth, encountered hail and crossed the Shenwu continent. He possessed a genius youth, and genius became waste. From then on, the phoenix was not as good as the chicken. It was a blessing in disguise. An article on the reincarnation of heaven and earth made him rise strongly, soared with the wind and cloud, and became the supreme god of war. One of the elders rushed to the direction of Hualong City, as fast as lightning. With the sole of his foot kicking under the city, his body took off more than 50 meters high to fly over the city wall and escape into the city. Phew! Ning Xiaochuan stood on the ground, and the dark qi in his body converged to the center of his eyebrows, gestating a dazzling light. Eyebrow heart, like a burning sun. This is the cultivation of the martial magic of a scorching sun burning the sky. The surrounding temperature rises rapidly, and the vegetation on the ground is burning. Phew! A golden flame light column flew out and bombarded the Mahist elder who was about to read the city wall. The body of the Mahist elder was lit like a lantern, and soon burned into ashes, not even a hair left. Ning Xiaochuan chased the last Mahist elder, who fled to the forest of Mudo, and his speed was surprisingly fast, just like a ghost shuttling through the forest. He heard the scream of another elder just now. He knew that the elder must have died miserably, and his heart was extremely frightened. Tonight, he was really unlucky. He had come to ambush others, but he didn't expect that the other party was a top power. I'm afraid the Mahist school has provoked the wrong people this time. The fleeing elder suddenly stopped, slid forward more than 10 meters, and stared at the white boy standing in front of him in horror. Ning Xiaochuan stood under the tree with his hands on his back. The moonlight passed through the leaves and sprinkled on the ground, forming strange dark graphics and texts, which added a bit of fear to the already dark Mudo forest. The heart of the elder of Moism suddenly trembled, and he felt a breath of Wu Zun emanating from the boy in white, so that the mysterious chi of Wu Dao in his body could not work normally, and the heart palace of Wu Dao was almost broken. Dada. Duan Kisuzuki killed all the other warriors of the Mahist family, and dozens of people were killed in her hands. She came from behind with a bloody machete, blocking the retreat of the Mahist elder. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Tell me the purpose of Yinan Tian and Yao Lanxin coming to Hualong City. Maybe I can give you a way to live." The eyes of the Mahist elders showed an absolute look, and the mysterious spirit of martial arts in the body worked frantically, displaying a self-injuring martial arts magic power. On the surface of the skin, scales grew, and the body swelled into a 7-meter-high dragon elephant, whose body was several times larger than that of the elephant. He swallowed the dragon elephant's blood essence from childhood and cultivated the dragon elephant calcining magic. Once the magic was exerted, it would be infinitely powerful, comparable to the power of a dragon elephant. Boom! The dragon elephant frantically rushed to Ning Xiaochuan, shaking the earth and shaking the leaves on the trees. Ning Xiaochuan didn't mean to dodge. There was a roar of dragons and tigers in his body. His arm was wrapped in dragon-shaped lightning, and a punch hit the top of the dragon elephant's head. Suddenly, the hard scales of the dragon elephant were broken, and the head of the dragon elephant was blown open. Duan Mulinger stared at this scene, with all kinds of disgust in his heart. This guy's body was too strong to dare to fight with the dragon elephant, and he didn't know how to refine it. The strength and defense of the dragon elephant are quite terrible, which is far from being comparable to other Xian beasts. Even with Duan Kisuzuki's martial arts cultivation, if you encounter a dragon elephant, you can't only retreat. It's impossible to be abnormal like Ning Xiaochuan, and punch through the head of the dragon elephant with one punch. Boom! The huge body of the dragon elephant fell to the ground, and the martial arts magic power was broken, and it turned into a thin Mahist elder. The Mahist elder had a blood hole in the middle of his eyebrow, in which red and white liquid flowed. He was dying, and his vitality was rapidly losing. Even if the immortal Luo made a move, it was impossible to revive him. Let's go. The masters in Hualong City must be alarmed. Let them see me with you, and they'll be in trouble. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Duan Kisuzuki was a little confused and said, "They can see it when they see it. Anyway, I'm your cousin. It's normal for me to be with you." Although she said so, she left with Ning Xiaochuan and entered the Mudo forest. Soon after the two of them left, a large group of people came. Mo Lingyun, the master of the Mahist family, walked in the front and rushed to the place where the battle took place. Seeing the corpses all over the ground, his heart sank to the extreme cold. "Tell the owner that Lin Cheng always dies under Xuaning's true anger, and it is likely that the demon girl of the demon gate killed them," said an old warrior. Mo Lingyun's martial arts cultivation was very strong, and his eyesight was better than that of ordinary people. He shook his head and said, "They died under two different forces. In addition to the demons, the little marquis of the court should also be on the spot. Young Master Yi, you must make decisions for our Mahist family." Yinan Tian also rushed to the outside of Hualong City. His jade face was full of spirit and his bearing was outstanding. 3 feet of dark light shot out of his eyes, glancing at the corpses on the ground, and he had restored the battle scene at that time. Awesome! Just one move will behead the head of the Mahist elder. The martial arts cultivation of the little marquis of the imperial court is really powerful. Although he had no personal experience of the battle just now, he could deduce the scene of the battle only from the traces left on the scene. This requires not only profound martial arts accomplishments, but also exquisite and powerful wisdom. Wearing a white robe and carrying an ancient zither, Ning Xiaochuan came against the wind and flew to the ground. She has a pair of white wings on her back, 9 meters long, flying in the night sky, full of holy breath, like a fairy flying from outside the universe. This is a kind of martial magic that can make martial artists fly. It is extremely rare and is called Holy Light Wing. Among the heirs of the Marquis in this generation, only 5 people have such strong accomplishments, and only one person who is in line with his age. Ning Xiaochuan's body was wrapped by the holy light, and his face was covered with a veil, full of a hazy and ethereal beauty. Yinan Tian also thought of the man and said solemnly, Ning Xiaochuan, the first genius of the imperial city, didn't expect that he also came to Hualong City. It seems that the imperial court also attaches great importance to this matter. Rattan Forest covers more than half of the Green Mongolia region. It is a primitive ancient forest. You can see big trees with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters everywhere. Some fierce Shan beasts nest on the trunk, forming a forbidden area. It's really abnormal that the little princes of the imperial court, the saints of the Demon Gate, and the young heroes of all major gates all came to the muting forest. What happened in the muting forest? Ning Xiaochuan sat on the back of the double-headed stone beast and asked Duanqi Linger. Duanqi Linger said they all went to congratulate the Dragon King on his 1000th birthday. Dragon King's birthday? Ning Xiaochuan's heart moved, and his eyes couldn't help looking into the depths of the Muto forest. There is no doubt that the oldest living fossil in the Yulan Empire must be this legendary Dragon King. The lifespan of martial artists is longer than that of ordinary people, but they can't be compared with the Dragon Clan. General Wu Zun can live from 140 to 200 years old. Even a person like the head of the academy can live no longer than 300 years at most. However, after the legend, the Dragon King in the MTO forest has lived nearly 1,000 years, which is longer than the founding history of the Yulan Empire. More than 70% of the dragon people live in the MTO forest. There are pterosaurs that can spread their wings and fly, powerful dragons that are infinite, and dragons with bodies like Python, etc. The fighting power of these real dragons is very terrible. A flame can burn a city, one wing can lift mountains. However, they must obey the orders of the Dragon King, who is their master. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes narrowed and said, the Dragon King's birthday, even the Jade Orchid Emperor, the Devil Emperor and the Sword Saint, I'm afraid they should all come in person. Why do you just send the young generation of genius heroes to congratulate? Duanmu Linger shook his head and said, I'm not very clear. I heard that this is what the Dragon King meant. The Dragon King said that the future world is in the hands of young people. The young generation is really strong. So all major forces sent the top talents of the young generation to pay a birthday call to the Dragon King. If they can get the favor of the Dragon King, they may give him dragon cubs to raise. This is a very rare opportunity. If you can win the favor of the Dragon King, you may not get the support of the Dragon Clan. Ning Xiaochuan said, it is said that the imperial court once signed a millennium contract with the Dragon family, so as to get the support of the Dragon family, cultivate dragon warriors, and sweep the world. Now, the time of the millennium contract has come, and whoever can continue to sign a contract with the Dragon family may become the next person to rule the Yulan Empire. Exactly, so Her Highness, the Saint came in person to sign a contract with the Dragon family for the Demon Gate. Duanqi Suzuki did not hide from Ning Xiaochuan, because it was not a secret. All talented heroes who came to Muto Forest had such a purpose. The ambition of the Demon Clan is not small. If it really signs a contract with the Dragon Clan, it is equivalent to abolishing the 2 arms of the Imperial Court, Dragon Warrior Battalion and Dragon Elephant Shenwu Battalion, without seeing the blood blade. Ning Xiaochuan has no interest in the position of Yulan Emperor. As long as the Marquis of Jiang'e is not destroyed in the war, whoever finally becomes the master of Yulan Empire is the same to him. The gathering place of the Dragon Clan is in the Dragon Valley, deep in the Muting Wasteland forest. Before reaching the Dragon Valley, people who are not strong enough in martial arts will die on the way and become the stomach food of the Xian beast. Walking in the dense forest for 2 days in a row, you can encounter the fierce Xian beast at any time. It is extremely dangerous. With Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation, you mistakenly entered the forbidden area twice and were almost swallowed by the Xian beast. In the evening, Ning Xiaochuan encountered a white demon spider and a big war broke out. The body of this white demon spider is as big as a millstone, and its legs are 5 meters long. It has sharp barbs, and its claws scratch over the 10,000 gene boulder. The boulder is cut like tofu, and a ground of stone powder falls. The white demon spider was originally a 5-grade Xian beast, but its speed was extremely amazing, and its combat power was not much different from that of the 6th-grade Xian beast. Ning Xiaochuan spent a lot of effort to kill this white demon spider, and devoured the blood gas in the white demon spider with the magic sword. Ning Xiaochuan began to refine the huge blood gas of the white demon spider, part of which was transformed into Ning Xiaochuan's self-cultivation. Another part of the blood and gas is collected into the 10th magical power, the stone tablet of the god of destruction. Duanmu Linger stood under a tree not far away, staring at Ning Xiaochuan, who was refining his blood gas, and felt that Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation was constantly getting stronger, and his cultivation improved very quickly, which was very incredible. Above Ning Xiaochuan's head, there is a huge god monument suspended, wrapped in iron chains, engraved with mysterious and ancient words, with the charm of vicissitudes, like a monument left over from ancient times. I don't know how long it passed before Ning Xiaochuan completely refined the blood gas of the white demon spider, and took back the virtual shadow of the god tablet into his body, and the Xuanqi flowed into the heart palace of martial arts. Your cultivation has broken through again? Duanmu Linger said. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, it's extremely difficult to achieve my current level of cultivation. The resources consumed are more than 10 times that of martial artists in the same level, which is not as simple as you think. Duanmu Linger said, now the martial arts world is spreading. Your Biming divine skill is the best divine skill in the world, which has surpassed the blood-eating demon skill of the demon gate. What you just performed is Biming divine skill. Ning Xiaochuan didn't know how to explain to her, and said, it's true. Why don't we have a try? Is Biming divine skill powerful or blood-eating demon skill more powerful? Duanmu Linger suddenly became very serious, and a scarlet blood-eating demon cloud condensed above her head, which was dazzling. Every inch of her skin became very ruddy, emitting magic light, and every hair was flowing with blood. She is the granddaughter of the demon emperor. It's not strange that she can practice blood-eating demon skill. However, her state at the moment was very abnormal, her eyes turned red, her pupils were like 2 drops of blood beads, and her anger was getting heavier and heavier, and she was about to turn into a blood-devouring demon. This is the side effect of practicing blood-eating magic skill. Once the magic skill is operated, the magic blood in the body will boil, the will become fragile, and the emotion will become very crazy, exposing the nature of blood-eating. You are my cousin, and I don't want to fight with you. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to compete with her, because Biming Shinggong didn't exist at all. No, no. Duanqi Linger's fingernails became very sharp, and her long hair was like a bloody waterfall, flying directly towards Ning Xiaochuan. On his slender arm, with corrosive magic gas, one claw tore Ning Xiaochuan's clothes on his chest into pieces. Ning Xiaochuan was forced to retreat by her. She operated the blood-devouring demon skill, and her potential in her body was fully stimulated. If Ning Xiaochuan didn't go all out, she would hurt her. Are you serious? Ning Xiaochuan launches the body method of rainbow moving, and his body turns into a colorful rainbow to avoid the attack and killing of Duanqi Linger. Duanqi Linger is like a beautiful ghost in blood red, shuttling between the jungle. She has no intention of letting Ning Xiaochuan go at all, and the speed is faster and faster. Boom! The blood-devouring demon cloud suspended above her head covered Ning Xiaochuan and wrapped Ning Xiaochuan in the magic cloud. Ning Xiaochuan felt the magic gas invade his body, sucking blood gas, and his body flew uncontrollably towards Duanmu Linger. Ning Xiaochuan hurriedly operated the power of the magic sword, forming a vortex in his body, which absorbed the blood-eating devil cloud into his body, and refined the blood-eating devil cloud with the power of the magic sword. Don't you put away your magic skills quickly? Ning Xiaochuan's arm was clasped on Duanqi Suzuki's shoulder, and a mysterious gas entered her body to temporarily seal the blood gas in her body. She had been completely blinded by the idea of devouring blood, and she could only be awakened in this way. Boom! Duanmu Linger broke through Ning Xiaochuan's Xuanqi seal, turned her body into a blood light, and flew into the jungle. The blood-eating demon skill was really powerful, and she actually broke away from my hands. However, the blood-eating demon skill she cultivated seemed to go wrong. Ning Xiaochuan chases up to Duanqi Suka, afraid of her accident. Ow! In the night sky, a mysterious beast's howl sounded, and a golden-haired three-eyed bear jumped out of the woods. With a slap, it broke a big tree with a thick bole, exposed its sharp teeth, and rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's body suddenly took off, and a Xuanqi war sword condensed in his hand. The sword broke the head of the golden-haired three-eyed bear, and scattered a crimson Xuanwu's blood essence. Shua! Ning Xiaochuan chased the jungle again, but Duan Kipling had completely disappeared. Ning Xiaochuan can only continue to look for her according to the remaining magic gas on the ground. In her current state, it will be quite dangerous to rush around in the MTO forest. The remaining magic gas on the ground became weaker and weaker, almost imperceptible, and finally, the magic gas completely disappeared. Ning Xiaochuan immediately stopped and frowned. Now how can we continue to look for it? What a headache, cousin. Susu. In the jungle, there was a rapid sound of footsteps coming in the direction of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's heart suddenly rejoiced and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Duanqi Suka had suppressed the magic chi in her body and rushed back by herself. Ning Xiaochuan gradually felt something wrong. In the dark, there was a huge roar, and the ground was shaking. The sound of that step was getting closer and closer, and a delicate girl staggered out of the jungle. Because she ran too fast, she almost fell to the ground. Her body was badly injured, and there was a bloody claw print on her back. The blood dyed her robes red. Because she lost too much blood, her face was quite pale, extremely embarrassed, and her hair was stained with withered branches and leaves. It was obvious that she had escaped a long way. When she saw Ning Xiaochuan standing under the tree, she was slightly stunned, and her eyes immediately showed a look of despair. Ning Xiaochuan was also a little surprised. The girl in front of her was not Duan Kipling, but Nye Lanji, the younger sister of the Nye sisters. How could she be in MTO forest? Moreover, she was also injured so badly. Did Yuqing and Shijingan really ambush their sisters? Haha. Little beauty, you can't escape. Lie on the ground obediently and lift up your skirt. If my uncle is comfortable, maybe my uncle won't give you to other brothers. A burly man came out of the jungle, his legs covered with sweat, and his body seemed to weigh 10,000 kilograms. Every step on the ground shook the ground. He was wearing heavy armor, which was covered with leather, equipped with bows and arrows, crossbows, knives, spears. A total of 9 kinds of weapons, all of which were forbidden weapons in the army, with great power. His arm was as thick as a bucket and covered with red animal hair. To be exact, it was not a human hand at all, but a red-blood tiger's claw, which was extremely sharp. Nye Lanji was only 16 or 7 years old. She was very petite, with delicate skin on her face. She was so scared that she was very afraid of the man who was half human and half beast in front of her. She couldn't help moving towards Ning Xiaochuan. For her, Ning Xiaochuan is also a court eagle dog and is not a good person. However, at least Ning Xiaochuan is not ugly and falls into his hands, which is better than falling into the hands of half man and half beast. The man, who was half human and half beast, stared at Ning Xiaochuan standing under the tree and thought it was the warrior who came to save Miao Lanji. He immediately put away the obscene smile on his face and became solemn. "Boy, this is not the place you should come to, so get out of here?" If at other times, Ning Xiaochuan really didn't want to meddle. Miao Lanji indulged Mo Chaolong, she and others to Fu Ning Xiaochuan because she liked the red dragon, and wanted to forcibly take the red dragon from Ning Xiaochuan. If it were not Ning Xiaochuan, but another martial artist, it would probably have died in the hands of Mo Chaolong and others. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan didn't have a good impression on Miao Lanji, even if she was strong. Violent death has nothing to do with him. However, he was even less fond of the man who was half human and half beast in front of him. He snorted coldly and said, "The people of Xian Beast slaughtering God camp?" Ning Xiaochuan saw at a glance that the man in front of him was a man from the Xuanzhou slaughtering God camp. He was one of the 3 top arms of the Yulan Empire, and was as famous as the Dragon Warrior Camp and the Dragon Elephant God Military Camp. However, they were more fierce, which not only made all the major sects afraid, but also the princes in the court taboo them. Ning Xiaochuan was able to recognize his identity. The more important reason is that Ning Xiaochuan was chased and killed by the people of Xuanzhou slaughtering God camp, and almost died. Therefore, he hated the sergeant of Xuanzhou butcher camp very much. The man, who was half human and half beast, was originally chasing Miao Lanji into the dense forest, trying to hold the charming girl in the forest. Rape. This was originally a sure thing. At the thought of being able to trample such a beautiful woman under his body, the animal blood in his body began to boil. However, he never expected that he would meet other martial artists in the MTO forest, and his heart was naturally quite unhappy. The man who was half human and half beast said coldly, "Since you know that the uncle is from the Xian Beast slaughtering God camp, don't get away." Shua. The man pulled out the dragon cutting knife from his waist. The light of the knife is very bright and dazzling, making a dragon sing. Miao Lanji stood between the 2 people, and her heart was indeed extremely afraid. A pair of slender kept shivering under the skirt, but her pure and beautiful face looked puzzled. She couldn't understand why they were also people in the court, but they were hostile. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Xian Beast slaughtering God camp only listens to the dispatch of Emperor Yulan. Is it the emperor who sent you here? Who are you? You don't need to explain to anyone when you work in Xuanzhou butcher camp." The man who was half man and half beast said coldly. Miao Lanji saw some eyebrows and eyes. Both of them were imperial eagle dogs, but they seemed to really disagree. She was afraid that Ning Xiaochuan was not the opponent of a half man and half beast, so she timidly said, He is a little marquis of the imperial court. If you offend him, you will come to a bad end." She felt that using the identity of Little Marquis might scare away the half-man and half-beast. Little Marquis. The eyes of the half-man and half-beast man really became dignified. After all, an heir of the Marquis family has a high position in the imperial court, and even the Xian beast slaughtering god camp cannot easily offend. However, his tiger eyes fell on Miao Lanji's round and upturned, and such an attractive little beauty must still be a wrinkle in front of her. If she ran away, it would be difficult to meet such a level of little beauty in the future. He is quite familiar with the style of those princes' descendants. They are all masters in the wind and moon field. Seeing beautiful women, he can't wait to drag them to bed. To collect the number of beauties, to show off to each other, to pierce. The number of layers of female membrane is used as the capital of pride. If he doesn't go, is it cheaper for him? The half-man and half-beast man's eyes showed his intention to kill. Anyway, this is the deserted Mudo forest. No one knows even if he kills this little marquis. The man who was half-human and half-beast was carrying a dragon-cutting knife, and his body was bleeding red, so that the sharp blade was also dyed blood red, like a demon's blood moon. He walked towards Ning Xiaochuan, coldly. His killing intention became stronger and stronger, and the muscles in his body made an explosive sound. Boom! Boom! With every step of landing, the ground must tremble. The body is forged from gold and copper, weighing 10,000 kilograms. The stones under your feet are easily crushed into stone powder. Niao Longji's face was as clear as egg white, delicate and crystal, full of jade, and his golden eyes kept retreating with a look of panic. She didn't expect that the half-man and half-beast man was so brave that he didn't even pay attention to the little duke of the court. If he killed the little duke, he would definitely not escape his clutches, and the end was estimated to be very tragic. In her opinion, since Ning Xiaochuan is a little marquis, he must be a dandy, and he must not be the opponent of this man and beast. In her mind, she thought of Yi Nantian, who was magnificent. If elder martial brother Yi were here, he would be able to save himself with his supreme cultivation and unparalleled sword formula. Elder martial brother Yi must be besieged by a large number of masters now, and it is impossible to save her. It seems that there is no way to survive today. Just when she felt desperate and summoned up courage to cut off her blood, she saw an incredible scene. Shua, half man and half beast, holding a dragon knife, waved it and cut it, dragging out a bright half-moon light. However, his body suddenly stopped, and the bucket's thick arm was pinched by the little duke of the court, and he couldn't move. The half-man and half-beast howled like a beast in his mouth, and the thick sound waves shook the leaves in the dense forest, constantly rolling down. However, everything was useless, and he couldn't escape from Ning Xiaochuan's palm at all. Zheng. The demon sword in Ning Xiaochuan's body, the happy sound, crazy suck bite half-man half-beast of the blood gas in the body, soon suck him into a mummy. Pa. Ning Xiaochuan withdrew his hand, and the mummy fell to the ground, turning into a pile of bone powder. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes closed gently, refining the blood gas in his body, and hitting the 8th level of refined realm. Recently, Ning Xiaochuan took a lot of Jiu water, and his cultivation improved very fast. Now there is only blood gas left. As long as the amount of blood gas is enough, he can hit the 8th level of the refined world. Every time you improve your accomplishments, you will make great progress, and your combat effectiveness will soar exponentially. If you reach the 8th level of secularity, even if you can't compete with Wu Zun, it's estimated that there is not much difference. Niao Longji's beautiful eyes are sparkling, her red lips grow up, and her heart is very shocked. Just now, she clearly saw that the little marquis of the imperial court raised his hand and suppressed the man who was half human and half beast. After a while, this man with strong cultivation turned into a pile of bone powder. Between raising his hands and raising his feet, a top expert was killed, and his death was quite strange. This cultivation is too powerful. The young marquis of this court has extremely high cultivation, and I'm afraid they will catch up with the invincible myth in her heart. Elder martial brother Yi. She wondered in her heart, what would be the scene if the little marquis and elder martial brother Yi fought? Can elder martial brother Ye's Ziyun flying sword break the weird skill he just showed? Ning Xiaochuan completely refined the blood gas in his body, and the mysterious qi of dragons and tigers in his body was more surging, like hundreds of millions of dragons and tigers running. He opened his eyes again, a trace of disappointment flashed in his pupils, and sighed. He still didn't break through to the 8th level of secularity, and his blood gas was always a little worse. The forest is very quiet, with fallen leaves everywhere, and there are several mysterious beasts hiding not far away. If it weren't for the huge smell emanating from Ning Xiaochuan, they would have rushed up and attacked. Niaolanji squatted on the ground, his slender and soft body leaning against the trunk. His face was very pale, his fingers tightly pinched the corners of his clothes, and sweat was emitting on his forehead and neck. She buried her head, her big eyes narrowed into a seam, her delicate body trembled, and her mouth made a strange noise. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly surprised, stared at her and said, "You haven't escaped yet? You won't naively think that I won't kill you?" Niaolanji slightly raised her snow-white neck, stared at Ning Xiaochuan with pitiful big eyes, and her face showed a look of pain again. Under her tattered skirt, a pair of snow-white legs were exposed, and her legs trembled in different ways. A touch of light blue fur pants were exposed in the depths, between her legs. She seems to be in pain, even if the spring light leaks, she doesn't know it at all. Ning Xiaochuan noticed something wrong and looked at it carefully, only to find that there was a bloody claw mark on her back, which was still bleeding. Even if she used Wu Daoxian Qi, she could not heal the wound at all. The reason why she still squatted there was not because she didn't want to escape, but because she was badly injured. If Ning Xiaochuan left like this, with her current injury, even if she didn't die in the hands of the Xuanzhou butcher who caught up, she would also die in the mouth of Xuanzhou everywhere. Can you save me? Her eyes are like two black gemstones, moist and clear, with fine and slender eyelashes, with painful and praying eyes. Her arms, holding the slender and straight, endured the pain, as poor as a little lorry. Why do you think I will save you? Ning Xiaochuan rode. As long as it's a person who doesn't want to die and can summon up the courage to commit suicide, it's estimated that there is no 1 in 1,000. Niaolanji naturally didn't want to die, pursed her thin lips, and said pitifully, I apologize to you, just like that red dragon, I don't know. It's a dragon cub, and I don't really want to rob it. Ning Xiaochuan was a doctor after all. He had medical ethics and moved with compassion. He walked over, put his finger on her shoulder, and lifted the tattered blood shirt on her back, revealing a large piece of delicate snow-white skin. The robe on her body was scratched in many places, soaked in blood, and lifted away by Ning Xiaochuan, revealing a beautiful, round and charming body. Her body is very tight, and her skin is white and crystal, just like a beautiful snake essence. Niaolanji's pale face showed a blush, his body felt very hot and dry, and his heart was particularly shy. This was the first time that a man lifted her clothes, making her feel shy and strange, and her heart was itchy. It's animal poison. The martial artists of Xuanwu slaughtering camp have changed their blood from childhood into animal blood. They absorb Xuanwu essence and blood every year to prolong their life. Over time, they will accumulate animal poison in their bodies. Animal poison has no effect on themselves, but if they are scratched or bitten by them, they will immediately be stained with poison. Ning Xiaochuan withdrew his palm and noticed the abnormality of Niaolanji. Niaolanji felt her lips dry, her face red, and her pair were constantly dawdling. The fur pants between her legs had become wet, and she was so ashamed that she buried her head, and her voice was like a fly crying, but I feel. Her breathing became faster and faster, and her body became hotter and hotter. She hugged Ning Xiaochuan's calf with her hands, and her whole body was trembling. Her lower abdomen kept rubbing on Ning Xiaochuan's vamp, which was already a little incoherent. Ning Xiaochuan naturally knows what's going on. People who are poisoned by animal poison will be infected with animal nature, and some will become blood eaters and will bite people indiscriminately. Some become manic, they will rush frantically until they run out of energy and die, and some people get poisoned by animals, they will be confused, just like eating strong spring medicine. The last one is the most common one, because it is the primitive nature of all animals. Her snow-white thighs and soft waist and abdomen rubbed on Ning Xiaochuan's legs and vamp, but she didn't know how to alleviate the needs in her body, crying and groaning. A chanting cry. Ning Xiaochuan was also rubbed by her, and his stomach was hot. However, in the end, he restrained the evil thoughts in his heart, slapped Niao Lanji on the top of his head, ran the magic sword, and absorbed the animal poison in her body into his own body. Then, Ning Xiaochuan made another dragon and tiger mysterious gas, rushed into the blood of her body, and helped her heal the wound. After the animal poison in Niao Lanji's body was absorbed by Ning Xiaochuan, he quickly woke up and immediately released Ning Xiaochuan's legs. Thinking of what just happened, his heart was ashamed. My God! What have you done? Shame. Although Ning Xiaochuan's body is immune to all poisons, animal poison does not belong to the category of ordinary toxins. It cannot be refined by virtue of its own constitution. It can only be diluted into the blood, and it is intended to use the gas of destruction to slowly refine animal poison. Your injury is not serious. You just lost too much blood, and you won't lose your ability to move. Why are you squatting on the ground? Can't you get up? Ning Xiaochuan stared at her, but saw that she was still squatting on the ground, her hands tightly pinching her skirt, her face red, like a ripe red apple. The bottom of her skirt was full of water stains, and her legs were sticky, like mud. She soaked a large number of skirts. Once she stood up, Ning Xiaochuan would definitely find out. Naturally, she squatted on the ground without saying a word and dared not move her body. Ning Xiaochuan seemed to understand something, turned his back and said, "Change yourself into a clean dress." Niao Lanji was even more ashamed. It turned out that he knew all about it. She hurriedly changed a set of clean light green small lotus leaf skirt, and her heart was very nervous, for fear that the little marquis would suddenly plot a wrong plan when she changed her dress. However, facts have proved that this little marquis seems to be really an honest man, and he didn't turn his head from beginning to end. I'm finished. Niao Lanji timidly walked behind Ning Xiaochuan, his fingers gently pinching the ends of his hair, and there was a touch of rosy clouds on his white face. Ning Xiaochuan turned his head and glanced at her. She was 1.65 meters tall, slender, with long black hair. Her skin was like being bathed in rouge, crystal clear, wearing a light green small lotus leaf skirt, pure and elegant, like you can squeeze water with a gentle pinch. Sure enough, she deserves to be the sister of the first beauty of Tianyin sect. Although she is still young, she is fresh and refined. In another 2 years, she will grow into a beautiful woman. Ning Xiaochuan felt the animal poison in his blood throbbing, but it was soon suppressed by his powerful cultivation, and his blood returned to calm. He said, "Why did you get chased by the people of Xuanzhou slaughtering God camp? You should not be the only one to enter the MTO forest? What about others?" Although Niao Lanji is young, he can distinguish right from wrong. After what happened just now, she also saw that the little marquis didn't seem to be too bad. In a low voice, "My sister, brother Yi, and the martial artists of Moism, Suiyin sect, and Yanhua sect entered the Ten Forest and went to the Dragon Valley. However, on the way, they were intercepted and killed by a group of mysterious people. Their cultivation is very strong, like people and animals, and they carry a lot of powerful, forbidden weapons in the army. The big man who chased me before is one of them. They are the legendary Xian Beast slaughtering God camp. The killing fame of Xuanzhou Butcher God camp has spread far and wide, and those who hear it turn pale. It is simply the existence of a god of death." She also heard the name of Xian Beast slaughtering God camp. Even the elders in the sect looked dignified and knew that it was a group of extremely terrible bad people. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and thought to himself, "I'm sure that Emperor Yulan sent experts from Xuanzhou slaughtering God camp to intercept young talents from other forces who want to go to Dragon Valley, so as to avoid other forces signing contracts with the Dragon clan." Niao Lanji was frightened by the name of Xuanzhou slaughtering God camp and said anxiously, "Little Marquis, my sister and elder martial brother Yi are still besieged by a large group of experts. Please go and save them, okay?" Ning Xiaochuan's heart was a little funny and said, "Why should I save them? Your martial arts cultivation is so high that you can certainly save them. Although you are a member of the court, I can see that you are different from other princes. You are a good man." Niao Longji had no other way. She was very worried about her sister and brother Yi, so she had to turn to Ning Xiaochuan for help. Ning Xiaochuan said positively, "Who told you that all the people in the imperial court are bad people, but everyone has their own masters? I really don't know how your elders of the Heavenly Sound sect are teaching disciples?" Ning Xiaochuan suddenly thought in his heart, since the people of Xuanzhou Tushan camp are ambushing the martial artists of Tianyin sect and a Yuan sect, will Yu Ningxing also be ambushed? Although Yu Ningxing's cultivation is very high, Xuanzhou Butcher God camp is a strong one with Wuzun level. Naturally, Ning Xiaochuan is still a little worried about her. "Let's go. You lead the way." Ning Xiaochuan is going to see how many masters have been sent out in Xuanzhou Butcher camp. Niao Longji was overjoyed and hurriedly returned by the same route, taking Ning Xiaochuan to the place where they were ambushed. She led the way in front. She wanted to talk and stopped several times. Finally, she crossed her heart and said timidly, "Young Marquis, I heard that there is a kind of person in your court who can't get close to women, and is congenitally deficient." No, it's the day after tomorrow. They don't grow beards and Adam's apple." Ning Xiaochuan immediately stopped and stared at her coldly, not to mention how bored he was, and said, "Do you think I'm like a eunuch?" No. Niao Longji said. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Do you think I don't have unreasonable thoughts about you, so you have doubts about my physical condition?" "No, I don't mean that. I just want to ask, are you that kind of person?" Niao Longji shook her head hurriedly. "What kind of person? Eunuch?" Ning Xiaochuan's heart is very speechless. Sometimes people really can't restrain themselves too much, otherwise others will always think you're abnormal. Take a deep breath, and say in a bad mood, "Do you want me to escape and show you?" Niao Longji shook her head vigorously, and was frightened, like a frightened little rabbit, quickly flew out in front. This was originally a canyon with steep rock walls on both sides, but now the rock walls have been flattened, with debris everywhere and thick smoke billowing. There are dozens of bloody corpses on the ground, including Mo Lingyun, the head of the Mahist family, Su Shi of Psuiyan sect, and Wang Daoi of Yanhua sect, all lying on the ground. Among them, half of Mo Lingyun's body was eaten by Shan beasts, and only the upper body was still lying on the ground. They are all martial arts masters, awe-inspiring and respected by many people, but now they have become cold bones. All dead. Niao Longji grew up in Tianyanzong when she was a child. She never saw such a bloody scene. She was sweating all over her face and almost vomited. The Shan beast slaughtering god camp is really ruthless and will not save lives. Once it fights, it is just like a beast. The bones of Niao Lanqin and Yinan Tian were not found on the ground, which showed that they probably did not die in the hands of Xuanzhou Butcher camp. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan stepped on the ground with one foot, and a large amount of mysterious gas poured into the ground. The ground immediately sank, earth and stone rolled down, and all the dead bodies were buried by the earth. Niao Lanqin and Yinanshan's cultivation is extremely high. Even if they are besieged, they are not so easy to fall. They must have fought and retreated and fled. Ning Xiaochuan searched around the battle ruins, and sure enough, he found clues, so he continued to catch up along the battle traces left on the ground. After chasing for about half an hour, the body of a Xuanwu butcher appeared on the ground. It seems that the direction is right. Ning Xiaochuan flew up and flew to the void 100 meters high. He turned the Xian Qi all over his body, and opened his 5 senses. He saw the smoke billowing 300 miles away, with knife light and flames flashing. He could vaguely hear the sound of a piano, which was full of the smell of desolation. Due north, 300 miles away. Ning Xiaochuan fell back to the ground, pinched Niao Lanji's shoulder, and then spread the rainbow to move. His body was like a ghost flying on the top of the tree at a glance, and each traverse was hundreds of meters away. Niao Lanji had never felt that her long black hair was pulled straight when she was driving at such a fast speed. The young marquis doesn't look much older than himself, but his martial arts cultivation is unfathomable, so she can only look up. Shua. Soon, Ning Xiaochuan gathered up and stopped to let Niao Lanji go, standing outside the smoke-like fog of the battlefield. In the center of the battlefield, a slim and beautiful woman was playing the piano. With her thin snow-white fingers, she pressed on the strings, and dozens of women flew out, hand-dancing and sword-fighting, fighting with 17 masters of the mysterious beast slaughtering god camp. She is really the most outstanding female disciple of Tianyin sect, Niao Lanqin. She is 4 years older than Niao Lanji, but her cultivation is more than 40 times higher than Niao Lanji, and she has the strength to kill the older generation of martial arts. With one's own strength, he blocked 17 masters of Xuanzhou slaughtering god camp. Ning Xiaochuan was also amazed by this kind of martial magic. If her cultivation is allowed to enter the realm of Wuzun and display this kind of sonic magic, I'm afraid she can kill tens of thousands of troops in a moment. The world is so big that there are indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are always peerless heroes hiding in unknown places. Niao Lanqin's talent has reached the level of at least 2,000 years. If it is spread to the imperial city, it will cause a big shock. In other times, it was rare for the Jade Haze Empire to have such a talented person in 1,000 years. But now, only Ning Xiaochuan knows that the number of talents who are hard to meet in 1,000 years has exceeded 3. Or, this era is the future that the Emperor of Heaven saw before he became a god. Knowing that there will be many heroes on the land of Yulan Empire, he left a drop of divine blood to leave to the predestined ones. He didn't want the talents of these heroes to be suppressed because of the lack of resources. Whoever has strong enough chi can get divine blood, soar to the sky, and have the qualification to win the extreme realm of martial arts in the future. Sound waves are like blades. Even if they are 100 meters away, they can cut off trees and cut away earth and stone, forming a vast gray smoke. This is my sister's martial arts magic fairy sword attendant. Niao Lanji was overjoyed. Fairy swordsman is a kind of martial magic power of sound wave attack, ranking first among the many magic powers of the Tianyin sect. It has extremely strong attack power, and can only be displayed through Xuanqi-level instruments. This move can play tens of thousands of fairies in white in an instant, fly in the void, hand dance and sword, and kill the gods and Buddha. Niao Lanqin and the masters of Xuanzhou slaughtering god camp noticed that outsiders had broken in. They thought they were each other's helpers, so the battle immediately turned white hot. Niao Lanqin is known as the first beauty of the Heavenly Voice sect, and has the reputation of a fairy. If you capture her, everyone can enjoy her body once. 100 Flag Captain said. Haha. Don't worry, Captain. Niao Lanqin has been poisoned by at least 6 people. She won't last long. Maybe she will become a bitch with dissatisfaction and beg us to fuck her. These 17 Xuanzhou Tushan campers were all extremely strong, including a Qianqi Duwei and 3 Baiqi Duwei, who broke the sound wave played by Niao Lanqin and killed her step by step. When Niao Lanqin heard their dirty words, Dai Mei frowned slightly, and a murderous spirit rushed out of his body and swept everywhere. She sat in the center, her beautiful body was wrapped in white dark air, and her 2-meter-long black hair broke away from gravity and floated like catkins in the air. With a veil on her face and fairy glow in her eyes, she looked extremely calm. While suppressing the animal poison in her body, she played the strings and exerted the magic power of martial arts. 100 Flag Captain opened the shooting god crossbow, pulled it into a full moon, shot an arrow, pulled out a meter-long mysterious tail, shot through Niao Lanqin's sound wave, and bombarded the blue piano rod. Bang! The guqin exploded and turned into sawdust. Niao Lanqin formed a huge mysterious gas cover around his body, blocked the shooting god crossbow and arrow, and unfolded the holy light wings. A pair of 9-meter-long white light wings emerged from his back, emitting dazzling light. Her figure is graceful, her waist is thin, soft and round, and her chest is plump. Although she is covered by layers of plain clothes, it is difficult to cover the undulating outline. This is a real peerless beauty, with a strange fragrance all over, a charming soul, and every inch of skin exudes a soft radiance, just like a holy fairy standing on the earth. With a fan of the light wing, he flew up, turned into a streamer, and wanted to fly away. Above, inspired by the clouds, a huge blue god bird with a length of more than 60 meters flew out of the clouds, and its huge body covered half the sky. It had long been hidden in the clouds, and when Niao Lanqin launched the wings of holy light, he immediately launched a devastating attack. A claw wrapped by lightning, slapped down, bombarded the top of Niao Lanqin's head, and instantly broke the holy light wing. The power of this blue divine bird is extremely terrifying, and it has been infinitely close to the power of Wuzun. Niao Lanqin's mouth spilled a drop of blood, glittering and translucent like a ruby, falling on the sky. She had been poisoned by 6 kinds of animal poisons, all supported by strong cultivation, and the holy light wing broke, and then fell straight from the sky. A few days ago, I received a notice from the editor that Laojiu should save at least 50 chapters of manuscripts, so Laojiu adjusted it to update 2 chapters every day. Next month. It is estimated that there will be a big explosion, and it is possible to update dozens of chapters at one time. Therefore, Laojiu didn't write, but recently he wrote more and tired than usual. Originally, I didn't want to explain, because after explaining, someone always said that you were making excuses and cheating, and many times you were really weak. It's better to code silently than explain so much. During this period of time, if you want to add more, there are only 2 cases. If readers reward the leader of the alliance, you can add a chapter. For every 500 monthly tickets, 1 chapter can be added. There's no way. I can only add so much if Laojiu wants to save the manuscript. Please forgive me. Below, 100 flag captain laughed, his legs bent violently, his body catapulted into the sky, and he was about to hug Niao Lanqin, who fell to the ground. It would be a pity if Niao Lanqin was thrown into a mass of blood mud. Little Marquis, please, save my sister. Niao Lanqin's eyes burst into tears and stared at Ning Xiaochuan pitifully. Phew! Ning Xiaochuan's body directly turned into a rainbow bridge. The next moment, he flew to the void 80 meters above the ground, stretched out an arm, and hugged Niao Lanqin's soft and fragrant body in his arms. The 100 flag captain threw himself into the air, only pinching a corner of Niao Lanqin's clothes, and Ning Xiaochuan was the first to ascend. His heart was very angry, and he showed his martial arts magic power. The skin of his arm was propped up and grew animal skin, which turned into an elephant leg as thick as a column. 9 elephants devour dragons. He waved the elephant's arm and bombarded Ning Xiaochuan with 1 palm. With the divine power of 9 elephants, if he hit the martial artist's body, it would be enough to beat the martial artist in the secular world to pieces. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes twinkled with cold light, and his arms were wrapped in the mysterious air of dragons and tigers, condensed into a huge palm print, which was overwhelming. The palm is more than 10 meters long, and the dark chi condenses into a solid state and turns into the vigorous chi in the shape of dragon and tiger. Bang! The elephant arm of the 100 flag captain was shocked to crack bleeding lines, and blood flowed out. A huge force came from the arm, like a mountain pressing down. Poof! Baichi Due vomited blood at the mouth, with a look of horror in his eyes, and his body fell uncontrollably to the ground. Who is this boy? He is so powerful that he can break the 9-elephant chaos arm of Lao Yun with 1 palm. The young generation can hardly find such a powerful warrior. These sects are really hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Sooner or later, they will be wiped out completely. I don't think he's a member of the clan. The masters of the Shan beast slaughtering god camp stood below, took out the shooting god crossbows one after another, put the Shan stone crossbows on the strings, and the crossbows were pulled into a full moon, shooting more than a dozen arrows like streamers. Shoot god crossbow is a forbidden weapon in the army. It has great power and is specially used to deal with martial arts masters. The more powerful the martial artist is, the more powerful he will be. If in the past, Ning Xiaochuan would certainly be injured by shooting God's crossbow, but now it is different. He has entered the 7th level of secularity, and even Wu Zun is not afraid of shooting God's crossbow. The skill in his body worked, and the mysterious chi of heaven and earth around his body formed a vortex, which absorbed more than a dozen God-shooting crossbows and arrows, rotating around his body. Go back. More than a dozen archers rushed back to the ground at a faster speed, beating the warriors of the Shan beast slaughtering god camp upside down and in a mess. Among them, 4 or 5 people were pierced by divine crossbows and arrows and suffered heavy losses. On the ground, more than a dozen huge pits were blasted out, arousing strong smoke and dust. Ning Xiaochuan hung in the sky, his eyes looking sideways, like a god of war, which shocked the soldiers of Xuanzhou butcher camp. Jia. Above the clouds, the blue divine bird with a length of more than 60 meters spewed blue flames from its mouth, turning into a cloud of fire, burning the air distorted. Ning Xiaochuan wrapped his body in clouds, spit out lightning in the palm of his hand, and bombarded the blue flame clouds. Bang, bang, bang. In a row, Ning Xiaochuan's arms were numbed by the claws of the blue god bird, and a large area of his clothes were burned. Even the clouds returning to vitality would be burned through by the fire. Rather than fight, Ning Xiaochuan spread the wings of the angry wind on his back, turned into a high wind and flew to the ground. He picked up Niao Lanji and quickly ran away against the wind. He held the 2 women in his arms, but the speed was still extremely fast, like a fast light streamer, which disappeared into the dense forest almost in an instant. Above the sky, the huge blue god bird, whose body is shrinking, has become a middle-aged man wearing blue armor. He is also an expert of Xuanzhou Tushan camp, and he is also a 1,000-flag captain with a high status. His martial arts cultivation is 1 notch higher than that of Ning Xiaochuan. Captain Qianqi, who was that man just now? Baiqi Duwei, who was slapped to the ground by Ning Xiaochuan, said. Ning Xiaochuan, the little marquis of Jiangna Marquis Mansion. The middle-aged man in cyan armor, with a dignified face, thought to himself, how did Ning Xiaochuan come to Mudo Forest? It was him. Why did he save Nia Shuangshu? Did he want to fight against the court? The middle-aged man in blue armor said coldly, maybe the Marquis of Jiangna has secretly colluded with the Tianning sect. For such people who endanger the imperial court, we can kill them first and then play. If we catch Ning Xiaochuan, we will kill them. All the 18 masters of Tushan camp turned into fierce Shan beasts, rolled up the rolling smoke, and chased Ning Xiaochuan in the direction of escape. Ning Xiaochuan held Nia Shuangshu for a long time before stopping in a more secret jungle. There are many big trees and luxuriant branches here. The ground is full of fallen leaves and shrubs. It is a good place to hide. I can only help you here. Whether you can escape the pursuit of Shan Beast Butcher God Camp depends on your luck. Ning Xiaochuan put Nia Shuangshu on the thick leaves and planned to talk to the martial artists of Xuanzhou Butcher Camp to see what their purpose was when they came to Tang Forest. Air. Niao Lanxin lay on the ground, and the light spot in the center of her eyebrows gradually became dim. The white veil tied between her hair fell off, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and a strange pink appeared on the surface of her crystal white skin. As the veil fell, it revealed a delicate and beautiful face, with slender eyebrows, fine eyelashes, and red lips like cherries, just like the beauty in the picture who came out of the scroll to the world. The animal poisons in her are terrible. 6 kinds of animal poisons are mixed, and she can't suppress them with her martial arts cultivation. Her long black hair turns blue, and her crystal clear nails continue to grow, sharp as a sword. Little Marquis, please save my sister. She seems to have been poisoned by animal poison. Niao Lanji had already been scared out of control, and was in a panic. Holding Niao Lanxin, she asked Ning Xiaochuan for help. Ning Xiaochuan didn't plan to take care of their affairs anymore, and decided to go their separate ways. What he could help them has been helped. It can be said that he did his utmost and deserved his conscience. Niao Lanxin's body changed. Boom! Her eyes opened, and the eyes wrapped by the glow emitted a magical brilliance. Her palm slapped the ground, and her body flew off the ground. It turned into a white light and flew to Ning Xiaochuan's body. Her sharp nails stabbed Ning Xiaochuan's heart, as if to take out his heart. There was a smell of blood eating on her body, and a mouth of snow-white scallops appeared in her lips. Among them, 2 scalloped teeth were slightly raised, sharp as the fangs of zombies, in sharp contrast to her peerless face. Ning Xiaochuan immediately stepped back and flew to the top of a big tree. Niao Lanxin's state was very wrong. She was half awake and half confused. She only bombarded Ning Xiaochuan, but did not attack her sister. Shua shua. There is a strange fragrance emanating from her body. Her figure is round and full, concave and convex, and any action is full of beauty, just like dancing. With a wave of her jade arm, 5 sharp claw marks fly out, tearing the whole tree into sawdust fragments. Among them, a claw mark flashed under Ning Xiaochuan's robe and tore a foot-long gap. Niao Lanxin has been invaded by animal poison at the moment, and has become manic and devoured blood. If she continues to fight, she will eventually exhaust her xuanqi and die. Ning Xiaochuan's arm was wrapped by lightning, which attracted dozens of lightning, forming a huge fingerprint. The other hand was wrapped by the light of the stars, which was very dazzling, and condensed into a bright moon in the palm. Lightning Beast. The stars and the moon are in the same sky. These 2 martial arts magical powers have been refined into his arm bones, and burst out at the same time, with extremely terrible power. Ning Xiaochuan fell from the sky, flapping his arms out constantly, playing Lightning Beast Shadow and Star Moon Brilliance, and bombarded 57 palms in a row, smashing the land and flattening the ground hundreds of meters around. Trees were crushed into powder, and huge rocks were melted into magma. The earth was scarred, with huge palm prints everywhere and dozens of pits. When the smoke and dust dissipated, Niao Lanxin still stood on the ground, and the surface of her skin was covered with a layer of white light. The mud and dust did not touch her body, and she was still as white as snow, floating as an immortal. There was a light spot flashing in the center of her eyebrows, and a dense glow came out of it. Although Yinyun Xuanqi is 1 level lower than Dragon and Tiger Xuanqi, it is much stronger than the Xuanqi cultivated by most martial artists. She actually cultivated into dense mysterious qi. It seems that she must have a great opportunity, otherwise she could not reach the current high level of talent, which is not much different from Yuningxing. Phew! Her body moved, and in a moment she stood in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Her claws grabbed Ning Xiaochuan's neck and cut off a strand of Ning Xiaochuan's hair. Her cultivation was originally very high, and she had reached the 8th level of the refined realm. Coupled with the flow of animal poison in the body, it stimulated the ferocity of the body, and her strength became even more terrible. Ning Xiaochuan was no longer polite to her. He took out a cyan ancient tower and injected the mysterious qi into it. The ancient tower immediately swelled and became a huge tower 20 meters high, rotating in the void and suppressing Niao Lanxin. This ancient pagoda is a Wu Pin Xuanqi, which was found in the heaven and earth cloth bag of Tian Chenzi. It was originally used to suppress Shan beasts and imprison martial arts masters. Now it is used by Ning Xiaochuan to suppress Niao Lanxin. The power of Wuping Xuanqi is already considerable. If the ancient tower is smashed out, a small town can be sunk to the ground hundreds of miles away. Niao Lanxin was collected into the blue ancient tower. When the tower door is closed, the array in the ancient tower automatically opens, which can lock the soul of the warrior. It's finally holding you down. Ning Xiaochuan breathed a sigh of relief, stretched out a palm and took back the ancient tower. The ancient pagoda began to become smaller and only 1 foot high, flying towards Ning Xiaochuan's palm. Boom! Suddenly, inside the ancient tower, there was a loud noise, and the tower body swelled and became as tall as a person. Boom! The attack inside the ancient pagoda became more and more terrible, which made the ancient pagoda at the level of 5 Xuanqi concave and convex, and its shape changed constantly. An ancient pagoda, at the level of 5 Xuanqi, was beaten into a strange shape, like a big VAT. Thin cracks appeared on the wall of the ancient tower, and white brilliance shot out of the cracks. So strong? Niao Lanxin's strength was beyond Ning Xiaochuan's expectation. Ning Xiaochuan pulled Niao Lanxi back quickly, flew to the top of an ancient pine, and watched from a distance. What happened to my sister? What happened to her? Niao Lanxi was very anxious and felt that her sister's current state was very wrong. If it continued to evolve, it might endanger her life. Boom! The ancient pagoda was torn apart and turned into pieces, which emitted a myriad of rays, like a scorching sun breaking through the clouds. The 2-meter-long blue hair swayed in the glow, and Niao Lanxin's body was full of demons. He took off from the inner door, with a pair of holy light wings on his back, and hit Ning Xiaochuan's head with one palm. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the top of the ancient pine, motionless, with the magic cloud rolling above his head, lightning and thunder, and a huge suffocating force came out of the magic cloud. Boom! A lead black tablet of God emerged from the magic cloud, and thick chains stretched across the void, dragging out a loud crash. The whole dense forest became quite suffocating, and all Shan beasts felt frightened, as if the end of the world was coming. The stone tablet of the god of destruction was suppressed, and Niao Lanxin was pressed under the stone tablet. The light spot in Niao Lanxin's eyebrows flickered faster, the light became brighter and brighter, and his cultivation was also rising. He wanted to fight the monument of the god of destruction against the sky. Ning Xiaochuan has long noticed the light spot in the center of her eyebrows. In normal times, the light spot will be hidden and can't be seen at all. Only when she operates the mysterious qi, the light spot will be visible. There is either a secret in her eyebrows, or she has cultivated some martial arts magical power to stimulate her body's potential. However, in front of the stone tablet of the god of destruction, all resistance was in vain. Finally, Niao Lanxin was suppressed by the stone tablet of the god of destruction, fainted, and fell to the ground softly. Little Marquis, what's wrong with my sister? Is she all right? Niao Lanxi picked up Niao Lanxin and asked with great concern. The battle just now is too fierce. It must have been discovered by the strong men of Xuanzhou slaughtering god camp. Leave here first. Ning Xiaochuan opened the way in front, and Niao Lanxi held Niao Lanxin and followed Ning Xiaochuan closely behind. She can't think of any other way now. She can only choose to believe Ning Xiaochuan, or she will have to wait to die. After running for a day and a night in the Ten Forest, I finally got rid of the warriors of the Xuanzhou butcher camp and came to a wild mountain full of cliffs. Ning Xiaochuan put Niao Lanxin's slender and delicate body on the ground, pressed his fingers on her wrist, and injected a wisp of mysterious qi into her body. It has to be said that Niao Lanxin is really a peerless beauty, fresh and refined, elegant temperament. If only in terms of appearance, it is enough to compare with Yu Ningxing and Lady Yingqi. Although her temperament is very similar to Yu Ningxing, full of aura, beautiful and talented, she is different. After all, what she practiced was orthodox martial arts. It was dreamy and gentle. It was difficult to create a sense of beauty by washing clean ripples without demons. However, Yu Ningxing is different. If you don't see her face, you'll never forget the magic door skill she practiced. Once you see it, you'll never forget it. Therefore, in general, Yu Ningxing's beauty is indeed better than Niao Lanqin and Mrs. Yin Qi. When people look at it, they will feel pity. The animal poison in her has invaded the heart palace of martial arts and integrated with the mysterious qi in her body. I can only use the power of yin-yang open fire, and maybe I can refine the animal poison in her body. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Little Marquis, please save my sister. Our heavenly voice sect will repay you handsomely. After all, Niao Lanji is just a little girl. She has long forgotten Ning Xiaochuan's identity as a member of the imperial court and just wants to ask Ning Xiaochuan to save people. Let me try. However, using yin-yang open fire to save people is quite dangerous. If you are disturbed a little, the open fire may burn your sister to ashes. You help me guard outside and don't allow anyone to disturb. Ning Xiaochuan was still a little worried. He woke up the red dragon and threw it in front of Niao Lanji, saying, Little Red is very alert and has sharp inspiration. It should help you. Niao Lanji's eyes widened, hurriedly picked up the red dragon and nodded to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan walked into the cave with Niao Lanqin in his arms, and arranged a layer of boundary outside the cave. Ning Xiaochuan never looked at the identity of the other party to save people, only to see whether the other party was the enemy. Although Nia Shuangshu and Ning Xiaochuan have some festivals, they are not enemies of life and death. Ning Xiaochuan's heart, after careful consideration, if he can save their lives today, he will be friends with Tianning sect. In the future, if the power of Zongmen is really strong enough to defeat the imperial army and attack the imperial city, Ning Xiaochuan can also rely on today's kindness to save them and leave a way for the Marquis of Jiangya. Ning Xiaochuan sat on the ground and mobilized the heart-nourishing real tripod in his body. In the real tripod, a mass of yin-yang open fire flew out, suspended above Niao Lanqin's body. Open fire is a flame formed by the collision of yin and yang. Yin and yang are conserved, and the power of the flame is also between yin and yang are rigid and soft. When the flame just rises, it can burn mountains and rivers. The flame becomes soft, which can drill into the blood pores of martial artists to cure diseases and save people. However, the yin-yang open fire just flew out, and the light spot in the center of Niao Lanqin's eyebrows also became bright, and even began to devour the yin qi in the open fire. This was something Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect, and his heart jumped violently. If yin and yang were unbalanced, even he himself might suffer a heavy blow. The light spot in the center of the eyebrow, after absorbing the yin qi in the open fire, introduced the yin qi into her martial heart palace. The shape of her martial heart palace is like a curved, bright moon. This is a heterogeneous heart palace, Mingyue heart palace, which is a kind of extremely cold heart palace, which can absorb the essence of the sky moon and turn it into its own strength. The essence of the moon is the purest and cleanest power between heaven and earth. Only the legendary secondary god can reach this realm, absorb the essence of the sun and moon, and finally become a god. Of course, Niao Lanqin's ghost moon heart palace is far less powerful than the secondary god, and can only absorb very little moon essence. Boom! The yin-yang imbalance of the yin-yang open fire suddenly exploded, and a hot recoil force rushed to Ning Xiaochuan, instantly burning Ning Xiaochuan's robe into ashes. Fortunately, even if he mobilized the power of the magic sword to protect his body, otherwise he would definitely suffer heavy damage. Niao Lanqin's eyes opened and stood up from the ground. His eyes glanced at Ning Xiaochuan, voila, and he gently untied his belt. Luo Shan slipped to the ground, revealing a snow-white attractive body. She didn't take off all her clothes. Shuangfeng was wrapped in a layer of moon-white tulle, and the full Yufeng loomed under the tulle, full of hazy beauty. A pair of slender legs are exposed outside, straight, round, slender, 7-inch jade feet like golden lotus, legs without any fat, round and tight thighs, and wearing a light cyan close-fitting and fragrant fur pants at the root of the thighs. Ning Xiaochuan just glanced at it and was sure that her fur pants were the same color and exactly the same as her sister's. Even the patterns and lines on her fur pants were similar. Ning Xiaochuan exhaled deeply, and it was difficult to remove his eyes. The blood in his body also began to boil. There was animal poison in his blood. At this moment, he saw a beauty like Niao Lanxin standing in front of him. She was as beautiful as a fairy, but she took off her clothes, just like a fairy falling into the world of mortals. Nature is to make Ning Xiaochuan's blood boil and bathe. The fire burned fiercely. The beast poison in Niao Lan's heart was deeper than him. After devouring blood and manic, he fell into love again. In the desire, a slender jade hand pulled off the last layer of white yarn on the chest, revealing the snow-white and attractive spring light on the chest. She is still half awake and half sexual. The state of desire, with a struggling look in her beautiful eyes, obviously she knew what she was doing now, but she just couldn't control the animal poison. Finally, she fell on Ning Xiaochuan's body, and the two bodies intertwined and crossed. Prick! Between her legs, light blue fur pants were torn by Ning Xiaochuan in an instant and turned into blue flying butterflies. Ning Xiaochuan separated her pair of and squeezed them into the warm and narrow smothering road, struggling to collide, making the most primitive sound. The smell of sweat and the fragrance of women's body are integrated together. The most tempting groan. The sound of chanting and heart-rending sobs interweave into a beautiful movement. Originally, Ning Xiaochuan's willpower was able to restrain his inner bath. Fire, reason told him, absolutely can't have a relationship with Niao Lanxin, because Niao Lanxin and other men have already been engaged, is the fiancé of other men. Ning Xiaochuan's reason doesn't allow him to do such an extraordinary thing. However, in order to save Niao Lanji, Ning Xiaochuan absorbed the animal poison into his body before it was completely refined. At this moment, the animal poison spread in Ning Xiaochuan's body, which also led to the decline of Ning Xiaochuan's will. Therefore, when Niao Lanxin took off his clothes and rushed up, he didn't resist, and even took the initiative to cater. This may also be something that has long been doomed. Fate can't escape at all. If Ning Xiaochuan doesn't save her sister, she won't absorb the animal poison into her body, then her sister is likely to die, and she herself is likely to fall into the hands of Xuanzhou slaughtering god camp, and it is estimated that she can't escape death. And Ning Xiaochuan saved her sister. The animal poison entered the body, and her willpower decreased, which led to her giving it to Ning Xiaochuan. No matter how Ning Xiaochuan chooses, in fact, Niao Lanxin's fate has long been doomed, and he is bound to lose his virginity today. Niao Lanji naturally didn't know that the spring in the cave was infinitely good at the moment. His sister's snow-white body was being pressed under Ning Xiaochuan and was constantly pushed to the high tide. She sat on the grass, gently stroked the red dragon's wings and said, "Xiao Hong, do you think the little marquis can cure my sister?" She tilted her head to ponder, nodded, and said, "In fact, the little marquis is also a kind-hearted person, but he is still worse than Brother Yi. If he can refine the animal poison in his sister's body, it is equivalent to saving her sister's life. I believe Brother Yi will also be very grateful to him." The red Bruce Lee's psychic sense is quite sharp, and he seems to notice that something strange has happened in the cave. His eyes are staring at the direction of the cave. Niao Lanji was unaware of the abnormality of the red dragon, and continued to say to herself, "In fact, I also like Elder Marshal Brother Yi, but he has been engaged to his sister. My sister has Mingyue Heart Palace and Elder Marshal Brother Yi has Xianyang Heart Palace. They are a pair made in heaven." The patriarch said that they are both geniuses that are difficult to meet in 1,000 years. If they are double cultivation, they can absorb the essence of the sun and the moon essence, and their cultivation can advance by leaps and bounds, which is invincible in the world. In fact, the little marquis is also good. His martial arts cultivation is very high, his personality is also very good, and he is also very handsome. He is not much worse than Brother Yi. Xiaohong, does the little Marquis have a fiancé? Her eyes are shining. The red dragon's eyes are also a little bright, staring at the direction of the cave. His mouth issued a roar sound, and kept dancing. It is reminding Niao Lanji that something incredible has happened in the cave. Niao Lanji didn't know what it was trying to express. He held it in his arms, gently stroked its head, hooked his lips, and said with a smile, "I'm just talking casually." The little Marquis is a little too indifferent. It's estimated that he was a little stupid in cultivating martial arts since childhood. You must be very boring with him, or you can go to the Tianyin sect with me in the future? Red Bruce Lee was so angry that he rolled his eyes and didn't bother to remind her again. Because there was a layer of boundary outside the cave, Niao Lanji couldn't hear the voice in the cave at all. Naturally, he didn't know that the two people in the cave were tossing clouds and rain. They had fought for countless rounds, and finally fell asleep exhausted. I don't know how long it took. Ning Xiaochuan was the first to wake up and realized that the animal poison in his body had disappeared completely. His whole body was extraordinarily comfortable, his 9 orifices were accessible, and his spirit was very full. Moreover, the mysterious qi in the body was obviously thick several times, and actually reached the 8th level of the refined realm. Sure enough, the blood gas was suppressed because of holding it for too long, so it was too late to break through the realm. Last night, Ning Xiaochuan was full of energy, releasing the depression that had been squeezed in his body for a long time. Suddenly, he knew everything, and his cultivation entered a new realm. Niao Lanqin still lies on Ning Xiaochuan's body, with a soft and delicate face close to his chest, a pair of delicate jade arms around Ning Xiaochuan's waist, a pure and holy face with a satisfied smile, quiet as an orchid. Her eyes closed tightly, forming a perfect eyeliner, revealing a row of long and warped eyelashes. Her two wrapped around Ning Xiaochuan's body, slightly dawdled. Suddenly, she also woke up, a pair of golden eyes opened, opposite Ning Xiaochuan's eyes. The animal poison in her body had disappeared, and her blood was thick. There was no time to check the cultivation state in her body, and her thoughts flooded into her brain like a tide, remembering everything that happened last night. Shua. The mysterious qi in her body instantly spewed out, wrapped her delicate white body, separated from Ning Xiaochuan's body, twisted up her clothes on the ground and hid in the corner. There was a pain in her legs, and it was difficult to straighten her waist, as if she was about to break. She can only half kneel on the ground and hide behind a heavy stone. She tightly pursed her lips, and her mood was extremely complex. She held her hands in front of her chest and stared at Ning Xiaochuan slightly. She couldn't calm down at all. Ning Xiaochuan seemed very calm and didn't feel that he had done something wrong. In the situation last night, he was half a victim. But considering that the other party was a woman after all, and it was the first time, Ning Xiaochuan decided to forgive her. Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan. We've come to you, is it convenient? Shi Jing'an's voice sounded outside the cave. His voice was wrapped in xuanqi, a kind of sound wave magic, which penetrated the thick earth and rock, sounded in the cave, and was heard by Ning Xiaochuan and Niao Lanqin. Ning Xiaochuan's face changed slightly. How did this guy find here? If you let outsiders know what happened last night, I'm afraid it will cause a big earthquake in the martial arts world of Yulan Empire. It's been a whole night. How can it take so long to save people? I'm afraid there's an accident. Let's break the barrier and go in and have a look. Yu Qing's voice rang out. The little prince of the dragon mansion also came. Bang! Outside the cave, there was a loud noise, the ground shook slightly, and earth and stone rolled down from the top of the cave. Ning Xiaochuan was forced to break through the border at the entrance of the mountain. 2 footsteps sounded and came quickly to the cave. Niao Lanqin stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply, wrapped his clothes around him at a very fast speed, wrapped his belt, endured the weakness between his legs, turned into a white light, and flew out of the cave. Ah! Nye Shenzi, why did you leave in such a hurry? Shi Jinggan said in surprise. Although Nye Lanqing's speed was extremely fast, he was still seen by the flower veteran Yuqing and stared at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan, didn't you say that doing such a thing hurts your character? It's very righteous, but you can do it faster than anyone. Alas! I think I'm an invincible little whirlwind in the flowers and stripper in the wind and moon field. When I meet a beautiful woman like Nye Lanqing, I'm even a little late and have been intercepted by you. When I return to the imperial city, I'm sure to be laughed at by those guys. My lifetime reputation. Shi Jinggan also sighed and said, Brother Ning, it's not kind. Show off that we're still thinking about ways to subdue Nye Xuanshu, but you've done it first. No wonder you'll leave without saying goodbye. Little prince, this is the lesson. Ideas can't compare with actions forever, and practice is the only standard to test truth. I regret. Yuqing was depressed and said, Dry up. Practice is the only standard for women. Unfortunately, we were late and were intercepted. We will regret it for 3 days and 3 nights. Shi Jin said, Qing, you only regret 3 days and 3 nights. I guess I'll regret it for more than half a month. After all, a woman like Nye Lanqing can't be met, and missing is equal to losing. Yuqing said, Do it. Only you know me best. Shi Jin said, Qing, we are all victims. We had planned carefully, but we were beaten by others. Ning Xiaochuan took out a robe from the Qianquan cloth bag and put it on without delay. Looking at the 2 big men hugging together and crying bitterly, he was really bored. In fact, you all misunderstood that the person who really killed Nye Xuanshu was not me, but the master of Xuanzhou slaughtering god camp. Nye Lanqing was also poisoned by animal poison. Last night, I was just helping Nye Lanqing heal. Healing? Just healing. Can we talk about her running away in disheveled clothes? Yuqing clearly saw that Nye Lanqing was indeed disheveled. If it was really just healing, it would be a strange thing. Ning Xiaochuan said, It may have been blown by the wind. Shi Jinggan picked up a piece of broken clothes from the ground and took it to the tip of his nose. A woman's fragrance came and said, Is this also blown down by the wind? Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, It's estimated that the wind is too fast. Yuqing pointed to a blood stain on the ground, glittering and translucent, like crimson petals on the ground, and said, This is also blown down by the wind? Ning Xiaochuan paused and said, The wind is so strong that it cuts people's skin like a knife. Shi Jinggan looked at Ning Xiaochuan carefully. His eyes coagulated. He found a long hair on Ning Xiaochuan's neck and said with a smile, You can't deny it? Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to explain any more. Finally, he admitted with a helpless smile and said, This matter is really complicated. I just hope you 2 don't spread it out, otherwise, Yi Nantian will definitely fight with you. Yuqing suddenly laughed, patted Ning Xiaochuan on the shoulder, and said, You finally admit it. In fact, when I asked you just now, I really thought I might misunderstand you. After all, Nye Lanqing's martial arts cultivation is really excellent, and even Wu Zun may not be able to catch her, let alone sleep her. Shi Jinggan also laughed. In fact, my little prince and I did think of many tricks to deal with Nye Xuanshu, but they were rejected by us, because Nye Lanqing's martial arts cultivation is too high. Unless we invite Wu Zun to fight, it is impossible to catch her at all. What's more, there is a Yi Nantian with unfathomable cultivation beside her. In fact, my little prince and I have given up dealing with her, because it is impossible to succeed. But you succeeded. Cow. Ah. 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 Brother Ning, come, share your successful experience. I really can't stand it. Yuqing rode. Ning Xiaochuan's heart is ashamed, and he can become the heir of the Dragon Palace. He is really a genius. Even he has been cheated by him. In the future, you should be careful to get along with them, so as not to show your vest again. It's nothing to talk about. You just need to keep it a secret and never say it. If there is a war between the Marquis of Jiangya and Yu Yuanzong, I can't get around you too. Ning Xiaochuan said very seriously. This matter really must be taken seriously. After all, Niao Lanqin is a disciple of the Lord of the Heavenly Sound sect, and is engaged to the heirs of the Sword Saint. Once the East Window incident occurs, both the Heavenly Sound sect and the Yuan sect will definitely not let Ning Xiaochuan go. No, absolutely not. Shi Jinggan patted his chest and promised. I'm absolutely tight-lipped, and this kind of thing will never be publicized. However, I'm curious, since my sister has been poisoned by you, then. Has my sister also? Yuqing said. Don't talk nonsense. Her sister and I are innocent. Ning Xiaochuan rode. My sister-in-law is always my brother-in-law's dish. I think her innocence and delicate body have not been preserved for a long time. Shi Jinggan laughed. Ning Xiaochuan was very worried about the two of them. At first glance, these two people were big mouths, for fear that the world would not be chaotic. Wani said that he would show his mouth. Ning Xiaochuan can't imagine how terrible the consequences will be. Yuqing said, the Dragon King's birthday is just 2 days later, we'd better go to Longgu first, haha. I really hope He Nantian knows how his fiancée will look when someone sleeps. Of course, I won't say. Boom. The whole dense forest was full of the howling gods of Shan beasts. The ground shook, and the whole cave was shaking, and a large amount of sediment fell down. The red dragon ran in from outside the cave, and made a cry of ow, ow in his mouth. His little paw kept gesturing, pointing to the outside of the cave, as if something big had happened. Ning Xiaochuan and Yuqing looked at each other, and then they went to the cave. A group of fierce Shan beasts rushed out of the woods, crushed the trunk, cracked the ground, and spit out 2 tubes of white smoke from their nostrils, with bloodthirsty light in their eyes. They surround the entrance of the mountain. There are golden explosive apes up to 7 or 8 meters high, and earth lizards, with bodies like hills. In the clouds above, there is a huge dark shadow blocking the sky and the sun, just a blue bird claw, which is as big as a house. They are all the strong men of Xuanzhou slaughtering god camp. They all came here, including 2,000 flag captains, 900 flag captains, and more than 100 sergeants, all of whom are masters who can be independent. The ground and sky were imprisoned, and the Shan beast kept roaring, and the whole mountain forest became extremely awesome. As soon as Nia Shuangshu left, the martial artists of Xuanzhou slaughtering god camp gathered here and blocked all retreats. It was obvious that they had received a secret order to take Ning Xiaochuan's life. Ning Xiaochuan colluded with Tianyinzong to disrupt the imperial court. Come with us. A 70-meter-long silver python's body became smaller and turned into a tall and thin man, with a gloomy voice. Wei Tu Snake is the 1,000-flag captain of Xuanzhou God camp. He has a high status and can be on an equal footing with the general in the army. His cultivation is extremely high, and he has the protection of Emperor Yulan. Therefore, even the royal residence dares to break into, which is a headache in the eyes of all kings in the imperial city. Ning Xiaochuan walked out of the cave and said humbly, do you have any evidence that I collude with the Tianyin sect? Naturally, there is evidence. Wei Tu Snake rode. Ning Xiaochuan said, take out the evidence, and I can go with you. When you arrive at the imperial prison, you will naturally see evidence. Wei Tu Snake rode. The prison in the imperial city is not a place for people at all. No one can come out of it after entering it. It can be called a dead place. Once a marquis was arrested and imprisoned in the imperial prison for conspiracy. Later, it was verified that the marquis was wronged, and Emperor Yulan himself issued an order to release him from prison. However, the Marquis had died in the prison and became a skeleton. Even the princes could not escape death if they were imprisoned in the prison, not to mention other martial artists. Ning Xiaochuan sneered and said, "I'm the heir of the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion. I was crowned by the sacrificial ceremony." Even Emperor Yulan and the princes of the four directions were present to witness it. "You don't even have evidence, so you want to take me? Do you pay attention to the princes and the Holy Emperor? If it is an ordinary prince, the Xian beast slaughtering god camp can directly break into the Marquis house to mention people without any scruples. However, these hereditary princes are the most difficult to provoke. Even Emperor Yulan dares not to kiss them, let alone 1,000 flag captain. However, they have received a secret order from Emperor Yulan to secretly execute Ning Xiaochuan, so they have no scruples and are ready to kill Ning Xiaochuan. It is only a pretext to put him in the imperial prison. The real purpose is not to disturb anyone and put him to death secretly." Hua hua. Hundreds of shooting crossbows were pulled open, all facing Ning Xiaochuan, and the murderous spirit condensed to the extreme. Xian beast slaughtering god camp is really brave. In your eyes, the heirs of the princes in the court are so worthless? You can catch them at will? Xian beast slaughtering god camp is really getting more and more arrogant. It has begun to despise the national law and the Holy Emperor. It seems that you must report this matter to your father when you return to the imperial city and ask the Lord to discipline you. Yuqing came out of the cave, wearing a dragon golden crown, with a dignified appearance, surrounded by the ancient spirit of the real dragon, showing the majesty and domineering spirit of the royal family incisively and vividly. Yuqing is a genuine royal nobleman, son of the prince, and the little prince of the Shenlong mansion. His identity is more noble than that of Ning Xiaochuan, the little prince of the Jiang'a mansion. Those sergeants of Xuanzhou slaughtering god camp were obviously surprised to see that the little prince of the dragon palace was also here. If only Ning Xiaochuan was alone, they could kill people and destroy their bodies. However, the prince of the dragon mansion is also there, which is difficult to deal with. Is it possible that even the prince of the dragon mansion will be killed together? If the little Duke of Jiang'a Marquis and the little Duke of Shenlong Marquis died in MTO Forest, it must cause an uproar in the imperial court. I'm afraid even Emperor Yulan may not be able to suppress it at that time. I have seen the prince in a humble position. Wei Tu Snake bowed down. Yuqing said in a deep voice, "The king and the little marquis have been practicing martial arts in the Rattan forest. They have never seen the people of Tianyin sect at all. When did they collude with the people of Tianyin sect? This is what I saw with my own eyes. The two women of the Heavenly Voice sect were saved by Ning Xiaochuan." Wei Tu Snake said. Yuqing snorted coldly and said, "I've been together with the little marquis all the time, so you mean that I also collude with the people of Tianyin sect? Humble. Dare not." Yuqing said, "Since you dare not, don't get out of here." Wei Tu Snake bit his teeth, stared at Ning Xiaochuan fiercely, and finally retreated with the people of Xuanzhou Butcher God Camp. Wei Tu Snake is a smart man. He has calculated in his heart that even if Xian Beast slaughters the God Camp to force, he may not be able to safely suppress Ning Xiaochuan and Yuqing. After all, these two people are the supreme strength of the new generation of the imperial court, and none of them is a simple person. After the people of Xuanzhou slaughtering God Camp retreated, Ning Xiaochuan, Yuqing and Shi Jinggan headed for Longgu in the depths of the MTO forest. Dragon Valley, which has existed for a long time, far exceeds the history of Yulan Empire. It can be traced back to the Emperor of Heaven and has been inherited for tens of thousands of years. This is the habitat of the dragon nationality. In ordinary times, even Wu Zun dare not break into this place. If found by the strong of the dragon clan, Wu Zun is in danger of falling. The sky thousands of miles around Longgu is covered with a thick layer of dense clouds, blocking this piece of heaven and earth. Whenever you enter this world, there is a mysterious force acting on the body of the warrior and suppressing the power of the warrior. After 2 days of trekking through mountains and rivers, Ning Xiaochuan and his 3 friends finally came to the outside of Longgu and stood next to a huge ancient monument more than 300 meters high, on which were engraved 2 huge and ancient words, Longgu. Who is it? A man and a woman came out of Longgu. On their heads, there are 2 crystal-clear dragon horns, carved like basalt, containing huge energy, and lightning shuttles between the dragon horns. The blood in their bodies is very thick. Although they look like they are only in their 20s, there is a strong momentum of martial talents all over their bodies. Between raising their hands and feet, they seem to be able to easily overturn the mountains and cut off the rivers. This is the dragon and the dragon girl of the dragon clan. The dragon is very handsome, like a scholar in white. The dragon girl is very beautiful, with an ethereal temperament. They are all adults. If they incarnate as the Numenon, they can fight with Wu Zun. Yuqing quickly arched his hand and said, Yuqing, the heir of the dragon palace, paid a visit to the 2 predecessors of the dragon family. Although the dragon son and the dragon woman look very young, they must be over 100 years old. I'm afraid they are older than the old princes of Jiangnan Marquis and Shenlong Marquis, enough to be their predecessors. Ning Xiaochuan also hurriedly said, Ning Xiaochuan, successor of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, came to celebrate the birthday of the Dragon King. Shi Jing'an's fat all over shook, and his eyes stared at the dragon girl stealthily. With a smile, he said, martial arts are scattered, and Shi Jing'an also came to celebrate his birthday. Shi Jing'an's identity is very mysterious. Although he claims to be a casual practitioner, his martial arts cultivation is unfathomable. A casual cultivator who can't get cultivation resources can't cultivate martial arts to his level at all. Moreover, he seems to have a lot of research on the dragon clan, claiming to read countless dragons. Ning Xiaochuan tried to test him, but the dead fat man hid deeply, and finally did not try to find out the result. There are many martial artists who come to celebrate the longevity of the Dragon King recently. Those who can cross the MTO forest to the Dragon Valley have good martial arts cultivation and are qualified to enter the Dragon Valley. Long Zi and Long Envy have seen the strange things and let them go directly. This is the first time to see a dragon incarnate into a human form. That dragon girl sister is really tasty. My father's mount is also a wild dragon. Why has he never seen it turn into a human form? After walking away, Yuqing immediately became dandy, and unexpectedly began to think of the dragon girl. If that dragon woman knew that Yuqing had such an unrestrained mood under her respectful appearance, would she turn into herself and swallow him in her mouth? Shi Jing said with a dry smile, the dragon clan is divided into dozens of races, including Tyrannosaurus rex, Pterosaurus, barbarian dragon, Yinglong, Jialong. However, the only dragon clan that can transform is Jialong, and there is the legendary Shenlong. The dragon can only appear in the 9-heaven divine world, and it is impossible to see the real dragon in the lower world. Obviously, the dragon and the dragon girl just now belong to the Jialong clan. Why can only Jialong be transformed into a human body? In fact, Jialong is also known as demon dragon. Demon people gather and form and scatter and become zero. However, the dragon families of the Yulan Empire are not really pure-blood dragon families, but only descendants of the real dragon. The blood of the real dragon in the body is quite thin. The dragon families of the real dragon live in the sea and the ocean, which is not visible to our human warriors at all. Once Shi Jing'an opened the chatterbox, he couldn't stop at all, and continued, the descendants of the dragon family are called sub-dragon species, and their combat power and lifespan are far from being compared with the real dragon. Generally speaking, even the sub-dragon species are rare, and they can't live in a 5-level civilization. It seems that it must be related to the Emperor of Heaven. The hometown of the Emperor of Heaven can't be inferred by common sense. While talking, the three men had entered the Dragon Valley, and from a distance they saw Ning Xiaochuan of the Tianning sect. They unexpectedly reached the Dragon Valley first and stood by a green lake. Behind them was a cliff, on which a waterfall flew down, making a gurgling sound of water. Niao Lanqing's whole body was wrapped in xuanqi, and his exquisite and graceful body looked very hazy. With a veil on his face, standing by the lake, he was like a beauty in a picture. 2 days ago, the spring breeze in the cave did not seem to leave a shadow in her heart. Niao Lanqi followed Niao Lanqing's body. The little bird was friendly, pure and beautiful, and her big golden eyes flashed. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan and her 3 people coming to the lake, the corners of her mouth immediately moved. She wanted to come up and thank Ning Xiaochuan. She didn't know what happened between Ning Xiaochuan and her sister, only that Ning Xiaochuan saved her sister and was very grateful to Ning Xiaochuan in her heart. However, as soon as she stretched out her feet, she took it back again. Because there were other talented heroes of forces by the lake, she dared not show that she was very familiar with Ning Xiaochuan. One belongs to the imperial court and the other belongs to the sect. If you behave too familiar, you will definitely cause unnecessary trouble. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Niao Lanqing, acted calmly, retreated directly into a pavilion and sat down against a pillar. This lake is the holy lake of the dragon nationality. The spring water is milky white, emitting wisps of white smoke, showing the shape of dragons. There are more than 10 kinds of rare metaphysical drugs growing in the lake, among which several have been growing for thousands of years. Beyond the scope of metaphysical drugs, they can be called half a psychic wonder drug. By the lake, there are many young martial artists. Representatives of the heirs of the 10 major doors came to celebrate their birthday. Everyone was handsome, spirited, and bright in their eyes. Each of them is a peerless pride that can stand aloof from his contemporaries. On the court side, in addition to Ning Xiaochuan and Yuqing, representatives from King Dajinpeng's mansion also came to attend. He is the second son of King Dajinpeng, the Prince of Jindu, and may become the heir of King Dajinpeng's mansion. Jindu Shizhi was dressed in a golden robe, with a war knife around his waist, and strands of golden xianqi flowed around his body. Sitting on a large golden chair in the distance, he was surrounded by more than a dozen young generals in armor, all of whom were young masters seduced by King Dajinpeng's mansion. The Prince of Jindu refuses people thousands of miles away, giving people a feeling of inaccessibility. He stared at Ning Xiaochuan coldly, and then took back his eyes. The Prince of Jindu is the real brother of Princess Cixi. Among the sons of King Dajinpeng, the cultivation of martial arts is the strongest. It is said that he once fought with Wu Zun and didn't fall behind. If he knows about you and Niao Lanqing, he is likely to beat you into disability. Yuqing communicated with Ning Xiaochuan with her mind, with a strange smile on her face, staring at Niao Lanqing in the distance. Ning Xiaochuan also responded with his heart, he is not Niao Lanqing's fiancé. But you almost became his sister's fiancé. Everyone knows that if it weren't for you Ningxing, you would have been married long ago. Because of the great difference in status between you and Yu Ningxing, there can be no result at all, so everyone feels that the marriage between King Dajinpeng's residence and the Marquis of Jiang's residence may have to continue. Hey! Yuqing's eyes are still staring at Niao Lanqing, but it's a pity that Niao Lanqing's face is covered by the veil, and she can't see her expression at the moment. Niao Lanqing's posture is absolutely beautiful, and his curves are beautiful. Even if he just stands quietly by the lake, it is a beautiful scenery, which attracts the eyes of many martial artists. She seemed to feel her eyes staring at her, so she turned and stared at Ning Xiaochuan in the direction of the 3 people. As soon as the corner of her eye touched Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, she immediately turned her head back. I don't know what she whispered to Niao Lanqing, so the 2 women walked to the other side, trying to distance themselves from Ning Xiaochuan and the 3 of them. Nia Shenzi, wait a minute. Yuqing Bingbing politely greeted him, bowed, looking quite polite, and said with a smile, "I heard that the wedding date of the fairy and the heirloom of the sword saint is coming, which is really gratifying." Young talents from all major departments also came to congratulate. "I also heard the wedding news. Ning Xiaochuan and the heiress of the sword saint are talented and beautiful. They can be called a match made in heaven, and will become the eternal reputation of the martial arts and Taoism. The marriage of a Yuan sect and Tianyin sect will surely unite all our major sects to fight against the demon sect together. On the wedding day, you must go to congratulate." Niao Lanqing's eyes were cold and he wanted to kill Yuqing with his eyes. Yuqing said with a smile, "I believe that Yuan sect and Tianyin sect will definitely entertain the world for such a beautiful thing, and I don't know if the grandson of our court has a chance to get a wedding invitation?" This was a very friendly question, but it was another flavor in Niao Lanqing's ears. Today is the 1000th birthday of the Dragon King. It's not suitable to talk about it. The Dragon King's birthday and the fairy's wedding are both happy events. Talk. To be honest, one of my brothers has always loved Fairy Nia. Hearing that the fairy was about to get married, he was very happy and wanted to get a wedding post in advance. Yuqing said with a smile, pointing in the direction of Ning Xiaochuan. Niao Lanqing tightly pinched his fingers and glanced in the direction of Ning Xiaochuan with a cold breath. In her opinion, Ning Xiaochuan deliberately asked Yuqing to disturb the situation. Ning Xiaochuan also has a headache at the moment. Yuqing is really a big mouth, which is really too open-ended. Niao Lanqing will certainly endure it in order to take the overall situation into consideration. However, if Yuqing slips his mouth, God knows how much trouble he will make. There was a commotion outside the Dragon Valley. Yinan Tian came in from outside the Dragon Valley, dressed in a white robe, handsome and unrestrained, carrying a purple flying sword. With each step on the ground, there was a white fog holding the soles of his feet, as if stepping on the clouds. "Young Master Yi is here. Today, I can finally see the style of the successor of the Sword Saint. Yi Gongzi, congratulations. Young Master Yi and Fairy Nia are indeed beautiful and admirable. It would be great if they could have a wedding drink on their wedding day." The arrival of Yinan Tian immediately caused a commotion in Longgu. The first reason is that he is the successor of the swordsman and has a good position in the martial arts world. The second reason is that he is about to marry the first beauty of Tianyinzong as his wife, which makes everyone envy him. Yinan Tian is indeed a person with great temperament. From the inside out, he exudes a strong self-confidence and charming demeanor, just like a sword fairy in white walking in the world of mortals. 2 days ago, he was also surrounded and killed by Xuanzhou Butcher God Camp, but his cultivation was strong. While breaking through the siege, he killed the warriors of Xuanzhou Butcher God Camp, and finally killed 21 warriors of Xuanzhou Butcher God Camp, and rushed to Longgu on time. Compared with 2 days ago, his breath has become more powerful, giving people a feeling of towering mountains. Every wisp of Xian Qi forms a small sword, which is to achieve the realm of sword Qi communication. This is a peak of sword spirit in sword cultivation. Any breath you breathe out can condense into a sword, killing people invisibly. Obviously, the killing in these 2 days also made him improve his cultivation and break through to a new level. Yinan Tian took the initiative to rescue Niao Lanqing, and said with a light smile, "The wedding date of Nia Shenzi and I has been set by the elders. At that time, the wedding invitation will be sent to the royal palace. The little prince must come to congratulate him at that time. By the way, brother Ning of the Marquis of Jianghe must come on time." Yinan Tian stared at Ning Xiaochuan with a smile. Ning Xiaochuan said, "You must come. He will definitely go. After all, if he misses such a great moment, he will regret it all his life." Yuqing laughed. Niao Lanqing's face was slightly unnatural, because no one noticed that he was wearing a veil. The red dragon lies on Ning Xiaochuan's shoulder and sleeps. The saliva drips out of his mouth and connects into a glittering line. Yinan Tian glanced at the red dragon, and a strange light flashed in his pupil. He smiled kindly and said, "A few days ago, in Hualong City, I didn't know the identity of the little marquis. I just think this little beast is cute, and I want to buy it for Longi. At that time it was very annoying, so please forgive me." "It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. The big revenge has been avenged." Yuqing's mouth couldn't stop at all. She almost revealed her mouth, which made Ning Xiaochuan's forehead sweat. Ning Xiaochuan said, "It's just a small matter. Brother Yi doesn't need to take it to heart. The young marquis is broad-minded and admirable." Yinan Tian laughed. "The style of the heiress of the Sword Saint is very outstanding. He is not only handsome and extraordinary, but also has deep martial arts cultivation. His speech and behavior are elegant and appropriate, which makes many proud women in the battlefield fall in love at first sight, and everyone envies Niao Lanqin. The male martial artists present envy Yinan Tian even more. Being able to marry such a proud woman as Niao Lanqin was enough to make men all over the world jealous and crazy. Here comes the saint of the demon sect, and there are also the rising stars of the 6 demon ways." There was a cry of surprise. Everyone's eyes were staring at Longuku. Sure enough, they saw a group of rising stars from the Demon Gate, including the new generation of extreme geniuses from the Demon Gate and the gorgeous demon girls from the Demon Gate. Among them, the most eye-catching person is naturally the mysterious saint of the Demon Gate. This is the first time that the Mormon saint appeared in public. Many people want to see her unique style. Her Highness, the saint, came slowly, her luoshan swayed, and snow fell all over her head. Her long black hair hung down like a waterfall, with a touching fairy appearance on her body. Although she is the descendant of the Demon Gate, she is elegant and mysterious, which makes many martial artists present can't help comparing her with Niao Lanqin. The final result is that each has its own merits, and they are all beautiful women. Ning Xiaochuan glanced slightly at the genius hero of the Demon Gate, just opposite Duan Kasuzuki's 4 eyes. She is staring at Ning Xiaochuan, her eyes staring round, like a fighting hen. She showed the blood-devouring demon skill, fell into a state of madness, and disappeared in the MTO forest. If she was not found by the saint of the Demon Gate in time, she would probably be completely mad and become a blood-devouring female demon head. Therefore, her heart is very dissatisfied with Ning Xiaochuan, thinking that Ning Xiaochuan lost her. Since she followed the saint of the Demon Gate, it was obvious that the blood-eating demon gas in her body had been suppressed. Ning Xiaochuan felt a little relieved, so he withdrew his eyes and didn't want to be known by the court that he had friends with people in the Demon Gate. Just to Ning Xiaochuan's curiosity, Shao Linger didn't stay with the Saint of Mormon, nor did she come to Dragon Valley. She is so young that nothing will happen to her? Another proud girl of heaven, I think the genius of this demon saint is even better than Niao Lanqin, and I don't know how beautiful the face under the veil is. Shi Jing'an's mouth drooled and his eyes narrowed into a seam. Yuqing retreated, his face a little dignified, and said, Yi Nanjin's cultivation has broken through, and he may have entered the territory of the earth. Just now I made eye contact with him, and he defeated my mind, almost injured. Just now, Yuqing and Yinan Tian seemed to be talking and laughing. In fact, they had a dangerous mental battle. In the past, the cultivation of the two people was between Buozhong, and it was difficult to decide whether to win or lose. This time, Yuqing was easily defeated by the other party. It is no wonder that he, who has always been outspoken, would retreat in a low-key way. Yinan Tian looks very young, just in his early 20s, but his real age is over 30. At this age, entering the territory of Dizun is indeed quite amazing, but it is still within the acceptable range. Shi Jing said with a dry smile, Brother Ning, you have to be careful. If Yinan Tian knows that he has been wearing a green hat, I'm afraid he will be mad. Wu Zun's anger will bring millions of corpses. Ning Xiaochuan smiled faintly and didn't take this matter to heart, saying, Yi Nanshan's cultivation is terrible, and the cultivation of the Saint of the Demon Gate is also terrible. I think she is extremely weak. There are young people who carry the tripod in both the Demon Gate and the sect. I'm afraid it's not easy for the Imperial Court to defeat them and continue to sign a contract with the Dragon Clan. Yu Qing looked very relaxed and said with a smile, with the Prince Jindu of King Dajinpeng's mansion, we are enough to compete with them. If I guessed right, the Imperial Court should also send people to carry the tripod. Is there anyone in the court stronger than the Prince of Jindu? Ning Xiaochuan rode. The Marquis in the Clouds and the Spiritual Virtual Venerable, as long as one person comes, it is enough to suppress the whole audience and make the world's heroes bow down. Yu Qing laughed. The Dragon King stipulated that anyone under the age of 40 can come to celebrate his birthday. The lifespan of martial artists is twice as long as that of ordinary people. The 40-year-old martial artist is still quite young, and the plasticity of martial arts is very high. It is an emerging force in the martial arts world, and it is also the future of the martial arts world. All martial artists who can reach the territory of Dizuan before the age of 40 are real top talents, with great potential and unlimited future. Yunzhongho Yu Wuyang entered the territory of Dizuan at the age of 26. He is the youngest Wuzun in the history of Yulan Empire. Now he is less than 40 years old, enough to represent the imperial court to celebrate his birthday. As soon as Yu Qing's voice fell, he heard someone call out the name of Ho in the Clouds. Ho in the Clouds is really coming. The imperial court is really bound to win this time, and I don't know whether the legendary spiritual immortal will come. Lingshu Venerable just took over the Tiandi Academy, and it is estimated that it is impossible to come. In fact, with the strength of Ho in the Clouds, he has already won the game, and there is no way that anyone can be his opponent. Yan Cunghao is wearing a 5-colored glass armor, with thick eyebrows and sharp lips, like a god of war. His strength is very strong, even if it is not shown, it makes people feel palpitating. His eyes are sharp, his pupils are bright, and the light is dazzling. Ordinary warriors will be scared to kneel down just by staring at him. He came to Yu Qing and Ning Xiaochuan and said, "You also come to celebrate the birthday of the Dragon King?" Although Yu Qing and Ning Xiaochuan are high-ranking, they are only the heirs of the princes. It is reasonable to say that when they see the Marquis in the Clouds, they both have to salute. However, Yu Qing and Ning Xiaochuan did not salute. Yu Qing said, "The Dragon King has lived for thousands of years. He is the elder we all want to look up to. Coming to celebrate the Dragon King's birthday is what our grandson should do." The Marquis in the Cloud did not care too much about their disrespect, and said, "The Holy Lord sent the Marquis to renew the Millennium Contract with the Dragon King. Since you are all here, you will follow my orders. Sorry, we didn't receive the divine will. Please forgive us that we can't obey the order of the Marquis." Yu Qing is the heir of the hereditary palace. He has his own pride, and it is impossible to obey the orders of the Marquis in the Clouds. As the grandson of the hereditary princes, he didn't pay attention to the non-hereditary princes at all. Ho's face in the cloud remained unchanged, but his eyes became more gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking at the moment. "You two are so brave. Although you are the heirs of the princes, you are not the real princes. You dare to disobey the orders of the Marquis in the Clouds and the will of the Holy Ghost. Do you want to rebel?" Jihanqing stood behind Ho in the Clouds and pointed the dragon elephant halberd gun at Ning Xiaochuan's neck, his eyes cold. Although she showed a cold attitude, she shook her head slightly to Ning Xiaochuan, motioning him not to fight with Yunzhongho. Yu Qing was furious, and a golden Xuanqi dragon appeared on his arm. His momentum climbed, staring at Jihanqing, and said, "What are you? Dare to shoot the heir of the prince, believe it or not." Jihanqing was not afraid of Yu Qing's identity at all. With a sweep of the dragon elephant halberd gun, he immediately raised a mysterious wave, which was like an iron pillar waving out, causing bursts of wind and thunder. Yu Qing slapped his hands out and hit two Xuanqi dragons, making a dragon's roar. Bang! One hit and collided, which immediately cracked the ground and exploded the lake. The two quit at the same time, but they were even. Yu Qing felt the numbness in her palm, stared at Jihanqing in surprise, and secretly said, "Ho in the cloud is really powerful, and any female follower's cultivation is so high." After the death of Yan Conghao's eldest disciple, he focused on cultivating Jihanqing. Therefore, Jihanqing's cultivation has also advanced by leaps and bounds, and has reached the 9th level of the secular realm, which is enough to compete with Yu Qing. She is now the third person around Ho in the clouds. Yu Qing also wanted to continue fighting with Jihanqing, but was stopped by Ning Xiaochuan and whispered, "The people of the Demon Gate and the major gates are here. For the time being, bear it for a while, and don't let them see the jokes of our courts infighting." Yu Qing stared at Jihanqing fiercely, dispersing the mysterious qi on his arm, communicating with Ning Xiaochuan with his mind, and said, "Do you know the woman around Yun Zhongho? Yu Qing is actually a person with delicate mind, not as manic as the surface. Just now he has found that Jihanqing and Ning Xiaochuan have eye contact." Jihanqing, the second disciple of Marquis in the clouds. Ning Xiaochuan didn't explain much. In fact, his friendship with Jihanqing is not very deep. Moreover, Jihanqing still owes him hundreds of millions of pills, which has not been paid yet, which makes him a little angry. "Ask her, it seems that he is too stingy, I feel sorry for not asking her." The people of the Marquis in the clouds really can't make friends. They owe so much money, but they still haven't paid it back. Their character is too bad. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. If Jihanqing knew what Ning Xiaochuan was thinking at the moment, he would probably shoot Ning Xiaochuan. "You won't have an affair with her, will you?" Yu Qing rode. "Do you think it's possible? The 3 disciples of Yan Conghao died in my hands. I'm afraid she can't wait to strip me of my muscles." Ning Xiaochuan smiled gently. Of course, this is just Ning Xiaochuan's own guess. As for Jihanqing's attitude? It's really hard to say. The imperial court became harmonious, led by the Marquis in the middle of the cloud, and there were Jindu Shizi, Yu Qing, Ning Xiaochuan, Jihanqing, these masters who could be alone, immediately defeated the Demon Gate and all the major gates. After all, the imperial court is the master of the Jade Orchid Empire. Strong people emerge in large numbers and rule the world. The inside story naturally exceeds that of the Demon Gate and the major gates. Then, another warrior came one after another. There are princesses and princes from some 4th and 3rd civilizations, heirs of some ancient families, and young masters of evil forces, and so on. In addition to the warriors of the Terran, there are also some heterogeneous Xian beasts who came to celebrate their birthday. They are all outstanding among the Xian beasts, including the cubs of the 7th grade Xian beast and the cubs of the 8th grade Xian beast. They do not attend the birthday banquet in the body of animals, but in the form of young people. As long as you reach the level of 7th grade Xian beast, you can turn into human form. Among them, the cub of a topaz beast, after turning into a human shape, looks like a 2-3-year-old child, wearing a red belly pocket and a pigtail, running around the lake chasing a butterfly, which is harmless to humans and animals. However, its martial arts cultivation is extremely abnormal. If it is really regarded as a child, it is a big mistake. There is also a mysterious beast of the enchanting fox clan, incarnated as a peerless beauty, wearing fox fur and tulle, with long hair floating, graceful dance, showing a graceful beautiful curve, and a lovely white velvet tail under the skirt, which hooks away the souls of many martial artists. She is the successor of the Meihuan fox clan. Her body is full of the blood of the overlord 9-tailed heavenly fox in the ancient god era, and her cultivation is also unfathomable. Ning Xiaochuan counted carefully, and there were as many as 27 mysterious beasts that could turn into human shapes. You know, anything that can be transformed into human form means that it has reached the level of 7th-grade Xian Beast, and it can be called the King of Xian Beast. Once the 7th-level Xian Beast becomes an adult, it has the combat power of the Wu Zun level, so that countless warriors can only look up. Yuqing said, behind these mysterious beast cubs, there is at least one abnormal level of mysterious beast overlord elders. They come from the forbidden areas and barren forests of the Yulan Empire, such as the Huama Mountains, Shanny Lake, Sacrificial Plain, Masha Desert. They are the descendants of a mysterious beast king. If you can make friends with any of them, you can get countless help and provide us with a continuous stream of mysterious beast mounts. Those Xian beasts don't seem to want to make friends with human warriors, but they are still very hostile, and there is no communication between them. Xian beast and human beings are old grudges and hostile to each other. If it weren't for being in Dragon Valley, they might have fought already. All the people and animals gathered by the lake, waiting for the birthday banquet to begin. Shua. The dragon sons and daughters of the Jiaolong clan flew down from the top of the waterfall and suspended on the surface of the lake, instantly calming everyone. The birthday party begins. The dragon girl has an excellent figure, her skin is like a beautiful jade carving, the dragon horn on her forehead is crystal clear, and there is lightning shuttling behind her, forming a cyan power grid. Her voice is very beautiful. She said, "Welcome all heroes of mankind and the heirs of the great mysterious beast territories to the Dragon Valley. The Dragon King's birthday banquet is about to begin. Please taste delicious food and wine first, and then the Dragon King will come out to see you in person." Boom! The lake suddenly boiled, and the Dragon King actually appeared in person, which made everyone feel incredible and naturally excited. The dragon girl and the dragon son flew up from the surface of the holy lake and fell on the bank of the lake to communicate with all talented heroes. 18 maids in white, carrying bronze trays, sent wine and delicacies to the warriors of the Terran and the heirs of the Xian Beast. These white maids are not dragon people, but human beings. They voluntarily become servants of the dragon people and work for the dragon people. Just as the dragon clan can become the mount of human beings can also become the servants of the dragon clan to practice the martial arts and skills of the dragon clan. The two are a fair exchange, and there is no who is noble or humble. Bang! A young Xuanwu cub with a young man's face smashed the table, stood up and said in a cold voice, "They have bear paws and snake soup in the dishes of human warriors. It's disgusting. Human beings eat Xuanwu. This is eating our compatriots." Other Xian Beast cubs also stared at the Terran's dinner plate. Sure enough, they saw that the dishes were full of Xian Beast meat, which was cooked very delicious and rich in flavor. They suddenly became murderous. No human warrior dares to offend the Xian Beast cubs. You know, behind them, there are extremely fierce elders of the Xian Beast King. If you offend them, even big doors like Yuyuanzong will suffer heavy losses. Some warriors are ready to pour out all the food and apologize to the Xian Beast cubs. Duan Kasuzuki's eyes were cold and did not have the slightest fear, saying, "Their dishes actually contain human hearts and livers, and they even eat human beings, which is simply harmful to heaven and harmony." All the human warriors stared at the dining plate of the Xian Beast cub, and sure enough, they saw the bloody heart, hands, and thighs. The mysterious beast cub with the appearance of a young man twisted a human heart, swallowed it in his stomach, and said with a smile, "Only people are allowed to eat animals, but animals are not allowed to eat people? I think human heart is the most delicious food in the world. The dragon family is so hospitable and knows the taste of our four-winged snake family." The four-winged snake is a 7th-grade Xian Beast. This young man is the cub of a four-winged snake. Although he is not yet an adult, his strength has been quite terrible. Every breath spits out with a poisonous fog, eroding the earth and rock under him into black. What skill does cannibalism have in mind? If you have the ability to eat a living person, try it. Next to him, a young man in human skin and soft armor egged him on. This boy is the cub of the dragon eagle, and he is also a 7th-grade Xian beast. You think I dare not? The cub of the 4-winged snake glared angrily, and did not pay attention to the young talents of human beings at all. If you dare to eat one, I dare to eat two. The cub of the dragon eagle said. The cub of the 4-winged snake said to start, and his arm became full of more than 20 meters long, condensed into a big palm, and grabbed Duanka Suzuki. It thinks Duankalinger is a prickly head, and it has fine skin and tender meat. It must taste delicious. Duanmu Linger took out the desperate machete, pulled out a crescent-shaped knife light, and chopped it at the big handprint, making a harsh sound of clattering. With her cultivation, she didn't split her palm. Haha. Human chick, be my food. Today I'll let you know what the law of the jungle is. The 4-winged snake cub's mouth burst into laughter. Phew. The saint of the demon gate stretched out a jade finger and lit a sword light, which punctured the palm print of the 4-winged snake cub and turned it into wisps of smoke. The voice of the saint of the demon gate was very flat, but with a strong dignity. Your Xian beast race is too presumptuous, and you really think that no one in human beings can deal with you? The 4-winged snake cub laughed and said, Who is this chick? She is so beautiful and her martial arts cultivation is so high. If she can be divided, her cultivation will definitely increase. That's right. I can feel that every drop of blood in her body is like a mysterious medicine. If you can eat a piece of meat on her body, you must make great progress. The dragon eagle cub said. Those Xian beast cubs stared at the saint of the demon gate, with blood-devouring light in their eyes, grinding their teeth and sending out low laughter. Xian beasts eat people, which is a very normal thing. Especially the powerful Kapingxuan beast has a great appetite. As long as you open your mouth and suck it, you can swallow people in a small town. Although she is only a woman, she has the same pride as pine and bamboo. Even in the face of dozens of powerful Xian beasts, she is still calm and very indifferent. The young talents of the demon sect also stood behind the saint of the demon sect. They rushed out of their bodies with the spirit of evil spirits and faced off with those mysterious beast cubs murderously. Boom! The 4-winged snake cub and the dragon eagle cub shot at the same time, turned into two fast figures, and instantly attacked the saint of the demon gate. Their body methods are extremely mysterious, like snake-shaped dance, dragon and eagle wings, fast and agile, elusive. Their bodies are extremely powerful, with mysterious beast smell on them. The soles of the feet crushed the earth, spit out flames in the mouth, and various attacks surged like waves. The saint of the demon gate stood on the ground without shaking her body. As soon as her jade arm was lifted, cold snow condensed in the air. Her fingers were on the top of the 4-winged snake cub, and the 4-winged snake was immediately frozen by the cold ice and turned into an ice sculpture. Wow! Her jade finger points out again, with a little white light on her fingertips, and the dragon eagle cub turns into an ice sculpture. With just 2 fingers, the cubs of the 2 7-level Xian beasts were frozen, which shocked the martial artists present and forced them to evaluate the cultivation of the demon saint again. I've heard that the saint of the demon sect has a strong cultivation. As soon as I see it today, it's really extraordinary. Let me also come to meet the saint's magical power for a while. The cub of a Bapingxuan beast came out with a long gun and pierced the void. The next moment, he crossed a distance of tens of meters and stabbed the saint of the magic door in front of her. The saint of the magic door stretched out a slender jade hand, condensed the cold and mysterious air, frozen the spear in the air, formed an ice wall in front of her body, and spread towards the Bapingxuan beast cub. Boom! Bapingxuan beast cub roared, spit out thunderstorm sound waves, took off, used a gun as a stick, and waved it down. The saint of the demon gate stepped on the snow, and her body actually took off and flew to the sky. Her posture was very beautiful, and her body method was constantly changing. Dozens of beautiful people appeared in the air, just like dozens of fairy girls dancing in man. In fact, they were all the same person. The Pingshuan beast cub also catapulted up, jumping 30 feet high and flying straight for 9 days to meet the saint of the demon gate. Bang! Bang! The 4-winged snake cubs and the dragon eagle cubs broke through the ice and shook off the ice on the ground, burning flames on their bodies and roaring angrily in their mouths. The body of the 4-winged snake cub was wrapped by the mysterious gas and expanded constantly, turning into a black giant snake more than 60 meters long, with a reddish fan-shaped snake crown on its head, 2 pairs of scaly meat wings on its back, and a black poison fog spit out of its mouth. 4 huge wings flapped, with a black poisonous wind, rushing to the sky. Then, 5 powerful Shan beast cubs turned into Numenon and flew to the sky to attack the saint of the demon sect. It seemed that they really planned to join hands to kill her and eat flesh and blood. The wisdom of high-level Shan beasts is extremely high, their means are cruel, and their moves are ruthless. Above the sky, you can see huge animal shadows flying at any time, lightning chopping, flames burning half the sky, sword chi shuttling through the clouds, and you can vaguely see a slim woman standing on the flying sword. That picture is like a female sword fairy fighting with the demons, as if she had returned to the primeval era. The dragon eagle cub stared at the other martial artists of the demon gate, with a bloodthirsty light in his eyes. His fingers turned into eagle claws and tore up one of the demon girls of the demon gate. Its mouth became larger, like a water tank, directly devouring the demon girl as blood food. Duanqi Linger led the genius heroes of the demon gate to fight against the dragon eagle cub, but he was still defeated and was forced to retreat. The demon saint can suppress the cubs of high-level Shan beast, but they are far from being rivals of high-level Shan beast cubs at all. Stabbed. Another talented man of the demon sect was swallowed alive by the dragon eagle cub and turned into a living mysterious medicine. The dragon eagle cub's martial arts cultivation continued to improve, and his fighting spirit became stronger. He laughed and said, "This is the young martial arts master of the Terran? It's just our food." The dragon and the dragon girl stood by the lake, but did not stop them, calmly staring at the fight between the Terran warrior and the Shan beast cub. All this seems to have been expected by them. Ning Xiaochuan frowned. The attitude of the dragon clan was indifferent and understandable. However, other human warriors present were also so indifferent. It was too incomprehensible to let the Xuanwu cubs devour the warriors of the demon gate. As human beings, can we watch our compatriots being devoured by other races? Ning Xiaochuan planned to take action, but Yu Qing pinched his wrist, shook his head for him, and whispered with his heart, "You haven't seen the situation yet? All forces want to use the hand of Shan beast cubs to get rid of the demon gate." Ning Xiaochuan said, "It's not the demon clan that gets rid of, but the compatriots of the human race. Human beings can fight inside, but they should be based on not being bullied by foreigners." Yu Qing also frowned tightly. To be honest, he also couldn't stand these people's indifferent attitude. However, he continued to advise, "If you take action, you are likely to attract great enemies to the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. The king of Shan Beast is not easy to provoke. You should think clearly." Ning Xiaochuan has thought very clearly, directly expand the rainbow to move, and his body disappears from the original place. The next moment, he flew over the dragon eagle cub. The flesh and blood of the Terran warrior is really delicious. Each piece of flesh and blood can increase my cultivation a lot. It's really a natural living mysterious medicine. The dragon eagle cub laughed and flew out the desperate machete in Duanka Suzuki's hand. Scales grow on its arms, and its claws are like iron hooks, which cut across Duan Kipling's neck, leaving a blood-red fine mark. The desperate machete flew twice in midair, and it was about to fall to the ground, but it was pinched by Ning Xiaochuan. A mass of dragon and tiger mysterious gas rushed out of the body, and the brilliance on the desperate machete immediately soared. A knife cleaved on the arm of the dragon eagle cub, and with great strength, the scales were torn open and shed scarlet blood. A bloody black eagle claw flew out and fell to the ground, turning into a piece of flesh. This is not the real claw of the dragon eagle cub, but the claw formed by a piece of flesh and blood. The claw was cut off, lost the support of Xuanqi, and immediately became a piece of flesh and blood. Ah! Damn! The dragon eagle cub ate the pain, immediately retreated, operated the mysterious qi in his body, and his arm grew again. He said in a deep voice, "How dare you dare to be an enemy of this seat? Do you know the identity of this master?" It was extremely angry with Ning Xiaochuan, and the murderous spirit became stronger. Ning Xiaochuan returned the desperate machete to Duankelinger, and stared at the dragon eagle cub again, saying, "I only know that this is the Dragon King's birthday banquet, not where you kill." All of them didn't make a move, and were ready to use the power of the Shan beast cub to get rid of the demon gate, but they didn't expect that a young marquis in the court would actually kill out to help the demon gate deal with the Shan beast cub. Are Shan beast cubs so easy to deal with? Many people showed the expression of watching the good play and were gloating. Master, Ning Xiaochuan, is too ignorant. In case he offends Xuanzhou cub, it is likely to bring disaster to the imperial court. Call him back. Ji Hanqing naturally understands the fierce relationship, and is afraid that Ning Xiaochuan is too ambitious. No. Ho in the cloud said faintly. He stared at Ning Xiaochuan, with an unobserved sneer on the corner of his mouth. Niao Longji's eyes dripped and turned. Using his mind, he whispered, "Sister, this little marquis is too nosy." It's clear that he was a member of the imperial court. He not only saved us, but now even the people of the demon sect have begun to save him. Is there something wrong with his head? Niao Longqin actually couldn't stand the indifferent attitude of the people present, but after all, she represented Tiannin's sect, and didn't dare to rush out, for fear of causing great disaster to Tiannin's sect. Ning Xiaochuan would come forward, which was completely beyond her expectation. Since you jumped out to die by yourself, don't blame this master for being rude. The body of the dragon eagle cub exudes bright brilliance, and its body swells to tens of meters high, turning into a huge black dragon eagle. The dragon eagle has a pair of tens of meters long wings on its back, and its head looks like a real dragon. It spits a blue flame out of its mouth and spews out Chi Chi. The cyan flame will burn the ground and turn it into hot magma. This is not ordinary fire, but the gifted magic power of Dragon Eagle, King Lihuo. For Kapingxuan beasts, magical powers can be automatically born in their bodies, which are called gifted magical powers, hidden in the depths of their blood and inherited by their ancestors. Terran warriors use paper rolls to inherit the magic power of martial arts and pass it on to future generations. The Shan beast race, however, uses its blood to inherit magical powers and leave them to future generations. The ancestor of Dragon Eagle is a Qingming Dragon Eagle, which has earth-shaking ability and once swallowed a dragon. However, they are all legends of the Apotheosis era. Although the Dragon Eagle family living in the Yulan Empire is the descendant of the Qingming Dragon Eagle, the blood in the body has been quite thin. Only the offspring with extraordinary talent can the blood revive, so as to awaken the talent and magic left in the blood of the Qingming Dragon Eagle. It can be said that King Lihuo is the magic power of the Qingming Dragon Eagle, which has the power to burn the sky and boil the sea. It is a pity that the Dragon Eagle cub did not even exert 1/10 of the power of King Lihuo. Ning Xiaochuan held up the clouds, and clouds returned to their vitality and formed a mysterious gas cover with a diameter of 10 meters to resist the attack of King Lihuo. Pointing to the sky with both hands, hundreds of lightning condensed between two palms, turning into a strange beast with a ferocious face, which is very similar to the legendary mount of Thor, and a pair of animal eyes turned red. Ow! The lightning beast, with a roar, rushed towards the dragon eagle cub with lightning all over the sky. Flames and lightning are impacting each other, sending out sharp collisions. The dragon eagle cub's mouth uttered a sad cry, his feathers were blackened by lightning, and his chest was torn out by the lightning beast with a huge claw print, and the blood kept flowing out. The warriors of the Terran dare to bully our Shinbeast clan, Dragon Eagle, let me help you. A tight-headed blonde boy, with golden light all over his body, turned into an 8-meter-high yellow lion beast. The yellow lion beast is also a cub of the 7-rank Shan beast. Its fur is like cast with real gold. The light is quite dazzling. The divine horse is abnormal. The teeth in its mouth are 1 meter long, like 2 rows of golden swords. The dragon eagle cubs and the golden lion attacked at the same time, displaying their natural powers and turning the whole Dragon Valley into a battlefield. Ning Xiaochuan is only 18 years old today. Unexpectedly, he can fight with the cubs of 2 7-grade Shan beasts. No wonder he is called the first pride of the imperial city. The imperial court is really full of talents, said a talented hero of Lingxi sect. He is too sharp, and he doesn't know how to be patient. He dares to be the enemy of the Shan beast cubs. Such a person will die sooner or later. Even the Marquis in the cloud didn't stand out. It was rash of him to dare to fight. Wu Zhi present commented extremely on Ning Xiaochuan. Some people think that he has outstanding talent and is likely to be able to enter the territory of Dizun before the age of 40. Some people also feel that his character is flawed, he doesn't know how to hide his strength and bide time, he can't see the situation clearly, and he is too bumpy. Only a few people admire Ning Xiaochuan in their hearts, because they know that Ning Xiaochuan is not a bumpy person, but his mind is still very delicate. He just couldn't bear to see that his compatriots were devoured by Shan beasts, and the warrior, who was also a Terran, could turn a blind eye. This indifference is really terrible. Ning Xiaochuan is obviously not an indifferent person in his bones. The wings of the dragon eagle spread out and covered the sky, like a black cloud, with a dragon singing sound in its mouth and a green flame 1 meter in diameter. The body of the golden lion beast is 10 times larger than that of the elephant. There is golden war qi in its body, and its power is infinite. Compared with the dragon eagle and the golden lion beast, Ning Xiaochuan's body is very small, shuttling between the two behemoths, like a leaf floating with the wind. He appeared to be at ease, without the slightest sign of panic. The attack of the 2 Shan beast cubs is very fierce, green from fire and lion roar, 2 kinds of gifted magical powers are attacking, and if other martial arts, they would have been extinguished. Is your cub of Qiping Shan beast so capable? That's it. Ning Xiaochuan's body emits star light, star fog, stars rotate, with the body as the center, like an incarnation into a small universe. The stars and the moon are in the same sky. Wow! A silver moon appeared above Ning Xiaochuan's head, beheaded at 2 Xuanwu cubs, and pulled out a long silver tail. The feathers of the dragon eagle were cut off, and a 2-meter-long blood hole appeared on its body, almost cutting off its neck. The yellow lion beast was even worse. Its tail was cut off and fell to the ground. That piece of tail, however, weighs dozens of kilograms of flesh and blood. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the ground, with no dust on his robe and full of starlight mist, and said, "I don't want to kill at the Dragon King's birthday banquet, otherwise you are dead now." What a big tone. A cold voice sounded. The Shan beast cubs retreated one after another and saw a man with white hair sitting on a stone stool, carrying a wine pot, tasting the good wine sent by the dragon family. Not only his hair is white, but also his skin is very white, emitting glittering brilliance. His eyebrows are very thin, and the corners of his eyes are upward. He is a beautiful man, but he looks very strange. Of course, the most striking thing is his ears. His ears are very different from ordinary people. They are very sharp and twice as long as ordinary people's ears. Obviously, they are not human. What's more incredible is that those Xian beast cubs don't know it. The eyes of the Xian beast cubs also have a curious look. The white-haired man stood up, picked up a war sword, pointed to Ning Xiaochuan, then shook his head, pointed the war sword to Ho in the cloud, and said, "Among human warriors, your cultivation is the strongest, come out and fight with me." This is too arrogant. Other martial artists, who don't look up to it, dare to challenge Yan Songhao directly. You should know that it has been 10 years since Yun Zhongho stepped into the territory of Dizuan, and now his cultivation has been deep. How dare a Xian beast cub compete with Yun Zhongho? Other martial artists all think that this Xian beast cub is too arrogant, but only Ning Xiaochuan doesn't think so. Just now, the mysterious beast cub just pointed at him with a sword, and a suffocating force rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan, completely locking Ning Xiaochuan. Fortunately, it didn't look up to Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts cultivation, and instead challenged Yan Songhao. Ho in the cloud said faintly, "I have great respect for the white beaver who cut the sky barren ridge. Since you are his descendant, I won't fight you." Ho in the cloud can see the origin of the white-haired man at a glance, and his vision is far beyond that of his peers. Hearing the words, "cut the sky and waste mountain," not only the martial artists present were shocked, but also those Xian beast cubs stared at the white-haired man one after another. Chopping the wasteland is not in the Yulan Empire, but in the south outside the territory of the Yulan Empire, there is an endless wilderness forest, with undulating mountains, towering into the clouds, like a mountain separating heaven and earth. No one has ever crossed Zhangtian Barren Ridge, and he doesn't know what the other side of Zhangtian Barren Ridge looks like. All I know is that Zhangtian Barren Ridge is the territorial boundary south of Yulan Empire. For many martial artists, Zhangtian Barren Ridge is like a barrier between heaven and earth, the end of the earth and the backbone of the sky. The mysterious beast king who cut the sky barren ridge is a white beaver, and is the only 9-grade mysterious beast known to the martial artists of Yulan Empire. It is also for this reason that Ho shouted out the name of White Beaver in the clouds, which caused such a big shock. The white beaver cub was quite satisfied with Yan Conghao's attitude, and said contemptuously, "If you know the current affairs, I won't bother with you. He's your man. I want him to die, and you'll kill him now." The white beaver cub points to Ning Xiaochuan. "You like to be in the limelight. Now you've offended someone you shouldn't." Haha. Everyone's eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan, showing an expression of schadenfreude. The time set in this chapter is 12 a.m. I don't know why it didn't go out, sweat. I'm sorry to add it in the morning. The Marquis in the cloud calmed for a moment and said, "Ning Xiaochuan is the little Marquis of Jiangnan Marquis Mansion. He has a high position in the imperial court. This Marquis cannot kill his colleagues." Although Yan Songhao said that he was very principled and would not kill his colleagues in the imperial court, in fact, his words revealed Ning Xiaochuan's identity and tied the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion to Ning Xiaochuan. This is not just about getting rid of Ning Xiaochuan. He wanted to get rid of the whole Jiangnan Marquis house with the help of the power of the white beaver. Young Master Bailey stared at Ning Xiaochuan with a sneering smile and said, "Young man, you don't know the greatness of heaven and earth. We Xian beasts eat people, and you dare to control it. It's really too long for you to live. You decide yourself. Otherwise, your family will be involved." Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were cold, and he laughed, "People eat Xian beasts, and Xian beasts eat people. The two sides have long been incompatible. Why don't I dare to care? People and Xian beasts are enemies. Whether people eat Xian beasts or Xian beasts eat people depends on whose strength is stronger. Obviously, my strength is stronger than you, so you can only be eaten by me." The little master of the white beaver stood up with his chest and a faint smile on his face. He didn't pay attention to the mole ants like Ning Xiaochuan at all. Ning Xiaochuan said, "It's impossible for me to judge myself. If you really think you can kill me, why don't you try it yourself?" No one expected that Ning Xiaochuan could be so strong in front of the little master of White Beaver. The faces of the dragon eagle cub and the yellow lion cub showed a proud smile, thinking that Ning Xiaochuan deserved it, and this was the end of meddling. Someone advised, "Ning Xiaochuan, you'd better kill yourself. If you die, it's all over. Master Bai Li doesn't remember the villain's mistakes and won't be investigated into the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. Yes. If you have to annoy the little Master Bai Li, you will not only die by yourself, but also affect the whole Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion, and many people will die in vain." Everyone felt that Ning Xiaochuan's challenge to the little master of White Beaver was to strike a stone with an egg. This is the most stupid behavior. Sister, I don't think the little Marquis did anything wrong. Why are everyone targeting him? If we work together, we may not be afraid of the little master of the White Fox. Niao Longji muttered in a low voice. Although her voice is very low, it still can't hide from the ears of the little master of White Beaver. The White Beaver's eyes sank, and with a wave of his sword in the void, a sharp sword spirit cut over and hit Niao Longji. Why have a common sense with a little girl? Since you want to kill me, I'll meet you. Ning Xiaochuan's body appeared in front of a circle of ripples, which absorbed the sword chi of the little master of the White Beaver into the ripples, operated the martial arts of turning the stars, and fought back with several times the strength of the sword chi. Since you want to die, I'll make it happen to you. In the pupil of the little master of the White Beaver, the light of evil chi flowed, turned into a white light, and with a sword, it broke the star's change, stabbing Ning Xiaochuan's heart. This sword was as fast as a startling goose, moving like lightning, and stabbed the eyes of many martial artists. Every time the Xian beast improves a grade, there is a gap between heaven and earth. The little master of White Beaver is a 9-grade Xian beast. Although he is not yet an adult, he has been far more powerful than other Xian beasts, and even more powerful than Wu Zun. Ning Xiaochuan had already prepared to move the rainbow, and avoided this sword dangerously. Heart nourishing is really tripod. Ning Xiaochuan can't use the magic sword, so he can only call out the heart-nourishing tripod and use it as his weapon in battle. The heart-nourishing tripod is smelted from the yin-yang furnace of the 8th-level Xian Ware, which essentially has the power of the 8th-level Xian Ware. Moreover, it has been refined by the Phoenix Festival, and its power has actually exceeded the vast majority of 8th-grade Xuanqi, which can fully play a powerful and incomparable power. Under the action of Ning Xiaochuan's mysterious qi, the volume of Yangxin Zhending gradually expanded and became 9 meters high, with a raging flame burning inside, emitting palpitating power. Heart-nourishing Zhending. My God, Ning Xiaochuan has successfully fused Zhending and become a senior heart-nourishing teacher. He is so young. He is likely to become the 5th big heart-nourishing teacher of Yulan Empire in the future. The birth of Yangxin Zhending did cause a huge shock. Originally, Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts talent has made countless people envy, but he didn't expect that his attainments in the way of mental health teachers were so high that he could be comparable with those elders who lived 100 years. Niao Longji gently covered her mouth with beautiful eyes, tightly pinched Niao Longqing's hand, and said excitedly, "No wonder the little Marquis can cure your sister's animal poison. It turns out that he is a senior heart healer, which is simply too powerful. The ancient elders of Tianyin sect have not reached the level of a high-level heart healer." Speaking of treating animal poison, Niao Longqing's face became very unnatural and said, "So what? If you offend the little master of White Beaver, no matter how talented you are, you will be strangled in the cradle. Sister, you saved the little Marquis. He has saved our lives," Niao Longji said. Niao Longqing's daimei frowned tightly, then gently shook his head and said faintly, "It's beyond my ability. It can't be saved. If it can be saved, she doesn't mind saving Ning Ogawa once." However, today's events have indeed exceeded her ability. Even if she takes action, she can't change the outcome. The yin and yang qi flowing on the heart-nourishing tripod condensed into a dazzling yin and yang open fire, which bombarded the little master of White Beaver like a flaming mountain. It was an attack at the level of 8 xuanqi. One hit was enough to knock down the mountain. The dragon son and the dragon woman looked at each other, and each played 3 top-grade xianshi, which were set in 6 directions to form a dragon family array, making the space in the Dragon Valley more stable. Longzi and Long didn't intervene, just like 2 bystanders, let both sides fight to pieces, just strengthening the structure of the space to prevent Longgu from being damaged. The little master of White Beaver bombarded the heart-nourishing real tripod with his bare hands, and made the heart-nourishing real tripod roar like thunder. It is impossible to imagine the physical strength of the little master of the White Beaver who can compete with the 8 mysterious weapons with bare hands. Is that all you can do? If you try your best, I can only tell you that today is your death. White fluff grew on the arm of the little master of the White Beaver, and a divine eye condensed in the center of his eyebrows. His long white hair flew upside down, and the light on his body was as bright as a scorching sun. Wow! Many people were so stabbed that they couldn't open their eyes. Feeling extremely dangerous in their hearts, they quickly retreated. The little master of the White Beaver unfolded his divine power, and the divine eyes in the eyebrows opened a gap, emitting a bright divine light, bombarded the heart-nourishing tripod, and made a boom abnormal sound. Yang Xinjinding flew back upside down, smashing the array arranged by the dragon and the dragon girl, hitting the cliff and inlaying it in the mud and stone. The young master of White Beaver held a war sword, his whole body glowed white, and he couldn't walk towards Ning Xiaochuan step by step. He said, "You've even lost your xuanqi. Do you want to continue the war?" "Why not?" Ning Xiaochuan slapped Xiao Hong on the head. Ow! The red dragon who had been sleeping around his neck suddenly woke up, raised his head, looked left and right. Obviously, just now it slept very heavily and didn't know what happened. Ning Xiaochuan slapped it on the head again. The red dragon was photographed all over with excitement, and finally woke up completely. Seeing the little master of the White Beaver approaching step by step, his eyes lit up and his mouth uttered a cry of ow, ow. It will use its cry to deter the little master of White Beaver. Anyway, it is also a proud dragon cub. However, its cry really has no deterrent. It can't scare people at all, even if it stares, grinds its teeth, and waves its claws. Instead, it looks like it is playing tricks alone. Is Ning Xiaochuan's Xian Beast war pet crazy? What kind of master there is what kind of Xian Beast. It's really a pair of living treasures. Someone said with a sneer. This little guy is very similar to the legendary dragon, but he is too small, more like a dragon loach. The eyes of the dragon and the dragon girl are also fixed on the red dragon, and their eyes are very surprised. They can feel the dragon's breath on the red dragon. Although the dragon's breath is very weak, it is very pure, which is purer than the dragon king's. Just when everyone was amused by Xiao Hong, Ning Xiaochuan spit out 2 words, coldly, fit. Bang! The red dragon's body was broken into wisps of dragon gas, wrapped around Ning Xiaochuan's body, and condensed into a red dragon armor. A pair of scaly dragon wings, with sharp black barbs, grew on its back. Ning Xiaochuan's whole body is wrapped in armor, 70% of which are scales. The position in front of his chest forms a huge shield-shaped shell, with barbs on his head, just like the 2 horns of the divine dragon. A red dragon claw sword appeared in the palm of the hand, connected with the armor on the body. The sword body was wrapped by dragon scales, and the blade was shining cold. Ow! A domineering dragon sing sounded, earth-shattering. The faces of the dragon and the dragon woman changed continuously, and they felt a huge pressure on them. Ning Xiaochuan's back stretched out a huge faucet, just his head was like a big water tank, his body was as thick as a red column, and a pair of huge longans stared at the little master of the white beaver, hissing, shaking the eardrums of many martial artists. The 10-meter-long dragon body is coiled behind Ning Xiaochuan and integrated with the armor on Ning Xiaochuan. Everyone was stunned and unable to calm down. Even the always calm Ho in the clouds, his eyes become wonderful, and his pupils have a burning light. My darling, it's really a dragon cub. Shijingan rubbed his hands, and his eyes turned into peach eyes. He was even more excited than seeing a stunning beauty. If he hadn't been stopped by Yuqing, he might have jumped up and kissed Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the ground, with his sword horizontal, and his armor burst into flames, staring at the little master Bailey, and said, "Since you want to fight, you naturally want to accompany to the end." Because of the mistake in setting the time, in order to express his apology, this chapter is extra. After a short absence, the little master of the white beaver immediately regained his look in his eyes, and sneered, "The dragon cub should not fall into the hands of such a humble human as you. Only I am qualified to be its master. As long as I kill you, it will be my Shen beast war pet in the future." The momentum of the white beaver young master continued to condense, and the divine eye in the middle of the eyebrow burst out a lightning shuttle, and a sword cleaved to Ning Xiaochuan, condensing the prestige of Wu Zun level on his body. If it weren't for the array arranged by the dragon and the dragon woman, his sword would be enough to cut off a river and divert it. Ning Xiaochuan's body is also magnificent. Holding a dragon's claw and sword, he took the initiative to meet and kill. His strength in his body was increased by many times. He waved a sword and cut it out, even competing with the white beaver master. Boom! The array on the ground was torn open, and a 1-meter-wide gap appeared in Longu. Pa pa pa. The war sword swelled, the figure was disordered, and a series of rumbles broke out. In the eyes of the eyebrow, god of the little master of the white beaver, lightning condenses and shoots an electric shuttle. Ning Xiaochuan's mouth spits out a sound wave, condenses into a 3-meter-high hongzhong, and collides with the electric shuttle. Boom! One man and one beast retreated at the same time and flew back to the original position. The warrior standing next to him didn't see what magical powers they used at all. He only saw that as soon as they touched, they immediately separated. But on this contact, they have had a dangerous confrontation of more than 10 moves, and each hit occurred between lightning and flint, with the destructive power of cutting mountains and rivers. Above the sky, the clouds suddenly broke, and 7 black shadows fell from above. Bang! Bang! For winged snake cubs, teenagers with spears. A total of 7 Xuanwu cubs were severely injured, fell to the ground and fainted. 7 Xian beast cubs, who can be called 7 martial arts masters, jointly besieged the Saint of the Demon Gate, and were defeated miserably. If this gets out, no one will believe it. On the sky, flakes of goose feather snowflakes fell, and the air was cold. The Saint of the Demon Gate was dressed in white, with jade skin and ice skin, and her black hair was soft, like a fairy flying from heaven, wrapped in mysterious qi, stepping on snowflakes and falling to the ground. With a veil on her face, her stunning fairy face appeared faint and hazy. Every inch of her skin was as beautiful as crystal, and there were no flaws at all. It is precisely because of this hazy feeling on her that she adds a bit of mystery. Master Bai Li, you know, our demon sect is not afraid to cut the Skybarren Ridge at all. The Demon Emperor has been closed for 10 years, and has successfully practiced the 9th level of blood-eating demon skill. Sooner or later, he will go to cut the Skybarren Ridge, to visit the ancestor, Bai Li. The voice of the Saint of the Demon Gate is clear and sweet, like the spring water on the Lingshan mountain falling and patting the blue stone. Her voice is ethereal and sweet, but with a strong tone. The Demon Emperor actually cultivated into the 9th weight of blood-eating demon skill. This is a pretty terrible signal. If this is not the big talk deliberately released by the Saint of the Demon Gate, the demon emperor in the 9th level of blood-eating demon skill, does have the strength to compete with the ancestor of White Beaver. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan's arm stretched out, and the heart-nourishing tripod flew back from the cliff and fell into his hands. It became a small tripod and was put into his heart. The Saint of the Demon Gate and the little Marquis of the Imperial Court are all standing by the Holy Lake. The momentum on their bodies all pressed towards the little master of White Beaver, and they cooperated very tacitly. They even had the intention of working together to deal with the little master of White Beaver. The aura of Mormon Saint and Ning Xiaochuan should be so easy to match. Qua. Ho's mouth in the cloud was slightly crooked, with deep eyes in his eyes, which made people unable to guess what he was thinking in his heart. Every martial artist has his own aura. Two completely unfamiliar fighters, even if they want to join hands against the enemy, their own auras will collide, and it is difficult to achieve tacit cooperation. Only two people who are familiar with each other will run in with each other, and when they work together against the enemy, they will be more tacit, and their forces will be superimposed together and become more powerful. Of course, if you want to fight with complete tacit understanding and play more than 200% of your combat power, there are only two situations. First, these two people are twins. Second, the two people are completely connected. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for the Saint of Mormon to have contact with Ning Xiaochuan at all. However, at this moment, their aura is very consistent, and there is no conflict, completely suppressed towards the little master of White Beaver. The aura field is an extremely mysterious thing, which can't be observed by other martial artists naturally. Only when they reach the realm of Marquis in the clouds can they observe the clue. Just when everyone on the bank of the Holy Lake was frozen, the waterfall on the cliff emitted a white halo, and the water condensed into a huge old faucet. It's just ahead, but it sends out the power that makes everyone palpitate. The dragon families in the whole Dragon Valley seemed to sense something, and they roared one after another, the voice of Tyrannosaurus Rex, the voice of Pterosaurus, the voice of Lilong. The sound of dragon rang into one. The whole MTO forest burst out with the roar of all animals. See the Dragon King. The dragon and the dragon girl quickly knelt down and saluted the dragon head formed by the white light on the waterfall. Although it is not the real body of the Dragon King, it is a wisdom of the Dragon King, which represents the will of the Dragon King. Since the Dragon King appeared, the White Beaver young master naturally put away his sword and saluted the Dragon King immediately. Get up! An old voice sounded, very majestic, echoing between heaven and earth, with a supreme breath. This is an old antique that has lived for thousands of years. It has a longer history than Yulan Empire. People can only feel awe in their hearts. Since all the talents of the Yulan Empire have gathered in the Dragon Valley, I can tell you a secret that has been hidden for thousands of years. This is the most important secret for the dragon family to stay in the Yulan Empire. Today, it can be announced, said the Dragon King. Everyone is in an uproar. The secret of the Dragon Clan guarding for thousands of years? This may be the reason why the Dragon Clan has been staying in Yulan Empire. It can be imagined that it must be an earth-shattering secret. Many people are excited and feel that there will be a great opportunity to come to them. The Dragon King said, the ancestor of the dragon family once owed the emperor a favor, so he promised the emperor to lead the descendants of the dragon family to stay in the Dragon Valley for generations until this era comes. Dare you ask the Dragon King, what does this era mean? Yinantian asked. Other people will feel their legs weak when standing in front of the Dragon King. Only a strong man like Yinantian, who is determined and naturally proud, can resist the fear in his heart and take the initiative to ask the Dragon King questions. The Dragon King nodded approvingly and said, I don't know what this era really means. This is handed down from generation to generation by the ancestors of the dragon family. It is said that the Emperor of Heaven suddenly saw some pictures 10,000 years later just before he became a god, saying that there will be a great era that is not inferior to the era of the gods. Therefore, before he became a god, the Emperor of Heaven left something to be left for future generations, to welcome the arrival of this great era. According to the words left by the Emperor of Heaven and the calculations of the ancestors of the Dragon clan, it is predicted that this great era will come on your generation. As for the specific time, it is difficult to predict. How high is the martial arts cultivation of the Emperor of Heaven? Even Wu Zun can't guess. Before the Emperor of Heaven was about to become a god, he saw the fragmented pictures of the future and guessed that there would be a great era more magnificent than the ancient era of gods. This news has always been in the hands of the Dragon clan, which is unknown to the outside world. Many people were shocked and could not calm down for a long time. The age of gods in ancient times has always been a legend. Will their generation experience such an era again? In the great era, many people will die and become withered bones. However, it is often only in great times that great men, saints, and gods can be achieved. Many martial artists are enthusiastic and feel that they may become people who make history. Only Ning Xiaochuan seemed very calm, because he had already received the news from the Emperor Blade and knew that the Emperor had indeed seen something in the future before he became a god. Ning Xiaochuan said, "What did the Emperor leave behind? And who did he leave behind?" The Dragon King continued, "The Emperor of Heaven has long predicted that in this great era, many peerless heroes will be born. Take Yulan Empire for example. In other times, it is difficult to have a genius that is difficult to meet in 1,000 years. However, in this era, there are a number of great geniuses, and their future achievements are unlimited. Of course, Yulan Empire is only a 5-level civilization, and the grade of resources is low. You can hardly reach the level of 5,000 years unless you encounter great opportunities." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Can it be that the things left by the Emperor of Heaven can improve our talent level?" "That's right." The Dragon King said, "Although the Emperor of Heaven has become a god, he still hopes that his hometown can give birth to peerless heroes to protect this land. Therefore, what the Emperor of Heaven left behind is for you, but only those who are really destined to get it." Everyone was trembling with excitement. Thinking about what the gods left, they all felt crazy. Even if it was just a hair left by the gods, it was priceless. Yinantian frowned and said, "Is it qualified to get the things left by the Emperor of Heaven to achieve the realm of earthly honor?" The Dragon King said, "The talent of the martial artist who reaches the territory of Dizuan is not necessarily completely fixed, but it is more difficult to shape than the martial artist under the territory of Dizuan. The medicine of the lower boundary can no longer help you shape your body, but if it is left by the gods, it can certainly help you improve your talent." Yinantian, Jindu Shitzi, and Yunzhanhao all flashed an excited look in their eyes, and their mood could not suppress the excitement in their hearts. Yinan said, "Dare to ask the Dragon King, how can we get what the Emperor left?" This is a question that everyone wants to ask. "I want to go to the Heavenly Emperor Temple." Dragon King rode. It is said that the Heavenly Palace is suspended above the Yulan Empire. It is a palace flying on the clouds. However, no one has ever seen this palace since ancient times, so those who use martial arts only regard it as an empty legend. Since the Dragon King has personally confirmed it, it also proves that the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven really exists. The divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven is ethereal. How can we find its location? Ho's face in the cloud was dignified. The Dragon King said, "It's hard to find the temple of the Emperor of Heaven. It's not difficult to say it's not difficult. Just a drop of blood from the descendants of the Emperor of Heaven, dripping into the holy lake, you can open the door to the temple of the Emperor of Heaven." Descendants of the Emperor of Heaven. Holy Lake. Ning Xiaochuan's mind moved, staring at the holy lake in the Dragon Valley. His eyes showed a surprised look, and hurriedly communicated with the god and the Emperor Blade. "Is this holy lake the Cold Star Lake we have been looking for?" Emperor Blade did not answer Ning Xiaochuan, nor did he respond. Ning Xiaochuan also immediately became aware that the Tiandi blade was a magic knife abandoned by the Tiandi. He certainly didn't want to be noticed by the Dragon King that it came to Longgu, so he didn't answer Ning Xiaochuan's words. Others may not find the breath of the Emperor blade, but the Dragon King is not an ordinary existence. As long as the Emperor blade shows a breath, it may be found by it. If the Dragon King finds the breath of the Tiandi blade, he will definitely suppress it and will not let it enter the Tiandi temple. Ning Xiaochuan and Tiandi blade are now grasshoppers on a rope. Once Tiandi blade is exposed, it is estimated that Ning Xiaochuan will also lose the opportunity to enter Tiandi temple. Just when everyone was guessing the identity of the descendants of the Emperor of Heaven, a ripple appeared in the void above the holy lake, forming a mirror like a water curtain. On the mirror, the brilliance flickers, and the power of time and space shuttles on it. Wow! A ethereal and slim figure, spanning time and space, came out of the mirror and stood above the holy lake. Her body, emitting a sacred glow, wrapped around her body. Can't see who she is at all? A strong martial artist, who works his eyesight, emits mysterious light in his pupils, and wants to see the people who have walked out of time and space. Her figure is graceful, the curve is perfect, the peaks are extremely full, and the jade waist is as thin as a spirit snake. Just seeing her figure in the hazy, she has not lost to the Fang of the demon sect saint and the voice sect. Spiritual void venerable. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly surprised and said her identity. The descendants of the Emperor of Heaven turned out to be spiritual virtual venerable. Snow spirit deficiency. Many people think that the spiritual virtual venerable will not come, but they don't know that the spiritual virtual venerable has a chaotic heart palace, which controls the power of time and space. For her, the distance of tens of thousands of miles is just the time between her fingers. The spirit virtual venerable stretched out a jade finger, the fingertip was fluorescent, and a drop of blood fell into the holy lake. The light of this drop of blood was as bright as the sun, as crimson as blood crystal jade, as a blood-red star fell into the sea, immediately causing earth-shaking waves. The water in the holy lake instantly boiled and turned into blood red, and wisps of blood-red cold rose, just like a blood-red moon inlaid on the earth. Wow! The light of blood moon shines from the ground to the sky, making the sky windy, lightning and thunder. When the clouds part, one sees the sun. Standing on the ground and looking at the sky, it's like seeing the end of heaven and earth. Through the layers of black clouds, you can see that beyond the distant void, there is not a palace, but a black ball suspended. Because that ball is too far away from the ground. It looks only as big as a fist, like a spade flying in the sky. Is that the Heavenly Emperor Temple? Everyone has their eyes to the extreme, and they want to try to see what the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven looks like. However, the distance between the ball and the ground is more than 100,000 li, or even more than 1,000,000 li. Even Wu Zun can't see what the black ball is exactly. The water in the holy lake became colder and colder, and finally completely solidified into blood-red ice. The lake is very flat, but it automatically condenses into a cold ice formation. The spirit virtual venerable fell to the center of the array, and the lake suddenly burst into a bleeding red light. With a flash of light, the spirit virtual venerable disappeared from the lake. That's the transmission array left by the Emperor of Heaven. It must go directly to the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven. Whoever enters the array first can reach the heavenly palace first and get the treasure left by the heavenly emperor. Everyone was crazy and rushed towards the lake array. Boom! Ho in the cloud slapped out and blasted all the warriors and Xian beasts, taking the lead and stepping into the lake array. The light flickered, and Ho disappeared from the clouds. Then scuffle broke out on the bank of the holy lake. Jingdu Shizi, Yi Nantian, Nia Shuangshu, Bai Li Xiaozhu, Yu Qing, and so on, all those who have achieved extraordinary accomplishments have stepped into the holy lake array first, and were sent away by the array. The array can only allow one person to enter at a time. Only those with strong strength can go to the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven first. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the saint of the demon gate, with a smile on his face and a look of please first. The saint of the demon gate is not modest, but turns into a white light, which is as fast as a meteor. She falls into the lake array, and then goes to the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven through the array. Then, Ning Xiaochuan also forcefully suppressed everyone and broke into the array. Xiao Hong hung on Ning Xiaochuan's shoulder and wanted to enter the array together, but she was bounced out by the light of the array and fell 7 meat and 8 vegetable. Ow, ow, ow. It got up, stood up, stretched out a pair of red claws, showed a very ferocious appearance, and held at the array. Many martial artists, seeing this little bit crazy, couldn't help laughing. Red Bruce Lee rushed up quickly and hit his head on the halo of the array. He was forced out of a gap by it. His head was squeezed out of shape, and his tongue was about to fall to the ground. He was forced into a head by it. Ning Xiaochuan decided to give it a hand, grab its head and pull hard into the array. Air. The red dragon's eyes bulged out of his eyes, his tongue fell to the ground, and his neck was pulled twice as long. Pa. Its whole body was finally dragged into the array. When the array works, Ning Xiaochuan and Red Bruce Lee disappear from the array and are transmitted away. Ning Xiaochuan only felt the colorful waves around his body, and the whole person was in a state of overweight, which was like flying rapidly above a void. However, it lasted only 3 seconds, and the space opened again. Ning Xiaochuan felt as if he had passed through a light door. Suddenly, he felt weightlessness, and hurriedly controlled his body, kept balance, and fell steadily to the ground. Bang! When both feet fall to the ground, a huge force acts on both legs, and the force is transmitted to the bottom of the ground, stepping out a big hole on the ground. Before Ning Xiaochuan looked around, the red dragon fell down with a bang and smashed a dragon-shaped pit on the ground. This is a quite empty world, surrounded by extremely barren, with only black rocks on the ground, no grass, and even no river. Ning Xiaochuan observed, and within a radius of 10 miles, he did not see any other martial artists, nor did he see any palaces. The whole world is unusually quiet and lifeless. The gravity is 3.7 times that of Yulan Empire, and the air density is 0.02 times that of Yulan Empire. The severity of the environment is more than Ning Xiaochuan's imagination. The huge gravity suppresses the mysterious qi in the body. 10% of the cultivation is difficult to exert 5 levels of strength. What's more worrying is that the air density here is only 1/5 of that of Yulan Empire. Martial artists whose martial arts cultivation is lower than that of refined realm can only survive in such an environment for 7 days at most. Moreover, there may be other dangers in this unknown world. Is it because you broke into the transmission array that we were sent to the wrong place? Ning Xiaochuan stared at the red dragon. Xiao Hong crawled out of the pit, ashen, with her eyes and nose tilted, shook her head hard, stretched out a claw, and pointed to the left. The red dragon's spiritual sense is very sharp and stronger than that of Ning Ogawa. Is the direction it refers to the direction of the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven? Ning Xiaochuan picked up Xiao Hong's tail, spread out his body method, and ran quickly in the direction it pointed to. After running for a long time, he didn't see any ghost shadow, which made Ning Xiaochuan once doubt whether the red dragon's head had been fooled by the door before. Finally, Ning Xiaochuan smelled a faint fragrance, like the taste of xianyao. The fragrance became stronger and stronger. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stopped and stared at the black stone mountain in the distance. At the top of the stone mountain, there was a white grass growing. The earth and sky are black, but only that little grass emits white light, which is naturally quite eye-catching. The fragrance comes from the grass. Ning Xiaochuan felt incredible and extremely strange that there was a grass growing on the earth with no water, thin air, and only rocks. White grass, with 3 soft leaves, glittering and translucent, bright and soft. There is a white bead the size of a glass bead in the center of the leaf. The surface of the bead is smooth and jade, surrounded by aura and rich fragrance, just like a land pearl. This is 3-leaf Yuanming grass. Ning Xiaochuan read a lot of books about Xianyao and knew tens of thousands of herbs. 3-leaf Yuanming grass is called the strange grass that brings the dead back to life. It only grows in the place where life disappears. The more unlikely there is life, the more likely it is to grow this kind of strange grass. Metaphysical drugs are divided into 9 grades. The medicinal materials above the 9 grades of metaphysical drugs are called miraculous drugs, for channeling, for short, miraculous drugs. The reason why it is called psychic wonder medicine is that once the medicinal material exceeds the level of Jiuping Xianyao, it will produce spirituality, and even wisdom, which can fly to the sky and escape the earth, and can pursue good fortune and avoid bad fortune. Once humans and mysterious beasts appear within its thousands of miles, it can even escape immediately. Therefore, except for the heart-nourishing master who is proficient in picking herbs, ordinary people's martial artists can hardly see the shadow of psychic miraculous drugs. Miraculous drugs for channeling have been growing for at least more than 1,000 years. If the year of growth is insufficient, the spirit will not be fully opened. If the spirit is insufficient, the efficacy will be halved, and it can only be called half-miraculous drugs. Ning Xiaochuan used the method recorded in books to observe that this 3-leaf Yuanming grass has been growing for about 500 years, and its spirituality is insufficient, so it can only be regarded as a half-strange medicine. If the real miraculous drugs for channeling have all fled, it is impossible to wait until Ning Xiaochuan finds them. This is a half-strange drug, only 500 years old, and its property is far less than that of a real psychic drug. Ning Xiaochuan can't spend 500 years to cultivate it into a real magic medicine. Now, Ning Xiaochuan needs to use Yuanmingzhu to harden his body. Can clover really bring the dead back to life? Ning Xiaochuan doesn't know. However, he knew that Yuanmingzhu could harden the body of martial artists and improve their physique and talent, which was the reason why Ning Xiaochuan wanted to get 3-leaf Yuanming Chao most. Just as Ning Xiaochuan was preparing to collect medicine, the ground suddenly shook. Boom! At the foot, the black rock cracked, and there was a gap 5 meters wide, more than 100 meters long. Ow! A roar came from the ground. A huge black stone beast drilled out of the crack in the ground, making the crack more open. Pieces of rocks weighing thousands of kilograms were thrown away and rolled to the ground. The body of the black stone beast is up to 10 meters high, and its body is like a bull. It has sharp horns on its head and 4 stone hoofs under its body. Boulders on the ground flew over one after another, condensed on its body, and made its body expand again. Its body was 12 meters high and 18 meters long, which was simply a behemoth. Ning Xiaochuan stood in front of it, not as big as a stone on its hoof. Ning Xiaochuan was surprised again. Stone beasts are still growing. It seems that the world is not as lonely as it seems, and maybe there will be some new things. Although this stone beast is powerful and devastating, it can't deter Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan was more barbaric than it. He directly grabbed a hoof of the stone beast and threw it hundreds of meters away, breaking it into a pile of rubble. Ow! The stone beast has the body of immortality. Once again, it combines its body and rushes towards Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly, and suddenly there was a flash of light in front of him. He immediately sacrificed the heart-nourishing real tripod, directly put the stone beast into the real tripod, and refined it with yin-yang open fire. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan summoned the double-headed stone beast from the Xian beast Jian and entered the heart-nourishing tripod. Ning Xiaochuan should use yin-yang open fire to refine the 2 stone beasts together. The heart-nourishing tripod was suspended in the void, and the rocks on the 2 stone beasts melted into red magma and mixed together. When Yang Xinjinding was refining two stone beasts, Ning Xiaochuan picked the clover Yuanming grass. After taking down the white Yuanming beads, he saved the clover with a cold ice jade box. Although, the main essence of three-leaf Yuanming grass is bred in Yuanming beads. However, clover itself has medicinal value and can be used to refine high-level pills. Boom! The heart-nourishing tripod was opened, and a red double-headed stone beast came out of it. Its body became 14 meters high, and it was huge. It was rolling magma all over, just like a hot flint beast standing on the ground, burning the earth to chi-chi. The red dragon looked very excited, and he was not afraid of the hot magma. With a pair of small wings, he flew to the back of the double-headed stone beast, and his mouth sent out a howl, trying to drive the double-headed stone beast to gallop. The double-headed stone beast was originally only controlled by Ning Xiaochuan, but after the red dragon roared for a long time, it actually ran up. Ning Xiaochuan found that the red dragon was holding a fan-shaped bone in his hand, which was the Xian beast mirror. It actually touched the Xian beast Jian away. Ning Xiaochuan carefully considered for a long time, and finally chose to believe in Xiaohong. He felt that it would not cause big trouble, so he began to harden Yuan Mingzhu with Yang Xinjinding at ease. If other martial artists get Yuan Mingzhu, they must only take it directly. If so, even a half-strange drug can only absorb 1/10 of the drug. However, Ning Xiaochuan is different. He is a heart-nourishing master, who can refine Yuan Mingzhu into Yuan Mingdan, so that he can make full use of Yuan Mingzhu's medicinal power. Taking 1 Yuan life bead is equivalent to taking 10 Yuan life beads by other martial artists. At Ning Xiaochuan's current level, Yuan Mingzhu was soon refined into a Yuan Mingdan, in which only 9 colored Xian water and heart-nourishing grass were added, so Yuan Mingdan was still very pure, and the brilliance on it became brighter. Ning Xiaochuan immediately took the Yuan Ming pill into his mouth, and the pill instantly melted into wisps of Dan gas, which penetrated into the blood. With the blood, the medicine is carried all over the body, integrated into muscles, flesh and viscera, and strengthen the body. Ning Xiaochuan's blood gas is gradually increasing, and the blood is boiling, escaping from the pores to the body, forming the shape of a god tiger. Ning Xiaochuan can now show 4 divine tigers in a drop of blood, and his blood gas is quite thick. After refining Yuan Mingdan, he has directly reached the level of 1 blood turns 5 tigers. Of course, this is not entirely due to Yuan Mingdan. Because, before refining Yuan Mingdan, the blood gas in Ning Xiaochuan's body was already very thick, and a drop of blood could almost show 4.5 divine tigers. A Yuan life pill helped Ning Xiaochuan break through more than half. Blood gas rises to another level. It is no accident that clover will grow here. Since this is the location of the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven, there must be other 3-leaf Yuanming grass growing here. If I can get enough Yuan Mingzhu, maybe I can break through the realm of blood like a dragon at one stroke. I'm afraid my talent will be difficult to meet in 10,000 years. Ning Xiaochuan obviously felt that his physical strength had become stronger. With a slap on the ground with a radius of more than 10 meters was shattered, and countless spider web-like lines were broken. Boom! The earth was shaking, and Ning Xiaochuan felt a little unsteady, and earth-shaking voices sounded in his ears. What's the matter? My power is suppressed, and I shouldn't be so strong. Ning Xiaochuan looked behind him and saw a rolling black cloud pressing down on the horizon. The red dragon sat on the back of the double-headed stone beast, staring at Ning Xiaochuan in front of him, and uttered a cry of "Ow!" Behind them, there are dozens of huge stone beasts, of which the smallest is as high as 16 meters and the largest is as high as 60 meters. The larger the stone beast is, the stronger its strength is. The stone beasts, 60 meters high, all rushed with all their strength, which was simply comparable to the full blow of a martial artist of the earth. My God! What on earth has this guy done that is outrageous and unreasonable? how did he cause so many stone beasts? Ning Xiaochuan felt that he must no longer trust it in the future. This dragon is a troublemaker. He flew to the back of the double-headed stone beast, caught Xiaohong and grabbed the Xian beast Jian from its claws. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan also found a white Yuan Mingzhu in its small claw. This Yuan Ming bead has a history of 800 years, and the medicinal gas contained in it is twice as strong as the previous Yuan Ming bead of 500 years. Good guy. I'll keep this one for you first. Ning Xiaochuan put Yuan Mingzhu away. Xiaohong was so anxious that she rushed to grab it. Ning Xiaochuan took out a round bead with a diameter of 1 meter, handed it to Xiaohong and said, "This longan is more than 10,000 times larger than Yuan Mingzhu. If you refine it, it will certainly increase your cultivation. I will suffer a little and trade Yuan Mingzhu with you." Xiaohong's eyes suddenly lit up, took longan, which was many times larger than its body, swallowed it in her mouth, and immediately propped her body into a huge ball. Ning Xiaochuan's heart smiled. Although longan is precious, it is not difficult to find it. However, Yuan Mingzhu is different. It has been extinct for tens of thousands of years. It is a semi-strange medicine, which can be encountered but not sought. It's really worth exchanging a longan for a Yuan life bead. Besides, 18 longans were taken from the crown prince, and Ning Xiaochuan had 17 left, which was not a pity. Ow! A stone beast with a height of 25 meters swooped up, stretched out a huge claw and slapped it down. Ning Xiaochuan immediately put the Yuan Mingzhu away and stood on the back of the two-handed stone beast. A huge lightning claw condensed on his palm, tearing the claws of the stone beast into pieces. Boom! The stone beast behind him chased up crazily. Stone beasts have different shapes. Some are like wild cattle, some are like divine lions, some are like elephants, some are like explosive dragons, and some have a pair of huge wings, like a strange bird. Jia! A harsh cry sounded, and a stone bird flew up. The wings of this stone bird are 30 meters long and look like a peacock, but its whole body is made of stones, and a pair of eyes are burning with flames. It stretched out a sharp claw and grabbed at Ning Xiaochuan. Chi! Ning Xiaochuan sacrificed the heart-nourishing tripod and directly put this bird-like stone beast into the tripod furnace. Flying birds collide violently in the heart-nourishing tripod, trying to escape from the inner door. Its power is so great that it bumps the heart-nourishing tripod upside down, as if it was going to bump the top cover away. Yin Yang opened fire. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized Yin and Yang opened fire to refine birds, and at the same time, he also collected the double-headed stone beast into the heart-nourishing tripod. He planned to refine the stone bird into the double-headed stone beast, and continue to increase the strength of the double-headed stone beast. Shua! Ning Xiaochuan's back spread a pair of huge wings, his body took off, turned into a white light, rushed up into the sky, and left those stone beasts behind from afar. The earth of this world is covered by black rocks, and the sky is covered by thick black clouds. The more he flies up, Ning Xiaochuan feels the greater the pressure he bears. When he flies to a height of 500 meters, he already feels quite laborious and can no longer fly up. Ning Xiaochuan originally wanted to fly behind the clouds to see what kind of world this is. However, there is an unknown force in this world, which is suppressing the flight of martial artists. No matter how high your cultivation is, you can't fly behind the clouds. Ning Xiaochuan fell to an altitude of 300 meters and continued to fly. Phew, phew. Behind him, there were many boulders, each of which was more than 10,000 kilograms, and some of them were still burning with flames. This is the stone thrown by those stone beasts. They can control the earth and rock, dig canyons, move mountains, and fill the sea, and throw boulders to attack Ning Xiaochuan, flying above the sky. It is simply a very easy thing for them. Ning Xiaochuan tried his best to run the mysterious gas of Wu Dao in his body, and at the same time, he propped up the cloud and haze, returning to the vitality to form a mysterious gas hood with a diameter of 10 meters. Those boulders bombarded the mysterious gas hood and immediately turned into stone powder. Ning Xiaochuan was good at speed after all, and soon left those stone beasts behind. The world is too huge. Ning Xiaochuan flew 1,800 miles, and there are still black stones on the ground. There is no trace of the Heavenly Emperor's temple, nor can he even see other martial artists and Xian beasts. When flying, it consumed Xuanqi very much, and Ning Xiaochuan had to fall to the ground, intending to find a safe place to refine Yuan Mingzhu into Yuan Mingdan. This time, Ning Xiaochuan learned to be smart and found a desolate black canyon. He first sensed with his mind whether there was the smell of stone beasts under the ground, and then decided to refine pills here. Boom! The heart-nourishing tripod opened, and the double-headed stone beast flew out again, still covered with red magma. Its body grew to 20 meters high and 35 meters long. Its two heads were burning, like two huge fireballs. The largest terrestrial creature on Earth, the elephant, is only as big as its claw. The most incredible thing is that it has grown a pair of wings more than 30 meters long on its back after integrating stone birds. The double-headed stone beast was originally just a 4-grade Xian beast, which was cultivated in the Xian beast Jian. With the integration of two stone beasts, it has definitely reached the level of 5-grade Xian beast. If it continues to grow like this, it is likely to grow into a 7-grade Xian beast, or even higher. The red dragon wanted to ride the double-headed Xian beast again, but the longan in his body was not digested, and his stomach was very round. He couldn't move at all, so he had to roll around on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan let the double-headed stone beast hold the canyon mouth, and began to refine Yuan Mingzhu. This Yuan Ming bead has been 800 years old. Its light is brighter and its fragrance is rich. Coupled with heart-nourishing herbs and 9-color Xian water, the medicine power of Yuan Ming bead is also improved by a few points. It took Ning Xiaochuan half a day to refine the Yuan Life Pearl into 2 Yuan Life pills. It took another half day for Ning Xiaochuan to refine both Yuan Ming pills into his body, and the blood gas naturally increased a lot. However, it was beyond Ning Xiaochuan's surprise, and did not reach the realm of a drop of blood turns 6 tigers. If so, the higher the realm, the resources needed will multiply. From a drop of blood turns 4 tigers to a drop of blood turns 5 tigers, it probably takes 2 Yuan Life pills. However, from a drop of blood turns 5 tigers to a drop of blood turns 6 tigers, it may take 4 Yuan Life pills to break through. Ning Xiaochuan is not discouraged. If it is really so easy to improve his physique, it is abnormal. Now the top priority is to find more Yuan Mingzhu to compete with other martial artists. This is a treasure to improve your physique, and everyone will be desperate to compete. After a day, the red dragon has digested more than half of the longan, and his stomach is still very big, so he can only barely walk with a big stomach. The magma on the double-headed stone beast slowly cooled, and its body was still very hot. It was collected into the Xuanzhou Jian by Ning Xiaochuan. If you find another stone beast, you must continue to melt it into the double-headed stone beast to increase its strength. If the double-headed stone beast can reach the level of 7-grade Xian beast, it can have the combat power of Wuzun level and help Ning Xiaochuan. Just when Ning Xiaochuan took the double-headed stone beast into the Xian beast Jian, the Xian beast Jian suddenly shook violently and flew out of Ning Xiaochuan's hands. Boy, thank you for bringing me here. I don't need you now. I can capture the divine blood left by the Emperor of Heaven by myself. The sound of the measurement of the Emperor's blade sounded from the Xian beast mirror. A sharp knife broke out in the Xian beast Jian, which was full of evil and fierce. Break it. A piece of knife handle emerged from the surface of Xian beast Jian. Tiandi blade unexpectedly wants to break the Xian beast Jian, cut off the connection with the Xian beast Jian, and escape from it. Suppress it. Ning Xiaochuan simultaneously played 2 columns of Xuanqi light, rushed into the Xuanzhou Jian, and mobilized the power of the Xuanzhou Jian to suppress the Tiandi blade. After all, Tiandi blade is the saber worn by Tiandi when he was young. It is very powerful. If it was not imprisoned by Xuanzhou Jian, Ning Xiaochuan would certainly not be his opponent and would be killed by it. However, it is different now. Zuan Shujian was originally mysterious and powerful. It was suppressed to death. With Ning Xiaochuan's control, it was even as powerful as Tiandi blade. What is this thing? Why is it so strong? Drive it for me. The blade of the Emperor's blade was radiant and extremely fierce. Once again, it broke away from the Xian beast's mirror, revealing an inch-long blade. The blade was blood red, and the evil spirit was extremely strong. No wonder the Emperor of Heaven will abandon you. You have become so evil that you are simply a monster knife. Ning Xiaochuan is even more unlikely to let it escape from the Xian beast Jian. If it is allowed to escape and refine the blood of the Emperor of Heaven, it will certainly become more terrifying and will definitely cause great disaster. With its hatred for the Emperor of Heaven, it doesn't necessarily cut the hometown of the Emperor of Heaven, Yulan Empire, in half, turning this land into purgatory. Wow! The Tiandi blade broke away again, and only one blade tip was sealed in the Xuanzhou Jian. Haha! Boy, you know why I became an evil blade? In those days, I stabbed an evil secondary god to death, stabbed him in the heart, put the secondary god blood in and turned it into a divine corpse. It was at that time that I secretly drank a drop of secondary god blood and was contaminated with evil gas. It roared, but can you blame me? It's the Emperor of Heaven who wants to kill God. I'm just a weapon. I just drink a drop of blood secretly, and I'm actually abandoned. It's unfair. Boom. The Tiandi blade suddenly took off, escaping the sky full of knife gas, rushed into the air, and even flew away with the Xian beast Jian. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly gritted his teeth and pinched the handle of the Tiandi blade. He was also led by the Tiandi blade to fly, turning into a blood-red blade and flying out. Phew! The Emperor blade flies to the sky and the earth, as fast as a meteor. If you don't let go, believe it or not, I'll kill you with a knife? Tiandi blade was extremely angry, sometimes rushing up to 1,000 meters high, sometimes crashing into black rocks. Ning Xiaochuan wrapped his body with Shangang, clenched his teeth, and tightly squeezed the handle of the knife with his fingers. Boom! Black rock mountains were smashed through, and many pits were blasted out of the ground. Ning Xiaochuan's body was full of stone debris, his body was severely injured, and his mouth coughed up blood. On the body of the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, 12 terrible knife qi flew out and chopped at Ning Xiaochuan. This is not ordinary Dao Qi. Every Dao Qi has the power to kill ordinary Wu Zun. Red Bruce Lee stood on Ning Xiaochuan's shoulder with a big stomach. Seeing the knife gas flying over, he immediately widened his eyes. He was so happy that he opened his mouth and swallowed all the 12 knife gases into his mouth. Every time it swallows a knife breath, its body will grow an inch. Swallowed 12 knife qi, and it grew 12 inches in a row. The red dragon followed Ning Xiaochuan's arm and wounded all the way to the blade of Tiandi blade. Unexpectedly, he held the sharp Tiandi blade with a pair of claws and bit it towards the blade. He kept grinding his teeth and wanted to bite a blade to eat. You know, even if Ning Xiaochuan gently touches the blade position of Tiandi blade, his fingers will be instantly cut off by knife gas. However, Bruce Lee kept biting, but he was not injured. It bit for a long time without biting, so it let go of the blade and howled at the blade. It was like saying, "Come on. Come on. You cut me. Continue, be more fierce." But the Emperor blade didn't care about it at all. So, it hugged the Emperor blade and kissed crazily. However, Ning Xiaochuan took a closer look. The red dragon was not kissing, but sucking. It is sucking the knife gas from the emperor blade. Tiandi blade has never encountered this kind of situation. The knife chi cup by itself not only did not cause damage, but also was swallowed. Incorrect. What is it doing? Tiandi blade felt that his knife gas, which had not been easily condensed, was rapidly losing and was sucked away by the red dragon. Shit, where did the dragon come from? Suck it again? I've even killed the secondary god, and I can't kill you? The red dragon was stunned for a long time, and then he worked harder to suck it up, making the emperor blade howl. Count you. Ruthless. Tiandi blade took the initiative to escape back to the Xian Beast Jian and the third Xian Beast Palace. When the red dragon saw that the emperor's blade suddenly disappeared, he was stunned, and there was only a fan-shaped bone in a pair of claws. Falling back to the ground, Ning Xiaochuan shook off the gravel on his body and said, "Xiao Hong, tell me the mysterious beast." The red dragon hugged the fan-shaped bone, hid behind him, and shook his head vigorously. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes darkened and said, "Hand it over. It's useless to you." The red Bruce Lee shook his head again, took out the Xian Beast Jian, made continuous gestures to Ning Xiaochuan, and put the Xian Beast Jian in his mouth and bit hard. Then, it stared at Ning Xiaochuan and wanted to see if Ning Xiaochuan had understood its meaning. Ning Xiaochuan knew little about Xiao Hong's special dragon language and said, "Do you mean that if the emperor blade wants to escape again, you will bite it?" Red Bruce Lee nods hard. Ning Xiaochuan thought for a while, which is a good way. Tiandi blade wants to escape at any time, to capture the blood of Tiandi god, and only Xiao Hong can suppress it. Okay. I'll put the Xian Beast Jian with you for the time being. Ning Xiaochuan used a gold thread to string up the Xian Beast Jian, hung it on Xiao Hong's neck, and said, "If you lose it, I will make you die ugly." Xiao Hong didn't take Ning Xiaochuan's threat to heart at all. After getting the Xian Beast's warning, she began to play, and was extremely excited. It swallowed the knife gas of Tiandi blade, and its body had grown a lot, but now it has changed back to its original body shape, only 1 meter long, with a round belly, rolling constantly on the ground. Help! Help me! Help! Ning Xiaochuan's ear power is intelligent, and he hears the sound of crying for help in the wind. The voice was dozens of miles away from him, very weak, and was still detected by him. There are no other creatures in the world except those genius heroes who came here together. Finally met someone. There will be another one later, and a chapter will be added today. Let's go and have a look. Ning Xiaochuan grabbed the red dragon's tail, lifted it up, spread the rainbow, and moved it. In an instant, it disappeared from its original place, and the speed was fast to the extreme. The next moment, he came to the place where the voice just came out. Niao Longji panicked, stumbled over and bumped into Ning Xiaochuan. She is disheveled and muddy, just like a little beggar. She had several claw prints of the mysterious beast on her body, which was badly hurt. After hitting Ning Xiaochuan, she suddenly felt dizzy and her forehead hurt. She looked up and was overjoyed. "Little Marquis, help me." "Why are you again?" Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly. A beautiful girl who is light and soft is indeed more likely to encounter danger. This is the truth. Haha. Terran chick, you can't escape. She is so delicate and tender that she must taste delicious. The dragon eagle cub and the four-winged snake cub caught up, but their smiles immediately froze, staring warily at Ning Xiaochuan, and then retreated 2 steps. Dragon eagle cub suffered losses in Ning Xiaochuan. Knowing Ning Xiaochuan's power, he cursed filthy in his heart. How did he meet this meddlesome human warrior? The four-winged snake cub didn't fight with Ning Xiaochuan, and didn't have so many scruples. His eyes were cold and measured, showing a fierce light. Good. Unexpectedly, there was another living treasure medicine. Today's luck is really good. Anyway, it's difficult to meet other human warriors here, Dragon Eagle, and we will work together to kill him and devour his flesh and blood. The Dragon Eagle cub's eyes were very dignified and said, "This boy is not easy to mess with. Let's go." When did you become so timid? Our high-level Xian beasts are still afraid of humans? If you don't do it, I'll do it. The four-winged snake cub spits out a poisonous fog in its mouth, which turns into a black smoke and rushes towards Ning Xiaochuan. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan propped up a Xuanqi cover with a diameter of 10 meters and blocked the poison fog outside the Xuanqi cover. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were sharp. He saw a white halo on the four-winged snake cub and smelled the faint fragrance of yuanming grass. It has yuanming grass on its body. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes sank and killed him. They're right. Anyway, it's difficult to meet outsiders. Even if you kill them and seize you in Minko, no one knows. It's worth killing for Yuan Mingqiao. Ning Xiaochuan took out the dragon cutting knife and took the initiative to kill it. His speed is extremely fast. His body is like colorful rainbow, shuttling around the four-winged snake beast, constantly chopping out knife waves. The four-winged snake beast was driven into danger, and 6 knife edges were cut out of its body. If it weren't for its strong flesh, it would have been hacked to death by the dragon cutting knife. It roared. It should be transformed into Numenon and fight with Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan didn't give it the chance to turn into Numenon at all. With one hand supporting the scorching sun and the other holding the bright moon, he turned it into a picture of yin and yang sun and moon, suppressed it on the four-winged snake beast, and bombarded it on the ground. This is Ning Xiaochuan's 9th magical power. The sun and the moon are the same day, which is quite powerful. If Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation becomes strong enough, he can use this kind of magic power to support a world. The four-winged snake beast wanted to hold up its body, but the sun and moon hung on it, and suppressed it on the ground. My father is the mysterious beast king of the Sea of Thorns. If you dare to suppress me, I will destroy your whole family. Really? Unfortunately, it's useless even if someone supports you. Ning Xiaochuan took the yuanming grass from the four-winged snake beast, and then made a fire of yin and yang, burning it into ashes. Originally, the skin and gall of the four-winged snake beast were treasures, but Ning Xiaochuan burned it directly to ashes in order not to leave any clues. Many people are so greedy that they don't do it thoroughly, that they leave a curse and cause death. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's courage, the dragon eagle cub immediately changed his face and immediately turned into a huge dragon eagle, unfolded its black wings and flew away towards the sky. However, as soon as it flew, a black magic cloud condensed above its head, and a huge stone tablet of the god of destruction was suppressed, crushing it into fly ash. Sha-sha. The ashes of the dragon eagle cub fell down and covered the ground. With just a flick of a finger, he killed the cubs of both Kapingxuan beasts and turned them into dust. The means were simply decisive and ruthless. Niao Longji was also frightened. Her pretty face became a little pale and shrunk into a ball. She stared at Ning Xiaochuan, who walked towards her step by step, and kept retreating, saying, Don't kill me, I promise I won't say it." She was afraid that Ning Xiaochuan would kill people, and her heart was very afraid. Ning Xiaochuan put away the dragon-cutting knife, pinched her wrist, and injected a mysterious aura of dragon and tiger into her body. The skin on her body glowed with snow-white light, and there were dragon and tiger virtual shadows shuttling on the skin. Her whole body was full of aura, and a layer of white mist appeared on her pure and beautiful cheeks. Although she seemed to be seriously injured, in fact, it was all trauma. With the help of dragon and tiger Xuanqi, she soon completely recovered, and there was not even a scar left on her skin. Ning Xiaochuan withdrew his palm, let her go, turned around and said faintly, "Change your clothes." The clothes on her body had become very shabby on the way to escape, and large areas of snow-white fragrant skin were exposed on her chest, back and waist. Although her figure has not developed yet, it is still very attractive, and the spring scenery leaks out. Her goose-egg-like cheeks, floating a layer of blush, her heart fluttered, thinking of the last scandal in the MTO forest, her heart was ashamed. After grinding and chirping for a long time, she changed into a light blue new dress, walked behind Ning Xiaochuan with her face buried in small steps, and said in a low voice, "Young Marquis, why don't you kill me? Aren't you afraid I'll say it?" Ning Xiaochuan turned around and looked at Niao Lanji, saying, "There is no reason." Ning Xiaochuan asked the red dragon to call out the double-headed stone beast and planned to leave here immediately. Niao Lanji chased after Ning Xiaochuan and became bolder. Her round eyes blinked gently and said, "There will always be a reason, right? You not only don't kill me, but also help me heal. I don't believe you are really a person who does good deeds without asking for repayment." Ning Xiaochuan stared at her with serious eyes, which made her heart tremble, and hurriedly lowered her head. Her heart bang kept jumping, pursed her lips, and gently pulled her hair with her fingers. "Are you going alone or with me?" Ning Xiaochuan's eyes finally became soft. "With you." Niao Lanji didn't think about it, so he immediately said, but there was some little excitement and joy in his heart. Sometimes the little girl's mind is really difficult to understand. It's incredibly easy to believe a stranger who has only met several times. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was also a little angry, meditated for a moment, and said, "Okay. Your cultivation is still low, and it's really too dangerous to be alone. For the time being, follow me. If you meet your sister, give you to her again." Ning Xiaochuan had no choice but to take this oil bottle on the road. Niao Lanji found that the little marquis was a very talkative person, not as indifferent as he looked. Sit on the back of the huge double-headed stone beast and move forward in the direction directed by Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong's spiritual sense is extraordinary. Even if she can't sense the direction of the Heavenly Emperor's divine palace, she can also feel the breath of three-leaf yuanming grass. Ning Xiaochuan took out the three-leaf yuanming grass taken from the four-winged snake beast and planned to refine it into yuanming dan. This is a 400-year-old trilobal yuanming grass. The yuanming bead in the center of the grass leaf is relatively dim, and the medicine is also lower than the two trilobal yuanming grass taken by Ning Xiaochuan. However, after all, it is a half-strange medicine, which can barely refine a yuanming dan. Shua! The heart-nourishing tripod flew out of Ning Xiaochuan's body. It was only the size of a fist. It was exquisite and small. It was wrapped in yin and yang. It was very bright and dazzling. Ning Xiaochuan put the heart-nourishing grass and 9-color Xian water into the heart-nourishing tripod and began to harden it. The light in the heart-nourishing tripod became stronger, and a mass of yin-yang open fire suspended in the tripod burned. Niao Lanji sat behind Ning Xiaochuan, slim, delicate, pure and clever face, his eyes full of curiosity and excitement, staring at Ning Xiaochuan refining medicine. She is a junior mental health teacher, and feels quite longing and worship for Ning Xiaochuan's miraculous medicine refining technique. It's very helpful for her to see a senior mental health practitioner refining pills with her own eyes. It's an opportunity that other junior mental health practitioners can't dream of. Ning Xiaochuan put Yuan Mingzhu into the heart-nourishing tripod, refined it with yin-yang open fire, turned his head, stared at her, and said, "Are you also a heart-nourishing teacher?" "No, not." Niao Lanji was startled, hurriedly shrank back and shook his head hard. It's a taboo to peek at the alchemy of a senior mental health practitioner. She naturally fears that Ning Xiaochuan will find out that she is a junior mental health practitioner. Ning Xiaochuan naturally could see that there was a heart-nourishing tripod in her martial heart palace, but she did not expose her, so she continued to refine Yuanming Dan. It took half a day for Ning Ogawa to refine the Yuanming pill successfully and swallow it directly into his mouth. This Yuanming pill still didn't make the blood gas in his body reach the level of a drop of blood turned 6 tigers, which was a little worse. If he could take another Yuan Ming pill, Ning Xiaochuan believed that he could reach the level of a drop of blood turns 6 tigers. The strength of blood gas is closely related to the physique of martial artists. If you reach the level of a drop of blood turns 6 tigers, Ning Xiaochuan believes that his talent must reach the level of difficult to meet in 5,000 years. Only by taking Yuan Mingzu a Banqi medicine level, Ning Xiaochuan's constitution will improve so quickly. If so, in Yuan Empire, even if you practice for a lifetime, it is estimated that you will not reach the talent level of 5,000 years. Lao Jiao explains the reason for jogging. Today, a friend is teaching in a remote area of Guangxi. The children there have poor reading conditions and need to donate some extracurricular reading books. Mainly primary school students of the first and second ages. For example, dictionaries, Grimm's fairy tales, classic enlightenment, calligraphy, and so on. So Old Nine will add a chapter today, hoping to develop everyone's strength and give children some books. If you have books, you can mail them directly to this address, Chishuata Teaching Point of Chedian Primary School, Chedian Miao Township, Resource County, Guilin City, Guangxi Zhuang Autonomous Region Zip Code, 541403. Contact person, Pangon Lin Tel, 1877-730-9212. If you are a book friend who is free and troublesome, you can give a reward to God, Demon and God. Lao Jiao will buy all the reward money this month and send it in books. If someone thinks that Lao Jiao is greedy for someone's money, then I can only ha ha. At that time I will send screenshots to you on QQ Book Group and WeChat public platform, so as not to be scolded if I fail to do good deeds. At the same time, Lao Jiao will also donate an additional 500 royalties. Donations are all voluntary, and Lao Jiao is just a promoter. A month passed. On the black rock earth, there is desolation and silence all around. They didn't know how many miles they had traveled, but they couldn't see any palaces at all. They just found 2 more beads of 3-leaf Yuan Ming grass to refine into Yuan Ming Dan. After refining Yuan Ming pill, Ning Xiaochuan successfully reached the realm of a drop of blood turns 6 tigers. In the past month, Ning Xiaochuan didn't meet other martial artists or Shan beasts, but only met more than 10 sieges of stone beasts. However, the stone beast did not hurt Ning Xiaochuan at all, but was collected into the heart-nourishing tripod by Ning Xiaochuan and refined into the body of the double-headed stone beast. 18 stone beasts were devoured in a row. The 2-headed stone beast is 40 meters high, like a rocky hill. Walking on the ground, it can make the ground shake violently. It has completely stepped into the level of 6th-grade Shan beast. Little Marquis, what the hell is this place? It seems that this is not the world of Yuan Empire. Are we in a ruins world? Niao Longji sat on a stone with bright eyes and long eyelashes. After a month of getting along, she felt more and more that Ning Xiaochuan was powerful, and there was simply no danger to defeat him. She used to think that elder martial brother Yi was already the strongest of the younger generation and existed like a young god, but now she thinks that the little Marquis may be able to compete with elder martial brother Yi. They are all young kings, omnipotent, adorable and infatuated. Ning Xiaochuan sat on the ground to practice the 8th weight of the mysterious qi of heaven and earth, and was ready to impact the 9th weight of the refined realm. However, after a whole month of practice, except that his physique became stronger and stronger, there was no breakthrough in the realm. He slowly opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. Dark clouds covered the whole world like a layer of black cloth. We should be on a planet. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Niao Longji asked curiously, what is a planet? It's the stars. Ning Xiaochuan stood up and said, when you stand on the ground of Yuan Empire and look up at the sky, you can see the stars twinkling and shining in the universe. In fact, they are stars. Niao Longji's eyes were very round, big and bright, and he said, but the stars are so small, and now our world is extremely huge, and we can't see the end. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "The reason why you think the stars are very small is that they are very far away from you, at least 1,000,000 miles away, or even hundreds of millions of miles away. In fact, they are very large, even larger than the territory of the Jade Haze Empire. Do you remember that we saw a black ball on the sky by the Holy Lake in Longu? I guess we are now on that ball, which is a planet." Niao Lanji was shocked beyond measure and said tremblingly, "Then haven't we come to the universe, 1,000,000 miles away from the Jade Haze Empire? Can we go back? From the ground to outer space, it is simply separated from heaven and earth, which is quite frightening. The distance is too far away, at least 1,000,000 miles away. 1,000,000 miles away, even if ordinary people walk for a lifetime, it is impossible to go from one end to the other. Since we can come here through the array, we can definitely go back through the array," Ning Xiaochuan said quietly. In ancient times, it was rumored that the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven was suspended above the Yulan Empire. Many people thought it was a rumor. That's because they don't know that the heavenly palace is not suspended in the void several kilometers above the earth, but is located on a planet. This planet is suspended above the Jade Haze Empire, millions of miles away from the ground. Even people of the level of the head of the academy cannot cross millions of miles to this planet. Therefore, it's understandable that people can't find the heavenly palace. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan's guess is not wrong. This is indeed a black planet, suspended over the Yulan Empire. If you look from a distance in the universe, this planet is very close to Yulan Empire, only millions of miles away, while other planets are at least hundreds of millions of miles away from the ground. This black planet was captured from the universe by the Emperor of Heaven with a great magic power, and was set over the Yulan Empire as its own bedroom. Standing on the black planet and looking down at the earth, it is like a huge map. Mountains and rivers are like lines. Ning Xiaochuan wanted to break through the clouds and go outside to have a look to confirm his conjecture. However, there is a strong prohibition on this planet. With his cultivation, he can't fly up and break through the clouds when he flies to an altitude of 500 meters. The black clouds above the sky are like a thick protective cover guarding the planet. Don't let the creatures inside the planet fly outside, and don't let the creatures outside break into the planet. Little Marquis, how can we find the Heavenly Emperor Temple? And how can we go back? Niao Lanji was very upset when he learned that he was probably millions of miles above the ground. Ning Xiaochuan also shook his head. If the Heavenly Emperor Temple was so easy to find, it would have been found long ago. Boy, only I can find the Heavenly Emperor Temple, or shall we cooperate? The voice of the Emperor's blade sounded from the Xian Beast mirror. Red Bruce Lee quickly grabbed the Xian Beast Jian, put it in his mouth and bit it, making it ow, ow sound. Damn, can you let it stop biting first? Sooner or later, this dragon will be hacked by me. The Emperor Blade was very angry and made a vicious sound. The red dragon was also anxious. He not only bit the Xian Beast Jian, but also hit the Xian Beast Jian with his head. He wanted to get into the Xian Beast Jian and eat the Emperor's blade. Ning Xiaoti's heart moved, hurriedly stopped Xiao Hong, negotiated with the Emperor Blade, and said, "It's not that we can't cooperate, but we found the divine blood left by the Emperor. Is it yours or mine?" "Of course it's yours." Tiandi Blade rode. Ning Xiaochuan sneered and said, "Are you willing? Isn't it just a drop of divine blood? There are so many treasures in the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven, and divine blood may not be the most precious treasure in it. Don't talk so much nonsense, let's start now. If someone else takes the lead, we won't even be able to drink foot-washing water." Tiandi Blade rode. Ning Xiaochuan didn't believe what the Emperor Blade said at all, but he didn't say it. Let it find the location of the Emperor Temple first. Ning Xiaochuan spread the wings of the angry wind and flew in the direction pointed by the blade of the Emperor of Heaven. Niao Lanji sat on the back of the red dragon, closely following Ning Xiaochuan. The red dragon's body became more than 10 meters long, and the mouth of the bull was so thick. It spread a pair of red wings, and its 4 claws were covered with auspicious clouds. After flying for 8 days, a huge black mountain appeared on the ground. I don't know how huge the mountain is. It's almost like the end of the earth, blocking all roads. In the mountains, there is an ancient black stone city, which is piled up by black boulders weighing 10,000 jin. The walls are tall, the gates are closed, and there is no entrance at all. How can there be a city? Is this the city where the Emperor of Heaven once lived? In the middle of the city, there is a very bright white light. Niao Longji was very surprised, and her hands tightly hugged Xiao Hong's neck. Ning Xiaochuan also saw the white light, which was a 3-leaf yuanming grass, with a strong medicinal gas, covering the whole city. Above it, a mass of white light was suspended, condensed into the shadow of an illusory girl, as if she were meditating and practicing. Is it a 1,000-year wonder drug? Ning Xiaochuan was extremely excited. If he could get a completed psychic medicine, he would definitely be able to improve his constitution to a new height. Ning Xiaochuan folded his wings and fell to the ground. He didn't rush into this black ancient city and stretched out a finger towards the front. At the tip of his finger, a circle of black light curtain immediately appeared, sending out circles of ripples, unexpectedly pulling Ning Xiaochuan's body suddenly. Ning Xiaochuan had a strong sense of crisis in his heart. As soon as his face changed, he shouted, "Back!" Xiao Hong was startled and ran away with Niao Longji on her back. Boom! The black ancient city burst into dazzling light and rose from the ground. The powerful city walls were spliced together, and temples collided with each other. The high towers and ancient streets were connected with each other, and soon turned into a stone beast more than 100 meters high. No. It is a giant made of stones. A black ancient city has become a stone beast giant, holding a stone axe, which is very evil, and a dark light comes out of the pupils of one eye, which is very breathtaking. That trilobal yuanming grass grows on a raised boulder in front of its chest. It is bright and emits an extremely rich fragrance of medicine. Ning Xiaochuan didn't think at all, immediately summoned the magic sword, stepped on it, turned it into a blood-red light, and flew away. Boom! With a wave of his arm, the stone beast giant chopped down with an axe. Cutting at the position where Ning Xiaochuan had just stood, he immediately split the earth into a huge crack, and the ground gave birth to dense cracks, extending hundreds of miles away. The power of this stone beast giant is simply unimaginable. An axe will destroy the ground within a radius of dozens of miles. If Ning Xiaochuan hadn't just resolutely called out the magic sword to escape, just this axe can make him fall. Ning Xiaochuan looked back, and the earth-shaking roar sounded in the sky, and the whole world was shaking. His back was in a cold sweat. It was too dangerous. Life and death were in a flash. After escaping, Xiao Hong threw the Xian beast Jian to the ground and trampled it with her feet, biting with her teeth. It also knew that it was trapped by the Tiandi blade, which deliberately led them to extremely dangerous places and wanted to kill them with the help of the hand of the stone beast giant. I can't believe it anymore. Tiandi blade lives hundreds of times older than us combined. It's resourceful and very vicious. When I break through to Dizuan, I'll slowly clean it up. Once Ning Xiaochuan reaches the land of honor, he can cultivate martial spirits, and then he can use the power of martial spirits to suppress the Tiandi blade. The cultivation of the stone beast giant is really terrible, which makes people scared. However, the miraculous psychic medicine on it makes Ning Xiaochuan miss it. If you can snatch that miraculous psychic medicine, your cultivation is likely to reach the 9th level in the realm of immortality, and your physical potential will certainly soar. Shwa. In the distance, an extremely subtle breaking wind flew by. The axe of the stone beast giant is too fierce, causing great destructive power. It is sensed by some strong men and has come in this direction. It seems that we can only rely on external forces. Ning Xiaochuan hurriedly arranged a hidden array to hide the breath of him and Niao Longji, and planned to quietly observe what masters were coming. Boom! A white light flashed through the air, forming a virtual shadow of a white beaver, running in the void, and finally turning into a strange and handsome man standing on the ground. Little Master of White Beaver. Ning Xiaochuan observed the little master of white beaver from a distance, and found that it glowed white all over and sent out a strong fragrance of medicine. Its talent and physique had been improved several times, which was comparable to the martial artist with talent and physique at the level of 3,000 years. It seems that during this period, it also took a lot of Yuan Mingzhu. Shua. After checking for a moment, the white beaver sensed something, so he immediately gathered his breath and hid in a black hill. His body melted into the earth and disappeared. Yinantian and Niao Lanqing came quickly and stopped at the position where the little master Bailey had just stood. "It's my sister." In the hidden array, Niao Longji's face showed great joy, and he wanted to rush out of the array. Ning Xiaochuan hugged her from behind, dragged her back, put his palm over her mouth, made a silent gesture, and whispered in her ear, "It's dangerous, the little master of white beaver is nearby." Niao Longji felt his petite body, clinging to Ning Xiaochuan's strong chest, and could feel the warmth of Ning Xiaochuan's body. The position of his ears was itchy again. Suddenly, his whole body became hot, and he nodded coyly, "Listen to the little marquis." Ning Xiaochuan didn't notice her abnormality, slowly released his hand and stared at the two people in the distance. "Just now, I clearly sensed the breath of the little master of white beaver. Why did he suddenly disappear?" Niao Lanqing's dignified way. Standing in the wind, with a thin veil on her face, she can only see a pair of golden eyes. Her figure is very slender, her delicate body is plump, her peaks are very full, very upturned, her curves are extremely beautiful, and her whole body is wrapped in white xianqi, giving people a feeling of fairy beauty. Her eyebrows gave birth to a brilliance, and a pair of fairy eyes became brighter, turning the whole space into gold. "This is the 8th innate magic power of my sister, breaking the magic pupil, which can see through all vanity. Even a coin hidden 100 meters deep under the ground can't hide from her eyes. Isn't it powerful?" Niao Longji said proudly. "If she can see through the array I arranged, even if she is powerful." Ning Xiaochuan's array is arranged according to the rules in the strange gate Jiu Dang Jia. He doesn't believe that Niao Lanqing's spirit pupil can see through the array. As Niao Lanqing unfolded the magic-breaking pupil, the earth and stone on the mountain behind her began to move. Boom! The young master of white beaver held a war sword, flew out of the mountain, turned into a fast white light, and stabbed Niao Lanqing with a sword. The sword is as white as a rainbow, and it is almost to the extreme. Shua! Yinantian's eyebrows picked up, and the purple cloud-flying sword on his back instantly flew out, holding a purple light, and cut out 17 sword lights in a row, forcing the little master of white beaver to retreat. Yinantian's bearing is very elegant, with a light smile on his face. With a gentle move from his sleeve, Ziyun's flying sword flew back and inserted it in front of him, with the tip of the sword a foot deep into the soil. "I'm the descendant of the sword saint. Any sword chi can't hide my mental induction from 100 miles away. Young Master Bailey, it's the biggest mistake for you to sneak attack us with a sword." Yinantian looked very calm, with a jade face, handsome and free and easy, neat clothes, big sleeves floating, like a sword fairy in white. The little Master Bailey also inserted the sword on the ground and smiled coldly. "If you obediently hand over the 3-leaf yuan life grass you found, for the sake of the sword saint, the little master can spare your life. Talk big." With a wave of Niao Lanqing's sleeve, a white jade pipa appeared in his hand. The jade finger bounced on the pipa, and the sound wave immediately turned into a white ancient sword and cut off to the white beaver. A sweet and moving ancient music, played at her fingertips, filled the sky with sound waves. The sound waves condensed into 81 fairy sword attendants holding jade swords, and formed an array to form a huge sword net to suppress. This is the most powerful magic power of the Heavenly Voice sect, Fairy Sword Attendant. The most powerful thing of Tianyanzong is the sound wave attack, which can be said to be all-pervasive and invincible. Niao Lanxin's martial arts cultivation has entered the 9th level of secularity, and the magic power of Fairy Sword Attendant has become more powerful. Jiuping Xian Beast White Beaver Young Master was forced to be in a hurry, feeling that he was being besieged by 81 martial arts masters. Yinan Tian saw the opportunity, condensed the sword spirit, and his momentum climbed. Even people flew out with swords, just like a white rainbow through the sun. Poof! The body protecting Gang Qi on the little master of White Beaver was broken by the sword Qi, the arm of his left hand was cut off, and blood gushed from the wound. Yi Nanshan's strength was beyond the expectation of the little master, Bai Li. The sword just now was so fast that it could not be recognized by the naked eye. It was so powerful that it could penetrate the mountains, otherwise it could not break its protective, vigorous qi. Yinan Tian stood with his sword horizontal, and blood fell from the purple blade, staring at the little master of White Beaver faintly. Boom! The White Beaver threw a black iron seal and suppressed it towards Yinan Tian and Niao Lanxin. Originally, the iron seal, which was only the size of a fist, instantly became more than 60 meters high after flying out. It was rusty, engraved with words and arrays, and sent out a dazzling black light. After striking this iron seal, the little master of the White Beaver immediately turned into a real body, turned into a white light shuttle, and flew towards the sky. Yi Nanshan's body gushed out of the earth's vitality, condensed 12 vitality swords, and formed an array to hold up the black iron seal and suspend it more than 10 meters away from the ground. Phew! Niao Lanxin's fingers pressed on the string of the pipa, and a white string fell down and turned into a very thin line to cut off the White Beaver flying in the sky. Ah! The White Beaver's leg was cut off, fell from the air, and screamed in his mouth. Damn it! Yinan Tian, Niao Lanxin, today's great hatred will definitely make you double it back in the future. In the air, there was the venomous voice of the little master of the White Beaver. Yinan Tian and Niao Lanxin both knew that behind the little master of the White Beaver, there was a 9-grade Xian beast behind him, so they couldn't let him escape, and they had to cut down the roots, so they immediately chased him. The 3 masters all left and returned to calm. Ning Xiaochuan put away the hidden array and came out of it. Yinan Tian and Niao Lanxin chased very quickly, so they didn't take away the black iron seal made by the little master Bai Li. The iron seal fell to the ground and became only the size of a fist. It was rusty and very common, just like a piece of stubborn iron. What the little master of the White Beaver used to save lives cannot naturally be ordinary. Ning Xiaochuan reached out to pick up the iron seal. For the first time, he didn't pick up the iron seal. Hey, it's so heavy. This iron seal looks only about the size of a fist. In fact, it weighs more than 10,000 jin. I don't know what material it is. The density is too high. Qi Pin Xian Ware. Ning Xiaochuan added a little more strength before picking up the iron seal and smiled. It seems that Niao Lanxin and Yinan Tian are really strong after joining hands, and they actually forced the young master Bai Li to throw a 7-grade mysterious weapon to escape. Ning Xiaochuan had a fight with the little master Bai Li, and it was clear how powerful it was. With its cultivation, it would not be so embarrassed to meet any one of Niao Lanxin and Yinan Tian alone. Niao Lanji said, "Of course, my sister has Mingyue Heart Palace and elder martial brother Yi has Xianyang Heart Palace. They work together against the enemy, which is invincible in the world. No one can be their opponent." Really? That's not necessarily. Ning Xiaochuan spread out his body method, flew hundreds of meters away, and found a bloody broken leg on the ground. Wisps of blood rushed out of the broken leg, like crimson flames, burning in the air. This is a leg of the little master of White Beaver. The blood of Jiu Dang Jia beast is a treasure medicine that can be encountered but not sought. Ning Xiaochuan was delighted. Xiao Hong stared wide and rushed up, trying to swallow the broken leg into her mouth. Ning Xiaochuan's speed was faster. He put this broken leg into a Shanling wooden box and carefully preserved it to prevent the loss of blood and gas inside. Ow, ow. Xiao Hong kept scratching Ning Xiaochuan's trouser legs and howling. This leg is of great use to me. I can't give it to you for the time being. Ning Xiaochuan took out a huge long gun with a diameter of 1 meter and threw it to Xiao Hong. Then, he put the Shanling wooden box into the Chankuan cloth bag. Ning Xiaochuan's hand, holding a drop of blood, according to the breath of blood, walked quickly towards the front, as if looking for something. Little Marquis, what are you looking for? Niaolongji closely followed Ning Xiaochuan and asked, curiously. Find the young master of White Beaver. Ning Xiaochuan used telepathy to find the hiding place of the little master of White Beaver with the help of a drop of blood of the little master of White Beaver in his hand. Blood and body are one body, and there must be connections between them. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan stopped and looked at the cliff in front of him. That precipice is very steep, bright and smooth, with no grass at all, and there is no vitality at all. Anyone who comes to the bottom of the cliff will not feel abnormal. Boom! Suddenly, the cliff burst and the boulder rolled down. The little master of White Beaver, like lightning, flew out of the boulder and chopped off Ning Xiaochuan with a sword. Ning Xiaochuan had expected it to be hidden in the cliff. The black iron seal flew out of his sleeve and expanded into a huge iron seal as big as a hill, patting the little master of the White Beaver out. The young master of Bailey was injured by Niaolongji and Jinan. Naturally, he was not Ning Xiaochuan's opponent. He flew back upside down and hit the cliff, creating a huge pit. Wow! There are boulders rolling down from the top of the cliff. Ning Xiaochuan took back the iron seal, which became only the size of a fist and suspended in the palm of his hand. Ning Xiaochuan, return my Blood City iron seal. The little master of White Beaver limped out of the cliff, covered with dust, and was extremely embarrassed. Ning Xiaochuan said, with your current injury, I'm afraid you're not my opponent. But if you're willing to help me, I can return this iron seal to you. Haha. The little master of White Beaver laughed and said, what if I don't help? It doesn't matter. If you want to be lame all your life, no one can stop you. Ning Xiaochuan smiled faintly and planned to leave with Niaolongji. The little master of the White Beaver looked at his injured leg, and finally clenched his teeth and shouted, can you make me regenerate with my broken leg? Ning Xiaochuan's mouth slightly hooked, turned around and said, I'm a senior cardiologist. If even I can't let you break your leg and regenerate, it's estimated that no one can do it. What on earth do you want me to do for you? White Beaver little master roared. It's not urgent. I'll help you connect the broken leg first, and then talk about cooperation slowly. It's better to solve the enemy than to tie it up, isn't it? With a friendly smile on his face, Ning Xiaochuan took out a Shanling wooden box and took out the broken leg of the little master of the White Beaver, ready to help it connect. In Ning Xiaochuan's current state, it's really a simple thing to continue to take back the broken leg just cut off. The blood of Jiu Dang beast in this broken leg has been taken away by Ning Xiaochuan and preserved. The blood of Jiu Dang beast is not so easy to find medicine. The broken leg of the little master of White Beaver was quickly connected back. Coupled with the powerful recovery ability of Jiu Dang beast, the little master of White Beaver could walk like a fly in less than an hour, and the injury was completely recovered. Haha! My broken leg is really healed. Yinan Niaolongji, I must make you two die ugly. The little master of White Beaver clenched his fist tightly and roared sharply at the sky. Its voice was full of resentment, which shook the ground. It stared at Ning Xiaochuan, frowned, and said coldly, "Ning Xiaochuan, you can help me continue to connect my broken leg. I'm sure you're not kind. What do you want me to do for you?" Ning Xiaochuan, with his hands on his back, stared at the distance and said, "There is a black ancient city 1,200 miles away from here, which is the city where the mount of the Emperor of Heaven once lived. In the city, there is a miraculous medicine, and I hope you can help me get it back. You bring the miraculous medicine back to me, and I will return the Blood City Iron Seal to you. From then on, our gratitude and resentment will be written off." Miraculous medicine for channeling. When the White Beaver young master's leg injury healed, he had already killed Ning Xiaochuan. However, when Ning Xiaochuan said miraculous medicine, he immediately restrained his killing intention. Its eyes narrowed and said warily, "Why don't you get it yourself?" Ning Xiaochuan sighed, "I didn't say that it was the city where the Emperor of Heaven's mount once lived. Human beings can't enter the city at all. Only Shan beasts can enter." The spirit of the young master, Bailey, was shocked, and he laughed secretly. It turned out that only Shan beasts could enter the city. No wonder Ning Xiaochuan wanted to beg me. Bang bang. That's a miraculous medicine for channeling. If I can get it, my cultivation will definitely be further improved. It's not easy to suppress Ning Xiaochuan at that time. It doesn't know the location of the Black Ancient City now, and plans to use Ning Xiaochuan to find the magic medicine, and then get rid of Ning Xiaochuan. The young master of White Beaver laughed and said, "It's such a small thing. Well, I'll help Brother Ning collect the magic medicine." "Young lord, how can you be so talkative?" Ning Xiaochuan deliberately showed surprise. The little master of White Beaver smiled and said, "Where is it? Brother Ning, repay good for evil and help me continue to connect my broken leg. This is a great kindness." "That's all right. It's not too late. Let's go to pick the magic medicine now." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Young Master Bailey and Ning Xiaochuan are both playing their own small abacus and rushing all the way to the Black Ancient City. Before long, they came outside the ancient city. There really is an ancient city. The little master of White Beaver had doubts in his heart, but now all doubts in his heart have disappeared. Because, in its view, Ning Xiaochuan will deal with it when he was injured previously, and there is no need to spare such a large circle. Ning Xiaochuan stood in a high position, pointed towards the city and said, "See, the psychic mysterious medicine is there. Hey! I found this psychic medicine half a month ago. I tried all kinds of methods to break into the ancient city, but I couldn't enter Bashan. It's really a headache." The young master of the White Beaver was completely attracted by the psychic drug in the city. It was a 3-leaf Yuan Ming grass, emitting dazzling dense white light. The Yuan Ming bead in the center of the grass leaf was as big as a fist, and above the Yuan Ming bead suspended the virtual shadow of a dancing girl. Unexpectedly, they all gave birth to medicinal essence, which must be a psychic mysterious medicine. The White Beaver master suppressed his excitement and stared at the red dragon, crawling around on the ground. He was suspicious and said, "You don't have a small mysterious beast dragon. Why don't you let it help you enter the harvest?" Ning Xiaochuan's heart jumped slightly, calmly shook his head, and said, "Its cultivation is too weak to break the prohibition of the ancient city. With the cultivation of the martial arts of the little lord, maybe you can try to break in." The little master, Bailey, sneered in his heart. Ning Xiaochuan is really stupid. He actually believes me so easily. When I break in, the magic medicine will become my stomach food. How can I get you again? When the little master Bailey forcibly broke through the light curtain outside the ancient city, Ning Xiaochuan immediately asked Niao Lanji to flee away on a double-headed stone beast. How far, how far? There will definitely be earth-shattering fluctuations here later. Little Red, fit. Ning Xiaochuan also began to prepare, ready to take action at any time. The red dragon immediately turned into strands of red dragon gas, condensed into a set of red armor, covering Ning Xiaochuan's whole body. Then, Ning Xiaochuan immediately arranged a hiding array to completely hide himself. It was not long after the little master of White Beaver broke into the Black Ancient City, the ground shook violently, and the palaces and towers in the ancient city were collapsing, causing a sudden change. The White Beaver master's face changed, and his heart gave birth to a strong sense of crisis. He suddenly understood and cursed, "Ning Xiaochuan, bastard, killed me." It immediately turned into Numenon, turned around and ran away, trying to escape from the ancient city. But it's too late. Every stone in the ancient city was wrapped by black light and condensed into a stone beast giant more than 100 meters high, squeezing the little master of White Beaver into the stone body and into his abdomen. The body of the little master of the White Beaver was squeezed and deformed, and he couldn't resist the suppression of the stone beast giant at all. It clenched its teeth tightly, and its eyes were full of hate. It greeted Ning Xiaochuan's ancestors for 18 generations. Animal relics. The little master of the White Beaver vomited a white bead from his mouth, and the light of the column became brighter and brighter, which made people unable to open their eyes. This is the animal relic, the life-saving card given to it by the ancestor of White Beaver. The so-called animal relic is a relic bone left after the sitting of a high-level Shan beast above the 7th grade. The relic bone was refined by the ancestor Baili with great magic power. It has the power of the ancestor Baili and can kill all powerful enemies. The little master of White Beaver originally intended to go to the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven and use this animal relic to suppress strong enemies. However, at this critical moment, it has no other choice at all. It can only use the power of relic bones to save its life. Boom! The animal relic burst open, condensing a huge animal claw more than 100 meters tall, smashing the 100-meter-high stone beast giant into pieces of broken stones. Boom! The 3-leaf Yuan Ming grass and the little master of White Civet both rolled out of the boulder. Seeing the opportunity, Ning Xiaochuan immediately rushed out of the hidden array, fanned a pair of dragon wings, and flew to the gravel to find the 3-leaf Yuan Ming grass of the level of psychic medicine. San Yuan Ming grass has become spiritual, and unexpectedly grows a pair of white light wings, which turns into a white light shuttle, and wants to fly away. Ning Xiaochuan had already prepared, and immediately showed his martial arts magic power to suppress the 3-leaf Yuan Ming grass and put it into the Qiankuan cloth bag. Finally got this miraculous psychic medicine. Ning Xiaochuan trembled excitedly. For a heart therapist, this is simply priceless. Ning Xiaochuan, I will not die with you. The little master of White Beaver was so angry that his heart and lungs were about to explode. He hated Ning Xiaochuan to the bone. He was spitting blood all over his mouth, and his whole body was broken. He hit Ning Xiaochuan with a punch. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at him obliquely, and with a big hand print, he flew the little master of the White Beaver out and fell into the broken stones. Wow! Dash! On the ground, the huge gravel glowed again and began to vibrate. The stone beast giant has an immortal body. Although it was broken by the animal relic, it can be reorganized. It's coming back to life. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was startled, and immediately spread the red dragon wings, flying away. The little master of White Beaver didn't have such good luck, and was caught in the crack in the stone. No matter how it struggled, it was useless. The power of the stone beast giant was not that it could resist at all, unless it had a second animal relic. Finally, the little master of the White Beaver was completely devoured by the stone beast giant, and his flesh and blood melted into the stone. I don't know whether the bones have been broken clean? Roar! The miraculous medicine for channeling was actually stolen. The stone beast giant was extremely angry and chased Ning Xiaochuan like crazy. Boom! The whole earth was shaking, and the roar rang through the whole world for a long time. After 3 days in a row, the stone beast giant calmed down and turned into a stone city, located in the Black Mountain. In a remote canyon, the soil is loose, and Ning Xiaochuan and Red Dragon drill out of it. It's finally quiet. Ning Xiaochuan breathed a deep sigh of relief. The power of that stone beast giant is so terrible that it can cut mountains and rivers. Even Wu Zun is afraid to avoid its edge. If it finds it, it must be a blessing in disguise. Go to find Niao Longji first. She is too young to resist alone in danger. Ning Xiaochuan was not in a hurry to refine the miraculous medicine of channeling, and followed the guidance of Xuanzhou Jian to find Niao Longji. Niao Longji left with a double-headed stone beast. Xian beast Jian could find the breath of the double-headed stone beast, and naturally he could find her. As expected, she was in great trouble and was besieged by more than a dozen stone beasts. Fortunately, the two-headed stone beasts were fast enough to escape. Ow! More than a dozen stone beasts followed behind her, including stone cows, stone tigers, and stone birds, all of which were very large. Among them, the largest stone beast was more than 40 meters high and looked like a dragon. Xiao Shuang. Quick! Quick! Go to find the little marquis, go to find the little marquis. Niao Longji sat on the back of the double-headed stone beast, and was scared. The smoke rolled behind her, and the sound of the stone beast seemed to ring in her ears, getting closer and closer. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the horizon in the distance and turned the heart-nourishing tripod into a huge 9-meter-high tripod furnace. When the Xian Qi was injected into the tripod furnace, the tripod mouth immediately sent out a huge suction, and more than a dozen stone beasts were collected into the heart-nourishing real tripod. Ow! The stone beast dragon with a height of more than 40 meters was the most powerful. If it wanted to resist, a stout stone tail bombarded the heart-nourishing tripod. Boom! The tail of the stone beast dragon elephant, like a huge whip, with a strong whistling sound, whipped on the heart-nourishing tripod. The heart-nourishing tripod was blown out and kept turning in the void. The stone beast in the tripod kept howling and wanted to fly out of the inner door. Ning Xiaochuan's body turned into a colorful magic light, flew under the body of the stone beast dragon elephant, hugged the thigh of the dragon elephant, lifted the huge body of the dragon elephant, and directly threw it into the heart-nourishing tripod. You should know that the stone beast dragon elephant is more than 40 meters high and weighs millions of kilograms, but it was held up by Ning Xiaochuan with flesh and blood. This is the real momentum of force can pull up the mountain. Niao Longji was surprised and happy. The little marquis is back. Ning Xiaochuan also collected the double-headed stone beasts into the heart-nourishing tripod, and put them together with more than a dozen stone beasts for a big melting exercise. The heart-nourishing tripod was read by the yin-yang open fire, and the flame wrapped the tripod body. The light was very bright, just like a huge divine furnace suspended in the void. The heart-nourishing tripod was still shaking violently, and more than a dozen stone beasts were colliding with each other, breaking out a deafening sound. Little Marquis, will Xiao Shuang become stronger after being refined? Niao Longji's eyes are bright, her eyelashes are long, and she stares at the Yangxin Jinding suspended in the void. Her heart is actually very excited, as if she will be very happy after the double-headed stone beast becomes powerful. Yes. Ning Xiaochuan nodded. There are endless stone beasts here. Ning Xiaochuan plans to refine the miraculous medicine of channeling, and then focuses on cultivating double-headed stone beasts. If he can be promoted to a 7th-grade Xian beast, it will be equivalent to an extra help of the level of Wu Zun. It took 3 days to refine all the more than 10 stone beasts in the heart-nourishing tripod into double-headed stone beasts. The double-headed stone beast flew out of the cauldron. Its body reached 48 meters high, and its strength more than tripled. Who? One of its heads spit out a reddish flame, which immediately burns hundreds of meters of the ground, burning the stone into magma. According to Ning Xiaochuan's calculation, The double-headed stone beast must grow to at least 60 meters high before it can have the combat power of the 7th-level Xian beast. Ning Xiaochuan carefully took out the 3-leaf yuanming grass, and a white light suddenly burst out, stinging people's eyes. Ning Xiaochuan hurriedly beat out 8 inferior basalt stones, fixed them in the void spirit cave, formed a circle of boundaries, and gave this small space to live in order to prevent San Yuanming grass from escaping. This 3-leaf yuanming grass has been growing for 1,200 years. It is a genuine psychic medicine. It has its own spirit and can fly to the sky and the earth, which ordinary people can't see at all. On the surface of yuanmingzhu, wisps of medicinal gas float out, condensing the figure of an illusory girl. This is the essence of medicine, of psychic mysterious medicine. Wisdom gathers the aura of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon, which can be called the soul of psychic miraculous medicine. It is said that some miraculous drugs that have been growing for thousands of years can speak and cultivate human form. Their lifespan is extremely long, far beyond human beings, and they can live for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The medicinal qi of the miraculous medicine is really very smart. Just one breath, the mysterious qi in the body is growing rapidly, and the meridians and bones in the body make a crackling sound, which is like stirring and quenching. Ning Xiaochuan took off the fist-sized yuanmingzhu, put it into the heart-nourishing tripod, and refined it with yin-yang open fire. It is an extremely long process to refine miraculous drugs for channeling, and it takes more than 10 times as long as refining other pills. Ning Xiaochuan was refining pills while studying Jiu Dang Jia. The heavenly palace must be in this world, but no one found it. Ning Xiaochuan guessed that it might be hidden in some kind of wonderful array. Only by studying Jiu Dang Jia thoroughly can it be found. 9 palace technique, that is, 2 or 4 is the shoulder, 6 or 8 is the foot, 3 on the left and 7 on the right, wearing 9 shoes and 5 in the center. Ning Xiaochuan found an article on 9 palaces skill in Jiu Dang Jia. He was very interested in this kind of skill, which involved a wide range of knowledge and was the most mysterious to use. 9 palaces includes many middle door techniques, 9 palaces occupy, 9 palaces calculate, 9 palaces divine fire, 9 palaces 8 winds, 219 palaces, 21 altar, and so on. It is also designed to occupy, art, calculate, medicine, latitude, construction, and other applications, which can be described as broad and profound, wonderful. If you can learn this kind of magic, you can use the power of the 9 palaces to attack, such as 9 palaces divine fire and 9 palaces 8 winds, which are mysterious magic. Moreover, when refining pills, adding the mysterious pharmacology of the 9 palaces can make the grade of pills higher, produce new changes in drug properties, and produce a unique strange pill. Of course, Jiu also involves the field of divination and divine calculation, which can predict the past and future, and calculate people's misfortunes and good fortune. This is not as simple as an ordinary fortune teller. If you can practice Jiu to the extreme, you can be called a great sage who knows 500 years before and 500 years after. He can see through the essence of fate and crack the password of heaven and earth, which is more powerful than Daemon's Yun Do Qian Kuan. Of course, Ning Xiaochuan has been immersed in medical ethics, and naturally will not be distracted to practice Jiu. Whether it is medicine or divination, it is a broad and profound avenue. If you can study one of them to the extreme, you will have been used for a lifetime. If you are greedy and want to learn everything, you are likely to accomplish nothing. Niao Lanji, come here. Ning Xiaochuan waved to Niao Lanji and motioned her to come over. Niao Lanji hid behind a big stone and peeped at Ning Xiaochuan's alchemy, thinking that Ning Xiaochuan had found it. Panicked, she timidly walked out and said, Xiao Ho, I didn't mean to. I just want to see. Come here first. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Niao Lanji was very nervous. It was a big taboo to peek at the alchemy of the senior mental health master. His eyes would be cut out. Her heart was afraid, but she still walked over. Sit down. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Niao Longji's figure was very thin, with dark long hair flowing down to her waist. She was very nervous and sat down slowly. Ning Xiaochuan's hand leaned towards her forehead and immediately scared her back. A pair of crystal and delicate hands joined together and kept bowing to Ning Xiaochuan, saying pitifully, don't dare, little Marquis, don't dig my eyes, I won't peek next time. She looked like a poor little girl, her eyes were full of tears, and she was obviously frightened. Ning Xiaochuan said with a smile, sit down first. Don't dig your eyes? Niao Longji was still very worried and asked nervously. No digging. Ning Xiaochuan rode. She breathed a sigh of relief, pursed her lips, and sat opposite Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan put his hand on her forehead, and a wisp of mysterious gas escaped from her body, condensed into the form of dragon and tiger, and entered her body. Her whole body exudes white brilliance, and every inch of her skin is like crystal white jade, smooth jade, crystal clear, as if carved from ice and snow. After a while, Ning Xiaochuan withdrew his palm, stared at her big eyes closely, and said, your martial heart palace is missing, and it is not suitable to become a heart trainer. Even if you reluctantly follow this path, you will never reach the level of intermediate heart trainer in your life. Ah. Little Marquis, you also found that my martial arts heart palace is missing? The ancient elder also said that my talent was not lower than my sister, but there was a lack of martial arts heart palace. If I cultivate martial arts, even if I can't step into the realm of earthly honor all my life, so I began to study heart nourishing and refining medicine to make up for the lack of heart palace. Niao Longji lowered his head, his eyes were a little gloomy, and his fingers kept pulling at the corners of his clothes. Ning Xiaochuan said, your heart palace is missing an important part in the end. Even if you condense a heart-nourishing tripod, you can only become a primary heart-nourishing teacher. Missing the most important part? Niao Longji said. Ning Xiaochuan nodded cautiously, Avenue, Xinyan. Other martial arts have Xinyan, but your martial arts heart palace does not. Xinyan is the foundation of the martial arts heart palace, which can carry xuanqi, accumulate xianjing and condense martial spirits. Xinyan is a congenital disease. Once Xinyan is missing, the martial arts heart palace is even a death heart palace, and I can't help you heal it. But I can teach you another unique skill, which should be very suitable for people who lack heart like you. If you can cultivate some famous schools, it will be enough to sit on an equal footing with Wu Zuanping. Niao Longqin's eyes lit up and said, what unique skill? 9 palaces occupy and 9 palaces calculate. Ning Xiaochuan rode. In fact, when Ning Xiaochuan healed her, he found that her heart and mind were missing, so he decided to pass this mysterious secret Duanjia to her. For people who are short-sighted, they can produce some unique wisdom. Maybe she has unique talent in divination and destiny. If she could understand 1/10,000th of the truth, it would be enough to predict good or bad luck, and she could sit on an equal footing with Wu Zuanping. If you can understand 1/1000th of it, you may be able to create a great prophet and wise man, which is also a great achievement. Ning Xiaochuan didn't know that because of a small idea at the moment, it really had a great impact on the thoughtless Niao Longji. Niao Longji showed great interest and said, what are 9 palaces occupied and 9 palaces counted? Ning Xiaochuan picked up a thin flat stone, painted it on the ground and explained it at the same time, saying, the 9 palaces represent earth in Qimen Duanjia. The earth is the foundation of Qimen Duanjia, and it is immovable. Qimen Duanjia is divided into 4 plates, heaven, earth, human and God. Among the 4 plates, only the earth plate is immovable, for sitting on the mountain. Niao Longji is sometimes unruly and willful, and sometimes timid. Although she is short-sighted, she is very intelligent. For ordinary people, the complicated Jiu turned out to be very quick and comprehensible.